I stepped out of the courthouse, holding a freshly printed marriage certificate in my hands, still in shock. The man I'd hired for this fake marriage gave me a bewildered look before leaving, saying, "Miss Kira Olsen, you're already married. Why did you hire me?" Married? Me? I've never even had a boyfriend. How could I already be married? My eyes fell to the photo on the certificate. It was definitely me in the picture, the mole by my eye proving it. But the man next to me, Lewis Horton, I had never seen him before. His intense gaze in the photo sent chills through me. Confused, I snapped a picture of the certificate and sent it to a contact, asking for help figuring out who Lewis was. I climbed onto my old scooter and rode back to the Olsen family's villa. Today was my sister Isla's big day. Her fiancé was coming for the betrothal. As I arrived, I heard the servants gossiping. "That's Kira, the illegitimate daughter." I kept my head down, pretending not to hear. Inside, my mother, Poppy, pulled me aside and asked if I got the marriage certificate. "Yes," I replied flatly. Technically, I wasn't lying, even though the groom wasn't who she expected. Poppy reminded me of my place, warning me to stay away from Isla's fiancé, Jake Horton. Apparently, I didn't deserve someone of his status. I let her words roll off me, though a flicker of mockery stirred within. Jake had chased me for 4 years in college, only to propose to Isla when we graduated. That was how it always went. Poppy ensured I gave up everything for Isla. I told Poppy firmly, "This is the last time." She seemed irritated but acknowledged it, and we went upstairs to see Isla. Isla looked stunning in her dress, surrounded by jewelry. She greeted me with a smile, asking why I was here. Before I could respond, Poppy blurted out that I got married today. Isla seemed surprised. "So soon? Is he better than Jake?" Poppy laughed, saying I could never find someone decent. She called my husband poor and worthless, assuming he was too ashamed to show his face. I frowned. The man in the certificate, Lewis Horton, did not look like a loser, but I didn't bother to argue. As Isla struggled to put on her heels, Poppy pushed me to help her. I refused, my voice calm but cold. I was done being treated like a servant. Poppy erupted, saying I would eventually have to rely on the family again. Our father, Taylor Olsen, entered then, frowning at the commotion. Poppy played the victim, claiming I was disrespectful because of my sudden marriage. Taylor demanded to see my marriage certificate. I hesitated but pulled it from my bag, only for Poppy to snatch it away. Just as Isla asked who the important guest was today, Taylor's face lit up. "Lewis Horton," he announced proudly. I froze. Lewis Horton? The same man from the marriage certificate? What was going on? Isla seemed confused, asking, "Who's Lewis Horton?" I was curious too, since I'd never heard that name before. Taylor explained, "He's Jake's young uncle and the real power behind the Horton family. He's only 28 but controls everything now." Poppy gasped, "Isn't that an even better match for Isla than Jake?" Taylor snapped, "He's already married." My eyes narrowed. Married? If this Lewis Horton was the man from my marriage certificate, then he definitely knew something. Poppy sounded disappointed, asking about his wife, but Taylor didn't know much, only saying that they weren't social people. I began to wonder why someone as important as Lewis would come to our home for Isla's betrothal. Poppy, always eager to impress, rushed off to get Isla more extravagant jewelry, leaving me standing alone. I watched as they prepared for the arrival of the Horton family, feeling disconnected from everything. Soon enough, they arrived. I stood in the shadows, watching as a tall, well-dressed man walked in. It was him, Lewis Horton. His presence was even more commanding in person, with deep-set eyes and a stern expression. For a brief moment, our eyes met, and my heart raced. Did he recognize me? Taylor asked where his wife was, and I noticed Lewis glance my way before casually saying she couldn't make it. His words left me even more confused. As the family settled into discussions, Poppy grabbed my arm, hissing at me to leave, claiming I had no place here. I freed myself from her grip, not interested in her petty remarks. But as I was about to leave, I saw Lewis stand up and head toward the balcony, phone in hand. Seeing my chance, I followed him, pretending to leave but sneaking out to the garden instead. When I got close, he hung up his call and turned to me, his eyes cold and intense. I paused, then smiled tentatively and asked, "Honey?" I stood on the balcony, watching Lewis Horton's every move. When I called him honey, his cold gaze hardened even more. Without saying much, he turned to leave, but I quickly stepped in his way. "Out of my way," he said, his deep, elegant voice making it hard to focus. I pressed on. "You don't recognize me?" He looked at me with indifference. Should I? That annoyed me. If this man didn't even recognize me, how could we be legally married? I pulled out the copy of the marriage certificate and held it up. "This man in the photo is you, right?" He glanced at it, scoffing. "This must be a fake. You should try harder." Then, without returning inside, he walked straight to the parking lot. I followed him, but 2 of his bodyguards blocked me. I called out, insisting the document was real, but Lewis got in his car and drove away without another word. Back inside, Isla had seen me with him and was already scheming. When she told Taylor that I had upset Lewis, his face darkened, worried about the family's reputation. As usual, I was to blame for everything. I left the villa, chasing after Lewis on my old scooter, but I lost him quickly. Frustrated, I sighed. This marriage was a mess. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Samuel, one of my subordinates. "Boss, people are looking into Drive South, but don't worry, they won't figure out it's you," he assured me. I cut him off. "What do you know about Lewis Horton?" Samuel explained that Lewis was once exiled overseas because of his ruthless personality. Everyone had assumed his brother's family, including Jake, would inherit everything. But last week, Lewis returned and took control of the Horton Group by force. Samuel sounded amused. "Boss, didn't you pick someone random for a fake marriage? How did you end up with someone so dangerous? If this mess isn't sorted, it could mess up the company's IPO." I sighed, rubbing my temples. I needed to meet Lewis again to sort this out. A divorce would be the cleanest way out, but with bodyguards always around him, it wouldn't be easy. As I rode back to my small rented home, lost in thought, an old woman suddenly stumbled into the road. I hit the brakes just in time. At first, I thought she might be trying to stage an accident, but then I noticed a tag around her neck with a contact number. It seemed she had Alzheimer's and had wandered off. I pulled out my phone to call the number, but to my surprise, the old woman grabbed my wrist. Her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Granddaughter-in-law. You are my granddaughter-in-law." I blinked in disbelief. "Granny, who is your grandson?" She thought hard before finally answering, "Lewis Horton." I couldn't help but laugh. First, I get married without knowing, and now I've got a husband and a grandmother-in-law. What a day. The old lady struggled to remember her grandson's last name, growing anxious. I reassured her, telling her not to worry, and made a phone call to the number on her tag. Meanwhile, Lewis was sitting in his car a few blocks away, furious. His assistant, Tom, was panicking, apologizing for losing track of Mrs. Horton. She had somehow slipped away, taking a bus to the suburbs. Just then, Lewis received a phone call. A calm woman's voice said, "I have the old lady you're looking for." Lewis, thinking it was a ransom, immediately asked how much money she wanted. But the woman just laughed, teasing him to take better care of the elderly. After giving the location, she hung up. 5 minutes later, Lewis arrived at the location, but I had already left. Only a police officer was there with Mrs. Horton. She told him she had come to see her granddaughter-in-law, insisting she had met me. Lewis, confused, said there was no granddaughter-in-law, but she didn't believe him. Before leaving, she scribbled down my number from his phone, determined to keep in touch. I had left quickly, not wanting to deal with the family's gratitude. The next day, I got a call from my university advisor, Professor Miller, asking me to come in. When I arrived, I found Isla and Poppy already there. Professor Miller informed me that my postgraduate recommendation had been revoked. I was shocked. Why? He said it was because of my mother, Poppy, who claimed my background and conduct weren't suitable. Isla chimed in, mentioning that Mr. Horton, Lewis, had supposedly demanded that I disappear from Ocean Ion. I found this hard to believe, as our brief conversation didn't seem to have upset him. Isla handed me a plane ticket, urging me to leave the country to avoid trouble, with a destination far away Argentina. They clearly wanted me gone for good. When I refused, Isla even offered $6,000 for living expenses, but Poppy snatched the money away, insisting the plane ticket was already enough. Poppy ordered me to pack my things, saying she had already handled my withdrawal from the university. I stared at her, furious. Who gave you the right to decide for me? Poppy snapped back, claiming she knew me better than anyone, and that I wasn't good enough to continue my studies. Professor Miller tried to defend me, but Poppy cut him off. She insulted me, comparing me to Isla, saying I could never match her. Then, Isla mentioned she had secured a postgraduate spot through a special admission. When Professor Miller asked which professor had recommended her, Isla proudly named Dr. South, known for his work on hydrogen energy. I was stunned. Who did you say? I couldn't believe what just happened. Everything spiraled so fast. It started with Professor Miller and Isla talking about some mysterious figure Dr. South. Isla boasted about how Drive South owed her family everything, calling her mom his lifesaver, and how he never refused any of her requests. It was ridiculous, but Professor Miller believed every word. Then Isla took her little jab at me, acting all sweet in front of the professor. She pretended to offer Drive South's help for my postgraduate recommendation, but then twisted it, making sure everyone knew I was the illegitimate daughter and a problem for her family. I told her not to bother. I never wanted to pursue postgrad anyway, no matter how much the professor hoped otherwise. But things took a turn when Poppy, my so-called mother, snapped. She slapped me. Hard. Right in front of Professor Miller. The sting on my cheek burned, but the coldness in my heart burned hotter. I could see it, the same old power play. Poppy and Isla both expected me to grovel, just like I used to when I was younger. But not anymore. Before Isla could enjoy her little victory, I struck back 2 hard slaps, one for each cheek. The shock on her face was priceless. Poppy rushed at me, yelling, but she stopped cold when she saw the look in my eyes. I knew I wasn't the scared little girl they remembered. I told her calmly but firmly if they tried to control me again, I'd make sure Isla paid twice the price for anything they did. My words were ice, and I meant every one of them. I turned to Professor Miller, the only person who had ever believed in me, and thanked him. I'll be back, I said, and with that, I left without looking back. The school entrance bustled with people, their faces full of life and vitality. Kira walked beside her electric scooter, her lonely presence standing out among the crowd. She licked the swollen corner of her mouth with her tongue, her voice raspy. Speak. The Horton family appears prestigious, but their inner strife has been intense over the years. The old man favors the eldest son's family, intending to hand over the family business to the first branch. As the youngest son, Lewis Horton has been constantly suppressed. A few years ago, the old man arranged several untrustworthy individuals for Lewis to marry. The conflict was heated to the breaking point, until Lewis announced he had married a woman from an ordinary family, stopping further marital arrangements. Well, his wife is quite interesting. She has never appeared in public or attended any Horton family banquets. So to sum it up, the truth is, B0XO.com Samuel intended to create suspense, but Kira had already come to a realization. Understood. Have you found out his schedule and contact information yet? Samuel was taken aback and awkwardly said, I'll send you his schedule for the next few days, but I was unable to find his private number. Kira calmly replied, Don't worry. I'll find him in person. It was normal not to be able to find the private number of someone with Lewis Horton's status. Samuel immediately became curious. He's usually surrounded by bodyguards and isn't easy to get close to. Do you plan to use force or? Let's stay low-key for now. Kira's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Besides, I'm a woman. I can't just force myself in. Samuel didn't know what to say. Horton Group headquarters was located in the city center of Oceanion, a massive iconic skyscraper that showcased the extravagant wealth of the Horton family. Kira tidied her courier uniform and walked in holding a delivery box, telling the receptionist, This is a package for Mr. Horton. He must sign for it personally. The receptionist called the secretary's office before granting her approval to go upstairs. Kira stepped into an exclusive elevator and arrived at the top floor, the 88th. Stepping out of the elevator, a vast open space came into view. More than 100 people worked in the secretary's department, all serving one person, Lewis Horton. Following the secretary who had come to receive her, Kira smoothly arrived at the president's office. Upon knocking, a pleasant voice came from inside. "Come in." Kira breathed a sigh of relief, just as she thought she would successfully meet Lewis Horton. A tall and thin figure suddenly blocked her path. Tom Davis, the assistant, scrutinized her. "Miss Olsen? Why are you here?" The woman harassed his boss at the Olsen family yesterday, but the boss tolerated her, and now she was shameless enough to impersonate a courier to disturb him. Tom's expression turned sour, and he called over 2 bodyguards. "What's happening? Can anyone come to the top floor without getting their identity checked? Get her out immediately." Kira's face remained calm. "What do you mean? Is Horton Group looking down on couriers?" Tom sneered. "Still trying to play the victim? We respect every job, but are you really a courier?" "Yes, I am." "Do you think I'll believe this nonsense? If you are a courier, do you have a work permit?" Kira almost laughed. "Of course, I do." Tom was baffled. His face froze for a moment. He then chuckled, thinking he had figured it out. "You probably just registered today, didn't you?" The work permit was opened, and the registration date was marked clearly. Tom was stunned. 8 years ago? Was she really a courier? "Is it prohibited to work and study at the same time?" Kira said lazily, addressing the person at the other side of the door. "Mr. Horton, are you ready to let me do my work now?" A steady voice came from inside the room. "Let her in." Kira gave Tom a provoking glance. He was about to burst with rage when she bypassed him and entered. Lewis's office was decorated in a simple yet luxurious style. The black, white, and gray color scheme imparted the room with a cold vibe. He sat behind his expansive desk, his black shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal a slender and muscular forearm. He had a pen in his hand. After signing the document in his hand, Lewis finally looked up, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. Kira pointed to the delivery form. "Mr. Horton, please sign here." Her fingers were fair and slender, with a light layer of calluses on the tips, but the strength they showed was beautiful. It was just like herself. She seemed frail yet always held her back straight. Lewis's eyes lingered on the swollen corner of her lips for a moment before he took the pen to sign. Just then, Kira suddenly spoke, her words shocking. "Mr. Horton, you're not married, are you?" He stopped writing and suddenly looked up. His chilly and penetrating gaze locked on her, and an intangible pressure overwhelmed her. Kira knew she was right. The Civil Affairs Bureau required individuals to fill out personal information for marriage registration. It was impossible to make a mistake. Lewis announced to the public that he was married, but he didn't know her at all. After Samuel's investigation, the only explanation was that Lewis created a non-existent wife to shrug off the family's constant harassment to get him married. He hadn't been to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he didn't know about their supposed marriage. Kira said seriously, "Mr. Horton, I know my words may sound absurd, but we truly are married." Lewis slowly sat straight with a hint of amusement on his face. "Miss Olsen, don't waste your energy. Even if I weren't married, I wouldn't marry you just to spite Jake." Kira paused momentarily. Did he know about her past with Jake Horton and believe she was targeting him to take revenge? Was that why he wouldn't believe her? Kira tried to explain. "My coming to you has nothing to do with Jake Horton. I'm here to ask you for a divorce. I'm not interested in your messy relationship." Lewis interrupted her, quickly signing the delivery form and handing it back. "Stop harassing me, or I won't be so polite." Kira started to lose patience. "Haven't you already done that? You've announced that you want me to disappear from Ocean Ion." Raising his brows, Lewis started. "When did I ever?" He was cut off by the sudden ringing of a phone call. It was the special ringtone designated for his grandmother. He picked it up immediately, and the voice at the other end of the line was that of the caregiver. "Mr. Horton, old Mrs. Horton has gone missing again." Lewis jumped to his feet and rushed toward the door. Kira wanted to follow him and clarify things further, but was stopped by Tom. "Miss Olsen, I suggest you stop here." Kira let out a sigh. Escorted out of the Horton Group, she returned home at an unhurried pace. Just as she was about to enter her home, She glanced back and saw the old lady she had encountered once before. She was trailing closely behind her. Kira was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to speak, the old lady suddenly grabbed her wrist. "My granddaughter-in-law, you won't leave me behind again." Kira decorated the place she rented in a neat and cozy way. She watched as the elderly woman sitting at the table drinking her third glass of water and said seriously, "I really am not your granddaughter-in-law." "Yes, you are." The old lady was very stubborn. She held her glass and gulped down another glass of water. Kira knew it was impossible to convince her, so she took out her phone and dialed that number from last time. The call was answered right away. "Hello?" Meanwhile, Lewis was leading a group of people searching for the old lady nearby. He seemed calm, but deep down, he was somewhat anxious. The moment the phone rang, he picked it up immediately. Then he heard his grandmother's vigorous voice. "Little brat, don't come pick me up. I'm with my granddaughter-in-law." Granddaughter-in-law. The phone number was that of the girl from last time. So his grandmother was with her again now? Lewis's face darkened as he asked, "Where are you?" "I won't tell you. Do you think I can't find you that way? I forbid you from looking for me or sending anyone after me." Lewis rubbed his forehead and asked the attending physician in a low voice, "Can we bring old Mrs. Horton back by force?" The doctor shook his head and replied in a low voice, "Old Mrs. Horton should not be subjected to any stress right now. It's best to go along with her intentions. Besides, that girl last time doesn't seem to be a bad person." Lewis clenched his jaw and coaxed softly into the phone. "Grandma, I have to deliver your medicine. Don't bother. I brought my medicine with me. Don't worry. Just wait while I bring my granddaughter-in-law home." After saying this, the old woman hung up. She gave the phone back to Kira. Done. Kira was speechless. What kind of irresponsible family members were they? How could they just leave the elderly woman with a stranger? Just as she was about to call back, her received a WhatsApp notification. Someone had sent her a friend request using her phone number. The message read, "Grandson of the old lady." Kira accepted the friend request and saved his name in her contacts as grandson. Grandson soon sent a message. "Could you please take care of my grandmother for a while? She hasn't been well recently and can't be stressed." Kira snorted and typed on her phone in an indifferent manner. "I can't. I don't run a charity." Before she could finish typing, she suddenly heard a noise coming from the kitchen. She quickly walked over to find the old lady boiling eggs. Kira casually asked, "Are you hungry? Some eggs won't be enough." "No." The old lady turned around. Her wrinkled face had a kind smile on it. "Sweetheart, applying an egg to your face can reduce swelling." Kira was stunned. Perhaps she hadn't noticed it herself. Since she was hit by her biological mother today, she seemed unaffected, but in fact, she had assumed a detached demeanor that distanced her from the world. The old lady's words just now touched Kira, and a hint of warmth appeared in her eyes. She pursed her lips, then looked back at her phone. She saw a new message on her phone. "You've received a transfer of $50,000 from grandson." Grandson wrote, "This is 1 week's living expenses. If it's not enough, just let me know." Kira looked at her input box, deleted the words she had just typed, and re-edited the message. Okay. She didn't understand why she was suddenly meddling in this matter. That man was too generous. That must be it. Olsen family home. Both of Isla's cheeks were swollen, and the marks from the slaps were clearly visible. Her eyes were red and swollen as she sat on the sofa in the living room, silently shedding tears. That's why she did this. "Don't cry. When your dad comes back, I'll have him teach her a lesson." Mrs. Olsen dragged herself downstairs despite her sickness. Her voice was weak, but her tone was firm. "Kira isn't that kind of person. You must have done something to upset her first." Isla clenched her fists and lowered her head to say in a wrong tone, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have accepted Jake's proposal. She likes Jake so much. She must have gone after Mr. Horton because of it." Mrs. Olsen's pale face looked rather unwell. How can that happen? Kira was very well-mannered when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so stubborn to move out of the house. Poppy said resentfully, "She must have been led astray after she moved out. She's heartless. Today, not only did she hit Isla, but she also tried to hit me, her own mother. Mrs. Olsen still wouldn't believe it. Isla's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "Mom, it's because we haven't cared enough about her over the years." These words reminded Poppy. "That's because she doesn't come home. Mrs. Olsen, you used to be so good to her, but she doesn't come to see you. She's such an ungrateful wretch. She doesn't remember your kindness. She's a cold-hearted person through and through." Mrs. Olsen was taken aback. She had always been unbiased towards Kira and had fed her by hand as she grew up, so she had feelings for Kira. When the child moved out, she told Kira she should come back to visit when she had time. However, after all these years, Kira hadn't come home once. Had the child really grown ungrateful after growing up? Isla saw Mrs. Olsen's hesitation and was satisfied. She changed the subject and said coyly, "Mom, can you invite Drive South to serve as a mentor at Ocean University?" Mrs. Olsen immediately refused sternly. "Isla, we can't take advantage of someone's kindness. Besides, Dr. South has done more than enough for our family business over the years." Isla wasn't surprised by her words and smiled. "Mom, that's not what I mean. Ocean University is the best university around here. Maybe Drive South wants to go there too? We could take the chance to help him build a relationship with the school, which would also be a way of repaying Dr. South for all his years of help." Mrs. Olsen found the argument reasonable and opened WhatsApp on her phone. "Then I'll ask him." Isla sat next to Mrs. Olsen and blinked. "Drive South has done so much for our family, and his debt has been repaid long ago. Shouldn't our family host a dinner in his honor? Wouldn't it be better to ask him in person then?" Dr. South has always been obliging to Mrs. Olsen. Isla believed that when he came, she could propose that she wanted to be his postgraduate student. Drive South would certainly not refuse. Mrs. Olsen was convinced and sent Drive South a message on WhatsApp. "South, do you have time to come by the house?" When Kira saw the message, her heart skipped a beat. Why would Mrs. Olsen suddenly ask to see her? Was it because her health was deteriorating? Thinking of Mrs. Olsen's cough, Kira got up. "I'm free. Should I come now?" Kira clenched her jaw, feeling utterly anxious. Just as she was about to leave, Mrs. Olsen sent her a WhatsApp message. "There's no rush. Are you working this Saturday? I'd like to buy you lunch." Only then did Kira understand that her concern had made her anxious. Lunch at the Olsens? A bitter smile crept onto her lips. 10 years ago, when she moved out of the Olsen residence, she went back the first weekend. She entered the backyard and watched through the glass window as Mrs. Olsen, Isla, and Taylor Olsen laughed and chatted. The joyous smile on Mrs. Olsen's face was one she'd never seen before. B0XO.com Poppy said, "Do you see that? Without you around, they are a real family of 3. If you really care about Mrs. Olsen, you shouldn't stay away from her." Eventually, Kira left quietly. She only returned on Mrs. Olsen's birthday each year, leaving a small gift at the doorstep. After so many years, it was probably time to see her again, right? Kira responded to the message. "I should be the one buying. Let's meet this Saturday at 6 p.m. See you there." She sent over the location of a restaurant. Visiting the Olsen house could cause unnecessary disputes. It would be better to meet outside, where she could have a quiet chat with Mrs. Olsen and check on her health. Mrs. Olsen said, "All right, see you then." After ending the chat with Mrs. Olsen, Kira saw several new messages from grandson. "As my grandmother ages, she's becoming more like a child with a hot temperament. You need a lot of patience. She has trouble sleeping. Her nights are restless. She needs to take 2 blue pills a day, one in the morning and one at night." There were 5 messages in total. The last one read, "The above is forwarded from our family doctor's instructions. I'm grateful for your help. If Granny doesn't feel well, please contact me immediately." Upon reading this, Kira quietly entered the bedroom and sent a short video to grandson. Not far down the street, 2 vehicles were parked discreetly. The first minivan was fully equipped and looked like a small suite. Lewis was dressed in a black suit and was sitting on the couch, working on his computer. Old Mrs. Horton's family doctor sat in the corner, his face stern, ready for any emergencies. Changing her environment could disrupt old Mrs. Horton's sleep, which was crucial for her frail body. Even slight negligence could risk her life. The car at the back was loaded with emergency equipment, ready to leap into action if something happened, as they were close to Mrs. Horton's location. Lewis was lost in these thoughts when his phone buzzed with a new WhatsApp message. Upon checking it, his usually impassive face looked a little surprised. The family doctor immediately asked, "Did something happen to Mrs. Horton?" Lewis pressed his lips together and showed him the video. It depicted old Mrs. Horton, sleeping soundly in a bed with a floral sheet. She was even snoring a little. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Usually, they would be grateful if Mrs. Horton could fall asleep before 1 in the morning. The family doctor looked astonished. Mrs. Horton behaves differently around this young lady. If she can always stay with Mrs. Horton, I believe Mrs. Horton's health will significantly improve. Having reached an advanced age, Mrs. Horton was physically weak, and sleep was a top priority. Lewis clenched his jaw, his eyes brooding. The next day, before setting out, Kira bid the old lady, who looked well-rested after a long night of sleep, farewell. "I've asked Samuel to keep you company. He'll be here soon." "Okay." The little old lady nodded obediently. "Granddaughter-in-law, where are you going?" "To meet someone." "Who are you going to meet?" "Do you have to go?" "Yes." If she didn't go to see Lewis Horton now, he would find out about their marriage when he goes to register his own marriage. But her company was waiting to go public, and Kira urgently needed the divorce. With a dramatic wave of her hand, the little old lady proclaimed, "Then I'll have my grandson help you schedule a meeting. My grandson has a great deal of influence." Kira smiled. "Granny, I'm afraid your grandson won't do." The Horton family was the wealthiest in Oceanion. Even though Granny's family was well off, could they possibly be wealthier than the Hortons? She rode her electric bike to the Horton Group. Lewis's schedule was quite monotonous. He was either working or commuting with no leisure time at all. Before Kira could say anything at the front desk, the receptionist said, "It's you again. Mr. Davis has made it clear. Mr. Horton isn't expecting any parcels today. You're not allowed upstairs." Kira replied, "I'm not here to deliver a parcel. The receptionist interrupted her impatiently. "Then do you have an appointment? Without one, you can't go up." As Kira was about to reply, she saw the receptionist's eyes light up. Her impatient expression vanished instantly as she warmly greeted the person behind Kira. "Miss Olsen? You're here." Frowning, Kira turned around to see Isla. With a gracious and composed demeanor, Isla gave the receptionist a gentle smile. "I'm here to see Jake." Her gaze swept over Kira as she added, "But I forgot to make an appointment." "Miss Olsen, what are you talking about? With your stature, when have you ever needed an appointment? Mr. Jake would be overjoyed to see you." The receptionist swiped her card to unlock the entrance. "Please come in." However, Isla turned to Kira, sighing reproachfully, "Kira, the Horton Group isn't a place anyone can just waltz into. If you want to pester Mr. Horton, don't make things difficult for the receptionist." Kira was perplexed. When had she ever made things difficult for the receptionist? However, the young lady at the receptionist's desk frowned. Mr. Davis merely said not to let this woman go upstairs, but didn't mention the reason why. Was it because of that? The receptionist showed a scornful expression, her face full of annoyance. Some people really don't know their place. Do they think their good looks can let them climb up the social ladder? They don't even know where they are. "Miss, could you keep your distance and stop disturbing my work, or I'll have to call security?" Kira lifted her eyebrow, planning to say something, but seeing the receptionist's look of disdain, she gave a sarcastic smile. "You're the one who won't let me go upstairs." Meanwhile, upstairs. After finishing an urgent document, Lewis picked up his phone and looked at the message from the neat iron at the top of his chat list. It was the woman's weird nickname on WhatsApp. He sent a message. "Hello, how is Granny today?" She replied quickly. "Everything was fine when I left the house." Lewis frowned. "Did you go to work?" "Iron deficient element, you could say that." Lewis looked displeased. She had left Granny alone at home? But since she wasn't his hired caregiver, he had no right to dictate that she only take care of his grandmother and not go anywhere else. Currently, he was the one who needed her help. Lewis thought for a moment. "Where are you now? I want to meet you and talk to you about Granny." Neat Iron didn't refuse and directly sent an address on WhatsApp. Upon seeing it, Lewis's eyes narrowed slightly. Wasn't it the address of the Horton Group's main entrance? He got up and headed downstairs. The receptionist personally escorted Isla to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Isla noticed that Kira hadn't left and was sitting on the couch in the lobby, obviously not intending to leave. How shameless. Isla glanced at the receptionist. You guys really have it tough. I will mention to Jake about giving you a raise. Joy appeared on the receptionist's face. Thank you, Miss Olsen. Please feel free to instruct me if you need anything. Isla sighed. My little sister is really stubborn. Please don't let her wait until Mr. Horton comes. After saying these words, Isla entered the elevator. B0XO.com as the elevator doors closed. She could see the receptionist walking toward Kira. The corner of Isla's mouth curved into a triumphant smile. Did Kira really think she would get Mr. Horton's attention just because of her good looks? How foolish. The world of the wealthy is ruled by interest, not by emotions. Jake had pursued Kira for 4 years and had been so in love with her. Still, he ended up proposing to Isla. All of this happened because Isla had what was needed to marry into the Horton family. The elevator quickly reached the 68th floor. When Isla entered the office, she had returned to her usual serene and gentle demeanor. Jake was in a suit and tie, his youthful naivety from school days replaced by a hint of sharpness. His gaze fell on her face, and he casually asked, "What happened to your face?" Isla lowered her gaze. "Kira hit me." Jake warned her, looking displeased. "I've told you before. Don't provoke her." Isla said, "It was my fault." She moved to Jake's side. "Jake, I heard your new project is about renewable energy?" Jake looked at her seriously. "Yes, if the Horton Group cannot come up with the latest technology, we'll be surpassed in the future." Isla smiled and said, "I made a dining arrangement with Drive South and my mother. Shall I ask Drive South to join your research and development team?" Jake's expression eased up. "That would be great." His attitude shifted. He draped his arm around Isla's waist, gently caressing her cheek. Indeed, Kira was so unruly. "Does it still hurt?" Isla lowered her eyelids, pretending to act shy. But inside, she was laughing coldly. With connections like Drive South, what could Kira use to compete with her? As for who Jake really loved, she didn't care. All she wanted was to marry into the Horton family and become Mrs. Jake Horton. Even if her real identity was revealed in the future, her wealth and status would be secured. In the lobby downstairs, Kira sent her address to grandson. The old lady was now living at her place, so it indeed made sense to clarify the responsibilities with the old lady's family ahead of time to avoid future trouble. She was about to arrange a meeting time with the person when her surroundings dimmed. The receptionist stood in front of her with 2 security guards and said arrogantly, "You cannot sit here. You're hindering my work. Please leave immediately." Kira's expression turned icy. The sofas in the lobby were for anyone to sit on as they pleased. Moreover, she wasn't making a sound. How could she be affecting the receptionist's work? Kira leaned back lazily. "If your work is so easily affected, perhaps you should find a private office." The receptionist stammered. Enraged, she ordered the security guards, "Kick her out immediately." Before the security guards could even move, the noisy lobby suddenly grew quiet. The doors of the CEO's private elevator slowly opened, and the reserved Lewis walked out alongside Tom Davis. He only glanced over and then looked around, seemingly searching for someone. Tom noticed the situation and walked over briskly. His brows were furrowed as he looked at Kira. "You again?" The receptionist wasted no time in playing the victim. "Mr. Davis, she said she had a parcel to deliver to Mr. Horton. I wouldn't let her, so she refuses to leave." Kira replied flatly, "I told you I wasn't delivering a parcel." The receptionist scoffed. "Mr. Davis, did you hear that?" She didn't even bother to pretend. She outright admitted she wanted to go upstairs to find someone. "Since I refused to let her go up, she's causing a ruckus here." Kira said nonchalantly, "Which regulation of Horton Group states that I cannot sit on this couch?" The receptionist was speechless. Tom impatiently told Kira, "Well, just sit here then. Anyway, the boss won't even pay you any attention." He turned to the receptionist and said, somewhat annoyed, The more pressing issue is that the air conditioning on the top floor is broken. The repairman said he had already arrived and was stopped by the front desk from going upstairs. Can you explain what's going on? The receptionist was taken aback. I haven't seen any repairman. Tom frowned. Really? The receptionist quickly nodded. I've been here the whole time, and moreover, the top floor isn't something I would take lightly. How could I possibly stop them? Tom took out his phone. I'll call them and see if they went to the wrong place. Before he could dial, he heard a lazy voice. They didn't. Tom was taken aback. Kira smiled. It's true. The receptionist didn't let me go upstairs. Tom Davis was baffled. The receptionist didn't know what to say. The two were both stunned. After a moment, Tom finally understood. You were that repairman? That can't be possible. A work permit was handed to him. The date on it was indeed 9 years ago. Tom couldn't believe it. Is this another one of your part-time jobs? Kira didn't deny it, her eyes moving toward Lewis Horton, who wasn't far away. I wasn't allowed to speak. They wanted to kick me out and even falsely accused me of causing a scene here. Mr. Horton, you have quite a high and mighty receptionist. The receptionist nervously looked at Lewis. Mr. Horton, Lewis was expressionless and said coldly, you're fired. The receptionist's face paled instantly, but she didn't dare to beg for forgiveness. Lewis then looked solemnly at Kira. Tom had investigated the woman. She moved out from the Olsen residence in middle school, and ever since then, she had been making her living by working. Yesterday, she was a delivery girl, and today, she was a repairwoman. How many jobs had she taken? Life was extremely difficult for her, yet her back was always upright. How could such a defiant woman degrade herself by persistently bothering him? Having thought about it, the slight admiration Lewis started to feel for her instantly disappeared, replaced by annoyance. Miss Olsen, are you satisfied now? Kira nodded, standing up. Mr. Horton, did you check with the Civil Affairs Bureau? Lewis didn't respond to her and only told Tom coldly, take her upstairs to work. And remember, I don't want to see her again. Kira was dumbfounded. Tom pulled at her arm. Miss Olsen, let's go. I would advise you to quit it. Even if you put a lot of effort in and finally get to enter the top floor, our boss still won't give you a second glance. Although she really was a delivery person and a repairwoman, was she really here at the Horton Group to work? Everyone knew the truth. Lewis no longer paid her any more attention. Taking out his phone, he called Need Iron on WhatsApp. At the same time, Kira's mobile phone rang. When Kira's mobile phone rang, Lewis was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Kira. Need Iron was her? Kira answered the phone, hello? But Lewis heard no sound in the receiver. He looked at his phone and found out that the line was busy. The voice call didn't get through. He was overthinking it. At that moment, several people in the lobby were on the phone. It was impossible to tell which one was her. B0xo.com just then. Need Iron sent a message. Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. Let's reschedule again. At the rooftop, Kira was answering Samuel's phone call while texting grandson. Samuel gloated, Boss, are you all right? It's been many years since you last did repair work, right? Kira said lightly, if you're free, help me find out Lewis's private number, so I don't have to stalk him over and over again. If she could get his number, she could call him every hour to remind him to check with the Civil Affairs Bureau. With so many phone calls, even if he didn't believe this absurd thing, he would check it out. Samuel immediately complained. How is it possible to find his private number? Don't you know that there is no information about him online? It took a lot of effort to find out his personal schedule. That's because you're useless. Kira hung up and saw Tom showing a contemptuous look. Miss Olsen, my boss's private phone number is confidential. Ordinary people can't get it. Kira teased him. Do you believe that one day, not only will I have your boss's phone number, but also his WhatsApp? Divorce procedures were a bit troublesome, and she would definitely be in contact more often with Lewis in the future. Tom snickered. What a daydream. As soon as Tom finished speaking, Kira's phone rang. Grandson sent a WhatsApp message. Call me anytime when you're free. 10 minutes later, Kira fixed the air conditioner. She clapped her hands together. The air conditioner's filter has been used for too long and accumulated dirt, which affected the cooling function. It's fine after I replaced it. Seeing how swiftly and easily she solved the problem, Tom didn't feel so hostile toward her anymore. To avoid her going after Mr. Horton again, Tom personally escorted her downstairs. At the entrance, he said meaningfully, "Miss Olsen, from now on there will be no sign delivery, and no electrical appliances will be damaged on the rooftop." Kira knew what he meant, but she just grinned. "Well, see you at noon." She turned around and left. Tom was perplexed. He didn't take her words to heart and returned to the rooftop. At noon, Lewis had a lunch meeting. He wasn't fond of socializing, but since he had returned to his home country, he needed to respect Kira's culture of feasting, even though such occasions weren't frequent. Tom accompanied him the entire time. They came to a private restaurant, and noticing the waiters and waitresses in uniform, Tom suddenly became more vigilant. Wasn't waitressing the most common part-time job chosen by students who wanted to work while studying? He looked around, observing almost all the waiters and waitresses. Only after not spotting Kira did he breathe a sigh of relief. But he quickly found his own actions laughable. Kira was already a delivery worker and a repair technician. How could she take up another job? How was it that she scared him like this with her simple words, "See you at noon"? Feeling relaxed, Tom entered the private room just as the food was served, and the head chef came to pay respect. "Everyone, are you satisfied with today's meal?" At the sound of the familiar female voice, Tom went stiff. He did a double take as if he had seen a ghost and saw Kira standing at the door with a chef's hat. A soft smile tugged on her lips as she introduced the day's dishes. Finally, she walked over to Lewis and whispered, "Mr. Horton, you should go check the Civil Affairs Bureau." Lewis was speechless. He clenched his jaw, a hint of consternation crossing his usually calm face. Tom was even more shocked as he stared at her. You're the chef? You also have a certification for that?" "Yup." Kira reached for her waist pocket to pull out her chef license, but she accidentally dropped 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 different work licenses. Tom swallowed hard. "You've got 5 part-time jobs?" Kira said. "No." Tom breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear her calmly say, "There are some that I didn't bring with me." Tom was shocked. Kira, with a smiling face, turned toward Lewis. "Mr. Horton, I can do any job. I don't think you would want me to keep bothering you. So why not check with the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Lewis's face remained taut. The woman had amorous eyes and always spoke as if she was flirting. She was attracting the attention of the rest of the people at the dinner table. Lewis's face darkened instantly, still ignoring Kira. He turned to Tom and said, "Go check it out." Kira rejoiced inwardly. Was this man finally persuaded by her? But then she heard his cold words. "Who leaked my schedule?" Tom took a step forward, again blocking Kira. "Miss Olsen, please leave immediately." When Kira was once again driven out of the private room, she sighed while standing outside. Why wouldn't this man just believe her? Despite her patience, she was getting a little annoyed at this point. She didn't leave and simply waited outside. When had she ever been treated like this before in recent years? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Kira took out her mobile phone, wanting to find someone to rant about, but found none in her WhatsApp contacts. She composed a post for her story. In the private room, everyone ate their meals while flattering Lewis. He was growing impatient with this, so he took out his mobile phone and pretended to be busy with something. He clicked into his story out of boredom and saw Need Iron posted something 2 minutes ago. "Don't be angry. One should be patient with little brats." Lewis was slightly taken aback. He immediately texted Need Iron. "How old are you exactly? You sound like you already have a grandson. He can't let an elderly woman take care of his grandmother." Need Iron replied with a. Need Iron wrote, "Are you talking about my story? I was cursing someone. Someone who never understands what I say." Lewis was speechless. Only then did he realize that he had made a fool of himself. So, he sent a message to hide his embarrassment. The brain is a daily necessity. That person might have taken it as a decoration. Need Iron said, "I like that. Keep it coming." Lewis pushed up his lips into an amused smirk. "Only human beings are worth our mockery. Ignore him." Need Iron said, "Since you're so articulate, I'll give Granny an extra meal tonight. Does she have any dietary restrictions?" Lewis wrote, "The doctor said to eat less sweet and spicy food, but anything else goes." Need Iron said, "No problem. Their chat always gave Louis the feeling of speaking to an old friend. It was very comforting. He suddenly asked, "Can I visit Granny tonight?" Neat Iron said, "Of course. You're always welcome." Afterward, she sent a detailed address complete with her room number. Louis took note of the address and replied, "Sure. Sorry for disturbing you." He had to bring a family doctor to check on his grandmother tonight, or else he would be worried. Neat Iron didn't reply again. He could tell she didn't like polite formalities. Louis quietly made note of her little quirk. "Mr. Horton, are you messaging Mrs. Horton?" Someone nearby teased him. "You can't hide the smile on your face." B0XO.com. The corner of Louis's lips tightened stiffly. He put away his phone and turned to the one who spoke. After Louis became the CEO of the Horton Group, the mysterious Mrs. Horton made people suspect if she even existed. So, he didn't deny it. The person took his silence as admission and flattered him. "Mr. Horton, you really are upright and devoted to Mrs. Horton. You were unmoved even by the attractive chef just now. You are a role model for us all." With this, others chimed in. "We're very curious about Mrs. Horton. What sort of person could capture Mr. Horton's heart? Old Mrs. Horton must be pleased with her, right?" Everyone knew vaguely that Louis didn't get on well with the Horton family except for old Mrs. Horton. Louis lowered his gaze and simply replied, "Well, yes. Granny quite likes her." Outside, bored out of her mind, Kira was waiting when a familiar voice rang out. "Kira." She turned to face a familiar, handsome face. Jake, wearing a black suit, was known for his gentle and caring demeanor, but now he was looking at her with a stormy expression. "So you're here." Kira bit her lip. During her university years, she was always on her own. She was a loner. Jake was outgoing and cheerful and often stayed with her, making him her only friend. But their statuses now made their relationship awkward. She hesitated. "Is there something you need?" Jake sneered coldly. "Isla informed me about your background. Why did you keep it from me? I despise mistresses and love children the most, yet I courted you, an outsider like that, for 4 years. Was it fun?" A pain, like someone clutching her heart tightly, swept over Kira. She had always wondered why Jake, who had promised her a surprise at the graduation ceremony, had proposed to Isla instead. So, this was why. His parents weren't in a harmonious relationship, and apparently, he had a stepsister who was an illegitimate child. Just by revealing her true identity, Isla was able to shatter 4 years of friendship. Kira took a step back from him, widening the distance between them. However, Jake took a step forward and challenged her. "Don't you have any explanation for me?" "An explanation for what? Why was she an illegitimate child?" Kira scoffed. "No." She turned to leave. If their paths diverge, don't force it. If he looked down on her background, she was better off not having him as a friend. Her determined expression irritated Jake. As he watched her walk further from him, a sudden panic seized him, and he grabbed her by the arm. "You can't leave." Kira looked back at him. "Is there something else?" Jake looked tense. He felt that Kira's distant, cold demeanor was ruthless. His anger flared up, mixed with a strange feeling of resentment. He was the one who let go first. So why did it still feel as though he was the one being abandoned? He mocked her. "You're still working here, which means you are yet to find formal employment. How about working as my assistant? You've done it before." Kira pulled away from his grasp, coldly rejecting him. "I'm afraid I can't handle that." Jake, however, insisted. "There's no need for you to do anything. I have an apartment near the company. You only need to live there and take care of my daily needs. I'll pay you $1,000 a month. Is that enough?" Kira's gaze turned frosty, her tone like ice. "So, you want me to become your mistress?" Jake laughed coldly. "You could definitely handle that, considering your mother was a mistress. You've seen it firsthand, so it's in your blood. I trust you to be professional." Slap. Kira slapped him right across the face. "Jake, enough is enough." Jake was taken aback by the slap, but he laughed. His gaze turning shaded, he warned her. "Kira, believe it or not, if I don't want you, no one in Oceanion will dare want you. You won't be able to find a job or a husband. You'd only end up as a plaything for others. If that's the case, why not choose me? At least, I might be a little more caring because we are old classmates. I'll give you time to consider. If you change your mind, call me anytime. You have my number." Leaving these words, Jake walked off. Kira gave a self-deprecating smile. When she turned around, she saw Louis standing in the doorway of his private room. Louis didn't like social engagements. Finally finding an excuse, he intended to leave with Tom but didn't expect to witness the scene in the hallway on his way out. His gaze was perspicuous, revealing no emotion. Tom clicked his tongue sympathetically at Kira. "I was wondering why you didn't find a steady job after graduating from college and continued working multiple part-time jobs. So, is this all because of Jake?" Kira was dumbfounded. Tom sighed again. "You are hounding Mr. Horton because you have no choice, right? After all, there's hardly anyone who dares defy the Horton family in Ocean Ion." Kira's amorous eyes narrowed, and she didn't refute his claim. They were getting along after 2 days for the first time. Tom pitifully said, "Boss, why don't we help her out a little? She seems pitiful." Kira felt a glimmer of hope. "Exactly. Help the pitiful child, and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedure." Her company was still waiting to go public. But as soon as she had these thoughts, she heard Louis say coldly, "Why should I make Jake unhappy for an irrelevant person?" He walked past Kira. She was pitiful? Though the girl looked naive, there was a suppressed cunningness and joy in her eyes. There was no pitifulness at all. She was more offensive than pitiful. Moreover, since she managed to get his personal schedule, it proved that she was quite crafty. The corridor quickly became silent again. Kira stood in place, feeling that Louis was cold-hearted. Oh, well, grandson was right. She should be angry at people, not him. Kira ventured outside the restaurant, slowly making her way back home on her electric bicycle. She had an elderly at home to look after and couldn't stay out for long. She would try to find him again tomorrow. That night, Louis left work on time and arrived at an old district on the outskirts of the city. He held a bag of fruit in his hand, found the address on WhatsApp, and knocked on the door. The familiar voice of his grandmother soon came from inside. "Coming." The door to the room was open. Louis looked at old Mrs. Horton and found her complexion healthy. After that, he took a careful look around. The room was neat and clean, and the small 2-bedroom apartment was very cozy. The table was set with 4 dishes of light, nutritious, and well-balanced food which was suitable for the elderly. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Was someone taking a shower? There was a frosted glass door, where a graceful silhouette of a young woman could be faintly seen. Louis recoiled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. B0XO.com. The family doctor wanted to enter the room but was stopped by him. Louis steered sideways to block the doctor's view. "Give me the equipment and wait in the car." The family doctor nodded and left, thoughtfully closing the door. Louis quickly measured old Mrs. Horton's blood pressure, blood sugar, and heart rate. Perhaps it was because she had had a good sleep the night before. All the readings were incredibly healthy. The old lady said proudly, "My granddaughter-in-law takes really good care of me." Seeing is believing, and Louis was at last relieved. His gaze moved to the direction of the bathroom again, then he quickly collected his equipment. "Since you are all right, I'll leave now." The old lady was startled. "Aren't you going to have dinner here? The food made by my granddaughter-in-law is delicious. It's not very appropriate for me to stay." Louis put down the medical equipment. "I'll leave it here." The old lady thought for a while. "Take it. My granddaughter-in-law won't know how to use it. I don't want Dr. Frank to come here. I want you to come to check on me every day." She thought that if her grandson came over every day, wouldn't that mean he could see his wife every day? After nurturing some feelings between them, they could end their separation status. The old lady believed that she might have the prospect of having a great-grandson. Just when Louis wanted to say something, the sound of running water suddenly stopped in the bathroom. He stood up quickly, grabbed his medical box, and hurriedly left. "I need to go. Come again tomorrow." "All right." The moment he shut the door, Kira, with fully dressed clothes and newly washed hair, came out from the bathroom. "Hey, where's your grandson?" He left, saying it's not very appropriate. He's too reserved and often has a straight face. Granddaughter-in-law, is it because of this that you don't like him? He can change. I am not your granddaughter-in-law. You are. Kira gave up. Having been living together for a couple of days, she found that old Mrs. Horton was very kind and let her do anything she wanted, but the old lady was particularly stubborn on this matter. She dried her hair and dined with old Mrs. Horton. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Kira lit up the calming incense, and old Mrs. Horton obediently lay down in bed and quickly fell asleep. Kira dutifully sent a video to grandson. The other party quickly replied, "Grandma is very healthy, thanks." Kira said, "You're welcome." Grandson said, "How did it go with that little brat today? Do you need help?" Kira understood that he was referring to the matter she posted in her story. She smiled and replied, "That won't be necessary." Lewis was in the RV when he saw this reply, and his stern face softened a little. This young woman didn't know his identity but simply agreed to take care of his grandmother, and she did her best. She also didn't take advantage of his gratitude by asking him for help. She wasn't like Kira, who barely knew him, yet she relentlessly pestered and exploited him to intimidate Jake. The difference between the two was clear. Lewis sent a message. "I owe you a favor. Feel free to ask me for help in the future." Kira didn't take his words to heart. The only help she needed at the moment was a divorce, and only Lewis could give her that. Grandson couldn't help. The following morning, Kira took the old lady to the largest luxury mall in Oceanion to shop for clothes. The old lady's grandson was generous, and she was obviously from a rich family. Kira couldn't let her feel that she was mistreated. As expected, once she entered the shop, the old lady seemed very familiar with it. Old Mrs. Horton loves clothes from a certain brand, and the brand manager would send the latest styles to her each quarter so that she could make her selections in advance. It was the first time that she shopped in the store, and she found the experience very novel. Not too far away, Isla leaned on Taylor's arm and spoke affectionately, "Dad, you are so busy. You really don't need to take me out shopping." Taylor smiled indulgently. "Tonight is your first time visiting the Horton family. Gifts to the elders can't be overlooked, especially the old lady." Isla asked, "The grandma is said to be 87 years old. Why does the Horton family value her so much?" Taylor lowered his voice. "The first branch of the Horton family and Lewis have always been secretly competing for control of the family. Old Mrs. Horton has 20% of the shares. If you can win her over, your position in the Horton family will be secure." Isla immediately asked, "Does the old lady have any preferences?" Taylor remembered the old lady he had seen from a distance 2 years ago and said, "She has dementia and is a bit moody, but she adores Hermes clothes. You can try to please her in that regard. Even if you can't get her to like you, never let her dislike you." Isla nodded immediately. The two of them entered Hermes. Taylor sat on the sofa, while Isla began her shopping spree. When she came to the changing room area, she noticed Kira and an old lady. The old lady walked out of the fitting room. "Granddaughter-in-law, what do you think of this?" "Granddaughter-in-law? Is this old lady the grandmother of her hooligan husband?" Isla sneered, seeing Kira shaking her head. Old Mrs. Horton tried on another one, but Kira shook her head again. Old Mrs. Horton sighed. "Why don't the clothes look nice?" Disdain flashed on Isla's face. "Not nice?" It was obvious that they couldn't afford it. She walked over. "Kira, what a coincidence. Is this your husband's grandmother?" Kira's face darkened, and she ignored Isla. Isla looked at the old lady again. "Hello, Grandma. Have you never bought clothes from this brand before? Every piece of clothing here is very expensive and requires a certain level of style. It's not suitable for ordinary people." Old Mrs. Horton was furious and clutched her chest. "Are you saying I'm not stylish? How can you be so impolite?" Kira quickly held old Mrs. Horton's arm, fearing that she might become angry. Isla continued, "Kira, your grandma is more suited for wholesale markets, better value for money. Get lost." Kira spoke sharply. The commotion here caught Taylor's attention. He walked over. "What's happening?" Isla played the victim. "Dad, Kira, and her husband's grandmother were trying on many clothes without buying them, so I made a little suggestion." Understanding what she meant, Taylor frowned at Kira. Then, he recognized the old lady that Kira was supporting and was immediately shocked. Old Mrs. Horton? The nearly 90-year-old woman's skin was loose and saggy. Her once youthful features were no longer distinguishable. She lay with her wizened hand on her chest as though she could drop dead at any moment. Taylor thought he was overthinking things. A person of old Mrs. Horton's status would surely never step into a shop like this. Worried that Isla might cause trouble with the old woman, he said to Kira sternly, enough. Your sister only wants what's best for you. Isn't making such a fuss and causing a scene here embarrassing for you? The old lady immediately turned to Kira. Dear, is this your father? Kira averted her eyes. The term father was foreign to her, and her feelings toward him were complicated. B0XO.com as a child in the Olsen family, Poppy Hill wouldn't let her get near Taylor. The tiny child she once was used to hide in corners, stealing glances at him from afar. She watched him beam at Isla, swinging her around in his arms. His towering figure seemed godlike to her. So, during those countless days and nights when Poppy beat her and didn't even allow her to eat, she often daydreamed that her father might swoop down to rescue her from the misery, just once. But he never did. He never showed any concern for her. Even on the few occasions that they ran into each other, he only reminded her to listen to your mother. The Olsen family dynamics were weird. Everyone seemed resigned to Poppy's presence, but except for Mrs. Olsen, no one could accept Kira at all. Kira didn't respond to the old lady. She turned her attention back to a few dresses she had just tried on, picked out the best of a bad bunch, and handed it to the sales associate, ready to pay and leave. Seeing this, Taylor said, I know you're broke. Let me pay for this dress. Consider it a present for my mother-in-law. But Isla suddenly chimed in. Dad, I've just gone around the store. This dress is the best for a gift. A sales associate standing nearby immediately said with a smile, Miss, you have excellent taste. This dress is pure handmade embroidery. It's one of a kind in all of Oceania. Why don't you consider something else? Upon hearing this, Taylor's eyes lit up. Let's choose this one. He turned to Kira. This dress is for your sister. You can pick another one. Kira's eyes flashed with an indiscernible emotion. Why should I? Your sister is going to visit the Hortons, and this is a gift for old Mrs. Horton, so I have to give it to her? Taylor scolded Kira. Can't your husband's grandmother just wear something else? Is she more important than old Mrs. Horton? Kira remained resolute. I'll take this dress. Can't you be mature for once? Must you compete with your sister? Kira felt it laughable. How did a dress that she had her eyes on first become a matter of her fighting with Isla over it? Taylor continued. How about this? I'll give you $30,000 for the dress, which is worth $1,000. Consider it as part of your dowry. Isla chimed in with a feigned kind-hearted voice. Kira, you haven't found a job after graduation. You better take Dad's offer quickly. Don't miss out on such a good deal just because you're angry with me. In the end, Taylor threatened Kira. If you insist on getting this dress, I'm not going to pay for you. True to his seasoned businessman form, he had resorted to threats and bribes to buy Isla a dress. What a good father he was. Kira had no desire to continue arguing with them. She was about to pay for the dress with her debit card when the old lady who had been silent until now suddenly held her hand back. Dear, I don't want this dress. It's not nice. Kira looked at her. Grandma, none of the others suit you either. The old lady was stubborn. Well, in that case, I don't want any of them. She had already bought all the suitable clothes for this season. All that was left in the store were the ones she didn't want. How could there be any good ones? Also, according to their conversation, was her granddaughter's sister planning to gift this dress to old Mrs. Horton? Old Mrs. Horton, that sounded familiar. Who was she again? The old lady was a bit foggy. Seeing this, Kira didn't insist. She assured the old woman, then let's not buy it. Only then did Taylor look satisfied. If only you had been so sensible earlier, it would have saved us all that talk. Next time, if you can't afford it, don't go into stores like this. You wouldn't want to embarrass the Olsen family if you get spotted by acquaintances. Isla gave a dismissive laugh. Just moments ago, she was all sugar and spice with the elderly woman. Now she was showing her true colors. She couldn't afford the dress in the first place. Isla had the store employee pack up the dress and then turned to Kira. Thank you for giving in to me. Once I marry into the Horton family, I'll help you and your husband find a good job. Kira didn't pay her any mind. She was ready to leave with the old lady. Wait. Taylor intercepted her, offering a check. Here's the $30,000 I promised you as your dowry. It should help with your living expenses. Kira was taken aback. There's no need. Do you think it's too little? The Olsen company belongs to Isla's mother, and it'll be left to Isla in the future. This is the most I can give you. Taylor handed out the check as if he was doing charity. With this 30,000, you and your husband could open a small stall to make a living. In the future, just live a simple life. And don't hope for things that aren't meant for you. Kira initially thought Taylor might have a shred of fatherly love for her, but now she only saw the scorn. What isn't meant for me? Taylor warned her. If you bring disaster upon yourself, don't involve the Olsen family. Today, the store staff didn't dare to offend such an old lady. That's why they didn't make a fuss over you. But if you offend Mr. Horton, it won't simply be defused by the old woman playing hardball. Kira finally gave up on him. Rest assured, I have nothing to do with the Olsen family anymore. She left without looking back. As they were leaving, the old lady held Kira's hand. Dear, your father and your sister are really wicked. From now on, my grandson will have your back, and make sure no one looks down on you. A warmth spread in Kira's chest. All right, the old lady grumbled again. Give that ugly dress to that old Mrs. Horton they mentioned. I don't want it. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. She answered, and a man's voice came over the other end. Mom, you should come home with Louis tonight. Jake's fiancée is coming home for the first time to meet the family. The old lady was taken aback. Something that had been foggy in her mind suddenly became clear. In a flash, she remembered who she was. Horton. Thinking back to the mockery and contempt she had just suffered, the old lady immediately growled, You bet I will go home. She hung up the phone and then sent a voice message over WhatsApp to Louis Horton. Dear grandson, I've just been mistreated. You must come home tonight and stand up for me. After she sent the message, the old lady turned to Kira and whispered, Dear, I finally remember what my grandson's name is. Kira asked, What's his name? She was quite curious about who this grandson was. Given the wide range of her work, there was a chance they had met. The old lady gestured her over. Kira bent down, moved closer, and then heard what the old lady said. I'll only tell you. You mustn't tell anybody else. Okay. The old lady cleared her throat. His nickname is Puppy. Kira was dumbfounded. B0xo.com, the old lady explained. My grandson was born in the year of the dog. He was only a little over 2 pounds at birth. The doctor said he wouldn't live long, so I gave him this name, hoping it would bring him good luck. Kira's mouth twitched, barely holding back her laughter. From the old lady's words, it was clear that her grandson was at least the CEO of a company. Did his subordinates even know he was called Puppy? Just as she was about to ask his real name, the old lady started speaking again. Granddaughter-in-law, the clothes here aren't good. Would you accompany me home to get a few more this evening? Kira had just heard the old lady's voice message to grandson, so she knew he would be home too. Since they had agreed to meet, she didn't decline. Okay. After finding a nice place to have lunch, Kira was planning to send the old lady home to rest and then go to see Louis Horton. But the old lady said, I'm not tired at all. I'll go to work with you. When you finish work, you can go home with me. She seemed to be afraid that Kira might regret it and not go home with her. Such an old baby. Kira agreed in resignation. They arrived at the site of a charity donation event organized by the government. Kira arranged for the old lady to go to the resting room and then, with her press ID in hand, took her seat in the hall. Today, Louis Horton would be representing the Horton Group in making a donation. She sat right in the middle of the front row in a perfect position to be seen by him. She even talked to the organizers so that she would be picked to ask a question later. In front of all the people, she was planning to hint to Louis Horton that he should check his marriage status at the Bureau of Civil Affairs. Upon hearing the hint, Louis wouldn't look too happy. Kira imagined a wonderful scene. The activity began, and soon the host mentioned the name of Horton Group. Kira was excited and was waiting for Louis Horton, but she saw Tom Davis on the stage. Tom gave Kira a meaningful glance. I'm sorry, but Mr. Horton had something else come up today. However, the donation from Horton Group must still be delivered as planned. Kira's smile froze on her face. She took out her phone and saw a message that Samuel sent her 5 minutes ago. Boss, all of Louis Horton's recent schedules have been temporarily changed. What a cunning man. But it likely wasn't because of her. After all, in Lewis Horton's eyes, she was someone he could easily ignore. It was likely that he had discovered his schedule had been leaked and had to change it temporarily for safety reasons. Who was he attempting to avoid? Kira continued her interview. In the end, she handed over the equipment and interview materials to a colleague from the same newspaper and let them leave first. She went to the resting room to fetch the old lady and then went to a car manufacturing factory. This was a branch of the Horton Group. While Lewis could cancel the rest of his schedule, this kind of grassroots factory inspection had already been prepared by the factory, so he couldn't just change it on a whim. That would be disrespectful to so many workers. Sure enough, after Kira and the old lady waited in the coffee shop outside the factory for a while, they saw the low-key black Bentley drive into the factory gate. Kira asked the coffee shop staff to look after the old lady while she walked to the factory. She showed her temporary worker ID to the gatehouse. The gatekeeper glanced at it and then said, "I'm sorry, but Mr. Davis ordered that during Mr. Horton's inspection, all delivery men, maintenance workers, as well as interns and temporary employees, are not allowed to enter." Kira knew it would be like this. Tom was really going out of his way to stop her from seeing Lewis Horton. Kira smirked, then handed over another work badge. Seeing it, the gatekeeper immediately stood upright and looked at her with admiration. "Please come in." Kira took back the work badge and casually went into the gate. She quickly found Lewis Horton. The man was inspecting the workshop under the guidance of the factory head. All the workers were outside the door, and the entrance was guarded by bodyguards, making it impossible to get in. Kira could only look at him through the glass window from a distance. The man was dressed in a suit, and his handsome face and luxurious demeanor contrasted sharply with the dark, cold machinery around him, creating a visual feast. He was listening intently to the factory head, occasionally interjecting, which left the factory head amazed. 3 to 5 minutes later, the factory head was thoroughly impressed with this new CEO. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense something, turned his head slowly, and met eyes with Kira. Kira waved at him, but Lewis Horton frowned and looked away. At this moment, Tom stepped forward and pulled down all the blinds, cutting off all sight. Kira was speechless. Once again, she was escorted out of the factory by the bodyguards, and Tom scolded the gatekeeper at the gate. "Didn't I say that interns and temporary workers were not allowed in?" The gatekeeper stammered, "But she's not an ordinary temporary worker, she?" Tom scoffed and interrupted the gatekeeper. "She's indeed extraordinary. After all, how could an ordinary person hold so many jobs?" Tom was extremely annoyed. He said angrily to Kira, "Miss Olsen, our boss didn't want to stoop to your level before, but you just wouldn't take the hint. You've bothered him over and over again. If you dare to show up in front of him again, we will report you for harassment." Kira sighed, "If you don't want me to continue bothering you, just go to the Bureau of Civil Affairs and check whether Mr. Horton and I are married. Why won't you believe me?" Tom sneered, "In our country, all formalities must be completed for a marriage certificate. And there's no way a certificate will be issued when the parties involved aren't present. Your lies are absurd and ridiculous. Only a fool would believe such nonsense." Kira now knew that this argument was futile. She shrugged and said helplessly, "Then I guess I'll just have to keep bothering you." Tom sneered, "Do you really think you can see our boss whenever you want? If you ever see him again, that would mean I've failed as an assistant. If that happens, I'll eat excrement live on broadcast." Kira didn't say anything else and turned to leave. It seemed that tomorrow she really had to resort to drastic measures. After picking up the old lady, Kira sent a WhatsApp message to grandson. "Granny wants to go home to get some clothes. What's your address?" Grandson quickly sent a location. He sent another message. "I'll be done soon. Where are you? I'll pick you up." Kira opened the location and was shocked when she saw it. No, One Manor. Wasn't that the Horton family's residence? House One Manor of Oceanion was quite legendary. It sat halfway up a hill with the whole community sprawling across 3,000 acres, and Horton's old house bathed in over 2,000 acres. The rest were a few dozen small villas that dotted around the Horton property. It was the most famous rich district in Oceanion. Kira assumed the elderly lady lived in one of those small villas. It never crossed her mind that this could be the Horton house. She replied to a message. "That's all right. We're already in a taxi." The elderly lady looked tired and was dozing off as soon as she got into the car. B0XO.com. The taxi wended its way on a broad and well-maintained mountain road before entering House 1 Manor and dropped them at the location specified by the GPS. Kira looked up at a grandeur black gate, which was carved with antique patterns, and hesitated. "Grandma, is this your home?" The elderly lady, still half asleep, looked dazed. "Granddaughter-in-law, I can't remember." Kira was speechless. She messaged grandson. "I think we might have taken the wrong turn." Grandson replied, "Stay put. I'll be right there." As they drove in, Kira noticed that even the nearest house was a 5-minute drive away. It wasn't wise to wander around. She helped the elderly lady to a stone bench nearby to sit. Suddenly, a BMW X7 pulled up in front of them. Isla and Poppy got out of the back seat and marched toward them. Poppy's brows furrowed in anger, and she cried out, "Kira, it really is you. What are you doing here?" She was here today as Isla's nanny. She spotted a young woman lingering in front of Horton's house from afar, never expecting it to be Kira. Isla glanced at the tightly closed gate of the Horton house. "Kira, are you back to pestering Mr. Horton?" At that, Poppy rebuked fiercely. "You witch, don't you know what the occasion is? Leave immediately. If you ruin Isla's family reunion, you'll regret it." Kira was really sick of them. But the elderly woman was there, and she didn't want a conflict, so she swallowed her impatience and tried to explain. "I'm here to take the old lady home. We just took the wrong turn." Isla responded instinctively, "Isn't this your husband's grandma? She can't possibly live in this community." Kira retorted sarcastically, "Why can't she? Did your family build this community?" Isla was speechless, but Poppy sneered. "What are you pretending for? Can your poor husband's grandma afford a house here?" She then turned to the elderly woman. "Old thing, tell me, which villa do you live in?" Just as Kira was about to say something, the elderly woman suddenly stood up. "I remembered. I live here. Granddaughter-in-law, let's go home." She grabbed Kira's hand and began to head toward the grand gate of the Horton house. The gate was still 100 meters away, but they only took a few steps when Isla spoke. "Kira, after all that, you're using the old lady as an excuse to get into the Horton house, aren't you?" Kira paused and fixed her gaze ahead of her. The Horton house? Even though she had a vague suspicion upon seeing the grandeur gate. But how could she possibly connect the polite grandson from WhatsApp with the ruthless Lewis? Maybe the old woman remembered wrong? Just as she was about to double-check, Poppy lunged over, reaching out to grab the old woman. "You shameless old hag. How dare you try to get in with this excuse? I won't let you create chaos in the Horton house." Kira was taken aback. She managed to shield the elderly woman, and with one hand grabbing Poppy, she pushed her away forcefully, shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" The elderly lady was old and frail, and could not stand any form of rough action. Poppy staggered backward from the force of the push. Once she regained her balance, she cursed Kira. "You ungrateful wretch, to think that you would hurt your own mother for this old woman. I'll call the police and have you charged with unfilial conduct." Kira ignored her, but the elderly woman retorted instantly, "My granddaughter-in-law is not unfilial. You're lying." Poppy chuckled. "Old hag, you must be really desperate to allow your granddaughter-in-law to be with another man, aren't you? Is it because she gives you a cut? Or is your family just naturally into this kind of stuff?" "Shut up," Kira blurted out, hurriedly checking the old lady. Never having been insulted like this, the elderly woman was visibly shaken. She clutched at her chest, her body beginning to shake uncontrollably, and she collapsed to the ground. Kira quickly helped her up. "Grandma, what's wrong?" The elderly lady was gasping for breath and couldn't form a single word. Kira immediately took out the nitroglycerin from her pocket, but upon opening the bottle, she realized that it was empty. Her pupils contracted. The elderly lady was weak. CPR wouldn't be suitable unless absolutely necessary. It would be best to give her medication. She cast a dire look at the grand gate. The Horton house must have medication. Even if the elderly lady wasn't part of the Horton family, they were neighbors, and they wouldn't just stand by and let her die, would they? Carrying the old lady in her arms, Kira comforted her. "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll take you inside to get some medicine. But Isla grabbed her arm forcefully. Kira, stop it. It was tolerable when you acted pitiful to buy clothes. But how could you deliberately provoke the Horton family? They won't let you in. She looked over at the elderly woman, an unsettling gleam in her eyes. The old woman looked pretty sick and seemed to be about to pass away any moment. If she were to die, Kira's husband would surely blame her. After that, Kira wouldn't dare to mess with other men. At this moment, Kira felt like she was about to explode in frustration. Her beautiful eyes were filled with towering rage, and she lifted her foot to kick Isla. Get lost. Her voice was hoarse with anger. But the next moment, her leg was tightly hugged by someone. Poppy was sitting on the ground, her arms wrapped tightly around Kira's legs with no regard for her image. You think you're the only one who can deliberately provoke others? You're wrong. I'm also dying. I've been beaten up by my own daughter. My chest hurts so bad, I can't take it anymore. Even if I'm going to die today, I won't let this old hag deliberately provoke the Horton family. Kira was so incensed that she was trembling all over, her eyes darkening. She kicked Poppy off and rammed her elbow into Isla's stomach, then strode forward. Isla bent over in pain, breaking into a cold sweat. Ignoring her own aches and pains, Poppy once again lunged at Kira, latching onto her legs and yelling hysterically, "Help! She's trying to murder me." Being cautious of the elderly woman in her arms, Kira found herself unable to shake Poppy off. Just as things started to escalate, a black Bentley slowly made its way over. Lewis got out of the car, demanding sharply, "What the Hades are you doing?" Isla immediately said, "Mr. Horton, it's Kira. She's trying to force her way into the Horton family house with a dying old woman. I tried to stop her but..." Hearing this, Kira slowly turned around. Upon seeing the elderly woman in her arms, Lewis's pupils contracted. The elderly woman in Kira's arms was looking pale, with her arms hanging limply. At the sight, Lewis wasted no time and strode toward them. Though he appeared calm, he was filled with anxiety. The elderly woman was the one person he was closest to in this world. Over the past few years, her health had been deteriorating. Their family doctor had even hinted to old Mrs. Horton that she might not make it through the year. He couldn't lose her. B0XO.com. When Kira saw him approaching, she drew her own conclusions. However, it wasn't the right time to discuss it. She quickly blurted out, "Granny just had a heart attack. She has used all her nitroglycerin pills and urgently needs medication." After a pause, she added, "She'll be okay once she gets the medicine." Lewis nervously pressed his lips together. He reached out to take the elderly woman from Kira and darted into the Horton family home without looking back. Kira didn't follow inside. Her leg was still being held by Poppy. Isla watched Lewis from behind with uncertainty. A strong feeling of unease stirred her. Is that really old Mrs. Horton? How could old Mrs. Horton be with Kira? That woman is the grandmother of Kira's husband. Poppy released Kira and stood up, dusting off her clothes as she said, "Mr. Horton looks so worried. He's probably afraid of causing a real disaster. If someone were to die here, the Horton family won't look good when word gets out." She shot Kira a spiteful glare. She's banking on this to rush into the Horton house while carrying that decrepit old woman, isn't she? Isla frowned. It could be. Kira's punk husband couldn't possibly be Lewis, right? She was probably overthinking. Just then, the front door of the Horton house opened, and Jake stepped out. Isla's eyes lit up as she said playfully, "Jake, you could have just waited for me at the parking lot. Why did you come all the way to the front door?" Jake was clearly irritated. Isla had texted him that she was almost there, but carrying too many gifts, and asked him to come pick her up. He waited in the parking lot for a long time, and when she didn't show up, he came out to check. His eyes fell on Kira, and he paused mid-step. But in the next moment, his previous impatience melted away, replaced by a softness. He said gently to Isla, "Well, it's your first visit. I was afraid you might get lost." Isla ran to him excitedly and grabbed his arm as if staking her claim. She cooed to him, "Jake, you're so nice." Testing the waters, she asked, "Is old Mrs. Horton at home?" "Yes." "Has she been home all day? Did she go out at all?" "Well, She has not been well for a while and has mostly been resting at home. Old Mrs. Horton lived on her own in a separate courtyard and didn't like being disturbed. Jake's words sounded casual, but Isla mistook them for truth and was instantly relieved. Jake unabashedly eyed Kira. He didn't miss a single change in her expression, trying to find some hint of jealousy, envy, or resentment. But there was none, not a trace. A sullen look gradually cast over his face. Kira was more worried about the old lady's health and paid no attention to the couple's display of affection. At this point, she was reasonably sure that the grandson she chatted with was Louis. She looked at the imposing gate, wondering if she would be stopped if she tried to enter now. Suddenly, her view was obscured. Jake stood in front of her, bluntly asking, "Kira, are you here to see me because you've had a change of heart?" Kira was dumbfounded. With a cold laugh, Jake spat out words filled with venom. "If you had given in, a phone call would have been enough. Who allowed you to come to the Horton house? Do you think you, an illegitimate daughter, even deserve to set foot here?" Kira pressed her lips together. Jake softened at her stubbornness. "If you want to have a look inside, I can." Before he could finish his sentence, Isla cut him off. "Jake, you've misunderstood. Kira is waiting for her husband's grandmother. The old lady just had a sudden heart attack, and Mr. Horton rushed her inside for emergency treatment." Jake was taken aback. "Husband?" Isla chuckled. "Indeed, I didn't get a chance to tell you. Kira is married." Jake's eyes suddenly reddened as he gnashed his teeth. "Kira? Who is he?" His response gave the impression of a man catching his partner cheating in the act. Kira gave him a mocking look and said, "Jake, who my husband is has nothing to do with you." His voice spiked as he shouted back, "What do you mean it's none of my business? I want to see who dares to marry you without my consent." Isla hastily replied, "From what I've heard from Kira's mother, he's just a street punk." Jake clenched his fists, not choosing his words as he spat out. "So, you decide to disgrace yourself? Fine. A rascal girl and a punk. You truly make a perfect match." Isla continued to fan the flames. "Kira must be pretty resentful. That's why she keeps pestering Mr. Horton." Kira shot back in a cold, mocking laugh. "Isla, for someone who considers herself a lady, it's surprising that your mind is filled with such filthy thoughts. Can't you think of anything else?" A chill ran down Isla's spine, and she clenched her fingers. With a sigh, she said, "Kira, I understand that you are seeking revenge on me and Jake, but Mr. Horton is already married. You shouldn't meddle in someone else's marriage." Jake exploded when he heard this. He had been waiting for Kira to call him these past few days and beg for his forgiveness. He was even willing to give her a second chance if she did so. Turns out she has already moved on. He flew into a rage. "Now I understand why your husband's grandmother had a heart attack at my doorstep. You were here to visit my uncle, weren't you, Kira? How could you be so shameless?" He was steaming, seething with rage. He pointed at Kira and told the door guard, "See that? Remember this face. Don't let her step foot inside the Horton house." Isla lowered her gaze to hide the smirk playing at the corners of her lips. After all, she still had some say in the entrance to the Horton house. Meanwhile, a butler from the Horton family emerged from the house. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Kira. "Miss Kira, the master invites you in." Isla froze. Jake looked up, dumbstruck. On the other hand, Kira glanced at the door guard, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "So, can I go in now?" The door guard glanced anxiously at Jake, then without hesitation, opened the door for Kira. He didn't know who had the final say in the Horton family. The Hortons' house was huge. Inside the gate, a buggy was available to shuttle Kira directly to the main building's entrance. The butler said respectfully, "Madam is fine now. She and the master are waiting for you in the drawing room." Relieved, Kira got out of the buggy. She noticed the Olsen family's BMW X7 parked not far away in the parking lot. With Jake leading the way, Isla and Poppy strode menacingly toward Kira, meeting her just outside. Poppy glared venomously at her. "Mr. Horton probably asked you to come pick up your grandmother here. After you do that, make sure you leave promptly. Don't let a nasty creature like you smear the Horton house's carpets." As they entered the drawing room together, they saw old Mrs. Horton sitting upright on the head sofa. The elderly lady glared at them, fuming. Who are you calling a nasty creature? The little old lady was now adorned in luxurious clothing, though she still looked a little pale. Louis was sitting frostily to her left. To her right was a man over 60. It was Louis's father. A middle-aged couple in their 40s sat on the nearby sofa. They were Louis' elder brother and sister-in-law, and also the parents of Jake. Although no one had introduced the identity of the petite old lady, anyone able to sit in a prominent position in the Horton family was definitely old Mrs. B0XO.com Horton. Poppy stood where she was, dumbfounded. You. She stuttered for a while but couldn't complete a sentence. Isla was about to collapse, but was fortunately caught by Jake. Jake was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Isla's hands were trembling. She'd been striving for a connection with the Horton family all along and was painstakingly trying to please every elder here. But before she even entered the door, she had already offended old Mrs. Horton. She suddenly chuckled bitterly. Kira, why did you trick us, saying old Mrs. Horton is your husband's grandmother? Due to that, we were disrespectful to the old lady. Kira instantly felt several suspicious glances directed at her in the room. Poppy, having recovered, scolded her. You're such a liar. You know that Mrs. Horton is old, so you dare to deceive her. What do you take the Horton family for? Kneel and apologize immediately. Kira's eyes darkened. They were trying to shift the blame, throwing all the fault onto her and absolving Isla in the process. What a good tactic. Smash. A teacup was thrown over by old Mrs. Horton, hitting Poppy. The boiling tea inside splashed onto her, but Poppy didn't dare to scream. Shut up. Mrs. Horton screamed in anger. She's my granddaughter-in-law. Despite enduring the pain of a burn, Poppy yelled, Mrs. Horton, you've been deceived by her. I'm completely sure that her husband is just a little punk. No need to argue. Why not just ask the parties involved? Jake's mother chimed in, Louis, is she really the wife you're hiding and not bringing home? Kira glanced swiftly towards Louis, and then she heard that expected response. No. The man, as always, was icy and emotionless. What an ungrateful, vindictive, mean person. A flash of resentment shot through Kira's eyes. Relief washed over Isla's face, and she sighed. Poppy sneered. I knew all along that this was all Kira's doing. Kira gave a cold snort and was about to retort, but instead heard the man's deep voice again. It's my grandmother who mistook her, so I asked Miss Olsen to help take care of my grandmother for a while. Kira didn't know what to say all right. She admitted she was shouting a little too loud in her head when she cursed him just now. Everyone was quiet for a moment. No one expected this turn of events. After a while, Isla lowered her head. So that's how it is. Kira, why didn't you tell us the truth? If you had, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Miss Isla. Louis relaxed on the couch, his posture casual but his words struck with force. Facing troubles by hiding behind others and shirking your responsibilities. Is this how the Olsen family raises its daughters? Old Mrs. Horton, enlightened by his words, thundered. You think I'm stupid since I have dementia? Do you think I can't see through these little tricks? You've made a mistake, but you're not repentant. Not only that, but you're trying to shift the blame onto others. You two truly are shameless. Old Mrs. Horton turned to Jake. Call off the wedding. I don't want her as my granddaughter-in-law. Isla was stunned. The marriage she'd worked so hard to secure couldn't just be gone like that. She looked toward Jake, but the man looked astonished, his gaze fixed on Kira, evidently still shocked by the news of her marriage. Isla clenched her fingers tight. Lowering her head, she walked to Jake, tears rolling down her face. Jake, I was wrong. Rest assured, even if the marriage is canceled, I'll still take you to the person I promised to introduce to you. Jake came to his senses. Isla still wanted to introduce Drive South to him. Currently in Kira's new energy projects, Drive South was the top expert. He quickly spoke to old Mrs. Horton, great-grandmother. Isla really didn't know, so please forgive her. Besides, both families have already exchanged betrothal gifts. It's really not appropriate to call off the marriage. Old Mrs. Horton gave him a meaningful look. You're grown up now. I can't control you. Do as you please. Old Mrs. Horton understood a profound truth. The older generation shouldn't act like an old meddler. The problems of the great-grandson should be solved by his parents, and she didn't want to interfere anymore. However, Jake's mother laughed. "Grandma, have you forgotten about the welcome gift?" Old Mrs. Horton lowered her eyes. Have someone transfer $30,000 to Jake." Jake's mother was stunned. "But I remember you saying you'd give them 2% shares as a gift to ease their financial stress in their marriage." If you were to ask who was the wealthiest in the Horton family, it was definitely old Mrs. Horton. She was from a wealthy family in Clance and received a generous dowry when she married. Moreover, she controlled 20% of the Horton family's shares. Jake's mother had been wanting to take a slice from her through this marriage. Everything had been agreed upon, but old Mrs. Horton changed her mind at the last minute. Old Mrs. Horton looked at her with a half-laughing, half-serious look and retorted, "I'm dissatisfied with this great-granddaughter-in-law, so I won't give them any shares." Isla's face turned pale. She felt humiliated. There were many servants in the Horton family, and these words would definitely spread. Soon, the whole Oceanion would know that she'd been rejected by old Mrs. Horton. Nothing was more important to the daughter of a rich family than her reputation. Old Mrs. Horton might as well slap her in the face. Obviously, old Mrs. Horton didn't care about these things. Having made her statement, she immediately took Kira and Louis back to her residence. Old Mrs. Horton then excused herself, saying she urgently needed to use the bathroom. She left Kira with Louis alone themselves. In an instant, there were only the two of them left in the yard. The night was as dark as ink. Kira stood shoulder to shoulder with Louis, only then realizing that the man was a head taller than her. He must be about 6 feet tall. Didn't the old lady say he was very thin and small when he was born? While she was silently cursing him, Louis suddenly looked at her, his eyebrows furrowed in disgust. "Need iron?" Kira wouldn't be outdone and also stared back at him. "Puppy?" Louis's face turned green. She has coaxed Grandma into telling her even that. She must have a hidden agenda. Perhaps Grandma's attachment to her was an accident without any calculation involved. But this woman willingly took Grandma in. Maybe it was because Grandma accidentally revealed her identity. After Kira snapped at him, she didn't forget the main point. "I remember you said you would do me a favor. Could you go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to check on my marital status?" Louis's face grew dark, and he snapped impatiently. "Fine, then let's go. If it's not true, I hope you stop using Grandma as an excuse to pester me." Having heard their argument, the old lady poked her head out from the window. "Brat, are you upsetting my granddaughter-in-law?" Louis's face tightened. "No." The old lady cast a doubtful glance at Kira. "Granddaughter-in-law? Is that true?" Kira gave Louis a seemingly amused glare. She surprisingly noticed a trace of anxiousness on his otherwise expressionless face. B0XO.com, she chuckled. "No, he's not upsetting me." The man seemed to heave a sigh of relief, although barely noticeable. Old Mrs. Horton chuckled. "Good. Dinner is ready. Come on in." Their dinner was fairly simple. 4 dishes and 1 soup, just enough for 3 people. But the old lady barely had any appetite. She put down her fork after a few bites. She tiredly said, "Granddaughter-in-law, I'm tired. Let's go home." Kira tried to persuade her. "Please don't stress yourself. Rest here at home tonight." The small courtyard was like a mini nursing home, equipped with all kinds of medical equipment. However, the old lady nervously clung onto Kira's hand. "Can you stay with me then?" Kira pursed her lips. She glanced at Louis. In fact, she was also worried about the old lady, but considering how much Louis loathed her and suspected her of using the old lady to get closer to him, he certainly wouldn't agree. The man fell silent, then said, "All right." He then gave her a meaningful glance. His intention was clear. He was doing all this for his grandmother, and she shouldn't misconstrue anything. Kira gave a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Old Mrs. Horton was satisfied. "All right, wherever my granddaughter-in-law is, there I am." After dinner, Kira helped old Mrs. Horton back to her room to rest. The old lady must have been really tired today after making a scene when she fell ill. She fell asleep as soon as she took hold of Kira's hand. She was having an extremely restless sleep. As soon as Kira let go of her hand, the old lady began groping around in her sleep. mumbling granddaughter-in-law. Kira was helpless and could only sit by the bed, keeping her company. Outside the window, Louis had a serious expression on his face. What's going on with Grandma? The family doctor, who had studied psychology, sighed. Although I don't know why old Mrs. Horton recognized this girl, I can more or less guess why she is so restless. She's afraid that her granddaughter-in-law will leave. Why? The family doctor gave Louis a glance. It seems like old Mrs. Horton feels like she won't be able to survive this year. She's afraid if she's gone, you'll end up with no constraints, and granddaughter-in-law is the only person she can leave behind to keep you company. Louis was slightly startled. His dark eyes reflected suppressed emotions for a while before settling back into calmness. He stood in the moonlight, seeming as if he was going to blend completely into the darkness behind him. No one knew how much time had elapsed before the man suddenly turned around and walked towards the main house in big strides. For Isla, this meal was very difficult to get through. The first branch of the family had lost 2% of the shares because of her. Jake's mother, Melissa Knight, was extremely dissatisfied and made cutting remarks toward Isla. Isn't Kira an illegitimate daughter? How come she can get into the good graces of old Mrs. Horton, but you can't? Isla could only lower her head in apology. Auntie, I'm not as sweet-tongued as her. I don't know how to flatter other people. Melissa snorted in contempt. I don't care what method you use, but you have to get those 2% shares back. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping into the Horton family. Isla was left with her inner grievances untold. She was finally able to ask for leave after going through the hard ordeal of finishing her meal. But before she could leave, Louis returned. The man was tall, and his presence filled the room with a strong oppressive aura the moment he entered. His gaze was sharp as a torch, and after sweeping over the leftover food on the dining table, his face soured even more. Old Mrs. Horton didn't get to eat anything tonight, and they are here satisfying themselves? Melissa didn't dare to speak when she saw his face. It was Jake's father, Oliver Horton, who frowned and asked, Louis, what brings you here? Louis ignored his namesake older brother and instead turned to Isla. Since the marriage isn't off, she's considered part of the Horton family as of now, right? Everyone was left puzzled. Yes. In that case, she has to follow the rules of the Horton family. She has shown disrespect to her elders today. Therefore, she is to kneel in the ancestral hall for a night. Louis gave a signal without further explanation, and 2 bodyguards walked up toward Isla. Miss Olsen, please come with us. Isla was dumbstruck. Kneeling for the whole night in the ancestral hall? As a pampered child from a very young age, how could she bear that? She sought help from Jake, but she saw that he didn't dare to rebel against the person in power. She took a deep breath and had no choice but to follow the bodyguards. Just as she was about to step out, she heard Jake ask, Uncle Louis, where's Kira? Has she left? Then she heard the man's warning reply, she's my guest and is staying at the Hortons tonight. Isla followed the bodyguards to the ancestral hall. The bodyguards said, Mr. Horton has instructed us. Since you haven't married into the family, you cannot enter the Horton family ancestral hall, so just kneel outside. Outside was a paved area made of green bricks. Isla wanted to say something, but the 2 bodyguards seemed to stand tall like gatekeepers, their cold eyes watching her. Miss Olsen, please. The weather in October was already quite chilly at night. Isla was shivering. The bone-piercing cold seeped into her bones from her kneecaps. She wanted to slacken a bit, but those 2 bodyguards stared at her intently as if they were prison guards. They didn't say a word, but still, their silence made one shudder. On recalling that at this very moment, Kira must be lying on a warm and soft bed, Isla gritted her teeth in hatred. But Kira would only stay with the Horton family for a night, while Isla could stay here for a lifetime in the future. She was about to meet with Drive South soon, and she had to make good use of this card. When Kira woke up, she found herself lying in bed. There was also a small gray blanket placed over her, which didn't match the interior of the old lady's room. She didn't think much of it. After getting up and freshening up, she had breakfast with old Mrs. Horton and Louis. A plate of donuts was placed on the dining table. Old Mrs. Horton immediately picked one up. Louis frowned. His grandma had high blood sugar, and it wasn't suitable for her to eat foods high in fat and sugar like these. As he was thinking of how to dissuade her, he heard Kira say plainly, "Grandma, these donuts aren't suitable for you." Right after that, the old lady who was picky about her food and liked to eat whatever she pleased, diverted her hand in midair and put the donut into Kira's bowl. Old Mrs. Horton smiled at her pleasantly. "Granddaughter-in-law, I was getting it for you." Louis was speechless. He looked at Kira scrupulously, unable to understand why Grandma was so willing to listen to her. Kira started to eat the donut unreservedly. She then looked at Louis. "By the way, bring your ID card and household registration book when we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau later." Old Mrs. Horton asked curiously, "What are you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau for?" Kira answered casually, "We lost the marriage certificate, so we need a new one." A marriage certificate was needed for a divorce, and she wasn't just fobbing old Mrs. Horton off. However, much to her surprise, upon hearing this, old Mrs. Horton quickly retorted, "It's not lost." She hurriedly went into the bedroom and swiftly brought back 2 red marriage certificates before handing them to Kira and Louis. Kira stared dumbfounded at the marriage certificate in her hand. She suddenly realized that the first time old Mrs. Horton saw her, she called her granddaughter-in-law. The old lady had known all along that Kira and Louis were married. Kira felt that she had found a clue. She immediately asked, "Grandma, how did you come by this marriage certificate?" Old Mrs. Horton was taken aback, her eyes growing a touch bewildered. I can't really remember." B0XO.com Kira continued. "How did Mr. Horton and I come to be married?" Old Mrs. Horton just shook her head. "I don't recall." Kira grew somewhat anxious. "Grandma, please try to think back." "Enough," Louis said unhappily, his towering figure standing between the 2 women. His eyes were cold when he asked, "Miss Olsen, is this certificate real?" "Of course." Louis's face darkened. "Are you going to say we don't need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now?" So that was her aim. She used a legitimate excuse like going to the Civil Affairs Bureau as a setup, then lured his grandma into taking out this fake certificate and tricking him into believing it was true. If he hadn't seen how his grandma just did as she was told, he might have believed Kira. Kira sensed the hostility in the man's tone and found it baffling. "We don't have to go today. Divorce isn't something that could be resolved by just stopping by the Civil Affairs Bureau." For 2 years, they were legally husband and wife, so there were a lot of property distribution issues to deal with. They needed to sign a divorce agreement first. "No." After Louis spoke, he carefully observed Kira. She was slightly taken aback, then she said nonchalantly, "Whatever you say." He wondered if she was too confident in her acting that she wouldn't give up until the last moment. Or was this marriage certificate genuine? Louis was suddenly unsure. He simply picked up the marriage certificate and headed out. "I'll wait for you in the parking lot." Kira smiled reassuringly at the old lady, then followed Louis out. The man walked quickly, and she almost had to trot to keep up with him. When they arrived at the parking lot, they saw Poppy standing there with an ashen-faced Isla, who was shaking and sneezing. Poppy seemed heartbroken. On seeing Kira, Poppy's eyes lit up. "Kira." She quickly walked over, cautiously avoiding Louis. She stood before Kira and said self-righteously, "You must help your sister." Kira raised an eyebrow. She didn't understand why the 2 were out so early in the morning. Didn't they leave last night? Before she could speak, Poppy was already rambling. "Kira, you're an illegitimate child, but the Olsen family didn't mind your background and raised you. For all the hardship they went through, you should reciprocate for the Olsen family. Your sister has been even better to you. Not only did she let you go to school with her, but she also shared her clothes with you. And also, you were so weak when you were born that you wouldn't have survived. I didn't have any milk, so you only survived because you took the milk that was supposed to be for your sister. Back then, the Olsen family hadn't intended to take us in. Mrs. Olsen and your father only decided to keep us because you and your sister were born the same day. So, you owe your sister. You should repay her kindness all your life." Kira hadn't heard those words in 10 years. When she was little, she believed these lies and worked like a horse for the Olsen family. She let Isla bully her. How ridiculous. Indeed, the Olsen family had raised her, but parents having to raise a child was a legal obligation. If they hadn't taken care of her, they would have been guilty of desertion. Why she did go to school with Isla Olsen, but she had to carry Isla's school on their way to school and back home. She also had to be Olsen's servant at school. If Isla happened to cough one day, it was Kira's fault for not taking good care of her, and she would get beaten by Poppy. In school, she could only get the last place in exams because she couldn't outshine Isla. And the clothes. Her parents never prepared any for her. She could only wear Isla's hand-me-downs. Hence, her clothes were always a bit too small. Mrs. Olsen did buy her a new dress once, but as soon as she put it on, it was taken off by Poppy and given to Isla, stating that she wasn't good enough. She couldn't be prettier than Isla. As for being weak, which baby wouldn't be weak after being starved for 5 days? The mockery in Kira's eyes grew more intense, but Poppy didn't sense her emotions at all. After saying those things, she immediately added, "Now that you've grown up, you finally have a chance to repay the Olsen family. Kira, old Mrs. Horton listens to you, right? Ask her to return the 2% of the shares to your sister." Kira looked down and laughed. "You're right." Poppy's face lit up, thinking she had convinced Kira, only to hear the girl's indifferent voice a moment later. "TM, just a low-born illegitimate daughter. How could old Mrs. Horton possibly listen to me?" Poppy froze, wanting to say something else, but Kira had already walked past her and got into Lewis's car. "Let's go." Lewis was speechless. He looked at the girl sitting in the back seat, thinking about telling her that the driver hadn't arrived yet. But then Poppy seemed to try to run to the car. Lewis sat behind the wheel and closed the door. He then slowly fastened his seatbelt before starting the car and driving off. The black Bentley drove smoothly. Lewis looked back at the girl through his rearview mirror. She was staring at the passing scenery outside the window. Her exquisite and beautiful face was calm. He looked away and continued driving. He had planned to warn her, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The car quickly arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as he stopped, Tom knocked on the driver's side window. Lewis rolled down the window, and Tom's voice came through. "Boss, the driver said you took the car yourself, and it scared me, so I followed the GPS. Did something happen?" "No." Lewis was as sparing with his words as ever. Tom looked at the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Why did you come here? Don't tell me you were so bothered by Kira Olsen that you became paranoid." "Don't worry. I told you. She can't see you again." Before Tom could finish, he heard a lazy female voice. He stiffened and slowly looked at the back seat to find Kira with a teasing look in her eyes. "Which live stream channel do you use?" Tom was completely stunned. The three of them entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and approached the service window. Tom took the lead and asked, "Hi, I have an inquiry. Can one pick up the marriage certificate without the persons involved being present?" The clerk said, "Absolutely not. Did you hear that?" Tom looked at Kira mockingly, glancing at the marriage certificate in her hands before he sneered, "You even prepared a fake certificate? Nice. I'll report you for forgery and harassment now." However, Lewis handed over the marriage certificate. "Excuse me, could you please check if this marriage certificate is genuine?" The staff member gave him a strange look, took the marriage certificate, and began inputting information into the computer. Lewis pursed his lips. He suddenly found his actions absurd. Despite being certain that he wasn't married, he had somehow ended up here. He even missed a very important meeting for it. V0xo.com. The staff member soon gave him the answer. "It's genuine." Lewis was surprised. Hearing the staff member's words, Tom cried out involuntarily, "How's that possible? Did you get the data entry wrong?" The staff member glared at him. "What are you talking about? Marriage is a serious matter. We have to confirm both parties' identities meticulously, and they have to sign a guarantee." "A guarantee?" Kira asked. "Can we take a look at our guarantee? Please bring us the guarantee." Lewis spoke at the same time. The two exchanged a glance and quickly looked away. The staff member reluctantly stood up. "You two do have chemistry as a couple. All right, I'll go get it for you." He soon returned with their registration documents. From them, he pulled out the guarantee and handed it over to Kira and Lewis. Kira realized that the handwriting on it was indeed hers. Tom also cried out, "Boss, this is your handwriting." Kira thought for a moment and then looked at the surveillance cameras. "Excuse me, can we take a look at the recording from the day we registered?" The staff member replied, "Sorry, we only keep recordings for 6 months." The staff member continually assured them that the marriage certificate would only be issued if both parties were present, and they never made mistakes. The three of them eventually left the Civil Affairs Bureau in resignation. Standing at the entrance, Tom asked in confusion, "Boss, what do we do now?" Lewis pondered. Kira raised her eyebrows. "I want a divorce. I want a divorce." The two spoke in unison again. Tom was startled, then asked, "Do we do it now? Should we discuss the terms of the divorce?" "I will have my lawyer contact you." "Talk to my lawyer." Lewis and Kira spoke at the same time again. After both had finished speaking, they couldn't help but look at each other. Kira laughed and said straightforwardly, "Why don't we each have our lawyers draft an agreement to review first? If there's an issue, let the lawyers talk." Tom laughed scornfully. "You can't afford a lawyer." However, Lewis nodded in agreement. Ignoring Tom, Kira took out her phone again. "Mr. Horton, can I add you on WhatsApp? It'll make communication easier." Lewis hesitated for a moment before taking out his phone. He opened WhatsApp and told Kira his ID. Then a chat box appeared on her phone with a note that read "Grandson." His face suddenly darkened. Kira was speechless. She had forgotten that they had already added each other on WhatsApp. Ignoring the man's scowl, she cleared his throat. "I randomly made a note of your ID at that time. I'll change it." She shielded her screen and changed "grandson" to "puppy." Then, she said "catch you later" before hailing a cab and left. Watching her leave, Tom hesitated before looking at Lewis. "Boss, you two really are married, right?" The two had just seemed too in sync. Lewis gave him a look. "Find the best divorce lawyer and draft a contract to protect my assets outside." Tom stood up straight. "Yes." After he finished speaking, Tom realized something. "I know what's going on. The marriage thing is definitely that woman's scheme. Now that she can't win your heart, she's decided to have a piece of your money. No wonder she has money to hire a lawyer to battle you in a divorce lawsuit. Even if she takes only a little, the lawyer will get quite a high salary." Tom gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't worry. I'll make sure she won't take a penny from you. Make sure he won't take a penny from me." In the taxi, Kira was also talking to Samuel. "Find the best divorce lawyer." "No problem," Samuel said. "Boss, what's the deal with your marriage? Neither you nor Lewis Horton can remember it. Surely, you can't both get amnesia, right?" Kira calmly responded, "Do you think this is a novel?" Samuel said, "I was just curious. It's both absurd and exciting. It would be nice if the Civil Affairs Bureau just sent me a wife one day." Kira sighed quietly and only responded after a moment, "There's someone who definitely knows what's going on." "Who?" "Old Mrs. Horton. Didn't she lose her memory? Is the clinical medicine for treating Alzheimer's still in the experimental stage?" She frowned. "Speed it up, or it'll be too late." "What will be too late?" Kira didn't answer this question. She arrived home shortly after. As she opened the door to enter the familiar room, she suddenly found the small two-bedroom apartment a bit empty. At that moment, the old lady walked into the hallway with a suitcase. "Granddaughter-in-law, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This time I brought a lot of clothes with me." Kira was surprised for a moment before she smiled. That day, the most famous divorce law firm in Oceanion and its most famous lawyer received 2 divorce agreement drafting commissions. Both parties were anonymous, and their requests were the other party cannot be taken away my money, not even a penny. The conditions were extremely strict. The assistant lawyer complained, "I've seen many divorces, but never one this ruthless. One is a male and the other a female. Men and women are equally ruthless when they have their hearts set." Having seen every case of loving couples turning bitter enemies, the lawyer found nothing too shocking. He chuckled. "One contract, double the money. Get prepared and send it to our employers." At Horton Group, on the top floor. Since returning from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lewis had been busy. By the time he received a call from home saying that Grandma had gone looking for her granddaughter-in-law again, it was almost time to go home. Grandma needed a body check every day to ensure all her vitals. He furrowed his brows, subconsciously opened WhatsApp, and found Need Iron. He wanted to send a message, but didn't know what to say. It seemed ever since he found out that Need Iron was Kira, he had been feeling awkward. He casually scrolled through their chat history. The conversations they had before were very casual, like old friends. especially when he joined her to say bad things about her enemy. Wait, wasn't the person she insulted that day at the restaurant himself? Lewis's face darkened again. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Need Iron. She had sent him a divorce contract. Mr. Horton, the property division part of the agreement is my bottom line. Can you check if it's acceptable? Property division. Did this woman scheme to marry him just for his money? Just as Lewis opened the contract, the door was pushed open, and Tom walked in. Boss, I have some results on the investigation into your marriage. As Tom finished speaking, Lewis had already opened the divorce agreement sent by Kira on his computer. He swiftly skimmed through the agreement, his gaze falling on the clause regarding property division. After seeing its content, he was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Tom craned his neck to look at his computer screen and snickered. That woman is so ridiculous. She won't let you take any of her properties. What could you possibly take from her? Her personal loan? Lewis lowered his gaze and asked, what else did you find? B0XO. Boss, we found that Kira discovered the two of you were married only a few days ago when she and her boyfriend went to register for marriage. It seems that she really sent this divorce agreement to divorce as soon as possible. She doesn't seem to know beforehand. Tom continued, changing his tone, but I feel it all seems too deliberate. So we looked into her background and found that there's a lot we couldn't find out about her since she left the Olsen family. Boss, doesn't that strike you as odd? Why would an ordinary person hide her past? Lewis narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. So, do you think she is involved in this? Yes. As for what her intention is, it remains unknown. Lewis asked, what else? Tom scratched his head. It's been 2 years. We were always on the move back then, so I don't have any leads yet. Perhaps we can only wait until the day old Mrs. Horton remembers something. Lewis glanced at him languidly. Tom hastily lowered his head. Sorry, boss. We'll continue the investigation. Lewis printed 2 copies of that divorce agreement, stood up, and walked out. Have you gotten in touch with Nora yet? It was said that Nora, the researcher, was about to develop a clinical drug for Alzheimer's disease. Lewis hoped that he could use the medicine on his grandmother as soon as possible. Tom lowered his head even more. Nora is very elusive, and because of her research, she has been targeted by major biotech companies, so she's even more careful. Point 1. Sensing how displeased Lewis was, Tom's voice grew lower and lower. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely get in touch with her. Kira had just finished dinner with the old lady when she received a message from Lewis on WhatsApp. I'm downstairs. Come here. She made the excuse of taking out the garbage to go downstairs. Seeing the familiar black Bentley limousine, she got in right away. Lewis handed her the divorce agreement. I have no objections. Sign it. He stared at her with his dark eyes, expecting her to make an excuse to refuse. Instead, she didn't hesitate to sign the 2 copies and even asked him, Can we get divorced tomorrow? Lewis kept his gaze on her. Are you in such a hurry? Kira said, Very. Her company is in a hurry to go public. Lewis looked at her for a moment in silence. Fine. Kira added a reminder. Let's do it tomorrow morning. Bring your ID, household registration, and marriage certificate. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lewis nodded, but his expression suddenly changed. Old Mrs. Horton had somehow made her way downstairs and was now watching them with a pale face. She clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Are you getting a divorce? Then, her eyelids fluttered closed, and she collapsed on the ground. Grandma! Outside the VIP ward of the first hospital. The patient is temporarily out of danger, the chief doctor explained gravely. Old Mrs. Horton must not be agitated anymore. You must not upset her. Upon hearing these words, Kira remembered the emergency measures the old lady had gone through, and she still felt shaken. She looked at Lewis, who was standing next to her. The man was expressionless, appearing extremely calm. But when the doctor said out of danger, he relaxed the collar of his shirt, slowly sat down on the bench in the corridor, and clasped his hands on his knees, unable to stop them from trembling lightly. Just then, they heard a nurse's voice in the ward. Mrs. Horton, you're awake. Lewis immediately rushed into the ward. When Kira entered the room, the old lady had already opened her eyes. She looked at Kira and said hoarsely, Granddaughter-in-law, I dreamt that you and that brat were getting divorced. Surely it's not true? Kira didn't say a word, but Lewis said, it's not true. So, you're not getting a divorce? We're not getting a divorce. Give me the household registration book and the marriage certificate. All right. Lewis would do whatever she said. The old lady turned to Kira. Granddaughter-in-law, what the brat said was true, right? Thinking of the doctor's advice, Kira paused before answering, yes. Only then was the old lady satisfied. Even though she was just too emotional, she still had to stay in the hospital for observation tonight. Kira and Lewis stayed in the ward to look after her. Night fell. Kira sat lazily on the sofa, browsing on her phone. She was working on a document about clinical Alzheimer's disease drug research. There was a technical problem at the final stage that she couldn't solve. She needed to consult some biomedical papers. While she was pondering, she suddenly received a message on WhatsApp. Puppy wrote, Miss Olsen, let's postpone the divorce until Grandma's condition stabilizes. She could say no to that request. The divorce agreement had been signed, and their properties would not interfere with each other. She was still considered married, but it wouldn't affect the company's public offering. The timing of the divorce didn't really matter. Kira said, okay. Lewis squinted at the reply on his phone screen. Do you have any other requests? Kira wrote, after Grandma gets better, we should get divorced as soon as possible. Lewis frowned, suddenly finding this woman to be inscrutable. From the hospital bed, the old lady looked at Kira, then Lewis. The two had barely spoken to each other. That wouldn't do. The old lady suddenly said, Brat, I am going to arrange a job for my granddaughter-in-law at Horton Group. The two could go to work together every day, and they would get closer with frequent interaction, wouldn't they? Lewis hesitated slightly before saying, all right. He was particularly conciliatory tonight. The old lady, however, began to worry again. So, what kind of job should we give her? An idea suddenly occurred to her. Granddaughter-in-law, leave it to me. You'll go to work with that brat tomorrow. Kira blinked and replied, okay. She suddenly realized that Horton Group had a large database, and they might have the paper she needed. Lewis still had a meeting to attend, so he left with Tom. As soon as they reached the corridor, Tom said, no wonder that woman was so willing to sign the divorce papers. She had brought the old Mrs. Horton downstairs. The divorce was never going to happen. He glanced at Lewis. Boss, she even coaxed your grandmother into letting her work at Horton Group. There must be some conspiracy. Why did you agree to it? If I don't keep her in sight, how will her plan be exposed? A glint flashed deep within Lewis's eyes. For his grandmother, he couldn't divorce Kira now. As for whether that woman was innocent, he would have to see what her intention was in joining the company. In the ward, as Kira lay on the couch, she suddenly heard the old lady's soft voice. Granddaughter-in-law, let me share a secret with you. Kira immediately asked, what secret? Had the old lady remembered something else? Kira was hoping that the old lady would recall some crucial clues. For instance, how did the old lady come to know her? Also, how did she end up marrying Lewis Horton? Grandma, what secret do you want to tell me? Kira asked in anticipation. B0xo.com. The old lady spoke mysteriously. I'll tell you that brat's secret weakness. If he ever upsets you, you can use it against him. Kira was speechless. She didn't actually want to know. However, the old lady seemed very interested in sharing. Don't be deceived by his arrogant and untouchable demeanor. He's actually scared of cats. Kira was taken aback. She suddenly remembered that a boy she knew when she was little was also scared of cats, but he was a child. Lewis was over 6 feet tall. Was he actually scared of cats? The old lady then asked, Granddaughter-in-law, do you prefer cats or dogs? Dogs. She used to like cats, but since that boy didn't like them, she lost her liking for them too. Kira soon understood why the old lady would ask this question. The next day, on the top floor of the Horton Group, woof, woof, a cute little Shiba Inu was wagging its tail, running around Kira. Tom was speechless. The job old Mrs. Horton arranged for Miss Olsen is to take care of this puppy. Lewis didn't know what to say. It is said that old people tend to act like children and do things by their preferences. Babysitting dogs as a job was simply ridiculous. Lewis told Tom, take her. Both of them to the new Energy Research and Development Division, Team 1, for onboarding. This is what he had planned in advance. The new energy R&D division didn't involve the core business of the group, but it was related to future development. Putting her there would allow him to see if she slipped up. Tom nodded immediately. Kira didn't care about these arrangements. She picked up the puppy and followed behind Tom, asking, "Does it have a name?" Tom said, "No. Old Mrs. Horton wants you to name it." Kira glanced at the sulky Lewis and suddenly smiled. "Let's call it Kitten then." "You're going to name a dog Kitten? Is there a problem?" No. The new energy R&D division is on the 38th floor of the Horton Group. In the elevator, Tom said, "Miss Olsen, among Horton Group's R&D staff, the majority are PhD students. At the very least, they are master's degree holders from prestigious schools. You are the first one with a bachelor's degree. Being able to learn from the seniors here can greatly benefit your future. This has been specially arranged for you by Mr. Horton. Of course, you don't need to feel grateful. This is just a reward because you made old Mrs. Horton happy." Kira found it rather unnecessary. By the way, the boss doesn't want your relationship to be made public to avoid making a scene during the future divorce. Kira glanced at him, saying lazily, "That's exactly my concern too." Tom was dumbfounded. Was this woman actually looking down on his boss? He wanted to say something, but the elevator reached their floor. The new energy R&D department was divided into two groups, situated on the left and right sides of the elevator with a public rest area in between. Kira just got off the elevator when she heard a group of men talking. "I heard a young and beautiful intern will join our team today. Wow. Finally, a change of scenery. Great." Someone from Group 2 laughed. "Our group can soon invite Drive South to join us as technical support." "What's so special about an undergraduate intern? Is she going to be a decoration piece?" The people in Group 1 immediately shot him a glaring look. As they were about to respond, a voice of reprimand rang out. "What are you gossiping about? Don't you have work to do?" The man speaking was the head of Group 1, Jalen Riley, who was about 26 years old. He was tall with handsome features. He looked impatient and gave off a rebellious aura. The crowd immediately scattered. He frowned at Kira and said unhappily, "Mr. Davis, why do you bring an inexperienced undergraduate into my team?" Tom responded with a smile. "The boss ordered it." Jalen was still upset and looked at Kira arrogantly. "I don't care what your background is. You'll abide by my rules when you are here. Do not bring dogs to work next time." Kira simply replied, "All right." Only then did Jalen point to a vacant office as her workstation. After she went in, he looked at Tom and said, "Mr. Davis, this is the last time. However, if my cousin has the ability to recruit Drive South over, he can send me 100 or even 1,000 of such individuals, and I will not say a word." As a relative of the Horton family, he got his job at the Horton Group through his own abilities. That's why he hated these nepotisms. Kira's first day at work was quite interesting. With no one assigning her any tasks, she was quite comfortable. She played with Kitten in her office for a while, and the puppy curled up in a corner in the sunlight and fell asleep. She then slowly got up, closed the office door, and prepared to go to the R&D department's data library. Only by creating an effective drug for Alzheimer's would the old lady's health improve, and the old lady might recall something. Then Kira would be able to understand her inexplicable marriage to Lewis Horton. Kira found a colleague who looked more scholarly and introverted and asked, "I need to do some research. Can you tell me where the data library is?" The young man blushed. He was just about to give her directions when someone asked suspiciously, "What do you need in the data library?" Kira turned back and found it was Jalen. She said, "I wanted to learn something." Jalen sneered right away. "You? What qualifies you, an undergraduate, to enter the data library? The technical knowledge there is all on the level of international problems. First, make sure you understand our team's basic theory." Kira didn't know what to say. She took out her phone, intending to contact Lewis. Since she had her privileges, of course, she would use them. But before she could send her message, Jalen said, "Your connections are useless. I'm not just some small-time employee that they can manipulate casually. If you join my team, be a good employee and do your job properly. Don't attempt to show off. It's obnoxious." The introverted colleague suddenly said, "Jalen, she graduated from Ocean University, and her academic scores were all quite good." Jalen said immediately, What good is the little knowledge from textbooks will do? All undergraduates start working as newbies. He randomly picked up a stack of material from that young man's desk and threw it to Kira. This is the new energy project our team is currently working on. Can you understand it? New hires should act like new hires. Kira glanced at the project's documentation and began flipping through it quickly. Jalen couldn't help but say, "You're turning the pages so fast. Do you think you're Drive South? If you can't understand it, don't waste everyone's time. Get back to your office." It was rumored that Drive South had an extraordinary retentive memory and could read very fast. Upon hearing this, Kira looked up and said coldly, "Who says I can't understand it?" Jalen was taken aback. "Can you understand it?" Just as Kira was about to reply, the introverted male colleague jumped in. "Jalen, I think she's telling the truth." Jalen glared at him. "Do you two know each other?" The colleague gave a shy smile. "I was a graduate student under Professor Miller at Oceanion University. I was still a student last year when she joined us to work on a research project led by Professor Miller." B0XO.com. Kira studied his face, trying to recall. "Luca Barker?" Luca blushed and nodded, explaining to Jalen, "She's the only undergraduate student that Professor Miller recruited for the project. She's a fast reader, and she has experience with these fundamental frameworks." But Jalen still looked at her disapprovingly. "It's just the basics. There's no need to be so proud just because you understand it. If you're so capable, solve the core technology issues then." Luca immediately chimed in, "Boss, you are asking too much of her." Jalen sneered, "If you don't have what it takes, just do as you're told. Go to the resource library and look up the most basic things. You should be ashamed of yourself." With that, he left. Luca sighed and explained to Kira, "We've been stuck on the core technology issues for a while. Jalen hasn't been sleeping well for a few days, so he's a bit grumpy. But he's not a bad person. Don't take his words to heart." Kira wasn't bothered. She didn't come to the Horton Group to make enemies. She asked for the location of the resource library and headed straight there. The Horton Group's resource library was located on the 60th floor. It was essentially a large private library, only accessible to employees of the group. The books here covered knowledge from various industries, including scientific research materials that weren't accessible outside. Kira was slightly excited. Her intuition told her that she would find what she was looking for here. Top floor. Lewis was dealing with several backlog files when his phone rang. It was a WhatsApp message from old Mrs. Horton, whose ID was Blooming Prosperity. "Brat, you need to have lunch with your wife today. Remember to send me a photo of you two dining together." Lewis frowned. Just as he was about to make an excuse about having a meeting, he saw Grandma's WhatsApp nickname changed from Blooming Prosperity to Fragile Grandma Do Not Agitate. Lewis was speechless. After staring at the nickname for a while, he ultimately sighed in resignation and pressed the call bell on his desk. Tom quickly stepped in. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Prepare 2 lunch sets and bring them here." "Sure." Lewis then sent a message to Need Iron, telling her to join him for lunch on the penthouse floor. However, by the time the lunch was set up on the nearby table, Kira still hadn't responded to his message. Lewis stood up. "Where is she?" Tom said, "Miss Olsen? She's in the resource library." Lewis made his way to the 60th floor and began to search for her amidst the rows of bookshelves. He soon saw her and Jake, who was staring at her. Kira was engrossed in looking through books and didn't feel her phone vibrating. The library had the most advanced technological resources, and she was captivated by it. She was so engrossed in the books that she accidentally backed into someone. "Sorry." When Kira turned around, she saw a familiar face. Jake was glaring at her with mixed emotions. "Kira, you've been going out of your way to please great-grandma. Is it to get close to my uncle?" Kira's face darkened instantly. "It's none of your business." But Jake continued, "My uncle has steered clear of women all these years. Don't think that by relying on your looks, you can get to him. He's not that superficial. Right now, he's just getting you out of his way by giving you a redundant job." Kira scoffed. "So, you're saying that you courted me for so long because you were superficial?" Jake was taken aback. Kira looked at the man in front of her. He was her only friend in college. She had seriously considered becoming his girlfriend and even wondered if she should accept his advances when he hinted that he had a surprise for her at the graduation ceremony. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She sighed. Jake, can't we part on good terms? No. Jake was suddenly agitated. I know you hate me for proposing to Isla, but I had no choice. There are many aspects to consider in an alliance between wealthy families. I have fought for you before. My mother even agreed to let me be with an ordinary person, but your status, and no matter what happens, I can't marry an illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, how can I face the Horton family in the future? I'll become the laughingstock of Oceania. Kira looked at him. As a child, she felt she couldn't hold her head up high because of her status. But since she left the Olsens, she understood that self-respect mattered more. She looked away. Thank you for not marrying me. As she tried to leave, Jake blocked her path. I heard that you were given a hard time by Jalen in Group 1. I can arrange for you to join Group 2. I'm in charge there, and I can get capable people to guide you. I know you're a competitive person, and you're so clever that you'll learn quickly. Soon, you'll be able to stand on your own and won't have to take on odd jobs again. Kira interrupted his babbling. What's your term? Divorce your husband and be my woman. Jake couldn't stand the idea of sharing her with another man. Every time he thought about it, he felt like he was going insane. Kira coldly retorted, You're not worthy. Why? Do you love your hooligan husband that much? Do you believe me if I told you that I could let him abandon you with just some money or a threat? How can he be better than me? Burning with rage, Jake grabbed Kira's wrist and slammed her against the bookshelf. His eyes turned red. Or is it that you women are just like that? You slept with him, and you can't leave him now. Is that it? If that's the case, then let's see who's better, me or him. With that, he suddenly leaned forward and kissed her forcefully. At the far end of the bookshelf, Lewis stood there. He had heard everything. As he saw Jake's inappropriate advances, his face turned livid, and he was about to step forward. However, the petite woman suddenly kneed Jake hard between his legs. As he stepped back from the pain, she slapped him without hesitation. Smack. After slapping him, Kira was still angry, and she looked at him coldly. I didn't want to hurt your pride, but since you insist on delving into it, let me tell you something. My husband is taller than you, more handsome than you, and has much better stamina than you, unlike you, who can't even withstand me pushing you away. You should exercise more when you have the time. After saying this, she turned to leave, only to see Lewis in the corner ahead. Kira was dumbfounded. Lewis remained silent. At that moment, Jake, doubled over in pain, shouted out angrily, What use is his stamina? I can toy with you as I please in the company, but your husband can't do anything. At his words, a male voice came in. Who said he can't do anything? Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking at the person who was speaking. It was Jalen. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his face was full of irritation. Jake looked shocked. You're her husband? Of course not, Jalen sneered. If her husband were a real man and knew you were bullying her here, he'd definitely come to fight you. How could he possibly stand by and do nothing? B0XO.com. Jake was speechless. He forced himself to stand up despite the pain, glaring at Jalen. I want to transfer her to my group. No way, Jalen firmly said. People in my team aren't under your control. His arrogance was still the same, but in Kira's eyes, it was now more acceptable. Jake asked in confusion, She's here because of nepotism. Don't you hate such things the most? Jalen smirked. What right do you have to mock her? She's just a small employee, and you, a college graduate, are the leader of the second team. Who are you to talk about nepotism? Jake was so frustrated by him that he ground his teeth. It's not the same. I'm the legitimate grandson of the first branch of the Horton family. Right. The most frequent nepotism users in the Horton Group. Jake took a deep breath, then suddenly said, In a few days, Drive South will come to my research team. Jalen, isn't he your idol? As long as you don't interfere with this matter, I can introduce you to him. Jalen fell silent. Among this group of people researching new energy, everyone's idol was Drive South. Jalen had long read Drive South's published papers over and over again, and the more he read, the more he realized how amazing Drive South was. He had been looking for various channels, trying to find a way to meet Drive South. Jake was actually threatening him with that. Jalen hesitated for a second, out of respect for Drive South, then said, "No." He looked at Kira. "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Come with me." Kira looked in the direction where Lewis had just been, only to find that he had left at some point. She silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he had left, otherwise her comment about good stamina would be too awkward. She followed along Jalen out of the data center. Jalen frowned with displeasure. "It's all because of you. I missed the chance to meet Drive South." But Kira smiled. "There will be other opportunities." Jalen scolded her again. "You're a college student. Can't you just stay in the office obediently? Why did you go there and make a fool of yourself?" Kira didn't argue anymore. What Lucas said was right. He might have a foul mouth, but he's actually a good person. Jake still stood there with a gloomy look in his eyes. He clenched his fists. One day, he would make Kira sob and beg him to take her. He took a deep breath, waited until the pain in his body subsided a bit, then called Isla. "You have a lunch appointment with Drive South tomorrow afternoon, right? Take me with you." Kira and Jalen returned to the first team of the R&D department. Only then did she see the message on WhatsApp. She used the excuse of going to lunch and went to the top floor into Lewis's office. Lewis was dressed in a white shirt and black suit, looking very gentlemanly. Without raising his head, he pointed to the dining table next to him. "That's your lunch." Kira was still a little uneasy. With his current demeanor, he shouldn't have heard what she said earlier, right? Just as she was thinking, she heard the sound of a camera shutter from a phone. After Lewis casually finished taking a photo and sent it to Fragile Grandma Do Not Agitate on WhatsApp, he came over. Knowing the purpose of his photo, Kira didn't ask any more questions. She just looked at the dining table to look for something to say. "Mr. Horton, what a hearty lunch." "Yes." Lewis took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, sat down elegantly opposite her, and said, "Only by keeping up with nutrition can we have good stamina." Kira was speechless. Her cheeks felt a bit hot. She glanced at his muscular forearm that was exposed. Then she packed some of the food. "Mr. Horton, I just remembered I haven't fed Kitten yet. I'll take my leave first." She picked up the container. "Thank you for the lunch." Lewis's face stiffened for a moment. Kira was delighted. The first team of the R&D department. Jalen was eating his takeaway with a bitter face, thinking about what he had witnessed today. At first, he thought that the undergraduate student was overreaching, but now wondered if she was working hard because she had been mistreated by Jake. He thought about the demands Jake made and found them indeed quite humiliating. No wonder she was eager to learn more. Unfortunately, haste made waste. She hadn't even built a solid foundation. So even if she saw those profound materials, she wouldn't understand. He got up and walked to Luca, whispering, "Find something for the undergraduate to do in the afternoon. Give her some pointers." Luca blinked. "Sure." Jalen looked a bit awkward and said in a fierce tone, "That'll stop her from running around and causing us trouble." Luca didn't know what to say. Thus, when Kira wanted to go to the data center again in the afternoon, she was stopped by Luca. Jalen said, "We don't keep idle people. You have to finish your work before you can go to the data center to study." He arranged for her some basic work that was already completed. Without a clear research process, sorting out these things was very troublesome. But a newbie could learn a lot from it. Luca felt that it should take a month, or even more, to sort out these things. But to his surprise, Kira handed in her work half an hour later. Luca didn't know what to say. He checked the work and found it was actually better than what they had done. Kira asked modestly, "Is there any other work to do? If not, I'll go to the data center." What else could Luca arrange at the moment? There were still a lot of things he didn't understand. He gritted his teeth and handed her his own work. The module he was responsible for was something he had been working on for a week and hadn't yet completed. Although it was a bit difficult, the undergrad seemed to grasp the basics very well. He decided to let her struggle a bit with the more profound things, and she would realize the reality and obediently follow their learning path, right? But an hour later, Kira handed in her work again. "Finished?" Luca was stunned. He looked at the email in his inbox and was shocked to find the technical point where he had been stuck was solved by her effortlessly. Luca went to find Jalen. Jalen pondered, The point you were stuck on was you overcomplicating things. The undergrad was just lucky to have found another way to solve it. Let her handle some harder work. Luca, in that case, we'll have to let her solve our prime technical problem. This problem had been troubling Jalen for a month. Jalen said, "Give it to her." Anyway, it was just to keep her here and not run around. Let her see what a real scientific research problem is. So, Luca ruthlessly handed over the key technical problem that had been troubling the entire first team to Kira. The technical core of the research and development department was a challenging task. It took Kira a full 2 hours to solve this problem. She sent an email to Luca and went out to find him. But Luca stood up, began to pack his things, and looked very happy. Time to clock off. Friday afternoon was the happiest time for each employee. B0xo.com finally, it was time to welcome the weekend. After Luca finished speaking, he finally noticed Kira. "How's your work coming along, Junior?" Kira started to speak. No rush." Luca interrupted her excitedly. "Take the weekend off, whatever it is, leave it till Monday." Kira didn't say anything else. Although she didn't work that much, she understood that discussing work when work was over on Friday could be very annoying. It was better not to disturb her senior's weekend. The task she finished, after all, was just a small problem in the research and development department. Luca took his backpack and walked out. When he passed by Kira, he paused and comforted her. "Don't get upset. You've actually done great." Kira didn't know what he was talking about. She didn't have to work, and she only helped out because Jalen helped her out today. Since the work was done, she would go to the documentation department when she came to work next week. While thinking about this, Kira went back to her office, picked up Kitten, and also left. On the rooftop, after Louis finished his work for the day, he checked the time and prepared to go home. But Tom asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Louis paused, only then realizing he hadn't asked where his grandmother was. He dialed old Mrs. Horton's number. "Are you at someone's house?" The answer old Mrs. Horton gave was unexpectedly, "I'm at the hospital." Louis frowned. "Didn't the doctor say you could be discharged? But I suddenly felt a pain in my chest this afternoon, so I wanted to stay a few more days. Are you coming to stay with me tonight, Brat? It's okay if you don't think you can make it. I'm just an old lady nobody loves. Let me stay in the hospital alone. There's nobody around when I wake up in the middle of the night wanting a drink of water. I am on my way there." "That's more like it. By the way, I told my granddaughter-in-law, and she's also coming. You should come with her." He hung up the phone and rubbed his temple. Of course, he understood his grandmother's cunning plan. Whether she returns to the Horton house or stays in the Olsen house, he and Kira always split up at night. But at the hospital, the two had to care for her at all times, and they would get to spend more time together. But she had a boyfriend. Louis slightly pursed his lips. He wanted to keep his distance from her. Then he thought of his grandmother's health, so he reluctantly texted her on WhatsApp. "I'll pick you up from work. We're going to the hospital." She replied quickly this time. "Don't bother. I am already on the way there by taxi." She didn't know how to avoid suspicion. She hadn't stuck around without knowing her limits because of grandmother's favoritism. Louis should feel happy, but for some reason, he was even more displeased. Kira didn't think much of it. She just didn't want to get involved with Louis too much before finding out the truth about their marriage. The inexplicable marriage must have been due to some trouble caused by Louis. After all, who would even notice her? A weak and helpless woman? She carried the dog and walked straight into the building, heading toward the VIP ward. Not far from there, Mrs. Olsen and Isla had just finished a re-examination. Isla was supporting her mother by the arm, and the two of them were looking in the direction where Kira was leaving. Mrs. Olsen hesitated and said, "Is that Kira? Why is she in the hospital? Is she sick?" Isla felt a twinge of annoyance. Old Mrs. Horton was hospitalized, and the news couldn't be kept from the Horton family. But the old lady was stubborn and didn't let anyone visit her. Isla also went to the room today, but she was turned away at the door, and she didn't see anyone. So, Kira must be there to visit the old lady right now. Isla's eyes darted around. She must be visiting old Mrs. Horton. Kira is so kind. As soon as these words came out, the nanny, Aunt South, who had come along, was unhappy. "She's kind? I haven't seen her visit Mrs. Olsen. Aunt South was in her 50s, about 10 years older than Jody South, and she had been looking after Mrs. Olsen for many years. She was still single. Mrs. Olsen treated Aunt South like her sister, and therefore Aunt South was a respected figure in the Olsen family. Even Isla treated Aunt South with great respect. Mrs. Olsen looked a little desolate when she heard that. Kira had a hard life in the Olsens. Aunt South immediately said, "Mrs. Olsen, you're still speaking up for her." One also looked down upon Poppy Hill's petty manners, but she was right. Miss Kira is an ungrateful wretch. You've always looked out for her and care about her, but she may have forgotten you. Isla said, "I heard Mr. Horton gave her a job in the Horton Group, so she must be repaying old Mrs. Horton's kindness, right?" Aunt South sneered. But Mrs. Olsen brought her up. When Poppy abandoned her during her childhood, it was Mrs. Olsen who fed her and sent her to school, and Mrs. Olsen has done everything for her. Isn't she going to repay that? Mrs. Olsen immediately stopped her. "Enough. Stop it." But Isla continued. "Mother is kind. She helped others without asking for anything in return. However, some people know the meaning of kindness, such as Drive South. My mother only sponsored him a little money for school, and he helped our family so much over the years. 3 years ago, the company was almost bankrupt, and he gave us a technology patent, which saved us." Aunt South also nodded. "Drive South is way better than Kira. I don't know what Drive South looks like, but one's appearance is decided by their personality. I'm sure he's good-looking." Isla immediately feigned curiosity. "I'm also keen on knowing what kind of person Drive South is. Mother, take me with you tomorrow." Mrs. Olsen chuckled and tapped Isla on her nose. "Okay, I'll take you." They were talking and going downstairs to the parking lot. Kira saw them from the VIP ward. She was currently sitting on the sofa next to the bed. Her gaze followed Mrs. Olsen. She could see that Mrs. Olsen's face was pale, and she was as thin and straight as bamboo. Still, she exuded an indescribable charm. Isla was saying something to her, and Mrs. Olsen nodded in resignation. The mother and daughter were intimate. Once the car left, Kira turned back reluctantly. She found the little old lady standing behind her. "Who's that?" She looked so familiar. With a gentle look on her face, Kira was about to speak. "You two look so much alike." Old Mrs. Horton's eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember. She's your mother." "Look alike?" Kira Olsen was slightly taken aback. Actually, aside from their similar oval faces, her features were different from Mrs. Olsen's. Mrs. Olsen had a pair of phoenix eyes, while she had the amorous eyes. B0XO.com. If they looked similar, it was probably because they both carried a similar kind of cold aura at first glance, which was normal. After all, when she had just left the Olsen family, she would often think about how Mrs. Olsen would handle the difficulties she faced. She emulated Mrs. Olsen's way of behaving in society, and it was not surprising that she had unconsciously acquired some of her vibes. Kira Olsen looked at the old woman. "Grandma, she is not my mother." But the old woman was adamant. "She is my granddaughter-in-law. How could you disown your mother?" Kira Olsen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The old woman was having one of her moments again. Fortunately, at that moment Lewis Horton showed up at the door of the ward with packed dinner, and the old woman stopped perseverating. The dinner Lewis Horton had prepared was quite lavish. In addition to some light meals, there were fruits enough for 3 people. But the old woman immediately frowned. "My granddaughter-in-law can't eat mangoes. She's allergic to them." Kira Olsen was slightly stunned. She looked at the old woman in bewilderment. "Grandma, how do you know that?" She did indeed used to be allergic to mangoes, but after improving her physical conditions 2 years ago, she outgrew the allergy. Therefore, she never told the old woman about this. The old woman chuckled. "You told me about it before, saying that as soon as you ate mangoes, your face was covered with small red bumps." Kira Olsen became serious. "When was this before?" But the old woman was confused again. "It seems to be before the wedding." "Yes, you told me before the wedding." But Kira Olsen was certain that she didn't even know the old woman at that time. And she didn't have amnesia. She quickly asked, "Did anything else come to your mind? Like how Mr. Horton and I got our marriage certificate?" The old woman shook her head. "I can't remember." It seemed that the old woman needed a specific environment to occasionally remember anything. While Kira Olsen was deep in thought, she suddenly sensed an analytical gaze on her. She turned her head and met Lewis Horton's deep gaze. The man was expressionless, clearly having understood what the old woman had said, giving him the impression that she was manipulative again. She really felt that she was being unjustly accused. Kira Olsen suddenly picked up the dog and said, "Grandma, you two start eating first. I will take the dog for a walk." After saying this, she went out of the room. She didn't go far. She just stopped at the end of the corridor, holding the dog and leaning against the wall, her lush, amorous eyes watching the old woman's ward. As expected, a tall figure followed her out not long after. When Lewis Horton saw her, he slowly walked over. His deep voice sounded, "Miss Olsen, do you have something to say?" Kira Olsen pursed her lips. "I thought you might want an explanation." "Does Miss Olsen have anything she wants to explain?" Kira Olsen said earnestly. "I really don't know what the grandma meant when she mentioned the things before the wedding. Even she found it inconceivable to say these things. After all, mango allergy belonged to her personal privacy, something that the old woman couldn't have fabricated." She thought the man would question her, but to her surprise, he calmly responded with a single word, "Oh." Kira Olsen was baffled by his attitude. "Mr. Horton, do you believe me?" "I don't know." "Kira Olsen?" Lewis Horton suddenly stepped closer. Because of his natural height difference, Kira Olsen had a feeling that she was being condescendingly looked down upon by him. He slowly said, "Miss Olsen, regardless of your motives, if you can keep Grandma happy, I promise I can protect you." Kira Olsen suddenly understood his thoughts. This man didn't care about the truth at all. He didn't care whether she was lying. He was very powerful, having the power to dominate in Oceanion, and not afraid of any plots. He only cared about the old woman. Even if she was scheming something, as long as she could make the old woman happy, this man might be willing to turn a blind eye. Of course, all of a sudden, the man's aura shifted. "If you hurt Grandma, I will make it impossible for you to stay in Oceania." Kira Olsen responded more to coaxing than pressure. She sneered, "Mr. Horton, aren't you doing that already?" Lewis Horton frowned. He was about to say something when a hearty voice came over. "Kira Olsen?" Kira Olsen turned her head to see Professor Miller. He must have gotten a cold. His voice was a bit hoarse. After he walked over, he directly said, "I was about to call you and ask if you got a job. Was the misunderstanding between you and Mr. Horton resolved? Mr. Horton is really not manly enough, is he? Picking on a girl like you, not only canceling your postgraduate recommendation, but also threatening to make you disappear from Oceanion." Lewis Horton? Kira Olsen glanced at Lewis Horton with a sardonic smile. "Professor, don't worry, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Mr. Horton is quite nice. He got me a job and even promised to protect me." The mockingly sarcastic tone made Lewis Horton's expression darken. Professor Miller sighed with relief, and it was only then that he noticed Lewis Horton. Seeing the two of them so close, he thought of the conversation between Isla Olsen and Poppy Hill last time, and instinctively asked, "Is this your gangster husband?" Lewis Horton. His face darkened further. The smile on the corners of Kira Olsen's lips brightened a bit. "Well, sort of." Professor Miller then looked at Lewis Horton very seriously. "Young man, you're strong and handsome. You should work hard to find a decent job." Olsen Mansion. The entire family was having lunch in the dining room. Mrs. Olsen didn't look well, and she seemed to have no appetite. Taylor Olsen immediately expressed his concern. "Shirley, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Mrs. Olsen waved him off. Isla Olsen then said, "Dad, we ran into Kira in the hospital today. Mom must be worried about her." Taylor Olsen frowned. "Why worry about her?" Isla Olsen sighed. "She definitely hates me now, blaming me for her expulsion from school and for forcing her to go abroad. I'm worried that she'll say something in front of old Mrs. Horton, and Mr. Horton will vent his anger on me." Taylor Olsen sneered. "That's because she offended Mr. Horton. What does it have to do with you? Even if she saved old Mrs. Horton's life, it's their business. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Horton who ordered us to discipline our daughter well." Isla Olsen looked stiff. She clearly remembered the incident in which she intentionally mentioned that Mr. Horton had left a message. That should be over by now, right? She was always acutely aware that her father, Taylor Olsen's kindness towards her, was solely because she was Mrs. Olsen's daughter. If he knew that she had displeased Mr. Horton, the consequences would be unimaginable. But just then, Taylor Olsen's phone rang. He picked it up. "Mr. Davis? Why did you call me? Does Mr. Horton have any instructions?" Upon hearing this, Isla Olsen felt her heart sink. It shouldn't be what she thought, right? She was panicked. Tom's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Horton asked me to ask Miss Isla Olsen. When did my boss say he wanted to make Miss Kira Olsen disappear from Ocean Ion? How come even my boss doesn't know that?" Taylor's face stiffened, and he looked at Isla in disbelief. Isla's face instantly turned pale. Taylor laughed awkwardly and apologized to Tom, who finally left a comment, saying, "The Olsen family really needs to teach their daughter a lesson," before hanging up. Taylor then glared at Isla. Isla lowered her head and cried. "When I saw Kira clinging to Mr. Horton, I was afraid she'd affect my marriage with Jake, and I was even more afraid that the Horton family would look down on me. Dad, I didn't mean to. B0XO.com, that's no excuse to act in Mr. Horton's name," Taylor said angrily. Isla clenched her fists, her eyes flickering. She sobbed, "Dad, after all, Kira is also your daughter. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to scold her." "Nonsense." As expected, Taylor changed the topic. "How many times have I told you? In my heart, I only have one daughter, and that's you. How can Kira compare with you?" Mrs. Olsen disagreed. "Taylor, don't say that. Kira is your daughter no matter what." Taylor immediately turned around. "Surely, after all these years, don't you understand? I did a terrible thing to you when I was tricked by Poppy Hill. I'll never acknowledge her or her daughter. In my heart, only you and our daughter are my family." Poppy, who was serving as a housemaid standing at the side, clenched her fists in resentment when she heard this. She looked at Taylor with a bitter expression. He was the man she deeply loved and the neighbor she grew up with as a childhood friend. Yet this man only had eyes for Jody South. Back then, after Poppy got pregnant, she went to him with the pregnancy test, saying she could be his mistress, but he mercilessly drove her away, saying he wouldn't betray his wife. Poppy had no other choice but to go to Jody, and only barely managed to stay in the Olsen family after making a scene. For so many years, Taylor had never shown her any affection, and he treated Kira as if she were nothing. Fortunately for Poppy, she had switched the two children. Poppy lowered her head, barely holding back the smirk in her eyes. Taylor would never know that the daughter he claimed to have with Jody and the daughter he had loved dearly for so many years, Isla, was actually Poppy's daughter. As for Kira, Poppy was convinced that the girl deserved to be ignored. Mrs. Olsen, however, stubbornly shook her head. "Taylor, Isla was wrong. She lied and caused us to misunderstand Kira. We should apologize to Kira." Taylor frowned. "Apologize? How can our daughter apologize to Poppy's daughter?" Poppy immediately said, "There's no need. The Olsen family raised her. How much of a favor is that? Besides, she was already in the wrong for shamelessly chasing after Mr. Horton. It's only right and proper for the Olsen family to discipline her. It's a blessing for her." Mrs. Olsen looked at them and sighed softly, but didn't argue further. After dinner, as Isla escorted her back to her room, Mrs. Olsen looked at her. "If you have time tomorrow, I'll take you to see Kira and apologize to her." Isla's face stiffened. She had avoided her father's punishment, but not Mrs. Olsen's. She weakly said, "Okay." Seeing her like this, Mrs. Olsen sighed again. "Didn't you want to introduce Jake to Drive South? Let's do it together tomorrow." Isla's eyes immediately lit up. She held onto Mrs. Olsen's arm. "All right, Mom, you're the best." Because she offended old Mrs. Horton, she lost 2% of the shares in Horton Group. She now urgently needs to show her worth to the Horton family, fearing that Jake might call off their engagement. Mrs. Olsen patted her head in resignation. After Isla left happily, Mrs. Olsen then looked at Aunt South. "Sister South, I've been unwell all these years and didn't have the energy to discipline Isla. I haven't done my job." She started coughing, but Aunt South said, "Ma'am, you're overthinking it. I think Miss Isla is very nice. She's considerate and a good daughter. Even if she occasionally lies, as long as she changes in the future, it doesn't matter." But Mrs. Olsen said, "Kira never lies. She started coughing violently again. Aunt South immediately helped her to the bed. You're always thinking too much. That's why after all these years, you haven't recovered from this disease. Mrs. Olsen smiled bitterly. The next day, ever since Kira woke up in the morning, she's been a bit on edge. It had been 10 years since she last met Mrs. Olsen, and she didn't know if Mrs. Olsen would be happy or angry when they met. At noon, she decided to go home, take a shower, and change her clothes. The old lady asked Louis to take her home. The two of them left the hospital room, and as soon as they got downstairs, they saw Tom walking over. "Boss." Louis slightly nodded at him. Then Tom handed a piece of paper to Kira. "Miss Olsen, you can take a look." Kira took it in bewilderment and found that the paper listed a row of renowned universities in the country, with famous professors in the field of new energy. She looked at Tom, confused. "What's this?" Tom slightly raised his chin. "These are all professors more renowned than Professor Miller. You can choose one to continue your postgraduate studies. It's Mr. Horton's compensation for canceling your research position eligibility, Miss Olsen. You can consider it a blessing in disguise." Kira's lips twitched. That won't be necessary. She had heard of most of these professors, and many of them had sent her emails, wanting to learn from her professional knowledge. "So you want to continue with Professor Miller's graduate program?" "No. If these people don't suit your taste, do you want to join Drive South's graduate program?" Tom frowned. "That's a bit difficult. Drive South is highly sought after now. I heard several foreign universities are offering him positions. Miss Olsen, such a genius professor will only recruit genius students. I'm afraid you might not meet his standards. You may as well not get your expectations too high. Choose one from these professors. After graduating from the master's program, you can apply for Drive South's PhD program, right?" Kira looked at him as if she was looking at a fool. She then said to Louis, "Mr. Horton, you don't need to drive me back. I'll take a taxi." After saying that, she left the hospital right away, hailed a cab, and left. Tom scratched his head. "I heard that Isla wanted to do a postgraduate program under Drive South. Is Kira trying to be as good as her? Is that why she wants Drive South? Isn't that beyond her abilities?" But Louis was staring in the direction Kira left. His handsome and firm face was expressionless, and his brooding eyes were like bottomless pits, hiding his thoughts. He suddenly said, "Then help her contact Drive South." "What?" Tom was stupefied. Why was his boss being so nice to her? Was he mesmerized by her good looks? Mrs. Olsen arrived with Isla and Jake at the private restaurant 10 minutes early. After getting out of the car, Jake frowned at the surroundings. "Why here?" Isla was confused. "Jake, what's wrong?" Jake pursed his lips. "Nothing." Isla then looked at Mrs. Olsen. "Mom, has Drive South arrived yet?" Mrs. Olsen said, "Drive South is already in the private room." The three of them entered the restaurant. Jake looked around but didn't see the familiar figure he was expecting. He stopped thinking about Kira and looked at Isla. Would Drive South be coming to work at the Horton Group? Isla glanced at Mrs. Olsen, then lowered her voice to say, "Jake, you should go in and have a good chat with Drive South first. I believe that as long as you show enough sincerity, Drive South will surely be moved. Can you come with me to the restroom to fix it?" B0XO.com. Mrs. Olsen accompanied her to the restroom. Jake made his way to the private room's entrance. His first job when he joined the Horton Group was in the Research and Development Department. If Drive South could join his team, it would greatly enhance his prestige within the company. He tidied up his clothes before pushing open the door. What greeted his eyes was the attractive back view of a woman who was pouring tea with her back to the door. The renowned Drive South turned out to be a young woman. Jake suppressed his astonishment and respectfully said, "Dr. South, nice to meet you. I'm Jake Horton from the Horton Group." The woman slowly turned around. Upon seeing the pretty face, Jake was taken aback. "Kira, what are you doing here?" Kira received a WhatsApp message from Mrs. Olsen, saying that she would be here soon, so she poured tea into Mrs. Olsen's cup. But she didn't expect Jake to barge in. A flicker of interest appeared on her face, but her voice was lackadaisical. "I should be the one asking that question." She had made the appointment with Mrs. Olsen. Jake put on a cold face. "Don't worry. I'm not here to see you." He looked around. "Where is Drive South?" Kira was taken aback. Who? Jake said impatiently. The guest in this room. Where is he? Kira Olsen narrowed her eyes without replying. Footsteps approached, and Mrs. Olsen walked in with Isla. Upon seeing Kira, both slightly paused their steps. Isla's face turned dark instantly. Tears welled up in Mrs. Olsen's eyes. You are Kira? After Kira left the Olsen family, Mrs. Olsen didn't see her again. 10 years was enough time for Kira to blossom into a beautiful woman from a teenage girl. Kira was touched. After seeing her, Mrs. Olsen didn't show any discomfort or sadness, but only seemed overjoyed. Perhaps her escape over the past decade was unnecessary. Suppressing the tears in her eyes, Kira stepped forward and smiled. Mrs. Olsen, have you been well lately? Yes. Cough. Cough. I've been well. How about you, Kira? I heard from your father that you are now married? Mrs. Olsen sat down at the main seat, holding onto Kira's hand tightly. Kira nodded without saying much. Mrs. Olsen seemed regretful. She wanted to ask why Kira didn't bring her husband to the Olsens, but considering Taylor's attitude yesterday and the way Poppy ignored and reproached Kira, she didn't bring it up. Seeing this, Isla asked with flickering eyes, Kira, what are you doing here? Jake scoffed. She has been working part-time here all along. Isla looked surprised. Working part-time? Are you working as a waitress here? Mrs. Olsen gripped Kira's hand tightly and asked with concern. I heard you started working in the Horton Group. Why are you still working part-time? Is it because you are short of money? Kira said quietly, no. Mom, let's catch up some other time. We have an important guest today. Isla interrupted them, then looked at Kira again. Kira, we were originally planning to invite you to join us for dinner, but as you are working now, it's not a good time for you, is it? What if other customers need your service? We would interfere with your work. Later, we'll give you a little extra tip as compensation for your efforts. Please keep quiet. Mrs. Olsen scolded Isla, then quickly looked at Kira. They were both Taylor's daughters, but one was high above while the other was just a waitress. Kira must be feeling very upset, right? Unexpectedly, Kira's expression remained calm, as if she didn't recognize the disparity in their status. Mrs. Olsen was pleased. She said, Kira, we made an appointment with Dr. South today. You are also in the new energy field, right? Join us. I'll be beneficial for your future. Isla clenched her fists. Drive South was her trump card. Why would Mrs. Olsen introduce Drive South to Kira? What if Drive South was also seduced by Kira's charm? Thinking about it, Isla scanned the room with her eyes and finally stopped at the teacup on the table. It was steaming hot. She picked up the cup, walked to Kira's side, and said, Kira, Mom asked me to apologize to you yesterday. I'll toast to you with this tea. After saying that, she let go of her fingers, and the scalding tea was about to pour on Kira. Kira had noticed something was wrong. Ever since they were little, Isla had always despised her and looked down on her. How could Isla possibly apologize to her voluntarily? Seeing Isla's hand tilt, Kira snickered internally. She simply spun around as if she didn't notice anything and brushed against the cup that was supposed to spill tea on her. The cup rebounded, and the tea splashed on Isla instead. The hot tea stained Isla's blouse and scalded her skin. Isla let out a cry. She froze for a moment before bracing herself against the pain and said with a grievance, Kira, I know you hate me, but how could you do this? Kira lowered her eyes and pretended to be innocent. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Isla's eyes were filled with tears as if she was about to cry. Upon seeing this, Jake said angrily, Kira, is this how you behave as a waitress? You're so clumsy that you hurt your customer. Call your manager over immediately. I want to file a complaint against you. Mrs. Olsen immediately tried to calm him down. Enough. We're all family here. Isla's eyes flickered as she interjected. That's right. Perhaps Kira was just too excited about the prospect of meeting Drive South. Once she met Drive South, she could rise to a different level and out of my reach. Jake had this thought in his mind, so he immediately said, Auntie, Isla is my fiancée. I have to protect her. She can't be mistreated like this. He looked at Kira. Considering how you're behaving, what makes you think you're even fit to meet Drive South? Mrs. Olsen frowned and was about to say something when Isla quickly held onto her arm. Mom, Jake is angry. Let Kira leave first to prevent further conflicts. Mrs. Olsen had no choice but to nod. She looked at Kira apologetically. Kira, come home more often when you have time. If we get the chance next time, I'll introduce you to Drive South. Just as Kira was about to speak, Isla quickly changed the topic. Mom, why hasn't Drive South arrived yet? Mrs. Olsen sighed. I'll send another message. There's no need to do that. Kira smiled faintly. Drive South is already here. At her words, everyone in the room turned to look at her. Isla hesitated. Where is Drive South? Jake also looked at Kira eagerly. Agitated, Mrs. Olsen began to cough violently. Where is? Seeing this, Kira hastily handed her a cup of tea. B0XO.com. Mrs. Olsen took the cup of tea with her shaky hands. The next moment, the teacup slipped from her hand. Mrs. Olsen fainted on the dining table. Ma'am, Kira cried out, instinctively reaching out to help Mr. Olsen but was pushed away by Isla. Back off. What did you do to my mom? Mom, wake up. Quick, call an ambulance. The ambulance arrived promptly. Kira wanted to get in the ambulance and follow them to the hospital but was stopped by Jake. An illegitimate daughter should stay away from Mrs. Olsen. If anything happens to her because of you, I won't let it pass. He pushed her away. Kira didn't argue. She hailed a taxi and followed closely behind them. Louis finished dinner with the old lady and was working outside the suite. Having read the documents for a long time, he felt irritated and decided to gaze into the distance out of the window. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure downstairs. A group of people were hastily pushing a stretcher toward the inpatient department. Kira was following them from afar, looking like an abandoned little fox. Louis raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up, heading outside. Once he reached the ground floor, he saw Isla and Jake arranging the hospitalization procedures. The doctor said, Sorry, all the wards are currently full. You can stay in the corridor until a bed is available, and we'll arrange it as soon as possible. Jake asked, Are there no VIP wards available? Price is not an issue. The doctor answered, No. Isla cried pitifully, Jake, what do we do now? Don't panic. I'll figure something out. Jake pulled out his mobile phone and started making calls aside. Louis noticed that while Isla looked anxious, she didn't seem to be too worried about Mrs. Olsen. His gaze fell onto Kira. Unlike Isla Olsen, the girl looked calm but was staring at Mrs. Olsen on the stretcher. It seemed as if she was extremely cautious, not wanting to disturb the patient at all. Although she didn't say a word, it was clear from her expression that she was worried. Louis studied her. Suddenly, he said to Tom, who was following him, Help Miss Olsen get a bed. Yes. Kira was waiting by Mrs. Olsen's stretcher. Seeing that Jake had made some calls with a darkened face, she knew he couldn't solve the problem. Mrs. Olsen wasn't in a life-threatening situation. She had just fainted due to insomnia caused by persistent coughing. She simply needed a good rest. It was too noisy here. But Kira didn't have connections in Oceanion hospitals. She wondered if she should ask that person for help. She hesitated and took out her phone, found a number named Creditor, and was about to make a call. The registration counter at the inpatient department received a call and immediately gestured toward them. A VIP ward has just become vacant. Isla said happily, Jake, you are amazing. Jake looked confused. He thought his friends were just placating him when they promised to figure something out. Did they actually manage to help? He didn't give it a second thought and took credit for the accomplishment. The group went upstairs to the ward. Kira followed suit. Mrs. Olsen looked more gaunt than she did 10 years ago, her face devoid of any color. She was pushed into the ward. Kira followed her but was stopped by Isla at the door. Kira, my mother needs rest. Please don't disturb her. Bang. The door shut. Kira stood in place, stunned. Although she was worried about Mrs. Olsen's health, she understood that she didn't have the right or status to push this door open. Kira was planning to wait until Mrs. Olsen woke up, so she sat down on the bench outside. Not long after, she heard hasty footsteps. Taylor, with a worried look on his face, hurried into the ward as he panted for breath. After confirming that Mrs. Olsen wasn't in critical condition, he took Isla outside to talk in the corridor. Taylor frowned and asked, What happened? How did she faint all of a sudden? Isla looked over at Kira, who was sitting on the side, and said, Kira insisted on getting to know Drive South. She argued with Jake, which upset Mom. As soon as she said that, Taylor looked fiercely at Kira, ungrateful creature. Without saying another word, he swung his arm to slap Kira. Kira didn't dodge. All she could think of was the image of Mrs. Olsen's pale face after she fainted. She recalled what Isla once said, "My mom is unhappy because of you." Maybe she really shouldn't have appeared in front of Mrs. Olsen. Smack. The anticipated pain never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw a tall figure standing in front of her. Louis, suited and booted, looked like a deity. He stood there as if he was holding up the sky for her. Kira blinked, suppressing the tears in her eyes and the bitterness in her heart. She heard Taylor's flustered voice. "Mr. Horton? What are you?" Then she heard Louis's deep, pleasant voice. "Mr. Olsen, I wouldn't have intervened, but my grandma likes her, and if she sees any injury on Miss Olsen, she'll be upset." Taylor immediately said, "I'm sorry about that." They were about to say something when Mrs. Olsen coughed. She was awake. Taylor and Isla immediately went inside. Kira stood up, wanting to go in and check on Mrs. Olsen's condition, but didn't dare to. She hesitated at the door for a long time. She could hear Mrs. Olsen's weak voice, "I'm fine. Don't worry, I haven't slept properly for a long time. So I fell asleep as soon as I fainted. It was quite comfortable." Kira relaxed, resurrecting her lost vitality. Louis averted his gaze. The girl had just looked as lost as a homeless little fox, and he felt sorry for her. He asked, "Are you not going in?" Kira answered, "Not for now. Otherwise, it would lead to a verbal showdown, which would disturb Mrs. Olsen." Just as the two turned around, they saw the old lady, who was supported by the butler. "I heard my granddaughter-in-law's mother is hospitalized. So, I came to check." Kira held her arm. "Grandma, Mrs. Olsen isn't my mother. Did I get it wrong?" The old lady suddenly took out her phone, found a photo, and gave it to Kira. "Granddaughter-in-law, this is a photo that you sent to me before, saying it was you and your mother. Isn't the person in the ward the one in this photo?" Kira glanced at the photo and was immediately taken aback. In the photo was Mrs. Olsen and her. Kira looked at the photograph with bewilderment. In the photo, she and Mrs. Olsen were at the seaside. Both wore white chiffon dresses. She was in the front with Mrs. Olsen in the back, and both were beaming. They indeed looked like a mother and daughter with a close relationship. But Kira didn't have a white chiffon dress. She left the Olsen family when she was in junior high and hadn't seen Mrs. B0XO.com Olsen since. How could there be a picture of them together? She took old Mrs. Horton's phone and zoomed in on the photo. Then she found some clues. The photo was photoshopped. The method was quite unprofessional, and it seemed like they found a picture of a mother and daughter online and then replaced their faces with hers and Mrs. Olsen's. She looked at old Mrs. Horton. "When did I send this to you?" Old Mrs. Horton shook her head. "I don't remember. How did I send it to you? Email? Or text message?" Old Mrs. Horton kept shaking her head. "I can't remember." Kira didn't know what to say. Old Mrs. Horton occasionally said one or two surprising things, but then was unable to explain them, which frustrated Kira. But old Mrs. Horton was very firm. "Granddaughter-in-law, she's your mother. You can't ignore your mother." If Kira could, she really wished Mrs. Olsen was her mother. Kira lowered her eyes to hide the bitterness in them. "I know." She took old Mrs. Horton back to the ward. Louis did not enter the room and only stood in the corridor. Tom quickly came over. "Boss, we figured it out. Miss Olsen went to work at that private restaurant again and ran into the Olsen family. She went home to shower and change clothes, while Louis and Tom thought she was going on a date with her boyfriend." Louis smiled faintly and asked indifferently, "Is Horton Group not paying her much? Otherwise, why would she go work elsewhere?" Tom answered, "That's not the case. Old Mrs. Horton made the arrangement. Maybe the work arranged by Jalen for her is too difficult, and she's afraid she'll be fired." Kira's situation in the company was all under Tom's supervision. However, Louis didn't think it was that simple. What were the Olsen family doing at the private restaurant? Tom replied, "They had arranged to meet Drive South. Mr. Jake also went because of this." "Where is Drive South?" "He didn't show up in the end." A faint light flickered in Louis's deep eyes, and an idea began to form. But he thought this idea was too absurd. After a 2-hour rest, Mrs. Olsen felt much better. She started coughing as she spoke. Isla, let Jake go home first. Hearing this, Isla's expression turned slightly awkward. Jake stayed here not because he was worried about Mrs. Olsen, but because he was here for Drive South. She hesitated and said, "Mom, drive south." Mrs. Olsen realized what she meant and immediately said, "Hand me the phone. I stood Drive South up today. I need to give an explanation." After she texted Drive South and rearranged their meeting, Isla sent Jake out the door. Isla said, "Jake, don't worry. There won't be any problems with DR. Jalen is one of them. As long as we can invite Drive South to join us, I'll make a great contribution to the R&D department and can gain a firm foothold. So, Drive South is very important to me. You must convince him." Okay. The two were talking as they entered the elevator. After they left, Kira came out of the corner. She didn't want to confront Isla in front of Mrs. Olsen, for fear that Mrs. Olsen would get overly emotional and worsen her condition. She arrived at the ward, pushed open the door, and entered. Taylor's face darkened immediately when he saw her. "What are you doing here? Get out." Kira's eyes turned cold, and then Mrs. Olsen's clear yet gentle voice rang out. "Is it Kira? Let her come in." Taylor glared at Kira and warned her, "Don't upset Mrs. Olsen anymore. As I said, it wasn't Kira's fault. I was just exhausted from not sleeping well for a few days." Mrs. Olsen nagged a bit, then held Kira's hand. "Poor child, you must have been frightened today, right?" Although Mrs. Olsen was thin and didn't seem approachable, her hands were very warm. Kira smiled. "No, that's good. You should come home more often in the future." Mrs. Olsen lay on the bed and spoke in a kind voice. "And your husband, your mother said he's a little punk, but I don't believe that. Kira, you have good taste and good judgment. I'm sure the man you have chosen has his merits. Introduce him to me someday." Kira felt like crying. Of course. From the day she got her marriage certificate, all she received was abuse and humiliation from others. Only from Mrs. Olsen could she hear such caring and concerned words. Mrs. Olsen wanted to say something else, but she started coughing violently again. Taylor said, "Okay, don't talk anymore. You need to rest." Kira stood up. She took a bottle of white pills from her pocket and put it in Mrs. Olsen's hand. "This is a cough suppressant that I asked someone to buy. If you can't sleep at night, you can take one." Okay. Kira didn't want to disturb Mrs. Olsen's rest, so she said goodbye and left. After she left, Mrs. Olsen looked at the bottle of medicine and sighed. "Kira still cares about me." "However," Taylor disdainfully said, "will someone who cares about you not come home to see you for 10 years? How could you be tricked by a bottle of medicine from who knows which small clinic?" He threw the bottle into the trash can. "I heard that Nora is developing a cough suppressant that's effective in clinical trials. I'll find connections to get it for you." Mrs. Olsen's eyes dimmed. "You actually believe such rumors? Chronic neurogenic cough is a rare disease. Who would bother developing a drug for it? They'll never make up for the cost." Taylor held her hand. "We have to try. You're coughing all night and can't sleep. It's too uncomfortable. It hurts me to see you like this." Mrs. Olsen could only nod. It was well into the night. Mrs. Olsen suddenly started coughing violently again. Although she was extremely tired, she just couldn't fall asleep. She lay on her side, suppressing the itch in her throat, not wanting to wake up Taylor in the next room. No one knew how desperate she was. Chronic neurogenic cough couldn't be completely cured. The disease was getting worse and worse, and the anxiety from lack of sleep even made her have suicidal thoughts on many occasions. If she wasn't so strong-willed, she might have killed herself a long time ago. But she didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Lately, she had been feeling weaker every single day. Perhaps she wouldn't live to see her daughter get married. Mrs. Olsen was thinking pessimistically when her eyes suddenly fell on the bottle of medicine in the trash can. Somehow, she picked up the bottle, opened it, took out a white pill, and put it in her mouth. After the white tablet entered her mouth, it immediately emitted a refreshing, cool sensation. Her itching throat seemed to be wrapped in fresh water, and it felt much better. Mrs. Olsen swallowed the tablet without drinking water. B0XO.com cough. She started coughing again. She smiled bitterly. Just now, for a fleeting moment, she almost thought the tablet was working. What a wishful thinking. Mrs. Olsen lay in bed and closed her eyes. She has been dealing with chronic neurotic coughing for over 2 decades. She had taken numerous medicines and consulted so many experts over the years, but it hadn't gotten any better. Shirley? Shirley, wake up. Mrs. Olsen slowly opened her eyes and saw Taylor standing next to her bed, the entire room bright as day. Were the hospital's incandescent lights so bright? Feeling a bit confused, she asked, "What time is it?" 10 in the morning. Taylor looked at her anxiously. "You should eat something, or else your blood sugar will drop." Mrs. Olsen was stunned. She turned her head in confusion. Only then did she notice that the light in the room wasn't coming from the lamps, but from the sunlight. She actually slept through the whole night. How could that be possible? It must be that bottle of medicine, the one Kira gave her. Aunt South, who was next to her, was so excited that she had tears in her eyes. "Madam, the sleeping pills the doctor gave you yesterday really worked. You actually slept for a full 10 hours. Mrs. Olsen was astounded. "What sleeping pills?" Aunt South looked toward Isla. "Mr. Jake got them for you. He heard that you were having trouble sleeping, so he specifically found a strong sleeping pill and added it to the medicine you were taking. We didn't tell you because we were afraid that if you kept thinking about it, you would have even more trouble sleeping. We didn't expect it to work this well." Mrs. Olsen hesitated. Was that so? But sleeping pills only aid sleep. When she woke up today, she clearly felt that her throat was much clearer. Her gaze fell on the pillow next to her, where the plastic bottle without a label was. She would try it again tonight. If she only took sleeping pills and not this medicine, she would then know which one actually worked. Thinking this, Mrs. Olsen fell silent. Meanwhile, Taylor looked toward Isla and spoke with relief. "My son-in-law is amazing. I heard that there was a major flu outbreak recently, and the inpatient department is full. They couldn't find a vacant ward yesterday, and it was Jake who pulled a lot of strings to arrange this one. We are really grateful to him." Only then did Mrs. Olsen find out that the ward was also arranged by Jake. "He's such a good kid." Seizing upon the moment, Isla said, "Mom, since Jake is so kind, you should help him too." Mrs. Olsen asked, "How can I help?" Taylor thought of something and said, "Is there some difficulty Jake faces at work?" Isla nodded, sighing. "His family wants Jake to manage the R&D department, but the researchers there are all senior and not very obedient to Jake. If we could invite Drive South there, even just as an external technical support, then Jake could stabilize his position." Having said that, Isla looked toward Mrs. Olsen. As she expected, she saw a struggle and hesitation on Mrs. Olsen's face. Mrs. Olsen has her own principles in dealing with people and matters. She didn't like to exploit kindness to seek benefits, but she was even more afraid of owing favors. Mrs. Olsen hesitated a moment, then finally said, "I'll ask Drive South, but if he doesn't agree, then let it be." A smile spread across Isla's face. Great. Based on her experience, whenever Mrs. Olsen asked for something, Drive South never refused. Mrs. Olsen took out her phone, found Drive South on WhatsApp, carefully chose her words, and sent a message. "South, do you have a minute? I have a favor to ask." When Kira received this message, she had just brought old Mrs. Horton back up from a walk. She read the message with a frown. Why did Mrs. Olsen suddenly contact her? Was there an issue? Was there something wrong with yesterday's drug? Or did it have an allergic reaction? That drug was actually still in the clinical trial stage, and she had originally planned to wait for the trial to end before giving it to Mrs. Olsen. However, seeing Mrs. Olsen's severe condition, she took it out in advance. Anxious, Kira asked the nursing staff to bring old Mrs. Horton back to her ward and headed for Mrs. Olsen's ward in a hurry. Lewis, who was working in the outer office area, saw his grandmother walk in. He instinctively looked behind her but didn't see that slender figure. His eyes flickered. "Where's Miss Olsen?" Old Mrs. Horton replied, "She's gone to see her mother." Lewis raised an eyebrow. Did something happen to Mrs. Olsen? Old Mrs. Horton immediately became anxious. "My granddaughter-in-law indeed rushed over just now." "Oh, you brat, hurry up and check up on her." Lewis pursed his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to his feet. Tom followed him in a hurry. Kira ran into Mrs. Olsen's ward, only to find the ward was filled with many people. Not only was Jake there, but even Poppy was present. Somebody must have said something because everyone was laughing. However, the merriment quickly died when she stepped into the room. Kira stood at the doorway, feeling rather unnecessary. Mrs. Olsen seemed all right. She lowered her head and was ready to leave. Mrs. Olsen wanted to stop her, but seeing all the people in the room, she knew it was best for Kira to leave for now. They could meet alone when there was time. Poppy, however, opened her mouth. Hey, isn't that Miss Olsen? Are we not good enough for you now that you've cozied up to old Mrs. Horton? Kira didn't respond and turned to leave, but Poppy grabbed her. I heard you're trying your best to please old Mrs. Horton, staying by her bedside all night and doing all sorts of unpleasant chores. Do you think she'll consider you as close as their own kin? What kind of daydream are you having? You're nothing but a plaything to them. Isla hastily said, Don't say that. Old Mrs. Horton really likes Kira. Poppy interrupted her loudly. Likes her? Look at what Mr. Jake does for you. That's what people do for someone they like. Poppy turned toward Jake Horton, flattering him. I heard that yesterday they couldn't free up any ward at all. There are many families with decent background who want to get into the hospital, but all of them have to wait in line. It was Mr. Jake who helped us out. That's how Mrs. Olsen got into the VIP ward. Jake Horton glanced at Kira and smiled humbly. My uncle's doesn't know about this matter. He would have helped if he knew. I just did what little I could. Your little contribution has been of great help to our home. Poppy turned to Kira Olsen and mocked her again. Even if Mr. Olsen knew, he wouldn't care about you. No matter how hard you try to please him, he's just toying with you like any Tom or Harry. Kira clenched her fists, but didn't want to argue here to avoid disturbing Mrs. Olsen's rest. Louis, who had just arrived, stood outside the ward and heard everything. His face was stone cold, and he cast a glance at Tom. Tom took the hint immediately. He cleared his throat and entered the room. Mrs. Olsen, I'm here to convey Mr. Horton's regards. How are you finding the ward? Is it comfortable? The room instantly fell silent. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at Tom, then at Jake. Jake looked dumbfounded. Was this ward arranged by his uncle? Poppy was also stunned, but quickly regained her composure and laughed. Mr. Jake, I didn't know you asked Mr. Horton to give us this room. B0xo.com. Jake's expression froze. However, Tom smiled. Miss Olsen asked Mr. Horton for this room. Mr. Jake, did you also go to Mr. Horton? Jake felt like crawling into a hole in embarrassment. He stuttered. I made a lot of calls at that time and asked several people for help. They said they would help. It was a misunderstanding. Isla felt humiliated. She clenched her fists tightly, and for the first time, she didn't find Jake all that aloof. The strange atmosphere was finally broken by Mrs. Olsen, who coughed a few times and said to Tom, Please thank Mr. Horton for me. We're very comfortable here. Once I get better, I'll visit old Mrs. Horton. Tom said, As long as you're comfortable here, Miss Olsen won't be worried, and old Mrs. Horton will be happy. All the businessmen could infer the implied favoritism toward Kira. This realization made everyone in the room feel slightly uneasy. They didn't expect old Mrs. Horton to favor Kira so much. Only Mrs. Olsen was genuinely happy. With Kira living alone outside, she had always been anxious. But since their relationship was rather delicate, she couldn't appear to be too close to Kira. Now that old Mrs. Horton sincerely cared for Kira, Mrs. Olsen could finally relax. Kira was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected it was Louis who had helped. She looked at Poppy, a hint of mockery playing on her lips. Infuriated by her expression, Poppy fumed. Little brat, what are you proud of? Just because you have a patron doesn't make you any better. Shut up, Taylor said angrily. My wife needs to rest. What are you blabbering about? Get your ace back home. Poppy stopped talking and seemed a little hurt. Taylor, leave. Poppy's face flushed red. She glared resentfully at Kira before hurriedly exiting the room. After she left, Kira turned to Mrs. Olsen. Ma'am, how did you sleep last night? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Olsen unconsciously gripped the small medicine bottle hidden under the blanket and said slowly, I slept very well. It has been a long time since I've slept this comfortably. I'm glad to hear that. Kira didn't explain much, but only nodded. I'll let you rest. All right. As Kira and Tom left the room, they saw Louis standing in the hallway. He was in a suit and tie, which accentuated his long legs, making him look both gentlemanly and unapproachable. He leaned against the wall and was looking down at his phone. His black hair partially covered his sharp eyebrows and eyes. His side profile, illuminated by the light, appeared defined and cold. Upon hearing them, he turned to look. His narrow eyes brimmed with icy depth. He said, "Grandmother insisted that I come to check up on you." Despite his indifferent tone, his deep voice warmed Kira Olsen's heart. She smiled sincerely. "Thank you." Her amorous eyes were clear and dazzling, filled with innocence and an unintentional charm. The smile on her lips was even more breathtaking, momentarily dazzling Lewis. At this time, Jake's voice came from inside. "Auntie, since you're okay, I'll let you rest." "Sure." "Isla, see Jake out." The door opened, and Jake and Isla came out. They instantly noticed Lewis and Kira. Isla felt as if an enemy was approaching. Her gaze darted between the two as if trying to figure out their relationship. Jake's face darkened too. He subconsciously asked, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Lewis said meaningfully, "I don't think I need to report my whereabouts to you." Such an indifferent reply seemed to bring an invisible pressure. Jake's palms immediately started to sweat. "That's not what I meant." He took a deep breath and looked at Kira. The girl's face had a kind of unabashed beauty. Mr. Horton was also a good-looking man. When the two stood together, they were like a match made in heaven. A strong sense of jealousy overwhelmed Jake, and he couldn't help but speak again. "Miss Olsen, you've been looking after my great-grandmother in the hospital all this time. Doesn't your husband mind?" Kira was taken aback. She subconsciously glanced at Mr. Horton and said with a smirk, "He probably doesn't mind." Jake's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, Lewis suddenly spoke. "Are you coming back to the ward? Grandma is waiting for you." "Coming back?" Kira hesitated slightly. It had been a long time since she had heard that expression, because she had no home to come back to. Looking down, she smiled faintly. "Let's go." The two left together. Jake's gaze was dark as he stared at Kira from behind. For a moment, he felt an urge to take her back at all costs. But Isla held his arm and said, "Jake, I'll definitely help you get Drive South's assistance." Jake seemed to regain his senses. "All right, I'll walk you downstairs." "Okay." After he left, Isla felt a deep sense of crisis. When she returned to the ward, she saw Mrs. Olsen getting up and moving around. Her eyes flickered. She walked to the bed and pretended to tidy up the bedspread before exclaiming, "Mom, why is there a bottle of medicine on your bed?" Taylor frowned. "Isn't this the non-warranty medicine that Kira gave you?" "Surely. Why did you pick it up again?" Mrs. Olsen explained, "I took one last night, and it seemed to work." "How is that possible? It was clearly the sleeping pill that worked. How can you just take it? Aren't you afraid it'll harm your health?" Mrs. Olsen hurriedly said, "Don't throw it away. I won't take it tonight. I want to see which medicine works." Taylor said reluctantly, "All right." Soon, it was night. Aunt South held the sleeping pill in her hand, looking as if she was holding a magic panacea. After seeing Mrs. Olsen take it, she turned off the light and quietly left the room. The room quieted down. Half an hour later, there was still no sound inside. Aunt South said excitedly, "Mr. Jake's medicine is a lifesaver for Mrs. Olsen. She hasn't had a full night's sleep in over 20 years. Isla pretended to be shy. "Don't say that. The ward wasn't arranged by Jake, and it was such a big embarrassment today." Upon hearing this, Taylor said, "Compared to the ward, this medicine is the most important. Even if Shirley were in the presidential suite, she wouldn't be able to sleep without it." Kira went out of her way to seek Mr. Davis's help to show off and brag. "What? Are we supposed to be grateful and indebted to her?" After that, he glanced in disgust at the bottle of medicine Kira had sent. "Aunt South, get rid of this stupid medicine. Don't let Shirley take it again." As soon as he said those words, a suppressed, severe coughing sound came from the ward. Taylor was slightly startled. He exchanged a glance with Aunt South and immediately rushed into the ward. One of the characteristics of a nervous cough was that it tended to get worse at night. Aunt South switched on the light. Everyone could see Mrs. Olsen sitting halfway up in bed, her hand covering her mouth, her face red from the effort of coughing. B0XO.com. She clutched her chest. Her frail body trembled violently with each cough. The sight was alarming. Taylor steadied her by the shoulder. "Shirley, are you all right?" But Mrs. Olsen said, "Medicine." Then she coughed again. Taylor was puzzled. Aunt South, however, understood and immediately rushed out to bring in the medicine bottle given by Kira. "Mrs. Olsen, the medicine is here." Mrs. Olsen nodded, and as Aunt South anxiously opened the bottle and was about to hand her a tablet, her hand was stopped by Isla. Isla frowned and said, "Mom's cough suddenly worsened. Could it have been caused by this medicine? I think it's better not to take medicine with an unknown origin." Her intuition told her that the medicine might actually work. That's why she couldn't let Mrs. Olsen take it. She looked at Taylor. When someone is prejudiced against another, everything the latter did seemed wrong. Kira was the daughter of Poppy, and that was Taylor's biggest prejudice against her. As expected, Taylor said angrily, "Kira is always causing more harm than good. I've always said she's unreliable. Despite your kindness to her, Shirley, she tries to harm you with this medicine." Isla's heart leaped in satisfaction. Mrs. Olsen, however, seized a momentary relief from her cough and looked to Aunt South. "Give me the medicine." Aunt South, ever so loyal, immediately handed the tablet to Mrs. Olsen, who promptly put it in her mouth. "Shirley." As Taylor yelled in alarm and tried to stop her, he realized Mrs. Olsen had stopped coughing. She took a deep breath after her fit of coughing subsided, and then looked at them seriously. "It's confirmed. It's Kira's medicine that worked." When Mrs. Olsen's coughing finally stopped and she fell asleep, the others all came out to the outer room again. Isla's face was pale. She bit her lip and said, "Dad, is Kira really so capable that she actually managed to buy an effective medicine? What capability does she have? It must have been Mr. Horton who helped her buy it." Taylor frowned. It seems old Mrs. Horton really does favor her. Isla immediately clenched her fists. "In the VIP ward. What did we eat for lunch today?" The old lady racked her brain. "Oatmeal? No, it was pasta. Brat, am I right?" Lewis nodded with a smile. "Correct." The old lady was pleased. "I know I don't have any problems. My brain works fine." Lewis didn't say anything. Upon close inspection, one could tell that his eyes didn't mirror his smile. In fact, they had rice for lunch. His grandmother had forgotten again. Her condition seemed to be worsening, and her memory began to degenerate. At this moment, Kira suddenly said, "Grandma, what color was Mr. Horton's tie yesterday?" The old lady immediately said, "Purple. This brat is very particular. He even wore diamond cufflinks. And the day before yesterday? Blue. I bought him that blue tie." Kira smiled lightly and looked meaningful at Lewis. Grandma remembers the things she cares about very clearly. Lewis looked at her. She was sitting in the recliner, sinking deeply into it. She was lazily playing with her phone. With her head lowered, her long, black hair casually draped over her back, accentuating her fair skin and giving her an overall soft glow. What she just said was intended to comfort him. His anxiety gradually subsided. The old lady suddenly chuckled. "Granddaughter-in-law, I was right, wasn't I?" Kira said, "Yes." The old lady then looked at Lewis. "Brat, did you see that? Your wife even remembers clearly what you wear every day. She's thinking about you all the time." Kira was shocked. She merely has a photographic memory. She really didn't intentionally remember these things. She wanted to explain something, but noticed that Lewis was staring at the computer in front of him, completely ignoring them. He must have not taken the old woman's words to heart, right? In that case, she wouldn't explain to avoid seeming overly defensive. Kira didn't notice the slight redness on his earlobes and once again focused on her work, the finishing touches of Alzheimer's research, a problem that had her utterly stumped. She rose to her feet. "I'm going for a walk." Just as she was about to take the Shiba Inu kitten for a stroll, someone lightly tapped her shoulder. She turned around to see a middle-aged man with a rowdy appearance standing behind her, grinning. "Niece, long time no see." Kira's face darkened. This man was Poppy's brother, her uncle, Finley Hill. He was jobless and thoroughly addicted to gambling. He spoke with a foul breath, and his yellow, rotten teeth made her nauseous. Kira took a step back. What are you here for? Finley rubbed his hands and said sleazily, Oh my, I hear that my dear niece has gotten into the good graces of the Horton family. I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Could you lend me some money? Kira sneered. Poppy was extremely devoted to her brother. She squatted in the Olsen's house without leaving and gave all the living expenses provided by the Olsens to this brother of hers. After Kira left the Olsen family, Finley had shamelessly gone to see her several times for money. Later, presumably seeing that she really had no money, he finally backed off. Who would have thought he'd show up again now? Kira said, I have no money. Finley didn't believe her. You serve that old woman so well, and she hasn't given you any money? Kira narrowed her eyes. Not yet. Maybe she will in the future? Finley immediately laughed. Then you must lend me some money when you get it. If you give me enough, I can tell you a secret. Fine. Finley didn't dare to make a fuss here. After all, the VIP ward was inhabited by either the rich or the powerful. With security patrolling nearby, he chuckled and left. Kira gave a snort of derision. Just then, her phone rang. She took it out to see that it was Mrs. Olsen. She quickly answered the call. Isla was anxiously pacing the room. She was relying on Drive South to secure her position in the Horton family. But Drive South hadn't replied to Mrs. Olsen's messages all day today. Jake had sent a few more WhatsApp messages, persistently asking about Drive South. Isla couldn't keep stalling. Isla suddenly stopped in her tracks and quietly entered the ward. Mrs. Olsen was fast asleep, so Isla took the phone from her mother. She then went outside to the corridor. She took a deep breath, unlocked the phone, found South in the contacts, and dialed the number. The call was answered after 3 rings. The person on the other end answered with a clear voice. Hello, Mrs. Olsen. What can I do for you? Upon hearing this voice, Isla froze. That voice was Kira? Isla's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her mother's phone. She wouldn't mistake that voice. The voice on the other end of the phone paused slightly, then it turned colder still. Isla, what are you doing with Mrs. Olsen's phone? It was her. Isla felt as if she had seen a ghost. B0XO.com. No, it couldn't be. She glanced at her phone sharply, suddenly thinking of something. She asked, Is this your phone number? Kira said, What kind of question is that? That's when it dawned on Isla. She almost forgot that Kira's nickname was also South, which was what Mrs. Olsen would sometimes call her. A tremendous sigh of relief escaped her lips, followed by boundless fury. You're such a sycophant. To get my mother's favor, you even put her family name in your nickname. Are you worthy of being called that? Kira lowered her eyes. The name was something she had chosen when she was in elementary school. South indeed came from the surname of Mrs. Olsen, aka Jody South. Kira was young at the time and chose it simply because she liked it, never thinking about whether it would bother Mrs. Olsen. She was the daughter of a mistress, yet she adopted the wife's last name. Kira wondered what Mrs. Olsen felt at the time. She would never know now. She said indifferently, Did you call just to say this? Of course not. Isla tore off her mask of decency and said viciously, I just want to tell you, even if you've charmed Mr. Horton through old Mrs. Horton, you're nothing more than a mistress and a toy. Mr. Horton is a married man. I'm different, though. I'll marry Jake and become a legitimate daughter-in-law of the Horton family. Kira said, then, Congratulations? Isla felt as if she was punching cotton. She left a thread in the end. You can't just talk about feelings in a wealthy family. I have connections with Drive South. I'll always be in an unbeatable position. Kira's mouth twitched after the phone call. Since when had she become one of Isla's pawns? As she pondered, a WhatsApp call came in again. This time, it was from Mrs. Olsen. She was calling Drive South on WhatsApp. Kira operated on her phone, picked it up, and said casually, Hello. Her voice was changed by a device. The appearance of Finley made her understand that some things were better kept low-key to avoid unwelcome relatives. Isla said respectfully, Hello, Drive South. Sorry for the disturbance. I'm Isla Olsen, the daughter of Jody South. I am calling on the Horton Group's behalf. They would like to invite you to join their R&D team. My mother also wishes for the same. May I ask if you... Not interested, Kira interrupted her coldly. Isla halted. She wanted to say something more, but Kira said, I only take responsibility for companies under Mrs. Olsen's name. With that, she hung up. Monday, Kira left her puppy with the old lady and dutifully went to work. As she stepped out of the hospital gate, contemplating whether to take a taxi or the subway, a Bentley slowly stopped beside her. Lewis looked straight ahead, saying indifferently, "Get in?" Kira refused. "I don't think I should do that." The two weren't on such good terms yet. Lewis said, "Grandma asked me to drive you to work. You can just tell her you did that." Lewis glanced at her. "I need a photo for proof." "Fine." Kira opened the back door and sat next to Lewis. Lewis raised his phone and took a selfie of the two of them. She tilted her head, and a few strands of hair fluttered across Lewis's face, leaving him rigid like he was electrocuted for a moment. In the passenger seat, Tom hesitated for a moment. He didn't recall old Mrs. Horton making this request before they left. He must have missed it. After taking the photo, Kira sat up straight and started busying herself on her phone. The two remained silent until they reached the underground parking lot of the Horton Group. Lewis took the exclusive elevator and left with Tom. Kira, on the other hand, took the staff elevator up to the R&D department. At this time, the managerial staff of the R&D department were in a tense meeting. The general manager of the R&D department announced a position change. After the decision of the company's top management, Jake, the team leader, is promoted to the vice president, who will be responsible for the technical issues of the R&D department in the future. Someone asked, "Why is this announcement so sudden?" The manager said, "Vice President Horton successfully invited Drive South to be our technical support in the R&D department. This is a big deal for the R&D department. Although Drive South doesn't work in the office, if any of you have any problems, you can ask Vice President Horton to communicate with him and solve the problem. Now, let's have Vice President Horton say a few words." Jake stood up and spoke directly. "From now on, the research and development staff of the first and second teams have to listen to my commands. Mr. Riley, I presume you won't violate the company's regulation?" Jalen, who had been working overtime all weekend at the company and had pulled 2 all-nighters, was wearing casual clothes with an air of irritation. He snorted coldly. "There's another regulation at the company that doesn't allow skipping ranks for reporting or assigning tasks. So, about my staff. You can only delegate tasks through me." Jake's face darkened. "Mr. Riley, I see you don't have enough energy to manage the staff of the first team. Have you solved your core problem yet? Although the R&D department is divided into teams, it's also a whole. Your delays affect the progress of the entire project." Jalen abruptly stood up. "You also studied renewable energy, so you should know how difficult the research is. You make it sound like you can solve my core problem." Jake spoke calmly. "I cannot solve it, but I have someone who can. Do you need me to ask Drive South for help?" Jalen scoffed. "I didn't know you could be so kind." Jake's eyes were filled with a cold light. "We're all in the R&D department, so of course, I'll show extra care. But I need one of your team's technical staff to come over and assist me. How about that new intern? Deal?" Jalen knew from the start that he was after Kira. He said coldly, "No deal. I'll do it myself slowly. Don't bother asking Drive South for me." Jake said gloomily, "Mr. Riley, don't think that hiding behind my uncle can help you do as you please here. You're responsible for delaying the entire R&D department's progress. I'll give you 2 more days. If you don't solve that problem, I'm going to request your dismissal or demotion." Jalen walked out. "Then let's see if you're capable of that." He was arrogant in the office, but once he stepped outside, Jalen lost his composure. He knew even if Lewis wanted to protect him, if Jake really put forward a request, it would be troublesome. Jalen entered the first team section of the R&D department and kicked a chair angrily. Luca was late for work. He quietly went to his workstation, afraid of causing trouble with his agitated team leader. He turned on his computer, opened his inbox, and saw an unread email. An email from Kira. Did she really solve the core problem? Seriously? Even Jalen, a PhD who returned to the country after studying abroad, couldn't solve such a core issue immediately. Kira was only an undergraduate. Even if Professor Miller praised her talent, could she solve it no matter how well she defied expectations? Luca thought those things as he clicked the mouse. He opened that email and then he blinked. Bang! B0XO.com. Jalen slammed the documents he held onto the table and raised his chin slightly. Meeting time. Luca didn't respond immediately. Instead, he was staring at that email. Luca, is your ace glued to the chair? Jalen was in a bad mood, and seeing Luca moving slowly, he shouted angrily. Luca glanced at the content of the email, saw that it was a blank file, and immediately stood up. Coming. I'm coming. Kira failed to solve the problem, and she had probably sent this email by mistake. When he left his computer, the attachment that had just finished buffering in the email was lying quietly in the interface. In the office, Jalen frowned and briefly explained the situation at the just concluded meeting. He didn't mention Kira and just said, in 2 days, if this core issue cannot be solved, I'll resign. The moment these words came out, the office became quiet. Jalen did have a temper and often scolded them, but he was a qualified team leader, and they all respected him. After a while of silence, everyone started talking. Jalen, just tell us what to do. Yes, for the next 2 days, we won't sleep. Let's do our best. Jalen delegated work, increasing each employee's workload several times, yet nobody complained. It was only after the meeting that Jalen felt like he had forgotten something. He suddenly turned to Luca. Where's Kira? How come she wasn't at work yet? Luca shook his head, but another person said, she came in the morning, clocked in, and then went to the library. The complexion on Jalen's face instantly turned gloomy. He was struggling against Jake for her, but that woman had gone out again? Someone couldn't help saying, Jalen, she's too ungrateful. If she worked with us on this project, she would gain so much work experience. Luca didn't agree with Kira's approach, but still spoke for her. She just graduated from college. She doesn't understand these things. Besides, our stuff is too complicated for her. She probably won't understand. We're a team. Even if she doesn't understand, she should still stay and help at this key moment, right? Is she taking a salary and not working? Who does that? That's right. What's wrong with this girl? Is our team beginning to keep loafers? Jalen took a deep breath, feeling that Kira was ungrateful. On the roof, Tom had been keeping an eye on the situation below and knew more about it than Group 1. He was complaining to Lewis. Jalen is working frantically for her, while she is leisurely reading in the library all morning. She is a real femme fatale. Lewis frowned, his cool, scrutinizing eyes glancing at Tom. Reading all morning? Yes, she clocked in and went there. She hasn't even had lunch yet. What book? I didn't pay attention to that. I assume it's a paper on new energy? You assume? The clear displeasure in Lewis's voice gave Tom a chill, but he suddenly realized something. She's been targeting the library since she started working, so her purpose in joining Horton Group is to search for information? What book she was reading became hugely important. Tom bowed his head. I'll find out now. But Lewis had already stood up. He was buttoning his blazer as he walked briskly out, only leaving a word behind. Don't bother. He quickly arrived at the library and found her among the books in the neurology category. She was looking up, her eyes swiftly sweeping across a row of books, then coming to rest at the highest level of the shelf. She then saw something. She dragged over a ladder, climbed up, and reached for the book. She was wearing a loose hooded sweatshirt today, along with skinny jeans. Her movement raised the lower hem of her sweatshirt, revealing her leg. From Lewis's perspective, her legs were slender and straight, and her jeans wrapped around the pretty curves of her derriere, above which was her fair waist. Lewis paused and slowly looked away. Her fair waist seemed to be imprinted on his brain and sparked a thought in his mind. Her waist is so thin that I can wrap my hand around it. Kira didn't notice him. After getting the book, she casually flipped through it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. The book she wanted to find was this one. Overjoyed, she momentarily forgot she was still on the ladder and stepped forward as if she wanted to go to the seat next to her. But her foot missed the step, and she lost her balance. Now she was in trouble. Just as Kira thought of this, she fell into the warm and strong arms of someone. It was only then she realized that Lewis caught her. The two were very close, and she could smell his vanilla fragrance. His large hand was holding her ace, and the burning heat from his palm went through her thin jeans. Kira's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she felt so embarrassed, but she understood that he didn't mean to do that. It was just a coincidence. Kira hastily jumped down, calming herself down. Mr. Horton, thank you. She blushed a little. Lewis paused, subconsciously looking at his empty hand. She was so light and soft. The touch just now made him suddenly feel a bit parched. He had been running the business for years, but for the first time, he felt a little at a loss. He lowered his gaze, his eyelashes slightly trembling. He controlled himself and said, "You're welcome." There was a moment of awkward silence. Kira cleared her throat. "I just remembered I had something to do in the R&D department. I need to go back." "Okay." With Lewis's permission, Kira quickly hid the book she just found in a corner out of sight, worried someone else might borrow it, then left the library. By the time she reached the elevator, her face was still burning a little. Kira casually grabbed something to eat and returned to Groupon in the research department. As soon as she entered, she noticed something was wrong right away. The colleagues who were originally quite friendly toward her now seemed like they didn't see her. Kira didn't understand and just thought everyone was not familiar with her. In the afternoon, she went to the library again. But she was stopped by Luca, who said in a low voice, "Don't go in the afternoon." "Why?" Kira was puzzled. "Didn't they say that as long as my own work is done, I can go?" Luca immediately looked around and indeed saw the odd looks from his colleagues. He too started to become impatient and said bitterly, "Yes, once the work is done, you can go, but have you finished the work I assigned you last week?" "Yes, it's done. I know it's difficult and you can't solve it overnight, so you need to stay here and—" "Wait, what?" Luca was in a stun and stared at her in disbelief. Kira casually said, "I said, it was sent to your inbox last Friday." Luca swallowed. "Wasn't that an empty email?" Kira was bewildered. Luca realized something and ran to his workstation. Looking at his email on the computer, he indeed saw the attachment, b0xo.com, but he still couldn't believe it. He opened the attachment nervously. The development of new energy is different from software coding. Not only did they use computer simulators, but they also had to go into the lab for real experiments. Kira had finished the task assigned to her last Friday, so Luca spent all morning in the lab assisting Jalen, and that's why he didn't notice. Once the attachment was downloaded, Luca couldn't wait to look at it. As he read through it, he immersed himself in the report. The application of core technology was a bit complex. Some of it took him quite a while to understand. Seeing his silence, Kira prepared to take the elevator to the 6th floor where the archives were located. The elevator arrived, and she entered it just as a group of members did. The R&D department and the laboratory were located on different floors of the tower, and they each had their own tasks to do. Beep. The elevator alarm beeped, indicating that it was overloaded. Someone said, "Kira, you better get off." Their tone was tinged with displeasure. Kira was taken aback and raised her head. "I wasn't the last one to get on." The person scoffed. "Even though that's the case, work is first come, first served. We're in a hurry, and you're so idle. If you're not busy, why don't you get off first?" The others immediately echoed. "Exactly. You don't actually need to work. You're just going to read books. Hurry up and go. Don't waste our time. Our team leader is still waiting for us. Would you be responsible if we were late?" Kira frowned, detecting the hostility of the group. Although she didn't quite understand what was going on, she took a deep breath and got off the elevator. She didn't need to argue about something like that. As a researcher, she understood the exasperation when a problem couldn't be resolved promptly. Besides, there were 8 elevators in total. It was just a matter of wasting a bit more time. Once the elevator doors closed, someone in the group suddenly whispered, "Were we a bit too harsh just now? She's just so tactless. She doesn't do any work at all, and yet when we achieve results, she reaps the benefits too. That's not fair." Kira entered the 6th floor through another elevator and hastily looked for a book she put away. As long as she studied hard, she was sure she could solve old Mrs. Horton's problem soon. But then, she discovered her book was gone. Kira was dumbfounded. She hurriedly looked around the bookshelf, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't find the book. Nobody nearby seemed to be reading it. The books in the Horton Group's library clearly couldn't be taken out. Where did the book go? Suddenly, she realized something. There was only one person in the company who could get a book out of here. On the top floor. Lewis was engrossed with his own eyebrows drawn together as he flipped through the thick volume in his hands. The book was about neuroscience. Briefly familiar with the subject due to his grandmother's health, he still found the book complex and difficult to understand. He was also curious to know why Kira was reading it. Tom provided Lewis with a detailed report of Kira's actions downstairs. He then added, "Boss, Kira is simply taking advantage of Mrs. Horton's fondness for her and acting as she pleases. You even arranged for her to be in a department that matched her major, to give her a chance to learn, and yet she shows no gratitude." Lewis coldly replied, "She's not really here to work." Tom was perplexed. He couldn't help but feel that the boss seemed to be speaking up for her. It must be his illusion. He then asked, "This book doesn't seem to have much relevance. Should we return it?" Lewis tapped on the book, thinking about the girl's anticipation when she saw it today. He suddenly remembered the feeling of her in his arms earlier. All of a sudden, he felt dry-mouthed. No need for now. Kira had wanted to go upstairs to get the book from Lewis, but when she remembered their hug earlier, she suddenly became shy. In the end, she strolled back to the R&D department. Just leaving the elevator, she spotted Jalen and some team members drinking coffee in the lounge, trying to stay awake. They all had weary expressions on their faces. Seeing Kira's laid-back demeanor, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Kira, this is a company, not a shopping mall for you to loiter around." "Exactly. We're all so busy right now. Don't you feel ashamed not offering to help? Do you even understand? Being involved in our projects can help you gain work experience. We are all on the same team. If the project is successful, the bonus is equally divided. We never look down on you for being an intern, but you can't be this unreasonable, right? You just want to earn money without doing anything? Although you're a special case here, we have never minded your lack of ability. We thought we could guide you, but your indifference to work is outrageous." Kira paused, asking seriously, "So, what can I help with? You don't understand the technical stuff, so you could at least help us with odd jobs. Print some stuff, run errands, or get some coffee." Upon hearing this, Kira frowned. "I'm sorry, that's not part of my job." Having started working since junior high, she understood workplace rules. Indeed, the salary that Horton Group offered her was okay, but the 3 tasks she completed last Friday were surely worth the pay. She had no idea that the minor issue she finally resolved last week was the core problem that their entire team had been racking their brains about. Having said this, Kira was about to enter the office. The team members, however, were incensed by her remarks. What kind of person is she? She has no real skills, yet she's here putting on airs like a princess. How arrogant. We can't understand why the company would hire someone like her. Watching Kira's nonchalant demeanor and hearing these complaints, Jalen frowned even more. He wanted to help Kira, but she looked irredeemable. To think he had even stood up against Jake for her, he felt like such a fool. Jalen slammed his hand down on the table with a fury. "Kira, if you don't want to work, you're welcome to leave. We don't need freeloaders on our team." Inside the office, Luca was now filled with excitement and fanatic fervor. He was still engrossed with the email. He finally understood it. Luca shot up from his seat, ran to the door, and excitedly grabbed Jalen's arm. "It's solved. It's really solved." Luca shouted excitedly. "She actually solved it." Jalen was slightly taken aback and frowned. "Have you lost your mind?" The rest of the team members also impatiently turned their attention to him. "Luca, what are you doing? B0XO.com, what's the matter with you this afternoon? We've been busy in the lab, but you disappeared. What did you solve? Did you solve our core problem?" As soon as these words came out, Luca immediately nodded. "Yes, the problem is solved." He dragged Lachlan toward his workstation and pointed at the computer. "Jalen, look. We weren't able to solve it because we were biased. It can be done like this." He roughly explained the solution flow he had just understood. After he finished, the entire team was shocked. "So it could be done like this. Luca, you are impressive. Jalen won't need to resign." While everyone else was in awe, Jalen, who was staring at the computer, suddenly noticed the email was sent by Kira. He was slightly stunned and looked at Luca surprisingly. "This solution is from..." "It's from Kira. She gave it to me last Friday, but I didn't check it out because it was the end of the working day. At Luca's words, all the team members looked at Kira in disbelief. How could this be? They had been wrestling with this problem for a month. Was it really cracked by this young woman standing in front of them? Last Friday, she just started the job. Kira stood there quietly, exuding an aloof and indifferent aura. Amazement seemed to emerge from her eyes, and she asked indifferently, "So, this is the problem you've been wrestling with?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did they feel like the words "that's it" were written all over her face? Everyone swallowed, still finding it hard to believe. "Aren't you just an undergraduate?" Hearing these words, Kira said seriously, "Abilities aren't determined by educational qualifications." Everyone sobered up for a moment. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. "I'm sorry for treating you that way in the elevator. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you were earning without working. You alone did what our whole team couldn't do. I said you should learn from me, but I was really overestimating myself. You wouldn't learn anything from us with your skills. We've belittled you." Everyone here was a simple-minded researcher. Kira knew clearly that these people only treated her that way before out of frustration. She said lightly, "It's okay." Jalen slowly walked toward her, still looking arrogant. Clenching his jaw, he extended his hand to her. "Welcome to the team." Initially, she was forcefully squeezed into the team due to her connections, but now, he had recognized her capabilities. Clap, clap, clap. There was suddenly applause at the door. Everyone turned their heads to see the research department's director and a dark-faced Jake walk in. The director of the research department said, "Young people today shouldn't be underestimated. I didn't expect Miss Olsen's professional abilities to be so strong." Jake stared at Kira, his eyes full of complicated emotions. He certainly knew about Kira's talent in academic fields. His affection for her over the years wasn't entirely due to her looks, but he didn't expect her to be able to solve the team's core technical problem. Such a talent would definitely fly high if given the opportunity to further her studies. Her future achievements might not be inferior to Drive South, but that was in the future. In the short term, Drive South was beyond her reach. Jake clenched his fists, his gaze gradually becoming determined. He desperately needed to control the research department and consolidate his position at the Horton Group. He had no time to wait for her growth. Moreover, she was an illegitimate daughter. He couldn't possibly marry her, considering her status or capability. Suppressing the hesitation, he glared at Jalen in a sinister manner. "I was actually considering letting Dr. South help you if you couldn't finish the task in time." The team member's eyes widened at the words. "My God, Drive South. Receiving guidance from Drive South or working with him would be my ultimate dream. If I could meet Drive South, I'd rather remain single for life." Listening to the reactions of the crowd, Jalen replied with a hardened face, "We won't bother Drive South with such trivial issues." However, Jake said, "Drive South is basically our technical support. It would be right for him to lend a hand." Kira frowned slightly upon hearing this. She clearly refused Isla. How did she become the technical support for the Horton Group? Looking at Jake's confident demeanor, Isla must have lied again. Jake narrowed his eyes and continued, "Jalen, actually, I happen to need an assistant who knows the technique, so I considered adjusting Kira's position. You and I are both core members of the research department. There's no need to be at odds. As long as you agree, I'll arrange for Drive South to provide technical support to you right away." He said this on purpose, just to let the members of Group 1 know that as long as they gave up Kira, he could get them in touch with Drive South. The attraction of Drive South to these researchers was too great. Group 1's members would certainly oppose Jalen's decision. Kira's face darkened as well, feeling extremely irritated by Jake. She looked at the staff members on the team and saw their faces change. They understood the implications. Everyone exchanged glances, all with indecisive expressions on their faces. Kira's eyes dimmed. She just started working a few days ago. Although the team members were good to her last week, they'd only known her for a day and a half. Jake looked at the expressions of Team 1's members, knowing that his scheme to stir up strife was working. Therefore, he continued, "Jalen, do you agree to let her go now? In fact, letting Kira follow me will be better for her future." Jalen grimaced and firmly replied, "No." Kira blinked, a little surprised. Jake chuckled. Our company has always been very democratic. You can't be the only one to decide on the team's matters. If you don't let her go, do the other members agree? Does the team really not need Drive South? After he said this, everyone on the team immediately fell silent. Jalen stood up straight, looking angrily at the team members. Kira suddenly laughed. She didn't want to reveal her identity initially to avoid being harassed, but now she didn't want to go through any unnecessary tests of humanity either. She looked directly at Jake and said coldly, "Did you ask for my consent before using Dr. South as a bargaining chip? Why should I ask you?" Jake sneered. "Kira, this is a personnel change within the Horton Group. Your opinions are irrelevant. What about Drive South's opinion?" Kira's tone was very light, with a hint of mockery in her expression. B0XO.com Jake was taken aback. What does Drive South's opinion have to do with you? Could she know Drive South? The smile on Kira's lips grew colder. "I am." Before she could say the words Drive South, Lucas suddenly stepped forward, blocking her way. Till followed Jalen's instructions. Kira's pupils contracted in shock as she looked at Luca. The other members of the team also laughed and chimed in. "Yes, we'll follow Jalen's instructions." Kira looked incredulously at the team members. Just half an hour ago, they were attacking her for not working effectively, but now they were unequivocally standing with her. Jake wasn't just a deputy head of the R&D department, but he was also the legitimate grandson of the Horton family. Once his power became invincible, how could these people, who had enraged him, continue to work at Horton Group? But they weren't considering this at all. Kira's throat tightened, and there was a smile in her eyes. Jake's face grew even uglier. He suppressed his anger and sneered. "It seems that the pressure of R&D on you all isn't as much as I thought. Hence the lack of need for Drive South's help. In that case, I presume the final task of this project wouldn't be much of a challenge for you all? Have the solution submitted by the end of this Friday." The entire project timeline was divided into 2 parts, with teams 1 and 2 responsible for 1 part each. The biggest challenge of the project was to perfectly integrate these 2 parts. Handing over this task to Group 1 wasn't an issue. Jalen could certainly solve the problem in a couple of months. However, Jake had only given them a week. Jalen protested angrily. "This is totally unreasonable." Jake simply retorted, "If Drive South were to do it, it would be solved in 3 days. You don't need Drive South's help because you think you're great, right? 1 week is more than enough." Having left those words, he turned and left. Kira's eyes darkened slightly. She followed him out of the office and said, "Shall we talk?" Jake narrowed his eyes, and the two went into the corridor outside. Kira looked at him. "Care to make a bet?" The sudden proposition made Jake feel bewildered. He was reminded of his senior year in college when he had also used this method to pursue her. He had said to her, "Kira, do you dare to bet? Let's see who finishes their graduation thesis first. The one who loses must grant the winner a request." She had looked at him in a way that suggested that she found him childish, but she eventually nodded in agreement. He had stayed up several nights in a row to complete his thesis successfully. When he went to find her, he proposed to gift her something at the graduation ceremony, which she shouldn't refuse. But in the end, that gift was never given. She was an illegitimate daughter. This rendered his 4 years of pursuit seemingly pathetic. Jake's expression gradually turned contemptuous as he looked at Kira. "Why should I bet with you?" Kira goaded him on. "Are you afraid of losing to me again?" Jake was startled. "Again?" Kira took out her phone, opened her email, and handed it to him. "I won last time." Jake looked at the time of the email on her phone, only to find out that she submitted her thesis the day after they made their bet. He narrowed his eyes. Only then did he realize that he had never caught up to her pace. His male ego couldn't stop him from asking, "What's the bet?" Kira slowly said, "If Group 1 can submit the solution before the end of this Friday, and Drive South has yet to provide you with a solution, then you will never interfere with Group 1's work again." She wasn't going to stay here for a long time, so she wanted to help her colleagues in Group 1 resolve their future concerns. Jake sneered, "If you guys don't hand it in, but Drive South provides me with a solution, you'll have to follow my orders from now on. Deal?" Jake looked at her decisive demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "Kira, I know you're excellent in your field, but what makes you think you can beat Drive South?" Kira sneered. Do you really think that Drive South is going to help you solve the problem? Did he promise you in person that he would serve as technical support for Horton Group? Jake was taken aback. Kira didn't pay him any more attention. She went back to Group 1 in the R&D department, only to find everyone sighing. When they saw her, they quickly exchanged glances and intentionally started making comments. Hey, meeting Drive South isn't really that exciting. He's a high and mighty god. Even if we meet him once, it's not like we'll be instantly enlightened. Yes. If I meet him once, will my IG increase to 250? Kira, don't worry. This project is so challenging. Even if we can't complete it, what can Jake do to us? Even Jalen coughed loudly and roared. Enough. Can't you see that new work has been assigned? What are you all gossiping about here? Get to work. Meet me in the conference room. We're redistributing the tasks. Coming. Kira watched as everyone rushed into the conference room, then casually sauntered in after them. Jalen seemed to be waiting for her. Only after she entered did he start distributing the tasks. At the end of the day, Kira thought everyone would need to work overtime, but surprisingly, everyone packed their things and left. Kira, with her laptop in hand, headed for the underground parking lot. She didn't notice that after she left, all of her colleagues from Group 1 who had already left returned to work overtime. In the underground parking lot, inside a Bentley, Tom asked, Boss, shall we go? There's no rush, Lewis said lightly, still holding a thick book in his hand. Tom was just about to ask who he was waiting for when he saw Kira approaching and getting into the car. Only then did Lewis look up. Let us go. Tom was dumbfounded. Was Lewis waiting for Miss Olsen to leave together? The car drove smoothly along the road. Kira looked at Lewis and glanced at the book in his hands, intending to borrow it for reference. But remembering her work, she decided to wait and borrow it 3 days later. The two of them didn't say anything on the way back and quickly returned to the hospital. Just as they reached the VIP ward area on the 3rd floor, they could hear Poppy's loud voice. Mrs. Horton, I came especially to see you. What a pleasure. Old Mrs. Horton blocked the entrance to the ward, glaring at Poppy. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll have someone beat you up. Poppy forced a smile, playing the part of a haggler. I'm Kira's mother. You love Kira the most, don't you? You shouldn't treat me like this for her sake. You are not her mother. Old Mrs. Horton was adamant. Mrs. Olsen is her mother. At this statement, Poppy broke out into a cold sweat and shot back. How do you know? Poppy was terrified. Only she and her brother, Finley, knew about her switching the girls. She had never mentioned it to her real daughter, Isla. How could old Mrs. Horton know? Moreover, she spoke in an assertive tone, not of suspicion, but of certainty. B0xo.com. Seeing Kira and Lewis approaching, Poppy looked even more uneasy in her guilt. They hadn't heard what she just said, had they? Old Mrs. Horton huffed out, I know. You bullied my granddaughter-in-law. You're a bad woman. The old lady rambled on and on. It seemed like something was wrong with her mind. Poppy breathed a sigh of relief. She approached Kira with the thermos in hand. Kira dear, I've brought you some chicken broth. You must be tired from caring for old Mrs. Horton. You need to eat more to regain some strength. The aroma of the chicken broth from the thermos wafted into the air, but to Kira, it was nothing more than irony. This was the first time Poppy had ever made soup for her. She asked in a voice devoid of emotion, What do you want? Poppy smiled. I'm still after Isla's 2% share. Old Mrs. Horton values you a lot. She helped you arrange a hospital room for Mrs. Olsen and get you that medicine. She'll definitely agree if you ask for it. Help out your sister, otherwise, how could she be confident around Jake? Kira's expression turned ice cold, the words escaping her lips devoid of warmth. No. Poppy's face hardened, her facade crumbling. She glared at Kira. That's right. Huh? I worked so hard to give birth to you. You climbed the social ladder, and now you won't respect me anymore? She plopped down onto the ground, crying out, If you don't help me today, I won't get up. Everyone, come look at this. My daughter is an ungrateful wretch. She's embarrassed by her mother's lowly background, so she's serving old Mrs. Horton with such dedication. She wants to be their granddaughter now. The surrounding medical staff and patients began to whisper among themselves. Miss Olsen seemed nice. I never expected her to be like this. She's so materialistic. She's even denying her own mother. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Kira stood there with an expressionless face. She truly didn't want to admit that this woman causing a scene was her mother. Yet regretfully, such a relationship was impossible to sever. She felt helpless. Kira sneered, her voice as icy as her expression. Go ahead, make a scene. After she finished speaking, she walked past Poppy. Poppy was enraged. Out of spite, she stood up abruptly and threw the thermos full of chicken soup roughly at Kira. Watch out. Kira heard a deep voice. Then she was tightly enveloped in a sturdy embrace. She looked back in surprise, only to see Louis standing protectively in front of her, shielding her from the scalding hot chicken soup with his broad back. Steam was rising from his black suit. Kira gasped and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He squinted at Poppy. Poppy was petrified. She waved her hands frantically. "Mr. Horton, I didn't mean to splash you. I. She was so flustered that she turned to escape, quickly disappearing from the corridor. No one paid her any heed as everyone circled around Louis to enter their wards. The old lady immediately rushed over, quickly stripping off Louis's clothes. "Quickly, take it off and let me see how bad it is. Are there any blisters?" Louis calmly took off his suit and white shirt, revealing his sturdy chest. Kira instinctively wanted to look away, but not before her gaze fell onto his back, which was now bright red and full of blisters. That wasn't a minor injury. It was clearly very serious. "Oh my, does it hurt?" "Kira, apply some ointment for him." She pushed Kira behind Louis, then beckoned to the others to leave the room. "Let's not crowd around here." Then, moving closer to Kira, she whispered, "Granddaughter-in-law, it's up to you now." Kira was speechless. In an instant, only the two of them were left in the ward. It was so awkward. Louis said in a low voice, "This is my grandma's whimsical thinking. I'll let the nurse come in. I'll do it." Kira interrupted him and walked behind him. It was the twilight hour, and the golden light spilled in through the window, casting long shadows of the two. Louis stood before the window, the halo through the glass illuminating his broad back, and his fitted trousers outlined his slender waistline. One look and Kira lowered her gaze. It was as if a tiny stone had been thrown into the lake of her heart, causing ripples to spread outward. She dabbed the ointment on her fingertips before gently applying it to his burned area. Louis remained silent, his muscles tensing subconsciously the moment her fingertips touched his skin. Her faint breath sprayed onto his back like a flame was scorching him. Noticing his discomfort, Kira asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Louis lifted his eyes, and in the reflection of the window, he could see her expression, which was serious and focused as if she were handling a priceless antique. His attention was drawn to her, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "No, it doesn't hurt." A moment later, having applied the ointment, Louis put on a new shirt and buttoned it up. "Thank you, Miss Olsen." "Don't mention it." Kira hesitated, then looked up at him. "Actually, you didn't have to take the hit for me. If you get hurt, your grandmother would be devastated. If you get hurt, my grandmother would be even more devastated. Well, after all, I'm an outsider." His dark eyes fixed on her, and he said slowly, "You forgot. You're now my wife." Kira's breathing quickened, the air around her seeming to thin out due to Louis's words. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyelashes fluttered like a fan. "I'm going out for a bit." Kira turned to leave the room. Louis asked, "What are you going to do?" "Take revenge." It didn't matter how Poppy treated her, but if she had hurt Louis, she couldn't just let it go. Kira went to Mrs. Olsen's room, intending to check if Poppy was there. But just as she got close, she spotted Isla and a man disappearing into the corridor. The man was slimy and sneaky. It looked a lot like Uncle Finley. Out of curiosity, Kira followed them. In the corridor, Finley was rubbing his hands together. "My dear niece, your uncle is a bit short on cash." Isla suppressed her anger. "I've already given you my pocket money for this month." Finley was her nightmare. Without warning, he came to her on New Year's Day and said that she was Poppy's daughter. He demanded money from her, threatening to reveal the truth to Taylor and Mrs. Olsen. Despite her pleas, Finley remained unfazed. He smiled and said, "Either way, I can't survive without money. If you won't give it to me, I'll go to Kira and tell her the truth. She would definitely give me a large sum of money." At that moment, the door was pushed open. Kira stood there, her back against the light. Her voice was cold. "What truth?" Kira suddenly appeared, startling Isla. She immediately looked at Finley with panic written all over her eyes. Finley flashed a faint smile, about to speak. Isla beat him to it. "Kira, what are you doing eavesdropping on our conversation?" Kira's gaze swept over her and Finley. "Don't deflect the topic here." She looked at Finley. "What truth?" Kira's intuition told her that this truth had something to do with her. She added, "I can give you money for it." Finley's eyes lit up. "How much can you give?" Kira looked at Isla and saw her clutching her clothes tightly, completely flustered. She said indifferently, "Just name your price. I can get it from the Horton family." Finley's shifty little eyes flitted about, finally settling on Isla with a beaming smile. "I think you're not as rich as Isla, right?" Isla immediately heaved a sigh of relief and told Finley, "I'll find a way to get you the money you want. You can leave now." Finley chuckled. "All right then, see you around." As he passed by Kira, he paused. "Niece, my secret will always be valuable to you. As long as you can afford the price, I'll definitely sell it to you." With those words, he cheerfully left. Kira watched him leave, narrowing her eyes. She took out her phone and sent a message to Samuel on WhatsApp. "Check out Finley." Samuel quickly replied, "Okay." He then sent another message, "Boss, there's an industry gathering tomorrow. The invitation is in your email. Are you going?" Kira's reply was very brief, "No." After sending the message, when she looked up again, she saw Isla walking past her with her head lowered. Kira calmly said, "If you don't want people to find out, you shouldn't do anything in the first place. You think I can't find out about you and Finley?" Isla froze, then looked up with a smile on her face. "Kira, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand. No wonder despite being Miss Olsen, you're so strapped for cash. You're paying him every month. How big of a secret do you owe him?" Isla quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I owe him any secret?" Her eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam. "Kira, I suggest you better figure out your own way out instead of wasting time on me." Kira's face turned cold. Seeing Isla about to leave, she asked, "Where's Poppy?" Upon hearing this, Isla instantly flared up. "That's your mother. How would I know?" Isla had been hiding the truth from Poppy after finding out from Finley, pretending that she didn't know at all. That woman was too foolish. She feared that acknowledging Poppy would lead to Poppy revealing any clues. Therefore, Poppy had no idea that Isla already knew the truth about her roots. Leaving those words behind, Isla left. Kira followed her, eventually arriving at Mrs. Olsen's ward. Through the glass window on the door, it was evident that Poppy wasn't inside the room. Kira didn't go in to disturb Mrs. Olsen. Instead, she left the building. She called Poppy, "Where are you?" A panic-stricken voice came from Poppy's end. "Kira, what are you trying to do? I want you to come back and apologize to Mr. Horton." The voice of Poppy suddenly grew shrill. "I won't. Mr. Horton won't let me off the hook. You apologize to him for me. You're my daughter, and a daughter should pay for the mother's debt." Kira scoffed. "In that case, don't blame me for calling the police." Poppy roared, "Why would you call the police? I'm your mother. The person I tried to hit is you. A mother has every right to hit her child." Kira remained indifferent. "But this time the person you injured is Mr. Horton. Everyone has to pay for their own mistakes. You ungrateful thing. If I had known this is how you'd treat me, I should have drowned you when you were born. I should have thrown you into a manure pit or sold you to a brothel." Kira didn't bother to listen to her any longer. She simply hung up. Regardless of their past conflicts, calling the police would only lead to a verdict of a family dispute. But this time, it was different. Poppy accidentally injured Lewis and was eventually sentenced to 48 hours in custody, in addition to a fine and medical fees. But the Horton family wouldn't care about that amount of money. Having dealt with these matters, Kira returned to old Mrs. Horton's hospital room. Lewis wasn't in the room. The old lady explained, He mentioned something about an important meeting and left for it. He's downstairs in the car. Kira nodded. She was silent for a moment, and then she spoke. Granny, I'm sorry. But the old lady waved her off. We're all family here, and there's no need for such formalities. Besides, seeing that brat sticking up for you made me rather pleased. Kira was slightly taken aback. Family. In this bustling world that was filled with people coming and going, she had always known that she didn't have a family. But now, it seemed like she truly had a sense of home. Isla sold a bag in the second-hand market and gathered $10,000 to give Finley. She also sent him a message, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, it won't end well for either of us. Finley's response arrived quickly. Niece, don't worry. Even if I can't tell who's richer between you and Kira, I still know who to side with. Isla was still uneasy. She needed to marry Jake as soon as possible. That way, even if her identity was exposed in the future, she would still be the daughter-in-law of the Horton family. At 9 in the evening, Jake suddenly came to look for her. Isla was excited. Jake, why are you here? Jake asked sternly, regarding Drive South. Are you sure you've settled things with him? Kira's words from earlier left Jake feeling uneasy. Isla hesitated, of course. Then arrange a meeting between me and Drive South. Isla anxiously wrung her hands. Drive South is currently abroad. I'll arrange it when he comes back. Jake, do you have any problems you need help solving? I can contact him for you. Jake watched Isla suspiciously. My questions are sent to your email. Send them to Drive South. Have him help solve the problem. Okay, I'll forward them right away. To prove her point, Isla immediately sent the email. Drive South usually responds to my messages instantly. Jake, just wait a moment. In the VIP hospital ward, Kira's phone vibrated once. She took a glance and saw that it was an email from Mrs. Olsen. South, can you help me solve this problem? Kira guessed what was happening. She opened the attachment, which indeed contained a technical issue from the Horton Group. Isla was actually asking for her help under the guise of Mrs. Olsen. Kira let out a scoff and replied to the message. Ding! The email alert chimed, and Isla breathed a sigh of relief. See, Drive South responds quickly to me. I've received his email. Then, Isla opened the email. After graduating from university, Isla had been working in the Olsen family business. She knew Mrs. Olsen's email password like the back of her hand and had studied the content of emails between Mrs. Olsen and Drive South. She noticed that Drive South would reply to Mrs. Olsen instantly without asking extra questions and would solve the issue at hand right away. He clearly held Mrs. Olsen in high esteem. That was why Isla dared to fabricate the lie that Drive South had accepted the Horton Group's invitation. With a smile on her face, Isla opened the email and saw the reply. I'm only responsible for the Olsen family. I'm not required to deal with issues concerning the Horton Group. Isla's smile froze. Seeing that she was upset, Jake asked with a frown, What's wrong? Regaining her composure, Isla lied. Drive South said that it would take a few days to solve this issue. Jake heaved a sigh of relief. That's normal. This issue is indeed challenging, but I have a bet with the people of Group 1 that will have a solution before Friday. Is that okay? Isla said confidently, no problem. But her eyes were flickering. He said he had a bet with Kira. Jake quickly returned to the Horton family. Thinking about Kira, he felt somewhat uneasy. Oliver, his father, smiled at him and patted his shoulder, which was quite unusual, and praised him. Here comes my amazing son. You actually managed to invite Drive South, and you'll quickly establish yourself in the R&D department. Jake was pleasantly surprised. Dad, don't worry. I'll work much harder to help you regain your position of power. Good. Oliver went to the master bedroom without any intention of going out again. Jake, is your dad not going out to find that woman tonight? Is he staying home instead? Jake's mother, Melissa Knight, had tears of joy in her eyes. You have to be better than that illegitimate daughter. Only then will your father change his attitude. She wiped her tears. Although old Mrs. Horton detests Isla, that girl did a splendid job this time. Okay, enough said. I'll go tuck your father into bed. Watching his mother happily enter the bedroom, Jake clenched his fists. Proposing to Isla and bringing Drive south as part of the bargain was his correct first step. Having already made a choice, he wouldn't have regrets. As for Kira, she had to be his. Achoo. Kira sneezed. She rubbed her nose and returned her gaze to her computer, reaching out blindly to get some water, but realized she had already emptied his glass. She placed the cup back and continued to immerse herself in her work. All of a sudden, her vision dimmed. Looking up, she saw Louis fetching her a glass of water and placing it on the side table. Kira was slightly baffled. "Thank you. You're welcome." It was nothing. After that, he returned to his usual spot. Old Mrs. Horton looked at the two, unable to stop grinning. She felt she would see her great-grandson before long. What should she call the child of her grandson and her granddaughter-in-law? Old Mrs. Horton put on her reading glasses, picked up the dictionary and the book of songs, and started flipping through it. As the night grew deeper, the Shiba Inu named Kitten was bored and left old Mrs. Horton's side. It wagged its tail at Kira and finally laid down and slept at Louis's feet. The next day, Louis didn't show signs of an injury and was still in his black suit. Burns were typically the most hurtful kind of injury, but he endured the pain without uttering a word since being injured. Kira couldn't help but marvel at his resilience. As they left for work, Kira no longer felt awkward and got into Louis's car. Tom was sitting in the passenger seat and observed the two of them through the rearview mirror. His boss and Miss Olsen were each doing their own thing, not communicating or having a conversation, but he felt something subtly changing. The car soon arrived at the company, and Kira bid Louis farewell as she got out. She was immediately stopped by Jake upon reaching the R&D department. He was standing in the rest area outside the elevator with a cup of coffee. "There's an industry networking event about new energy sources tonight. All distinguished individuals from the industry have been invited, and Drive South might attend." Kira didn't stop. Then, the R&D department of Horton Group received an invitation. "I could take you to broaden your horizons and network, which would be beneficial to your future career development." "No need, thank you." Kira entered the group office without looking back. Jake stayed where he was, his face grim. Jalen, yawning and wearing slippers, casually walked past him and said mockingly, "Just an invitation? And you think you can buy her over?" "Kira isn't that short-sighted." Jake coldly replied, "Jalen, if you truly care for her, you should be encouraging her to follow me. You know that I can offer her better resources. Who do you think can attend this kind of gatherings?" Jalen looked at him. "At least I can take her there." It was not surprising for Jalen to get an invitation, since he was the core member of the R&D department. Jake's eyes glinted. Kira worked the whole day. At the end of the day, Jalen stopped her. "There's a job tonight. Come with me." "All right." Without giving it much thought, Kira only texted Louis saying that she would be working overtime, and rode off with Jalen. They soon arrived at a commercial cocktail party. Jalen explained, "You stick with me later, and I'll introduce you to some influential figures in the industry. Drive South rarely attends these kinds of gatherings. Chances are he won't be there, so don't get your hopes up." Kira understood and couldn't help but chuckle. She was genuinely uninterested in these sorts of networking events, but since they were already there, they might as well check it out. It seemed that she hadn't seen Samuel in a long time. As the two reached at the entrance, Jalen showed the invitation, preparing to bring her in, but was stopped by a staff member. "I'm sorry, Mr. Riley, but we've been informed about the attendees from the Horton Group today, and your name is not on the list." Jalen frowned. How is that possible? His reputation in the circle was highly regarded, and ordinarily, such social gatherings were events he wouldn't bother to attend. How could he not be allowed in? Jake walked out with a glass of champagne and squinted. "Mr. Riley, there are a lot of tasks in Group 1 of R&D, and I thought you wouldn't attend, so one declined on your behalf when they were preparing the list. I'm afraid it's too late to add you back in now. You should head back." Jalen was furious. "Jake, you've crossed the line. Why do you get to turn down the invitation on my behalf?" Jake coldly retorted, "Jalen, you must understand that your standing in the industry is due to the Horton Group. They invited you as a member of the Horton Group, and as the deputy manager of the R&D department, of course, I can decide for you." Jalen was livid. People like him with real skills would be respected and given preferential treatment no matter which company they were in. If he were to leave the Horton Group, countless companies would want to hire him. Even the director of the R&D department wouldn't dare to disregard him, and yet Jake, the deputy, was trying to pull rank on him? I advise you not to make a scene. We are all respectable people here. Surely, you wouldn't want to be escorted away by security? After Jake finished, he looked at Kira. Kira, do you see it now? Without my approval, you can't even get through this door. Kira looked up calmly. Is that so? She took out her phone, opened the invitation from Samuel in her email, and handed it to the staff member. Kira handed the invitation to the staff member. Can I go in now? With just a glance, the staff member immediately stepped aside respectfully, please. Why? Jake frowned at this. How did you get an invitation? He took a step forward, looking at Kira's phone. Don't tell me you took someone else's invitation? They check identification here. Then, he saw the name on the invitation and was stunned. At these industry gatherings, the nominal company and position of the invitee were typically written on the invitation. Jalen's invitation wasn't just issued in consideration of the Horton Group, but also due to his personal influence. The work unit was only added because he was part of the Horton Group. However, some guests had complicated backgrounds or were famous enough not to need such titles. The invitation in Kira's hand simply read, Kira Olsen. Jake asked in shock, in what capacity did you get this invitation? None of your business. Kira calmly switched off her phone screen and looked at Jalen. Shall we go in? And Jalen had initially resigned to the fact that he might be at a disadvantage today and was regretting his inability to bring Kira in. He was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He followed Kira into the banquet hall. Where did you get the invitation? Just as Kira was about to speak, Jalen cut her off. It must have been arranged by her cousin, right? It doesn't specify any company, so you aren't beholden to anyone. His face darkened. Jake has crossed the line this time. I won't let this matter go easily. When we get back to the company, I'll have to go too. Kira thought he was going to say that he'd go see the director of the R&D department or make a scene at the board, but surprisingly, he said, I'll go find my cousin and ask him to stand up for me. Kira was perplexed. What happened to hating nepotism? Probably noticing her confusion, Jalen sheepishly scratched his nose. I don't hate nepotism. I hate useless people squatting in positions because of their connections. You don't know how many people in the Horton Group are coasting by on their connections. Anyway, why should I tell you all this? He picked up a glass of champagne. Let me introduce you to a few people. Before Kira had a chance to refuse, Jalen was already calling out, Mr. King. Kira could only follow him. The middle-aged man referred to as Mr. King was a senior in the industry, and a throng of people were already engaged in making small talk with him. He was very respectful to Jalen. Mr. Riley, it's rare for you to attend events like this. You finally have time to exchange views with us old-timers today? Jalen responded with a laugh. As a junior, I'm not at all qualified to share my views with you all. Today, I brought someone here to listen to your insights. He pushed Kira to the front. This is our company's new talent. She resolved a major issue that's been troubling me for a month. It's only today that we found the time to leave the office. A problem that could trouble Mr. Riley was definitely not a trivial one. Jalen deliberately mentioned it to give Kira a step up. Mr. King and the others indeed showed interest in Kira and turned to look at her with smiles. Really? We can't wait for you to introduce her to us. Before Jalen could do that, a woman's voice interrupted him. Mr. King, long time no see. Everyone turned to look and found Isla in a blue dress with her arm interlinked with Jake Horton. As soon as she opened her mouth, Mr. King and his companions immediately surrounded her. Miss Olsen, it's been a long time. Are you here today with Drive South? Isla smiled. I don't know about that. I'm here with my fiancé today. He also works in renewable energy. Jake extended his hand to Mr. King. I'm Jake Horton from Horton Group. Mr. King suddenly realized who he was. I see. You're young Mr. Horton. What a pleasure to meet you. Miss Olsen, you and young Mr. Horton are a perfect match. Miss Olsen, we heard that Drive South had been advising the Olsen family. When will he finally show himself so we can all learn something from him? Miss Olsen, what problems has Drive South resolved for your family? Everyone was crowding around Isla. Jalen and Kira were pushed to the edge of the crowd. They're doing it on purpose. Jalen's expression darkened further, and then he said, but all of them combined can't compare to Drive South. Samuel Morgan will be here later. You can have a few drinks with him. Kira didn't know what to say. Jalen continued. You don't need to feel awkward. Just thicken your skin a little. So many people want to get to know Samuel. I'm still not familiar with him up till now. Kira twitched her mouth. I can introduce you to him later. Jalen, however, dismissed it offhand. You should get to know him first. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Kira turned to look and saw Samuel arrive. He was wearing a light gray suit with one hand in his pocket. His face was expressionless, quite unlike his usual talkative self in front of her. Seeing him, the crowd immediately rushed over. Mr. Morgan, long time no see. What project have you been busy with recently? Which direction? Tutu Isla and Jake didn't immediately follow them. Instead, they walked toward Kira. A smile appeared on Isla's face. Kira, do you need me to introduce you to Mr. Morgan? Jake looked somber. Considering she could get the invitation, she must have extensive connections. I bet she's known Mr. Morgan for a long time and doesn't need your introduction. Isla said, Is that so? Mr. Morgan has always been unapproachable. Not everyone can go up and start a conversation with him. Disregarding their sarcastic comments, Jalen picked up a glass of champagne from the side and handed it to Kira, giving her a little nudge. Go and toast Mr. Morgan. Jake scoffed. More importantly, did you think Samuel Morgan was the lecherous type? Isla nudged. Jake, let's go meet Mr. Morgan. Jake nodded, and the two of them walked towards Samuel Morgan. While Isla called out, Mr. Morgan. Samuel didn't look their way at first, but upon hearing his name, he glanced in their direction. Seeing Isla, he pursed his lips and was about to look away. He then suddenly noticed the person behind her. Samuel was initially taken aback. Then he walked excitedly toward Kira. Seeing Samuel's reaction, Isla was overjoyed. She had encountered Samuel a few times after she started working at the Olsen family's company, but Samuel was always aloof and ignored her. She hadn't expected him to acknowledge her in front of outsiders. Jake straightened up as well. Seeing Samuel Morgan's reaction, he thought Drive South held a high opinion of Isla. The duo greeted Morgan with smiles on their faces. Isla began to introduce Jake. Mr. Morgan, this is... But before she could finish, Samuel breezed past them, heading toward the person behind them. Both were dumbfounded and turned around to find Samuel standing in front of Kira. What are you doing here? Everyone was stunned. At these kinds of gatherings, Samuel always held himself aloof. When had they ever seen him this enthusiastic? And the way he spoke to her. What was the background of this 20-something young woman? Isla clenched her fists, feeling a burning sensation on her face. Jake frowned, his gaze shifting between Samuel and Kira. You two know each other? Samuel looked at Kira and hesitated to speak. He didn't know if his boss wanted to reveal her identity. Sure enough, the next second, Kira raised the champagne in her hand to Samuel with a warning look in her eyes. Mr. Morgan, hello? I'm too young to bear this formality. Samuel took the hint and cleared his throat. Miss Olsen, I didn't expect to meet you here, so I was overly excited. At his words, everyone looked at Kira's stunning face and seemed to understand something. They all broke into laughter. Mr. King walked over and teased, Mr. Morgan, truly, you have good taste. She's indeed a rare beauty. Samuel quickly returned. Miss Olsen is not only beautiful but also incredibly capable. Mr. King was taken aback. Jalen had just praised Kira as well. He finally took her seriously. Miss Olsen, this is my business card. I hope we have the opportunity to work together in the future. After Mr. King, the rest of the crowd quickly chimed in. To be praised by Mr. Morgan, Miss Olsen must be extraordinary. Such accomplishment at a young age. Kira wasn't fond of these gatherings and just responded with a faint smile. Jalen, on the other hand, was chatting and mingling with them. As Jake watched Kira shine like a newly risen star, he felt a discomfort in his chest. He scoffed. No matter how capable she is, can she be more capable than Drive South? At his words, the crowd fell silent. Samuel raised an eyebrow and revealed a meaningful smile but said nothing. Kira was calmly holding her champagne glass, with no intention of responding. In the end, it was Mr. King who broke the awkward situation. The highest level in the industry, of course, would be Drive South. But Miss Olsen is so young with such a promising future. I heard from Mr. Riley that you're also working for the Horton Group? Young Mr. Horton, your company attracts such talent all the time. Kira couldn't help but approve of his words. With this triple compliment, no one was offended, and Jake was flattered as well. He didn't say anything else. The lively atmosphere returned, and everyone continued their laughter and conversation. Samuel didn't dare to bring the topic back to Kira again, and the crowd's attention was quickly back on him, asking him about Drive South's whereabouts. Kira took this opportunity to slip out of the crowd. The lobby was brightly lit. Everyone dressed smartly and was toasting and exchanging drinks. Although the place was full of people, Kira didn't enjoy the liveliness. On the contrary, she found it more comfortable when she was in the hospital with the old lady and Louis in one room, while each was minding their own business. She walked onto the balcony, took out her phone, and found a message from Louis. I just happened to be at the Royal Hotel for a meeting. We can go back together when it's over. Kira smiled and suddenly felt like leaving. It was entirely acceptable to leave such an occasion early. Jalen followed her out. No wonder you said you'd introduce me to Samuel Morgan. You two know each other so well. Kira didn't deny it and gave him a light smile. Jalen recalled what happened at the banquet just now. Although Samuel was talking to others, his gaze always seemed to drift toward her. Samuel must be interested in Kira. They were all grown-ups. Samuel was handsome and capable. He would be a good choice. So he asked, "What do you think of Samuel?" Kira considered the question and answered, "He's dependable, hardworking, and trustworthy. He was a very useful subordinate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted him with full control of the company." Jalen's eyes lit up. "So, you're saying you're also attracted to him?" If Kira could really be with Samuel, he would surely introduce her to Drive South. Kira was dumbfounded. Only then did she understand what Jalen meant, and she was about to laugh and reply when a cough suddenly came from nearby. The two of them turned their heads and saw Louis standing on the balcony of the next banquet hall. He was half a head taller than Jalen. At this moment, his expression was dark, and his black eyes were cold as they watched them. Louis didn't expect to bump into them by such a coincidence either. As he walked by, he happened to hear their conversation. The few praises Kira had for Samuel Morgan made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He harshly reprimanded Jalen. "Miss Olsen is already married. What are you messing around here for? It's absurd." Jalen felt somewhat aggrieved. He didn't know that Kira was married. Why was his cousin suddenly angry at him? But he quickly looked at Kira. "You're married? Does Samuel know?" He didn't want Samuel to be turned down and became resentful. Samuel might target Kira. Kira nodded. "Yes." Jalen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked curiously, "You're so young. Why did you get married so early? Who's your spouse? You're so dedicated." Kira glanced at Louis without saying anything. Louis simply said, "You talk too much." Jalen was speechless. He had a feeling his cousin was acting strange today. Louis narrowed his eyes, turned to Kira, and asked, "I'm ready to leave. Are you coming with me?" Kira immediately nodded. "Sure. I'll meet you at the entrance." Jalen hastily followed her. "Wait for me. I'm coming with you." Back in the banquet hall, seeing Jake's gloomy face, Isla felt uneasy. Did Kira know Drive South as well as Samuel? Just as she was thinking about this, Jake had already walked up to Samuel. "Mr. Morgan, does Kira know Drive South as well?" The people around immediately gazed at him. Samuel could imagine that if he said yes, these people would probably rush toward Kira and force her to reveal her relationship with Drive South. He cleared his throat. How could that be possible? Isla and Jake both breathed a sigh of relief. Samuel noticed Kira walking toward the exit and quickly said, "I have some errands to run. I should leave now. We'll talk later." Everyone smiled meaningfully when they saw him chase after Kira. Jake's face darkened even more. Samuel caught up with Kira at the entrance. "I need to go abroad to discuss a project tomorrow. I'll be taking the company seal and patent descriptions. I just wanted to let you know." Kira nodded. Only then did Samuel leave. After he left, Kira suddenly noticed the strange look in Jalen's eyes. He stared at her. Something's not right. If Mr. Morgan is going abroad, why is he reporting to you? Could it be? He gave her a dumbfounded look. Kira hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Okay, I admit it. I am Drive South. Kira's identity wasn't something she needed to keep a secret. She had no intention of hiding it from her team. As long as there wasn't any widespread proclamation, it should save her from any unnecessary trouble. So, when Jalen sensed something was amiss, she decided to just come clean. Upon hearing her words, Jalen was startled. He stared at Kira in disbelief. Then he suddenly let out a chuckle. You do have a sense of humor. Kira didn't know what to say. Jalen said, I may not have met Drive South, but I know for sure that to have academic talents like him, one must be at least in their 40s. You can't fool me. Kira twitched the corner of her lips. No, really, I am Drive South. Heh, so you thought saying that would get rid of my suspicions? Jalen looked her up and down, furrowing his eyebrows. Don't tell me you're having an affair with Samuel. Kira said, You have quite a vivid imagination. What in the world? Jalen frowned, advising her, Don't do that kind of thing. It'll humiliate us all. It's not good. I really look down on cheaters. We're all respectable people. If you don't love your husband, just divorce and remarry. Just as he said those words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if there was a murderous intent. He turned around and found Lewis striding out, his deep eyes as cold as ancient ice, making Jalen feel as if he was chilled to the bone. Jalen was even more puzzled. Lewis, did your business deal not go well today? Lewis looked away. You talk too much. Jalen was speechless. Kira noticed that Jalen, the fearless heir, was most afraid of his cousin. At this moment, a flashy yellow sports car pulled up in front of them. Samuel whistled at her. Mississippi Olsen, I just got this car. How about I give you a ride? He was eager to show off to his boss. Thinking about Kira's driving speed, he wanted to make her scream. Kira caught the hint in his eyes and was about to refuse, but Lewis suddenly spoke up. It's out of your way. Samuel smiled. Wherever she's going, it's on my way. Kira was a little speechless and subconsciously looked at Jalen. The suspicion in his eyes had deepened. She didn't notice that Lewis's face had darkened. Lewis glanced at her, his sharp eyebrows furrowing slightly as he advised softly, After drinking, don't get in a stranger's car. Kira raised an eyebrow, looking at Samuel. I think I'll ride with Mr. Horton. All right. Samuel hung his head, seemingly less interested. See you, then. Vroom. The sports car roared to start and quickly disappeared out of sight. It was then that Lewis's black Bentley slowly rolled up. The extended version of the Bentley felt much sturdier and safer than that thin sports car. Tom ran over to open the door. Lewis gestured for Kira to get in first. Then he got in the car. When Jalen was about to get in, he was stopped. Don't you have a car? Jalen said, I drank today. I see. Lewis responded indifferently. Then you can take a cab. Jalen was speechless. What happened to don't get in a stranger's car after drinking? The car door closed, and the Bentley mercilessly drove off, leaving Jalen standing there alone. The car steadily drove down the road. Outside the car window, kaleidoscopic neon lights poured into the compartment as Lewis's gaze brushed over the woman sitting next to him. Streetlights cast on her beautiful face, bathing it in a faint halo of light. Lewis was momentarily lost before suddenly speaking up, Miss Olsen, could you help me change my bandages? At these words, Kira paused. She slowly raised her head to look at him, seemingly taken aback. Now? Yes, Lewis nodded. If we wait until the hospital, my grandmother will be upset if she sees it. So that was it. Kira breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Okay. He undressed, turning his back toward her. Kira turned on the ceiling light in the car and looked at him. He was surprisingly muscular despite his slender appearance when he was dressed. He was radiating an exuberant sense of power. She focused her attention on his wounds. The blister hadn't reoccurred because he had a quick metabolism, typical for a young man. She sighed in admiration before taking out gauze and ointment from the first aid box to change his bandage. After applying the ointment, she prepared to wrap the gauze around his wounds. She knelt on the back seat and reached around Lewis's body. She was just about to sit back up when, whoosh, the car suddenly swerved, causing Kira to fall into Lewis. Her face landed on his shoulder. Louis soon steadied himself by pressing his hands on the seat. But then he felt Kira's arms around him. Her soft hands instinctively held onto his chest, instantly making him stiffen. Then he felt her soft lips lightly touching his shoulder. His breath hitched, feeling as if that area of his skin had become sensitive like 1,000 ants crawling from his shoulder to his limbs. Louis froze, his mind blank for a moment. Kira noticed his unusual reaction and thought she might have hurt his wounds. As soon as she steadied herself, she immediately pushed him away and asked, "Mr. Horton, are you in pain?" Her words finally helped Louis to find his voice again. He said hoarsely, "I'm fine." Only then did Kira breathe a sigh of relief. She continued to wrap his wound with the gauze. Louis immediately put on his shirt and sat there with a straight face. He felt that the space inside the car was too narrow and the air was insufficient. It was extremely stuffy. Thinking about those two hands and the remaining sensations on his shoulder, he loosened his tie. As soon as the car arrived at the hospital and came to a halt, he abruptly opened the door and bolted out, heading upstairs without looking back. Kira slowly got out of the car, watching him leave. She couldn't resist asking Tom, how much did he lose in the negotiation tonight to be so angry? Tom rolled his eyes in his mind. The acquisition tonight cost $100 million less than the budget. His boss was very happy. However, he didn't say anything and just quickly followed Louis. Kira shook her head slightly, ready to go upstairs, when suddenly a shadow darted in front of her, grinning. "My dear niece?" It was her uncle, Finley. He glanced at the Bentley behind him, then turned back to watch Louis with shifty eyes. "Mr. Horton must think very highly of you. Has he given you any money?" Kira narrowed her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "Of course. Not only Mr. Horton, but old Mrs. Horton also gave me some." Finley's eyes lit up instantly. Kira then said, "By the way, put a price on the truth you mentioned last time." Finley was taken aback. He said sincerely, "I can only get a payoff from you for that truth, so you need to pay enough, and then I'll reveal it." Kira was fiddling with her phone. In no time, Finley's phone buzzed with a notification of a bank transfer of $30,000. He was overjoyed. Kira said, "That's a deposit. I have another $70,000 here. Tell me, and it's all yours. Of course, I have to first determine whether your truth is worth this money." "Yes, it's definitely worth it. It's related to you." Terrified that the deal would slip through his fingers, Finley said hastily, "I'll tell you right now." Kira narrowed her eyes. "Speak." Finley took a step forward, lowering his voice. "This truth of mine, even if I sell it to you for $100,000, it's still a bargain. The Olsen family is so rich. Does the truth have something to do with the Olsen family?" Kira clenched her jaw. "Yes." Finley gave a sneaky smile. "Actually, you're..." Before he could finish his sentence, an angry voice ran out. "Finley Hill, Kira Olsen, what are you two doing?" Kira turned her head, only to see Isla, disheveled and still in her party dress, running toward them. Finley chuckled. "I'm just doing business with my niece." Isla clenched her fists. "I already gave you the money." Finley shrugged. "But I need more money now." "How much more?" Isla took a deep breath. "I'll give it to you." Finley laughed. "Just now, my niece promised me $100,000. Isla tightly clenched her fists. Finley heaved a sigh. "I guess I'll make a deal with my niece. I have the money." Isla gritted her teeth. "You go first. I'll give you the money tomorrow." "Okay." Finley turned around and ran off, speaking to Kira as he did so. "My dear niece, consider that $30,000 alone." He ran off quickly, afraid that Kira would demand the money back. What a deadbeat. Kira remained unperturbed. If she wanted to get her money back, she had plenty of ways. She turned and walked toward the hospital building. Behind her, Isla answered her ringing phone. "Hello, Jake." Jake asked, "Isla, I remember Mrs. Olsen is from Clance. Ask her if she knows anyone from the Allen family." "The Allen family?" "Yes, the head of the family is named Frankie Allen. I just received news that my uncle wants to sign a contract with the Allen family, but he doesn't have any connections yet." Isla instantly saw light. Jake wanted to use the Allen family to reinforce his standing in the Horton Group. She answered, "I'll ask my mom in a bit." After hanging up, Isla calmed herself down. If she could marry into the Horton family, $100,000 would be nothing. She needed to think of a way to connect with the Allen family. Mrs. Olsen was staying in a second-floor VIP ward, and old Mrs. Horton was on the third floor. Kira and Isla ascended the stairs together. When they reached the second floor, they saw a mother talking to her son. The mother said happily, "Your third aunt called just now, saying she has introduced you to a rich girl. You must go for the blind date." The son complained, "Mom, my wife just needs surgery, and she'll be cured. Why should I date someone else?" The mother said anxiously, "Didn't you hear what the nurse said? The operation will cost $70,000, not to mention the post-op care, which will cost more. Where will we get that kind of money?" The son pondered for a moment. "Let's sell the house." She bought it with her dowry. The mother shook her head in disapproval. "We can't sell the house. If she dies, you could still find someone better when you have a house. If you lose the house, you lose everything. After having lived together for 2 years, consider the house compensation for your wasted youth." The son was taken aback. "That doesn't seem right. She fell out with her family for me." The mother sneered. "It's precisely because she fell out with them that she hasn't been in touch with her family these 2 years. She can't expect support from her family, and nobody cares whether she lives or dies." She lowered her voice. "We'll just say we have no money and take her home. Once she's dead, which will happen very soon, you can marry the girl from T blind date. This one has nice wide hips, which is a good sign for childbearing. She won't be like your wife, who's from a good family but doesn't have enough luck to enjoy it." The son squinted, suddenly interested. "Then let's not treat her." Although the pair lowered their voices, the hallway was very quiet and had echoes. Thus Kira heard everything clearly. She paused. She found the mother-in-law very wicked, and the son was equally disagreeable. She wondered which unfortunate girl had encountered such a hideous pair. Just as she thought of this, she felt something and looked toward the direction of the corridor. A frail girl with a very pale complexion dressed in a patient-esque gown was standing by the door. The mother and son also saw her, and their expressions changed dramatically. The son spoke up, "Rebecca." The girl named Rebecca said, "Call my dad. He'll give me the money for the medical fees." The mother scoffed. "We already tried, but as soon as they saw it was my son's number, they hung up. You severed ties with them. Why are you looking for them now?" Leaning against the wall and barely managing to stand there, Rebecca was quivering all over. She was so weak that she almost couldn't speak. She said to the son, "Then give me your phone. I'll call my brother." The son blinked. "Don't cause a scene. You're seriously ill. The doctor doesn't allow you to use the phone." Without hesitation, he said, "Mom, you go handle the discharge procedure. I'll take her home." Rebecca tried to run but was too weak. She fell to the ground and used the last of her strength to latch onto Isla's leg. She whispered, "Help me call my brother, please." As Isla was about to go to the second floor, she was closer to the hallway. When she was grabbed, instead of feeling sympathetic, she immediately withdrew her leg. She rolled her eyes in disgust. "What do you want? For a guy? You severed ties with your family. Someone obsessed with romance never ends well. All of this is your own fault." Seeing that she didn't interfere, the mother and son sighed in relief. The son picked up Rebecca. "Rebecca Allen, your parents don't want you anymore. I'm your only guardian now. You're obliged to listen to me." Rebecca was on the brink of despair. She knew that going home with this mother and son meant death, but she didn't want to die. She knew she was wrong. She wanted to see her brother. She missed her parents. Regretful tears rolled down her cheeks, and Rebecca closed her eyes. Just as she thought her life would freeze in this moment, an indifferent voice rang out, "Wait." Rebecca opened her eyes, only to see the elegant figure stepping out from the shadows of the corridor. The woman's beautiful face showed no emotion as she walked up to her and simply said, "Phone number." Tears flowed down Rebecca's face. The mother yelled, "What are you doing? I warn you, don't meddle in other people's affairs." The son also said, "Even if you call, it'll be useless. No one will answer." However, Kira only looked at Rebecca, the phone number. Rebecca weakly recited a string of numbers. Kira took out her phone and dialed the number. The call was quickly answered, and a young male voice came from the other end. "Hello, this is Frankie Allen." Kira instantly said, "Rebecca Allen is seriously ill and requires immediate surgery." The person on the other end immediately became anxious, and she could tell that he was running. He asked, "Where is she?" Kira gave him the name of the hospital. The man said, "I happen to be in Oceanion for work. It will take me half an hour to get there." "All right." After hanging up, Kira turned to the mother and son. "Until her brother arrives, no one is allowed to take her away." Hearing that, Isla snickered. "You're so meddling. Be careful when her family arrives. They might blame you for this." With teary eyes, Rebecca asked, "My brother? He said he would be here in half an hour." "Don't worry." Rebecca felt a bitter feeling inside her chest. She met and fell in love with her husband in college, and they got married after graduation. Her parents and brother didn't approve of their marriage. Ignoring her family's objections, she joined her husband in Oceanion under his vows of eternal love. Over the past 2 years, her brother and parents had made countless calls, urging her to come home. She said she'd show them that she would be happy in Oceanion. Her parents remained silent, and only her brother made one request. He told her not to tell her husband about her family's wealth for the first 2 years as a test. Rebecca was the family's treasure, and she had been pampered all her life without doing a day's work. After settling in Oceanion, she took advice from her mother-in-law and strived to be a good wife and mother. Every time she called her mother to tell the latter that she'd learned to cook, clean, and scrub the floors until they sparkled, her mother would cry, saying that she had been raised in luxury, not for such menial tasks. But Rebecca didn't mind. As long as they could make it through 2 years, she would bring her husband home, and they would reunite as a family. But never in a million years did she imagine that she might die here, all because of a mere $70,000. At this moment, she finally understood what her parents meant. She was degrading herself. Rebecca tried to look at Kira again. She wanted to remember the face of her savior. Just then, she heard her husband's voice. "Do you think you can get any benefits from helping her, in anticipation that her brother would reward you? You're dreaming. Her family has no money. Even if they do come, knowing how much it costs, they would only give up. As for you, they'd feel you're meddling in their business." Rebecca's vision grew dark with anger. She pleaded, "My brother won't abandon me. Honey, my family has money. For the sake of our years together, hand me over to my brother. You can have my house." "Your house?" Her husband sneered. "That house was bought after we got married and is considered a joint property. Besides, when we graduated from college, you were eager to elope with me to marry me. Your family doesn't love you, which is why you ran away from home out of desperation. Am I right? In these 2 years, you've never kept in touch with your family. Why would your brother take care of you? Eager to elope?" Rebecca felt a surge of anger. She struggled to breathe and fainted. Seeing that she seemed to have stopped breathing, Kira immediately stepped forward. "She needs resuscitation." "She doesn't need resuscitation." Her husband abruptly stepped back and shouted, "My wife once said that she didn't want to die in a terrible state. If she is seriously ill, she chooses to die naturally and doesn't accept any measures of resuscitation. Don't interfere with our private matters." Upon hearing this, Kira clenched her fists tightly. What a vicious man. The mother-in-law also rushed forward, standing directly between Kira and the man. "What are you doing? Everyone, come and see. My daughter-in-law is dying, and her last wish is to die at home. But this person won't let us leave." She yelled very loudly, prompting patients and nurses around them to crowd around. Seeing this, the mother-in-law cried even harder. "Rebecca, why is your life so miserable? If this person hadn't meddled in our affairs and delayed us, you wouldn't have died in the hospital." Kira frowned, knowing that arguing with them now would only waste time. She rushed to the husband and reached out to grab the unconscious Rebecca. The husband tried to retreat, but Kira dislocated his arm. Rebecca slipped from his arms. Kira caught her and immediately started cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The head nurse rushed over when she heard the commotion. "What is happening?" The mother-in-law started crying and shouting, "Help us! My son and daughter-in-law have decided to give up treatment. This stranger won't let us go with his arm dislocated." The husband was sweating with pain. Hearing the head nurse's question, he cried out, "I'm her guardian. Before she lost consciousness, she told me that she found the illness unbearable and didn't want to be resuscitated. She wanted to die with dignity. Look at what this woman is doing. Does my wife not even have the right to give up treatment? The head nurse frowned, walking over to Kira. Miss you. While performing CPR, Kira said, this woman doesn't want to die. I have called her brother, and he'll be here soon. The head nurse, equally anxious to save a life, quickly added, her brother is also her family, and therefore her guardian. If her brother does not give up on the resuscitation, we can continue the rescue. This statement stunned the husband and the mother-in-law. Isla, standing nearby, slowly spoke up, Kira, you shouldn't be forcing people like this. Even if she recovers, the surgery would cost a small fortune, and the subsequent costs for rehabilitation are unknown. Both the deceased and her husband have given up. Why did you insist on calling her brother? Even if he gets here, what's the point? Every family has its own difficulties. You can't morally kidnap others here. The husband suddenly understood something and started crying out, we don't have any money, and my brother-in-law's family is also poor. The surgery itself costs $70,000, and the monthly treatment expenses are up to $10,000. My wife didn't want to burden us and her family. I am so useless. I can only watch my wife die. The cries of a grown man were quite moving. Every year, countless patients in the hospital chose to give up treatment. They had the right to choose death, and those around them immediately started accusing Kira. This woman is so young and hasn't experienced the hardships of society. She's so naive. With her foolish enthusiasm, she's just delaying someone's burial. Wouldn't this be considered a crime of damaging the deceased body? The mother-in-law continued to scream, everyone, help me to pull her away. Security, come quickly. Someone here is tampering with a corpse. As the security guard approached Kira, she spun around angrily, glaring at everyone nearby. You are all plotting for wealth while causing a death. The security guard paused, but the mother-in-law seized the opportunity, rushing over and pulling at Kira's hair, trying to drag her away. Let go of my daughter-in-law. Don't touch her body. She couldn't let Rebecca be saved. Kira's scalp throbbed uncomfortably with the violent yanking of her hair, but it was a critical moment for the CPR, and she couldn't let go. She kept trying to revive Rebecca despite the distractions. Even as the mother-in-law pinched her over and over again, she didn't let up. Isla sneered. She found Kira really stupid. Being so kind-hearted would only get her embroiled in a huge problem. The mother and son were clearly not good people. She got herself mixed up in big trouble. At this moment, several luxury cars drove quickly into the parking lot of the hospital. Before the car could even stop, a tall man jumped out. Frankie Allen, with a stern look on his face, led a group of bodyguards in black suits, and they quickly rushed up to the floor. When Frankie rushed to the second floor, he immediately spotted his sister on the ground, receiving CPR. Rebecca was pale and weak, and the sight of her made his heart stop. This was a hospital. Why was such a primitive method of resuscitation being used? Where were the machines? Why weren't the machines being used? A flurry of questions raced through Frankie's mind as he saw a middle-aged woman beating the person performing CPR on his sister. She yanked at the woman's hair, bellowing, "Go away. My daughter-in-law doesn't need to be saved. Wouldn't it be better if she just passed peacefully? We can't afford her treatment. Are you trying to drive our family to bankruptcy?" Rebecca's husband also said, the cost of treatment is $70,000, and the monthly medical fee is $10,000. I'm useless. Even if you bring my wife back, our family will still have to face this hardship. My brother-in-law's family isn't rich either, otherwise, my wife wouldn't choose to give up. Frankie's face darkened. He wanted to kill those two people. He was in control of the Allen family, and he understood what was happening from just those sentences. His sister was pampered and spoiled since childhood, and any piece of jewelry from her room was worth more than $70,000. But now, she was getting killed by her husband and mother-in-law over that little amount of money. As he had this realization, he made his way to Rebecca without stopping. Rebecca's mother-in-law saw that Kira wouldn't move and noticed that Rebecca's hand twitched, indicating that she had been revived. The woman flew into a rage and tried to scratch Kira's face. She had long nails ready to disfigure Kira's face. Kira, detecting that Rebecca's heart had returned to a normal rhythm, as well as this elderly woman's intentions, quickly twisted her head and grabbed the woman's wrist while preparing to retaliate when, bang, an unknown man suddenly kicked the elderly woman's chest. The woman was kicked so hard that she tumbled backward, fell to the ground, and couldn't speak as she clutched her chest. The husband, seeing what happened, pointed at Frankie and yelled, "Who are you? This is too much. Not only did you torture my wife's corpse, but you even dared to lay hands on my mother. Call the police." "I'm calling the police." "Corpse." Frankie kicked the husband away and instructed his bodyguards coming up behind him, "Show them a lesson and call the police. Tell them that these two people have attempted to murder my sister for money." Leaving behind those words, he hastily rushed to Rebecca and crouched down. "Rebecca, I'm here. Wake up." Kira realized who he was and said in a calm voice, "Although her heartbeat is back, she still needs immediate surgery." "Thank you." On his way here, Frankie had already made arrangements with a doctor. He left those words and carried Rebecca away. When the police arrived, they quickly confirmed the mother and husband's intent to murder for money and immediately arrested the two. The crowd that had gathered was told the truth, and they all gave Kira a thumbs up. Kira stayed behind to provide a statement to the police. Once she had signed her statement, she turned to go, only to see Isla still behind her. Isla was frowning. She could see that the brother who just arrived clearly held a high social position. If she had known that earlier, she would have let that stupid woman make the call. It was all Kira's fault. She had stolen the spotlight again. Nonetheless, a mocking expression appeared in her eyes. "Kira, I didn't expect you would be so desperate to climb up the social ladder. Seeing that the infatuated woman was from an excellent background, you must have put so much effort into saving her. What a shame. After everything, that brother one didn't even give you a grateful glance." After making her mockery, she left for Mrs. Olsen's ward. Kira watched her from behind, thinking back to how Isla had twisted the story around and how she was thinking only of personal gain now. She couldn't help but find Isla spiteful. For one, Rebecca was in critical condition, and her brother would definitely have brought her for surgery immediately. Secondly, Kira saved a life, but she didn't expect anything in return. She touched her scalp and gasped in pain. She had been pulled so hard by that elderly woman that it still hurt. She smoothed out her messy hair, sighed, pulled out her phone, and sent a message to Louis before heading home. In the VIP ward on the third floor, Louis thought back to what had happened in the car, and his heart beat faster. He frowned, suppressing his emergent feelings. He looked toward the door, but Kira still didn't appear. Was she also feeling shy? He frowned slightly at the thought. Also, it took over half an hour for him to receive a message from Kira on WhatsApp. "Mr. Horton, something came up last minute. I'll be going home for the night." Upon receiving this message, Louis strangely felt relieved, but he frowned involuntarily. What could be so important? Kira hailed a taxi home, took a bath, used a lot of conditioner on her hair, and finally managed to untangle it. Looking at the hair that had fallen, she felt a pang. Wasn't hair also iron-rich? She ate a portion of liver for dinner, replenishing some of the iron she had lost, before taking out her laptop to continue with the unfinished work from the office. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, Kira arrived at the office early. She ran into Jalen at the office door. He'd gotten some sleep at home, and his dark circles had faded a lot. He was also less irritable. Seeing her come out of a taxi, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I went home last night and kept thinking that something was off. My cousin drove you home. So did that mean that you guys are now living together? Thankfully, you didn't come to work with him this morning." Kira was speechless. She usually did come to work with Louis, but she didn't bother explaining. Jalen walked to her side, glanced at her, and said proudly, "I know why my cousin had a bad mood yesterday. I heard that he wanted to sign a contract with the Allen family, but the head of the Allen family, Frankie Allen, seems to have a bad relationship with my cousin. He's coming to the company to talk about business today, so my cousin must be feeling quite frustrated." Kira paused. Frankie Allen? What was the name of Rebecca's brother from the day before? She had missed Frankie when he came into the Horton Group building accompanied by a secretary. Rebecca's surgery was very successful. She woke up this morning. Upon seeing her parents who had rushed overnight, the three cried together for a long time. Afterward, Rebecca asked about her savior. However, that young lady left the night before. Seeing his sister's anxiety, Frankie promised that he would find her savior and express their gratitude properly. He had personally witnessed the efforts this woman went through to save his sister, hence deemed that the Allen family owed this woman a life. He only wondered what that young woman did for a living. Where did she work? As these thoughts were running in his head, he unexpectedly saw Kira, who was waiting for the elevator. Frankie was slightly surprised. The young woman he saw at the hospital the day before had her hair disheveled by Rebecca's mother-in-law, so he didn't get a clear look at her face. This young woman looked so much like her. Frankie picked up his speed, trying to approach her to confirm his speculation. However, just at that moment, the elevator arrived, and Kira and Jalen entered it. By the time Frankie got there, he only saw the elevator doors slowly closing. What an unfortunate coincidence. Frankie wasn't in a hurry, for the young lady had left her phone number when she called him the night before. After the negotiations with the Horton Group were over, he could call her to express his gratitude. He could discuss a proper way to thank her with his family. Kira didn't see Frankie. She went to the R&D department with Jalen. As soon as they entered the office, they saw their colleagues pulling their hair out in front of their computers. Tomorrow is Friday, and Vice President Horton is really making things difficult for us by asking us to submit the plan. I think we can give up now. This task is impossible for a human to complete. Jalen went home to sleep last night. Does that mean he has given up? I wonder how Mr. Olsen is doing. Could she bring us a surprise? Luca immediately said, "Don't say that. It'll put too much pressure on her. No matter how talented Kira is, she can't be compared to Drive South. Age is a factor." Everyone nodded in agreement. When they saw Kira and Jalen, the group immediately started gossiping excitedly. Jalen, did you meet Dr. South at the gathering last night? Jalen rolled his eyes. How could Drive South possibly attend such a gathering? If he showed up, that bunch of people would eat him alive. Did you meet Mr. Morgan then? Did he say what Drive South is researching lately? No, he didn't. Jalen Riley suddenly looked at Kira. But we could ask Kira. She seems to be on good terms with him. What? Miss Olsen, you actually know Samuel Morgan. That means you might as well know Drive South? Everyone looked at Kira together. Miss Olsen, could you introduce us to Drive South if there's a chance in the future? Kira canned the group and saw their faces filled with joy and expectancy. She smiled faintly. Sure, we might even work together someday. Everyone burst out laughing at her words. Let us forget about that. I don't even dare to dream of it. I am content just to see Drive South in person. If we could get his guidance, it would be such a benefit. Everyone laughed and talked, and finally, they began to work when Jalen started yelling angrily. Kira took her laptop to her own office. Before she entered, Jalen stopped her. Don't push yourself. The intensity of this project far exceeds our team's capability. Our superiors are aware of this. They won't let Jake hurt the team's morale. Listening to his words of comfort, Kira smiled. Don't worry. Trust me. Jake stood outside the office, gazing at Kira. She had beautiful features, and the confident and bright smile on her face reminded him of her university days. It seemed like any hardship could be easily overcome in her presence. But where did her confidence come from? Apart from Drive South, no one could complete such an arduous task in such a short time. He turned around, walked to the resting area, and called Isla on his cell phone. Before tomorrow, can Drive South send me the solution? Isla tried to stall. Jake, Drive South is very busy. He's abroad. Jake said irritably, if you keep stalling, Kira Olsen and the others will solve the problem. Isla sounded a little panic-stricken. I'll tell him to hurry up. Jake narrowed his eyes abruptly. Isla, you're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. I'll go and talk to Drive South now. Isla hung up and became frantic. These 2 days, she had been using Mrs. Olsen's email to send Drive South messages, but his replies were ruthless, saying that he was on a business trip and not to be disturbed. She wouldn't be able to provide a solution by the following day. When Jake saw that she had lost her value, he might call off the engagement. No, she absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. Determination suddenly flashed across her eyes, and she entered the ward to see Mrs. Olsen. Mom, do you know the Allens from Clance? Jake wants to make contact with them. Mrs. Olsen's condition had been stable for the past few days, and she was ready to be discharged the following day. She had been reading a book in bed. Upon hearing Isla's words, her fingers tightened, but then she looked up and said, "No." Isla's eyes flickered. Mrs. Olsen's reaction clearly hinted that she knew the Allens but didn't want to introduce Isla to them. Isla decided this selfish woman wasn't fit to be a mother. She wasn't like Poppy, who had always indulged her since childhood. Now that Mrs. Olsen was unwilling to help her, what should she do? Isla was truly in a panic. Kira didn't work on the entire project on her own. Her colleagues in Group 1 helped a lot. By the time they clocked out, the general plan was almost determined and just needed a bit more refinement. Kira brought her laptop to the underground parking lot. After getting into Lewis's Bentley, she noticed that he wasn't in the car. The driver explained, "Mr. Horton has an appointment tonight. He told me to send you home first." Kira didn't think much of it. All right. However, Lewis didn't come back the whole night. The next day, Kira brought the plan that she worked on overnight with her to work, full of excitement. As soon as she arrived in the research department, she saw Jake standing in the rest area with a cup of coffee, clearly waiting for her. Just a friendly reminder, Kira, today is the last day. If you don't submit the solution before the end of work, I win our bet, and you'll have to take responsibility for what you said. Kira didn't know what to say. Did this man have nothing to do all day? She rolled her eyes and walked to her office, but Jake followed her. "If you work for me in the future, I won't treat you badly. At least I can introduce you to Drive South." Kira scoffed. "Don't bother," Jake said angrily. "I know you've got on good terms with Samuel Morgan and think you don't need my help, but do you think he'll introduce Drive South to you? He just takes you as a plaything. If he had any real feelings for you, he would have helped you solve the problem." "I don't need help," Jake laughed. "Really? Other people praise you as a genius, and you really begin to compare yourself to Drive South, thinking you can come up with a solution? My solution is already complete." Kira's laughing eyes were full of irony. On the other hand, Vice President Horton, "Did you get Dr. South's solution yet?" Jake exclaimed in shock. "You've finished it? How is that possible?" Having graduated in the field of energy, he was well aware of the complexity involved in the work. That's why he didn't find it odd when Isla said that Drive South needed more time and hadn't yet given him the solution. How on earth could Kira have finished so quickly? Kira narrowed her eyes. "I'll organize everything and send it to you later, and you'll know." "Jake, don't forget what you promised me." After saying this, she entered Group 1's office. As soon as she walked in, members of her group surrounded her. Luca, being vigilant, glared at Jake. "Kira, did he belittle you again with Drive South?" The rest of the members immediately chimed in. "Miss Olsen, don't take him seriously." "Exactly. Being so competent at your age already makes you top-notch. Don't compare yourself with Drive South. You're already amazing. You're so young. Yet you're more impressive than anyone else here." Jalen came out of his office. From the looks of it, he must have stayed over at the company again the night before. He frowned and looked at Kira. "Don't worry. I stayed up all night and figured out a rough solution to the problem. If we work extra time today, even if we can't provide a complete solution, at least a suggestion is enough." He had also sent a WhatsApp message to his cousin, explaining the situation in the R&D department. Regarding Jake's pressure on the department, Jalen knew that Lewis would support him. Kira was touched by their kind words. She smiled, "Thank you, but it's not necessary. I've already finished it." Jalen waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about this anymore. I'll talk to." "What?" His eyes widened in surprise. "You've finished?" The others also looked at her in disbelief. "Miss Olsen, what did you just say? Am I hallucinating from fatigue?" Luca laughed bitterly. "Kira, don't joke around with us." Kira laughed. "I'm about to send an email, and I'll CC everyone." She walked into her office with her laptop. The department members and Jalen stood there, looking at each other, still in disbelief. It wasn't until the sound of a new email pinged from someone's computer that everyone returned to their desks and opened their email. Sure enough, they saw an email sent by Kira. Everyone immediately downloaded the attachments and opened them. The content left them stunned. For a moment, the department went quiet. Seeing everyone engrossed in reading the solution, Kira quietly left the office and headed to the rooftop. With her work completed, she intended to meet Lewis to retrieve the book on neurology. She hadn't forgotten about making the medicine for old Mrs. Horton. Rooftop, inside the office. Lewis was reviewing some documents when Tom entered abruptly. "Boss, Miss Olsen is here to see you." He paused, the pen leaving a trail on the paper. At the small of his back, it felt like he could still feel her soft touch, which slowly turned into burning heat. He moistened his lips, his voice deep. "Enter." As soon as Kira entered, she saw Lewis sitting quietly there. He didn't look up and said softly, "I know about the research and development department. It's all right if you guys can't find the solution. The company has a complete set of rules and regulations that will protect your legal rights." Kira laughed. "I didn't come here because of the R&D department's issues. I came here because I was thinking about you." Her voice trailed off, and a sudden itch in her throat made her pause. Lewis's hand shook, ruining a document that had just been printed. His throat tightened a little. He slowly looked up and saw Kira clearing her throat before speaking again. "I was thinking about your book, the one from the library." Lewis was speechless. He took a deep breath but felt a little desolate deep down. He casually picked up that book from his desk and handed it to Kira. When she took it, he said lightly, "Next time, don't stop in the middle of your sentence." Kira happily took the book, oblivious to his strange remark, and said casually, "Right, thank you." She then turned to leave. Only after she had left the room did Lewis drop his gaze. He laughed softly. Interestingly, Kira hadn't taken the kiss in the car to heart while he had been overthinking it for 2 days. He was overreacting. What's more, Kira already had a boyfriend. Lewis regained his usual calm and composure. Now that the R&D work was completed, Kira completely let go and spent the whole day researching Alzheimer's disease. As it approached clock-off time, the quiet office finally stirred. The director of the R&D department and an angry Jake walked in. Jalen had just finished verifying Kira's solution and found no problems at all. He excitedly informed the director, "Our company really struck gold this time. Kira's solution will be as good as Drive South's." The director frowned, while Jake snorted. "Yeah, you're right. They're identical." At first, Jalen didn't catch his meaning. "Haha, she's as good as Drive South." As he said this, he suddenly froze. "What do you mean?" "I mean, she stole Drive South's solution." After Jake finished speaking, he sneered at Kira. "In the afternoon, I received Drive South's solution, and it's almost identical to yours. I wondered how you seemed so composed, and it turns out you had this in mind. Did you think that because you sent your email earlier than Drive South, the solution would be considered yours?" "Kira Olsen, you're incredibly naive to think that by changing a few details we wouldn't be able to tell. How dare you steal from Drive South?" Jalen frowned. "There must be some misunderstanding here. Kira has been working in the company with us all these days. Some of the content was even completed by us, even though this part only accounted for 20% of the entire solution." Upon hearing this, Jake immediately responded, "What kind of misunderstanding? The two solutions are identical. Do you mean to say that rather than Kira stealing from Drive South stole from Kira? Do you think that's possible? One was a respected doctoral scholar, and the other was an undergraduate. It was clear who was more trustworthy." Jalen was rendered speechless. Kira frowned as she listened to their conversation. It was unlikely Drive South would have sent an email to Jake, so the only explanation was that someone had forged her solution to seem as if it had come from Drive South. Jake intended to use this opportunity to suppress her and her team. Was that it? What a joke. Kira said mildly, "Couldn't there be a third possibility?" The director was slightly stunned. "What third possibility?" However, Jake rebuked sternly, "Kira, stop making excuses here. I advise you to admit your mistakes obediently. The company may be lenient in punishing you for your first offense." Jalen immediately turned his eyes to her. "Kira, explain to us. What exactly is going on?" Kira answered, "The third possibility is that Drive South's plan never arrived at Jake's hand. He's slandering me." Upon hearing this, Jalen glared angrily at Jake. Jake, however, seemed surprised at her response. He chuckled and said, "When we were in school, I didn't realize you had such a thick skin. Of course, I wouldn't accuse you without solid evidence. Jalen asked, what evidence? Jake pulled out his phone, opened a screenshot, and handed it to Jalen. This is the plan that Drive South sent to Isla last night. Isla was delayed due to an issue and forwarded it to me in the afternoon. From the timing, Drive South's submission was earlier than Kira's. If that is not enough to clarify things, I have a witness. Kira narrowed her eyes. It turned out that the culprit wasn't Jake but Isla. She thought back carefully. Last night after work, she passed by the second floor of the inpatient department. At that time, Mrs. Olsen went in for an examination, and Isla had a stomach ache. So, Kira went with Mrs. Olsen instead. At that time, Kira's computer was left in the ward. But how could Isla know her computer's password? Kira clenched her fists slightly. Nothing to say now, is there? With a cold laugh, Jake said to the general manager, this incident is absolutely appalling. The company must deal strictly with Kira. If necessary, we can call the police. After all, she dared to steal Drive South's research. If Drive South hears about this, I'm afraid he'll never work with Horton Group again. The general manager hastily spoke. This scandal is also harmful to the company. Let's hold off on reporting it to the police. The administrative department has already left for the day. How about this? First thing Monday morning, we'll submit all the evidence to the administrative department to see what they decide to do. Jake didn't object. He looked at Kira and said suggestively, spend the next 2 days thinking hard. If you realize your mistake, you can come to me. If your apology is sincere, I may consider not publicizing this matter and treat it as a minor blunder. But of course, if you don't repent, don't blame me for not considering our past as classmates. Having dropped this hint, he and the general manager strode off. Once the two men had left, the members of Group 1 gathered around Kira. There must be some misunderstanding here. Miss Olsen, did you ask Samuel Morgan for help? Kira was touched that the team didn't blame her. Don't worry. I'll prove my innocence. If she revealed her true identity and explained the situation, all the misunderstandings would be cleared up. However, Jalen didn't believe her the last time. The patent certificate and company seal that could prove her identity had been taken abroad by Samuel for a project. It seemed he would return next Monday. Thinking about this, she smiled and looked at her colleagues around her. By that time, their expressions would surely be humorous. After leaving work, Kira went to the underground parking lot. She got into the Bentley but didn't see Lewis. However, Tom was in the passenger seat. Mr. Horton has a meeting to attend to. He'll leave later. Kira immediately said, I can take a taxi. You don't have to. Mr. Horton told me to drop you off first. After Tom instructed the driver to start the car, he glanced at her, dissatisfied. Miss Olsen, you shouldn't rush things in your line of work. Drive South is not someone you can interfere with casually. You created quite a stir in the R&D department. Kira raised an eyebrow in response, but remained silent. Tom continued, don't think that being protected by old Mrs. Horton and the boss allows you to do anything you want. In the field of research, theft and plagiarism are the most intolerable. Kira pulled out her earphones, put them in her ears, and blocked out his voice. Tom was speechless. The car soon arrived at the hospital. As Kira was climbing up the stairs, she was stopped by Taylor on the second floor. Shirley wants to see you. She followed Taylor to Mrs. Olsen's ward. Mrs. Olsen was about to be discharged, and Aunt South had already packed her things but hadn't left. They were obviously waiting for Kira. Mrs. Olsen saw her come in and immediately asked, Kira, what's this about you stealing Drive South's plan? I don't believe that's something you would do. Taylor disdainfully said, with the evidence now at hand, Jake only gave her a warning because she's part of the Olsen family. What's there to not believe? Surely, you trust her too much. I've said long ago that with the blood of Poppy Hill running through her veins, she can't be a good person. Mrs. Olsen shouted angrily, Shut up. Kira, speak up. What's going on? Mrs. Olsen's worried expression made Kira's eyes a little moist. She knew that Mrs. Olsen genuinely cared about her. Just as she was about to speak up, Isla acted as if she had been wronged. Kira, how could you be so foolish? I know you want to achieve something at Horton Group to earn more respect from old Mrs. Horton and Mr. Horton, but you can't just take whatever you want. If you want to drive South's plan, you could have told me. and I would have given it to you. How could you steal it from my computer? Steal? Kira let out a cold chuckle. As expected, Isla was behind everything. Taking a step forward, she asked, "Who's the one who took things without asking?" Isla put on a wronged face. "What do you mean? Are you trying to have me cover up for you? Or should tell people that your plan is the same as Drive South's, and everything is just a coincidence?" Kira calmly responded, "Of course, it's not a coincidence. You obviously stole my plan." "Nonsense." Taylor became so furious that he picked up a broom from the floor and started hitting her. "You made a mistake, and now you're trying to throw dirt on your sister? You deserve a beating." Mrs. Olsen immediately stopped him. "Taylor, don't be so reckless." Taylor yelled, "Shirley, did you hear that? She's so arrogant." An undergraduate student is claiming that such a complex plan from Drive South is hers. It's just a joke, utterly ridiculous. She's simply not worth your concern. She'll have to bear the consequences of her own evil deeds. However, Mrs. Olsen said, "But if Horton Group calls the police, Kira could end up in jail." She took out her phone. "It's really quite simple to deal with this matter. As long as Drive South doesn't pursue it, it will be fine. I'll call South right now." With that, she dialed Dr. South through WhatsApp voice call. Kira instinctively took out her cell phone. She didn't really want to make a scene with Isla in front of Mrs. Olsen. Even if the truth came out on Monday through others, it would be better than having a face-to-face argument now. Mostly, she was afraid that Mrs. Olsen would get too agitated, which might affect her health. But now that Mrs. Olsen had called, she didn't need to keep Isla's secret anymore. Just as the call came in, Isla rushed up to Mrs. Olsen and immediately hung up the phone. "Mom, no." Mrs. Olsen was stunned. She frowned and looked at her. "Why not? If Drive South were to find out, even if he doesn't blame Kira, the Horton Group has to show some form of punishment as an apology to Drive South, which may lead to a more severe punishment." Mrs. Olsen paused slightly. "Is that so?" "Yes." Isla looked at Kira, a flicker of cunning light in her eyes. "Kira, you were found guilty with full evidence, and you've offended Drive South. It would be best for you to apologize promptly and submit a sincere letter of apology to the company. Then I won't pursue your responsibility, and Mr. Horton will surely be lenient with you on behalf of the Horton Group." As soon as he heard this, Taylor said, "Shirley, did you hear that? Nothing serious will happen to Kira. You just worry too much about everything." Kira was silent, her gaze lowered to her own phone. If she were to call back now, the truth would be clear, but would Mrs. Olsen be able to accept it? Mrs. Olsen was such a pure and upright person. She only wanted her children to be healthy and honest and never to go astray. Could she accept that her own daughter was actually a devious person? Kira remained silent for a while and finally looked at Mrs. Olsen. She decided to lay the groundwork first. "Mrs. Olsen, I'm not that stupid. It wouldn't be a big deal even if I couldn't complete the project. I have no need to steal Drive South solutions just to save face. Besides, have you ever thought about something? Did Drive South agree to provide technical support to the Horton Group?" At her words, Mrs. Olsen pursed her lips. Isla interjected, "I've already explained this to Mom. I took her phone and called Drive South without her knowledge, and he has already agreed." Just as Kira wanted to refute, Taylor berated in rage, "Kira, you're unrepentant. It was all in vain that Shirley cared so much about you. Isla has decided not to hold you accountable, and yet you still dare to try and pin it on your sister?" He motioned toward the door. "Get out." Kira gave Mrs. Olsen a long look, seeing the latter frown slightly, clearly not believing her. Kira sighed, turned around, and left the room. Her words would give Mrs. Olsen more room to think, and they could also serve as a buffer. When the truth came to light on Monday, hopefully, Mrs. Olsen won't be too emotionally affected. As Kira left the room, she heard movement behind her. Turning around, she saw Isla rushing after her. Isla's eyes flickered. "I suggest you consider leaving voluntarily. That way, this whole thing will be over." Kira chuckled. Isla had stolen her solution, and now she definitely wanted to calm things down quickly. In a cold manner, she stated, "We both know who stole whose solutions. There's no need for hypocrisy here." Hearing this, Isla lifted her chin in satisfaction. "Of course you stole mine. There's plenty of evidence. You have no chance to deny it. Seeing Isla with no guilt in her eyes, Kira responded, You think you've covered your tracks? A cold glint appeared in Isla's eyes. Are you referring to Drive South? Do you expect Drive South to confront this issue himself? Kira, you're so naive. This minor issue won't bother Drive South. The implication was that Drive South was completely unaware of this situation, nor would anyone bring it up with him. Kira had no choice but to carry this blame. If Kira wasn't Drive South herself, she might have been put in a passive position. Kira smiled. Isla, when you walk on a dark road too many times, you're bound to encounter ghosts. Leaving this behind, she walked away. The smile on Isla's face gradually faded until all that was left was spite. Lewis was really in a meeting. After the meeting ended at 8 in the evening, he walked out of the conference room and happened to see a sneaky figure standing nearby. It was Jalen. When he heard the conference room door open, he came over. Lewis, I have a favor to ask. Lewis didn't stop but walked toward the elevator. Go on. Jalen glanced around to make sure the other executives at the meeting were at a safe distance. He then briefly relayed the situation in the research and development department. In the end, he pleaded, Kira just graduated and might have lost her way trying to make some achievements. Anyway, the company didn't suffer any losses. Could you perhaps handle this leniently? Lewis entered the elevator and pressed the button for the underground car park. Seeing that Lewis wasn't responding, Jalen continued, Lewis, I've never asked you for a favor before, but Kira is an invaluable talent. I really can't bear to see her cut short her career. Lewis gave him a cold glance, his deep eyes devoid of warmth. You think she stole it? Jalen stood there, stunned. Ding. The elevator arrived. Lewis strode out and headed straight for his car. Through the rearview mirror, Tom saw his boss's expression and cautiously asked, Boss, you think Kira didn't steal it? But if that's the case, did Drive South steal from her? Lewis looked up and glanced at him but said nothing. Tom muttered to himself, You do seem to trust her quite a bit. Lewis leaned back in his seat, lost in his thoughts. It wasn't that he trusted her, but there was an inherent pride in her that made him sure that she wouldn't steal, nor would she need to. As for why her solution was the same as Drive South's, was it because of Samuel Morgan? He remembered that Kira had a boyfriend, and the two were in a hurry to get married. Was that man Samuel? The car soon arrived at the hospital. Lewis got out of the car and strode into the building, just as he saw Kira coming over. The lights in the corridor were dim, and most of the people were wearing striped patient gowns and looked worn out. Only Kira had a fair complexion. Her casual gait radiated a sense of vitality, as if she were the only scenery in this hospital. Lewis's expression unconsciously softened. The two met at the entrance to old Mrs. Horton's ward. Lewis didn't enter the room but asked indifferently, Need any help? Kira paused slightly and smiled. No. Lewis's voice suddenly turned cold. You don't need my help, so are you going to Samuel? Well, I admit I overstepped. Kira nodded. I do need his help. He can better verify my identity. At her words, Lewis paused and asked, Your identity? Lewis narrowed his eyes. What identity? As Samuel Morgan's girlfriend? At this moment, he pieced everything together in his mind. Kira wouldn't steal the plan, and the solution was too complicated. Jalen said that no one but Drive South could complete it in such a short time. So, Kira's plan must have been provided by Samuel. But Samuel didn't inform Drive South. Otherwise, Drive South wouldn't have sent it separately to Jake, causing this misunderstanding. The business world was complicated. Why did Samuel take Drive South's plan without notifying him? Would he really clarify things for Kira? Lewis asked uneasily. Are you sure he'll come? Of course. You trust him that much? Yes. When had Samuel ever dared to disobey Kira's orders? Her matter-of-fact attitude suddenly made Lewis feel a little frustrated. He only found her infatuated with love. Suddenly, he reminded her, Miss Olsen, don't forget we're still husband and wife legally. I don't want to start any rumors. Kira was perplexed. She looked at him with slight confusion, not understanding why he would suddenly say this. Seeing this, Lewis felt more frustrated. He loosened his tie and said sternly, While our marriage is still legal, I hope you behave yourself. Leaving these words, he strode into the ward. Kira didn't know what to say. Did this man have an unsuccessful meeting today? How temperamental. His words were utterly nonsensical. She didn't think too much about it, but followed him into the ward and went to accompany old Mrs. Horton. Outside the suite, Lewis instructed Tom, look up Samuel Morgan's information. Yes. Tom worked very efficiently. Within half an hour, he gathered all the information about Samuel. Boss, it's sent to your phone. Lewis opened the file on his phone and saw Samuel's basic information. He was 27 years old, a brilliant student who graduated from Cambridge University. 3 years ago, he became Drive South's agent, managing his company. In the past 3 years, he had been diligent and steady, and the company was now preparing to go public. Lewis continued to scroll down but found no more information. He frowned slightly. That's it? Tom was bewildered. He had even found Samuel's university transcripts, and the boss still felt it wasn't enough. He asked with confusion, do you want? Lewis said lightly, his personal life. Tom's mouth dropped open in surprise, but he soon recovered. I'll check it right away. Half an hour later, Tom sent the information to Lewis's mobile phone. Samuel was generous and went through girlfriends every 3 months. His ex-girlfriends had nothing but praise for him. At present, he was involved with several women, clearly not an ideal boyfriend. Thinking about Kira's trust in him, Lewis chuckled. He took his phone and walked into the ward, prepared to show her this evidence. But as soon as he walked in, he saw his grandmother flipping through the dictionary with her reading glasses, and Kira squatted on the ground, playing with the dog. The little puppy raised its head, wagging its tail vigorously at her. Kira was smiling all over her face. She was incredibly beautiful. Her smile was breathtaking, as if she was the purest scenery in the world, making people not want to destroy it. He paused, and his fingers tightened around his phone. Should he tell her this cruel truth? For a moment, Lewis was conflicted. What's wrong? Old Mrs. Horton suddenly asked, looking at him suspiciously. Lewis pressed his lips together and quickly turned off his phone. Nothing. However, old Mrs. Horton didn't believe him. You've been staring at your wife for so long. How could there be nothing? Do you have something to say to her? Upon hearing this, Kira looked up, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Lewis was speechless. He felt a wave of heat rush up to his face, so he quickly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. You seem quite lively, Granny. Are you ready to be discharged from the hospital? Upon hearing those words, the energetic old Mrs. Horton immediately clutched her chest, putting on a weak face. You brat, my chest still hurts. How could she let the young couple live together once she was discharged? She would be like a child of divorced parents, having to choose one side. Unlike now, on the second day of her stay, she remodeled the ward. She put 2 comfortable beds in the ward, one for her and one for her granddaughter-in-law, and a sofa bed in the outer living room for the brat to sleep. It might be a bit small, and life was somewhat hard, but at least the 2 of them could see each other daily. When they developed feelings for each other, she would bring her granddaughter-in-law back to the Horton family. Thinking of this, old Mrs. Horton laughed. There was no sign of chest discomfort at all. Lewis was speechless. So was Kira. That night passed without any event. The next morning, Kira was reading a book on neurology when she suddenly received a call from Luca Barker. Kira, come to the university now. Something happened to Professor Miller. Kira frowned and said, sure. She stood up solemnly, walking quickly toward the exit. As she went down the stairs, she prepared to hail a cab. Behind her, Tom's voice rang out, Miss Olsen, Mr. Horton asked me to give you a ride. Kira paused slightly and didn't refuse. Ocean Ion University, thank you. As soon as the car stopped at the academic building, Kira jumped out and rushed toward Professor Miller's office. The door to the office was wide open, with a group of students gathering around for the spectacle. Kira rushed in and saw a red-faced Professor Miller standing there, aggressively looking at the dean of the College of Energy. He snapped, a student's academic status affects their life. You can't just expel them on a whim. Last time you said her character was problematic and her background was problematic, so you directly canceled her postgraduate recommendation without my agreement. Today, if you don't give me a reasonable reason, you can't leave here. Kira heard this and paused for a moment. She thought something happened to Professor Miller. Was he standing up for her, but not expelled? She looked at the dean, just in time to hear his strict words. I just received the news that she stole Drive South solution and claimed it was her idea. This kind of student tarnishes our school's reputation. Of course, we have to deal with it. Professor Miller growled angrily. That's impossible. Kira isn't that kind of person. The dean sneered. This is the internal information I just received. It can't be false. We're about to hire Drive South as a professor, and if we don't punish her, how can we gain Drive South's trust? Do you know how many schools are fighting over him? Professor Miller understood right away. So you're doing this all for Drive South. But I'm her advisor. I won't sign off on your decision to expel her. I'll never sign that document. The dean was furious. Miller, how can you be so stubborn? Comparing Kira Olsen with Drive South is ludicrous, and even you aren't important enough. Hearing this, Kira stepped forward. Without Professor Miller, there will be no Dr. South. Kira wasn't lying. When she was a freshman, she found her major very uninteresting until she took a class with Professor Miller. That was when she decided to pursue this path. One could say that Professor Miller was her guiding light. Her emphatic words silenced the entire office. Both Professor Miller and the dean looked at her. The dean furrowed his brows and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" As Kira was about to reveal her true identity, Luca, who stood beside her, rushed in front of her. What Kira said was right. Without pioneers like my professor, where would Dr. South be today? He shouted. New energy research has only developed in recent years, but my professor has been studying it for over 20 years. Without him and other professors laying the groundwork, how could we possibly have today's achievements? Dean, the words you just said were utterly biased. Even if Drive South were here, he should address our professor as his senior. The dean choked on his words and glanced at the students by the door. Many of them were Professor Miller's postgraduate students, and they were all looking at him indignantly. The dean cleared his throat. Indeed, my earlier comments were inappropriate. However, Drive South standing in the field is unshakable, and this should be clear to everyone. Drive South can form an entire research team independently, which significantly advances the development of new energy. So, Kira Olsen, how could you steal his plans? This is absurd. Kira responded, I didn't. The dean sneered. The Horton Group has all the evidence and witnesses. Even if you don't plead guilty now, you can't escape. Kira Olsen, since you're here, it saves me the trouble of summoning you. You've been expelled from the university. I'll publish an announcement shortly, so your disgraceful actions don't tarnish the reputation of the school further. Professor Miller shouted angrily, Dean, Kira Olsen has already said she didn't steal. The matter is still under investigation, and your reason for expelling her is completely insufficient. The dean glanced at him. We must keep this matter under wraps to avoid giving people the wrong impression that Drive South cannot tolerate a student. The official reason for expelling Kira Olsen is disciplinary violation. As far as I know, she is chronically late, skips plenty of classes, and often scores 0 on assignments. This is why the school has decided to expel her. Hearing this, Kira was really stunned. It's often said that a university experience without skipping classes wouldn't be perfect. Which student hadn't skipped an occasional class? She certainly skipped many classes as the content taught by the professors was too basic, so she simply didn't attend. However, when the professors discovered that she got perfect scores in exams, but 0 on regular assignments, since it didn't affect her overall performance, they didn't pursue it further. Who would have thought that this would now be used as leverage against her? Kira's demeanor turned cold. Professor Miller, shaking with rage, retorted, You are utterly shameless. I'll say it again. I won't sign this document. Kira Olsen is my student, and without my signature as her advisor, you have no way of expelling her. The dean's face darkened. Professor Miller, you are blatantly stubborn. Since you aren't cooperating with the school's decision, I'll have no choice but to suspend you. Professor Miller exploded. Suspend me if you wish. Do you think I'm afraid of you? At these words, the dean laughed. Professor Miller, suppose you're suspended. Your postgraduate students will have nobody to guide them temporarily. How do you plan to handle their graduation defenses? Let me see. You have 6 postgraduate students, right? So, are you planning to delay them all by 1 year? If a postgraduate student failed their defense, graduation would be postponed by 1 year. Many unscrupulous advisors, in a bid to have their students continue helping them, would deliberately fail them, causing the students to delay graduation year after year. In this respect, the students were always the disadvantaged group. At these words, Professor Miller was taken aback. You are absolutely despicable. The dean was actually using his postgraduate students to force him to sign the document. Being a career researcher, he wasn't used to cursing others. At this moment, he could only stomp his feet in fury. Professor Miller's postgraduate students, on the other hand, immediately turned pale, and they all looked at him anxiously. The dean, however, laughed. Professor Miller, what is more important, 1 student or 6? The choice is yours. He took out the expulsion form and handed it to Professor Miller. Are you going to sign this or not? Professor Miller clenched his fists. He turned to look at his postgraduate students. Some of them had already secured jobs and were waiting to receive their graduation certificate to start working. Some were engaged and were waiting to get married after graduation. However, he couldn't sign the form. What was black couldn't be turned into white. He was at a loss on how to face his postgraduate students. Kira stepped forward and asked, "Are the senior officials here today?" Professor Miller shook his head with a bitter smile. They're all at a conference in Klance, including the school principal and vice principal. It meant that there was nobody present who could reprimand the dean. Kira looked down and suddenly smiled. Professor, how about you take a few days off at home? We'll discuss this when they return. If she exposed her identity now, the dean would simply dismiss it as a misunderstanding, and the matter would be swept under the rug, especially as no actual injury had been done. But if the dean pressured the professor into taking a leave of absence and took action against his postgraduate students, exposing everything after that would mean the dean's downfall. After hearing this, Professor Miller sighed deeply, looked at his postgraduate students, and reassured them. Don't worry. Even if I'm suspended, I'll wait for the return of the principal and the vice principal, and I'll appeal to them. I won't delay your graduation. Kira then added, Professor, you can consider it as taking a few days off for yourself. I'll have an answer for you on Monday. Upon hearing this, the postgraduate students looked ashen-faced. They understood the professor's choice since he was always the fair and impartial type. Yet they were involved out of nowhere, and the instigator was telling the professor so carelessly to take a few days off. It made them all feel very uncomfortable. Luca immediately stepped forward and tugged at Kira. Kira, if you don't know what to say, just remain silent. Kira was perplexed. She personally escorted Professor Miller home. On the way, Professor Miller expressed his concern. Kira, how are you going to deal with the Horton Group? Just the reputation of Drive South alone could crush you. Who would believe you? Why would such a high-profile professor like him want to steal your solution? In Professor Miller's eyes, a conflict between his brilliant student and Drive South must mean that the latter was shameless enough to steal Kira's research findings. But when he asked this, Kira just laughed. Professor, Drive South didn't steal my solution. Professor Miller was taken aback. Then who really did this study? Me. Kira said indifferently, or you can say it was done by Drive South. Kira sent Professor Miller home and then returned to the hospital. She spent most of her time in the hospital with old Mrs. Horton in her ward. Lewis was working in the outer office. Tom stood beside him, quietly recounting the events at the university, and then whispered, Miss Olsen's cold demeanor has caused a stir. They're criticizing her on the school's internal network. After that, he handed his cell phone to Lewis. The incident had become a hot topic on the internal network of Oceanion University, and everyone was discussing it. I don't get it. Why would Professor Miller defend such a loser? She stole Drive South study. Of course, we should expel her. What's the point of keeping her? She's just stirring up trouble. I totally agree with you. There were those who cursed her regarding this incident, and there were also those who condemned her for other things. The theft hasn't been proven yet, and it's understandable that Professor Miller wants to protect her. I was at the scene at the time, and I respect Professor Miller's actions. But that doesn't stop me from hating a certain classmate. Professor Miller made a sacrifice for her, and she has no gratitude, even saying that the professor should go home and take a few days off. It's cold-blooded and ruthless, as if Professor Miller's sacrifices were taken for granted. I was also at the scene, and I feel this person is too thick-skinned. Those graduate students of Professor Miller are really unlucky to have the same tutor with her. The more Lewis read, the darker his expression became, and by the end, he looked gloomy. He tossed the phone back to Tom. I just remembered a quote from Carlo Collodi. When the village dog barks, the rest of the dogs follow, even though they don't know why they're barking. Tom didn't know what to say. What a sharp tongue. He was comparing those foolish and naive college students to dogs. Tom subconsciously said, if Miss Olsen sees these criticisms, she might feel hurt, right? As soon as he said this, Lewis hesitated and asked tentatively, do you think she would bother to read the university's internal network? Tom smirked. Boss, Miss Olsen just graduated. At her age, who wouldn't check the school network for gossip? Lewis said indifferently, I don't. Tom thought, that's because you act like an old man, completely insulated from the internet. He cleared his throat. Young people these days like to go online. Lewis raised his head upon hearing this and looked through the glass window on the door into the ward. The weather was gradually getting colder. Kira wore a camel-colored shirt and was casually leaning back on the couch reading a book. Strands of loose hair fell onto her forehead. She tucked the strands behind her ear. Through the curtain of thick black hair, he could see a part of her slender, fair neck. She was focused and serious. The sunlight fell onto the floor by her feet, where the puppy was curled up, sound asleep. The scene painted a picture of peace and tranquility. After a while, Kira seemed to be getting a bit tired. She put down her book, stretched, and began to reach for her phone. Lewis abruptly stood up and strode to the door in a few steps, opening it. Both people in the room looked at him in unison. Old Mrs. Horton adjusted her reading glasses and looked at him bemusedly. Brat, what is it? Lewis pursed his lips and looked at Kira. Miss Olsen, it's nice outside today. Would you like to take my grandmother out to get some sun? Kira glanced outside and nodded. She gently nudged the puppy to wake it up, then helped old Mrs. Horton out the door. Taking two out at once would save some time. The three of them soon arrived at the hospital park, found a chair, and helped old Mrs. Horton to sit down. Kira stared absent-mindedly at the lake in the distance. She was trying to digest the knowledge about neurology she had just read. Suddenly, a low voice came into her ear. Miss Olsen, do you often go online? Kira looked at Lewis, puzzled. Lewis dressed in black today, and his custom-fitted clothes highlighted his cool demeanor and restrained elegance. He wasn't looking at her, his expression aloof. It seemed like it was just idle small talk. Kira gave a nonchalant answer. I don't really like it. Lewis nodded. Kira then turned to look at old Mrs. Horton. After several days, she now knew Lewis better. He was a man of few words, so after that small talk, he probably wouldn't say anything more. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard him speak again. Nowadays, many people are restless. Under the anonymity of the internet, they like to vent their anger and dissatisfaction. The internet is like a lawless place, amplifying the evil in people's hearts. You don't have to take what's on the internet to heart. Kira was perplexed. Just as she was wondering why he was suddenly saying these things, her phone vibrated. She took a quick look. It was a WhatsApp message from Luca. Kira, don't visit the university network for a while. A group of students are just echoing each other, and their words are too harsh. Kira was a little surprised. She seemed to understand why Lewis was saying those things. She put down her phone, a bright smile blooming on her face. Mr. Horton, don't worry. The words on the internet can't hurt me. Lewis was a little embarrassed before returning to his usual self. Well, I was only afraid it might affect my grandmother's mood. Kira laughed softly. Her laughter made Lewis uncomfortable, so he stood up, his expression still calm. I still have work to do. I'll leave my grandmother in your care. All right. Back in the ward, Lewis said, cancel the Monday morning meeting. Tom was surprised. But that's when we have our multinational meeting. Okay, I'll cancel it right away. He gave Lewis a doubtful look. Was Lewis planning to go to the administrative department on Monday to openly defend Kira? He felt uneasy after Lewis Horton took over the Horton Group. There were many who were dissatisfied. If he were to bend the rules for personal reasons, Tom suddenly felt irritated. Kira just joined the company a few days ago, and she had caused such a big problem for his boss. Jake relied on Drive South to gain a foothold in the R&D department. Now she has crossed Drive South. She really was good at stirring up trouble for his boss. If Lewis really intended to protect her this Monday, Tom decided that even if he would make Lewis angry, he would stop his boss. He couldn't let his boss make a mistake. When Kira returned from her walk with the old lady, she found that Tom was looking at her strangely, but she didn't pay much attention. It was soon Monday. After breakfast, as Kira was preparing to go to the Horton Group, her phone vibrated. It was a WhatsApp message from Samuel Morgan. "Boss, the plane landed on time. I'm about to go to the Horton Group." Kira and Lewis arrived at the Horton Group in his Bentley. As they got out of the car, Lewis suddenly asked, "Will Samuel Morgan arrive on time?" Kira replied, "I think so." Lewis pursed his lips and continued, "Actually, I have some information about Samuel Morgan. I'll tell you after we deal with today's matters." He planned to tell her about Samuel Morgan's womanizing behavior. The agony of elongated pain was worse than a moment's suffering. Kira glanced at him, surprised. "All right." She got out of the car and walked toward the elevator. Just as she reached the elevator, she overheard a few colleagues whispering, "Did you hear? Someone was caught stealing ideas from the research and development department." "Who?" "Someone's really crossing the line." "How audacious." "I heard it was the new intern. They must have some connections in the company to dare do such a thing." "What kind of connections?" Someone pointed upward. "I heard it's related to him. Hence they placed the intern in Jalen Riley's group. That guy is domineering and forceful. The higher-ups have been on their toes for the past month. He wouldn't blatantly protect his intern, right? Isn't he worried about leaving a bad impression by mixing personal affairs with work? Well, I heard that guy was spoiled by old Mrs. Horton. When he was a kid in Ocean Ion, he was like a little tyrant. After so many years, showing bias to an intern wouldn't mean anything to him, right? The company has its rules and regulations. If he acts recklessly, won't it cause public outrage? He's young. He doesn't care about these things. Isn't Jake younger? But look at the people he hired for the company. Drive South is a leading figure in the new energy industry. Now, look at the intern of that guy. Comparing both sides, it's evident that Jake Horton is more reliable. Absolutely, like father like son. His father, Mr. Horton Sr., was always strict with himself and lenient with others. Speaking of which, Mr. Horton Sr. worked his way up diligently from the grassroots. Why didn't he get that position? Why was it taken by that man? Kira hadn't planned to pay these people any attention. After all, she found herself in an awkward predicament and realized that people were bound to talk about her behind her back. But she hadn't expected that the conversation would shift toward Lewis Horton. She narrowed her eyes. Having been working since middle school, she wasn't really an office rookie. So, she immediately inferred that someone was fueling the fire behind the scenes and planned to drag Lewis into the mud. She recognized the person who had initiated the topic. It was Arian O'Neill, a researcher from Group 2 and a henchman of Jake Horton. Kira remembered the news Samuel Morgan had helped her look up. The first branch of the Horton family wanted to seize power back. She could sense the tension between Lewis and the first branch of the family during her last visit there. Jake wanted to use this issue to stir up public opinion. Even if it couldn't inflict any real harm on Lewis, it could still undermine his reputation in the company. Kira scoffed. She stepped forward and spoke casually. "It's fine if you gossip about me, but shouldn't you check for any surveillance cameras around before spreading rumors about the boss?" As soon as she said this, the group of people immediately raised their heads to check their surroundings. Seeing no surveillance cameras, they breathed a sigh of relief and then realized they had been played. Everyone turned toward Kira. "Who are you?" Before Kira could say anything, Arian said, "Let me introduce her to you. She's the new intern from the Research and Development Department." Arian smirked and said, "Miss Olsen must be close to Mr. Horton. The crime of stealing ideas is a significant one, and now that all evidence is complete, she still has the nerve to show up at work as if nothing happened." With that said, everyone turned their gaze toward Kira, their brows furrowing. All of them were office workers. If their hard work was stolen one day, they would undoubtedly be outraged. However, Kira wasn't intimidated by these glances but rather asked, somewhat puzzled, "I'm close to Mr. Horton?" Arian immediately said, "You're not going to deny it, are you?" It was Mr. Davis who personally escorted you to the R&D department. Our team members all saw it. As he said this, he sighed, pretending to offer consolation. Even if Mr. Horton is backing you, you shouldn't have stolen Drive South's concepts. Do you know the significance of Drive South to the R&D department? Our Vice President Jake Horton invited him over, spending great efforts and resources to make a huge contribution to the R&D department. If this incident makes Drive South leave, even Mr. Horton couldn't bear the wrath of the entire R&D department, could he? Everyone around nodded instantly, but Kira suddenly laughed. You got it wrong. I'm just an acquaintance of Mr. Horton. He has always kept a low profile and didn't make a fuss about hiring me for the company. Arian was startled. What did I get wrong? Just then, the elevator arrived, and the group of people walked in. They didn't notice that Lewis and Tom were approaching from a distance and had heard their conversation. While Lewis didn't show any change in expression, Tom's face immediately dropped. As expected, someone was using Kira's situation to scheme against his boss. But at this point, Kira didn't try to avoid suspicion. Instead, she brought the attention back toward his boss. It was just too outrageous. Tom couldn't help but say angrily, "Boss, did you hear? She's openly claiming that she's connected to you. Everybody knows about her relationship with you now. What good would this do for her? She's so stupid." After saying this, he said, "Boss, I think you really shouldn't get involved with her matter. Everybody knows about your relationship with her now. If you still choose to protect her, in everybody's eyes, you'll become a despotic ruler who disregards justice." Lewis narrowed his eyes. His stern expression didn't change. He looked ahead and said lightly, "Only the weak are swayed by opinions." Leaving these words behind, he straightened his clothes and strode into the exclusive elevator for CEOs. Tom followed him into the elevator, only to hear him speak with authority, "Go to the administrative department." Tom should have known that Lewis's decision wouldn't change. Tom pressed the button reluctantly and sighed to himself. It's no wonder that everyone made those comparisons. The R&D department was the core of the company, and many people kept an eye on it. In the past month, the R&D department had taken in 2 people. One was Drive South, Jake's connection. The other was Kira, the boss's associate. The two were worlds apart. Tom inhaled deeply. If Drive South were Lewis's connection, then Lewis would surely win this battle in a splendid way. Ding! The elevator arrived. The curtain was officially raised on this case of stolen plans. Kira stepped out of the elevator, heading toward Group 1. She only took 2 steps when Arian's voice rounded out from behind her. "Miss Olsen, I don't know what your relationship with Mr. Horton is, but you should have noticed that his reputation in the company isn't good. He may not be our boss in the end. So, I advise you not to offend Vice President Horton. He was a confidant of Jake, and through several meetings, it was clear to him that Jake had feelings for Kira. He spoke in a low voice. If you join Vice President Horton, your life will be easier than now. At least he has a way to help you solve the problem you're about to face." Kira gave him an indifferent glance and went straight into Group 1 without saying a word. It was Monday. After a delightful weekend, people often barely made it on time for work. But today, everyone from Group 1 is already here, sitting in the rest area and looking worriedly at Jalen and Luca. Jalen had a stern look on his face. As soon as Kira entered, everyone stood up abruptly, obviously wanting to speak but holding back. Luca quickly approached her. "Kira, about the university." Before he could finish, the director of the R&D department and Jake appeared at the door. "Jalen Riley, Kira Olsen, come on. The administrative department is waiting for us." Jalen frowned and stood up. He looked at Kira. "Let's go." The group walked toward the elevator together. On the way, Jake suddenly spoke. "I thought you would call me in the last 2 days." He was confident and didn't try to keep his voice down. Kira narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything. Jake continued. "By the way, in addition to the personnel of the administrative department, there will be 2 guests today. They are the principal of Ocean Ion University and the dean of the Energy College. The dean has heard about your theft of Drive South's plan and wants to expel you. You should know about this, right?" Upon hearing this, Jalen sneered. "Jake Horton, I remember you all graduated from that university, right? Why do you have to go to the teacher for everything? Still not weaned?" Jake chuckled coldly. I am also from Oceanion University. Of course, I can't sit back and watch the reputation of Oceanion University be tarnished by such a person. The principal and dean are here today to confirm that if the situation is true, they won't be lenient. Kira, aren't you willing to admit your mistake even now? Kira replied slowly, I didn't do anything wrong. What should I admit? You are hopeless. The group soon arrived at the administrative department. Jake and the director of the R&D department entered the conference room first. As Kira was about to follow, Jalen suddenly patted her on the shoulder. I'm your boss. If you make any mistakes, it's my responsibility. Even if Jake brings Drive South here to confront you, I'll defend you. Leaving these words behind, Jalen walked into the room with a look of heading to the execution ground. Kira thought, there's really no need for that. She twitched the corner of her mouth and followed inside, only to find that the conference room was large and already occupied by more than a dozen people. The members of the administrative department all had solemn expressions. The principal and the dean were invited and sat on either side of the room. To Kira's surprise, Lewis was also sitting among the bystanders. The man was dressed in a suit, with the buttons on his shirt up to the top and matching tie, exuding a sense of rigor and elegance. Upon hearing the footsteps, he glanced at her. His gaze lingered on Kira for a moment before quickly shifting away, as if his presence here had nothing to do with her. Tom, standing behind him, looked as if he'd just swallowed a lemon. He shot Kira a glare. However, Kira didn't mind and only gave them a gentle smile. Of course, she understood that the busy Lewis was here because he cared about her. No, it was to spare his grandmother the trouble, so he came to look after her. She could imagine how this man would explain his actions. With a slight smile, she entered the room gracefully. The administrative department had to follow procedure. The head of the administrative department spoke first. Vice President Horton, where's the evidence you mentioned? Kira also looked at him curiously. She had no idea what the evidence that Jake was referring to was. Jake took out his phone and glanced at it. Just in time. They're here. With that, there was a knock on the door. Arian led two people into the room. These two people were Isla and Poppy. Kira's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Isla appeared calm as she walked up to Jake, calling out cheerfully, Hello, Jake. Poppy seemed intimidated by the grand occasion and was shrinking back a little. She looked around and then showed a pleasing smile. Jake pointed at her and said, Here's my evidence. Let me introduce her to you. This is Kira Olsen's mother. Everyone was startled and instinctively looked at Kira. Jalen nudged her. Is that truth? Kira clenched her jaw, remaining silent. But Poppy suddenly rushed in front of her. Kira, our plan to steal the plan has been exposed. I didn't realize there were cameras in the ward, so we were caught. They now have evidence. As she said this, Isla took out a flash drive and plugged it into the computer. The screen showed the scene in the ward where Mrs. Olsen was. Poppy sneaked in, then secretly opened Isla's laptop, plugged in a USB drive, and did something. Isla sighed. I installed the camera just to record the time the doctor gave my mom medication. I didn't expect it to record this. Kira, how could you let your mom steal things for you? Poppy immediately apologized. It's my fault. Kira doesn't know about this. I saw her working so hard, so I decided to do this. It has nothing to do with her. I'm sorry. The child just graduated and wanted to prove herself. I, as a mother, couldn't bear to see her working so hard. She looked around and suddenly knelt on the ground. I'm begging you, don't punish Kira. Punish me if you want to, but don't call the police. Give her another chance. The head of the administrative department hurried over and held her arm. Please stand up. But Poppy cried. Unless the company forgives Kira, I won't stand up. Seeing this, the people around them couldn't help but sigh. Alas, all loving parents are the same. Jake said haughtily, Kira, with all the evidence present, what else do you have to say? Isla was watching the drama from the side. She knew that the moment Poppy appeared, this imperfect evidence became perfect. After all, no mother in this world would slander her daughter. If Kira denied it, people would only despise her even more, thinking that she was letting her mother take the fall. Horton Group couldn't tolerate such an employee. It was a done deal. All eyes were on Kira, but she still remained calm, standing with her eyes down. She even took out her phone and checked a WhatsApp message. They didn't know that the message Kira received was from Samuel. "Boss, I'll be there soon." Kira laid down her phone and then finally raised her head to look at the crowd. Her biological mother was setting her up, so she probably should have been a bit upset. But right now, she only felt numb. She had gotten used to it. The worse she got treated, the more she believed that as long as it was for Isla's benefit, Poppy would stop at nothing. Her gaze coldly swept past Poppy and landed on Isla. Kira was actually very curious about how much Isla had charmed Poppy and made the latter so devoted to her. She didn't say anything because she knew that until Samuel came to help verify her identity, no matter what she said, it would be useless. These people wouldn't believe her. But even though she didn't say anything, someone else spoke for her. The tone of Jalen was full of arrogance. What kind of direct evidence is this? Based on the video, you can only see that Kira's mother copied something from Isla's computer. What exactly did she copy? Who knows? Jake snickered. Isla is the one responsible for delivering Drive South solution to me. Kira's mom copied something from her, and then Kira submitted a solution identical to Drive South's. Doesn't this explain everything? Jalen, even if you want to protect Kira, you should show some restraint. Jalen stood his ground. Protect her? I'm just stating my doubts. This evidence can't directly prove that it was Kira who ordered her mother to steal. As soon as these words came out, Poppy, who was kneeling there, immediately cried out, "That's right. It wasn't Kira who told me to steal. It was my own idea. It has nothing to do with Kira. It's all my fault." She grabbed the arm of the head of the administrative department. "Please don't involve Kira in this. My daughter has just graduated from university. She can't lose this job." The head of the administrative department sighed at hearing these words. "What did you steal?" Poppy immediately said, "It's the new energy solution for hydrogen fuel." The head of the administrative department nodded. "Do you know what hydrogen fuel is?" Poppy was taken aback and then shook her head. The head of the administrative department continued. "You see, even I don't understand what it is, and I'm not even in research and development. Therefore, if your daughter didn't tell you what to steal, then how were you able to steal for her?" Poppy seemed to be rendered speechless. She couldn't say a word and finally bowed her head. "I don't care. I did this. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Call the police and take me away. It's my fault." The head of the administrative department sighed deeply, looking at Poppy with nothing but regret and pity. Jake was looking at Poppy. He should have really disliked this woman, but seeing her sacrifice everything for her own daughter, he found it hard to be unsympathetic. Jake suddenly roared, "Kira, say something. Are you really planning to let your mom take the fall? Do you even know the basic principle of being a daughter? Do you have any conscience at all?" The head of the administrative department also said coldly, "Vice President Horton, don't worry. My department will get to the bottom of this. The Horton Group will not wrong any mother, nor will we tolerate an ungrateful employee." Kira knew it would be like this. The result of denying the claim would only draw these people's suspicion. She let out a soft laugh, knowing that this was definitely not over yet. Indeed, Isla sighed. She hypocritically took a few steps forward to Poppy. "Aunt Hill, you may want to take all the blame, but it's impossible. Nobody here is a fool. We all know what's going on. The best way now is to admit your mistake and beg the Horton Group for forgiveness. Otherwise, Kira will be expelled from her university. Is that so?" Poppy looked at the head of the administrative department for help. The head of the administrative department nodded. "Yes, we have our own judgment, and we can see that you're covering up for your daughter." Poppy dropped to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. But suddenly, she seemed to understand something. She walked on her knees to Kira, grabbed her leg, and said, "Kira, there is no way around it. Just admit your mistakes. As long as you admit your mistakes, the Horton Group will give you a chance. Even if they fire you, you still have your qualifications, and you can find another job. But if you don't and get expelled from school, your future will be ruined." She seemed to be in severe pain and even squeezed a few tears out of her eyes, but in a place where others couldn't see, her eyes turned vicious. Kira looked at her mother kneeling in front of her and still found it absurd. In the past, Poppy had always been straightforward with her, forcing her to give in to Isla whenever she made a request. Had she become a good actor now? Did Isla teach her that? Poppy was still whimpering. HL admit the mistake for Kira. As her mother, I'll kneel and apologize to you all. I hope you can give her another chance, and hope that the school won't expel her. She really kowtowed several times. The sound made everyone wince. What a good mother indeed. The head of the administrative department rushed over and tried to help her up but couldn't manage. She then turned towards Kira and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Your mother is so sincere. How could she give birth to an ungrateful daughter like you?" On the side, the vice-chancellor of Oceanion University also showed a look of pity. The dean spoke directly, "Kira, you still refuse to admit your mistake? Are you trying to force your mother to death? How could our school have a student like you?" "Chancellor, you see what kind of a person she is. Even Professor Miller insists on vouching for her. I wonder how she managed to bewitch Professor Miller. He's so confused that I had to suspend him." The vice-chancellor frowned, not liking what he heard. "You better watch your words. He came here today with the bean because Professor Miller had called him saying the bean was going to expel a student. A student's education is their business card, and getting expelled was such a serious matter. They even suspended a professor." The vice-chancellor felt it had gone too far. He came here at Professor Miller's request. But looking at it now, it seemed as though the dean wasn't completely wrong. He couldn't help but look at Kira. "Young lady, you must apologize quickly. If you keep this up, not even Professor Miller will be able to protect you." Poppy immediately stopped kowtowing and looked at her. "Kira, did you hear that? Everyone is telling you to admit your mistakes quickly. They'll give you another chance." At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked upon, and someone outside shouted, "Mr. Samuel Morgan is here." The conference room grew silent. Isla was startled. She turned and looked at Jake, whispering, "Jake." It was evident from the last gathering that Samuel and Kira have an unusual relationship. Has he come here to put in a good word for Kira and plead for Horton Group to take it easy on her? Jake immediately tightened his jaw and addressed the person outside the door. "Please lead Mr. Morgan to the research room. I'll meet him once we have finished dealing with the current situation." The person outside replied, "All right." Just as Jake was preparing to leave, a deep voice suddenly said, "Let him in." Everyone turned towards the sound and saw Lewis, who was seated in the Inquisitor's seat, had spoken up. Jake hurriedly interjected, "Uncle, Samuel is Drive South's assistant. I don't want to make a scene about this situation as we may potentially concern Drive South. It would be better if we didn't let Samuel in." Kira raised an eyebrow. She had overlooked this possibility. She hadn't thought that Samuel might not be allowed into this meeting room. However, she wasn't worried. As long as she revealed her true identity, they had to summon Samuel to confront her. After all, Samuel was the only one present who had seen Drive South in person. As Kira pondered her strategy, Lewis spoke up again. "Samuel is here at my invitation." Kira was perplexed. She looked over in surprise, but saw Lewis acting as calm as ever. Those deep, black eyes of his revealed nothing of his inner thoughts as he spoke. If she didn't know the truth, she would indeed think that Samuel was invited by him. As Lewis finished his sentence, he glanced at Tom. Tom instantly understood Lewis' intention and quickly headed out. Realizing Lewis had started to cover for Kira, Tom couldn't resist shooting her a look. She was a real femme fatale. The boss was now shielding this dangerous woman. Tom could only hope that Samuel would put up a good enough performance to stun this group and not cause Lewis to be clouded by sentiment, getting a bad reputation for condoning deceit in the process. Soon, Samuel followed Tom into the room. Samuel, traveling light with just a suitcase in hand, had clearly rushed here right after landing. Upon entering, his gaze landed on Kira. He cleared his throat and spoke. "There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I was delayed." Kira simply nodded in acknowledgement. Realizing they were still exchanging pleasantries, Tom couldn't help but hurriedly interject, "Mr. Morgan, are you here to attest to everyone that it was you who supplied Miss Kira with Drive South's proposal?" If Samuel admitted to this, the matter would be resolved. After all, the evidence provided by Poppy wasn't direct proof. If Lewis really wanted, he could just retain the person involved. It would even seem quite reasonable. Just as Tom was entertaining these thoughts, he heard Samuel exclaiming in surprise, "No, not at all. Why would I share Drive South's design proposal with others? Tom was dumbfounded. Astonished, Tom stared at Samuel, silently cursing in his mind. This utterly faithless man. Did he rush all the way here just to disassociate himself from Kira? This enraged Tom so much he was shaking all over. Unsurprisingly, one couldn't rely on a womanizer. Everyone else in the room let out a sigh of relief. The moment Samuel entered, Isla's heart pounded fearfully in her chest, but she relaxed at Samuel's unexpected refusal. Jake said, "Mr. Morgan, did you come here today because you heard about the theft of Drive South's proposal and you wanted to attend the hearing? Don't worry. We, at Horton Group, will undoubtedly make it right for Drive South." At hearing this, a sly smile spread across Samuel's face, and he said, "Yes, you must clear my boss's name." Having said that, Samuel swaggered toward the juror's bench and plopped down next to the vice-chancellor of Oceanion University. In a split second when no one was watching, he winked at Kira. Kira was speechless. Engaging Samuel in conversation, the vice-chancellor said, "Mr. Morgan, we've long known of your reputation. Our university has always wanted to invite Drive South to be a tutor. I wonder if you could convey our sincere invitation?" Samuel, sighing, said, "Well, it all depends on how today's incident is handled." The vice-chancellor was taken aback. In response, the dean quickly added, "Don't worry. We won't shelter the student who stole Drive South's proposal. She'll definitely be expelled." The vice-chancellor tightened his jaw, increasingly displeased. Even if Horton Group accused Kira of stealing the proposal, whether to expel the student would have to be decided by the university through a meeting. How could they make such a commitment on the spot? Totally disgraceful. Samuel's eyes grew colder, his words betraying visible mockery. Expulsion? As a school, shouldn't you protect your students to the best of your ability? How come you are so quick to wash your hands off the situation? The dean felt rebuked. It's because Kira made too big a mistake. Oh, and what mistake is that? She stole Drive South's proposal. Samuel retorted. Is there any proof? The dean pointed at Poppy. She's Kira's mother. She admitted to it herself. Furthermore, the CCTV footage clearly shows her stealing the proposal from Miss Isla's computer. Indeed? Is that what Miss Isla is saying? Isla, who had been trying to minimize her involvement in this situation, had no choice but to step forward as Samuel mentioned her /yes, that's correct. She then looked toward Poppy. "Aunt Hill, this is Drive South's assistant. If Drive South doesn't pursue this matter, I don't think Horton Group will either." Upon hearing this, Poppy seemed to understand something. She immediately rushed over to Samuel, knelt, and started to kowtow. "Mr. Morgan, please forgive Kira. I assure you she didn't do it deliberately." Jake tried to intervene. "Please don't." However, Poppy continued to sob. "For the sake of Kira, I'll do anything. I'm willing to kowtow, and I won't stop until you forgive her. Kira, please admit your mistake. I'm begging you. You'll do anything?" Finally, Kira spoke. Her voice was soft, slow, and calm. "As long as you stop tarnishing my reputation, I'll be forever grateful." On hearing this, Poppy choked and started crying more fiercely. "Kira, I'm tarnishing you. It's just that I couldn't hide it anymore." Jake also snapped, "Kira, how can you be so stubborn?" The dean of Oceanion University chimed in. "Kira, watch your mouth. How can you accuse your mother of tarnishing you? You're so reckless with your words." Having vented his feelings, he turned to Samuel as if to prove he was right. "Mr. Morgan, did you see? This girl lies without batting an eye. And this isn't the first time. She often skips classes, leaves classes early, and is often reported as not returning to her dorm at night. It's only right that we expel her. Is that so?" Samuel scoffed, "But to my knowledge, Dr. South didn't give the proposal to Miss Isla. How did this kind and innocent mother manage to steal it?" Upon hearing that statement, the room fell abruptly into silence. Everyone turned their eyes from Samuel to Isla, completely dumbfounded. Jake also looked at Isla in confusion. "What's going on?" Isla bit her lip and directly addressed Samuel. "The solution proposed by Drive South for the Olsens was sent to us separately. It has nothing to do with your company. You're just his assistant and have no knowledge about this." Jake let out a breath of relief. Isla continued. Mr. Morgan, is it about time to put an end to this? If that's what you're implying, there's need to be so roundabout. She looked at Jake. Jake, Horton Group is not at a loss. Can I let go of this matter? As expected, Jake was infuriated. Mr. Morgan, this is an internal issue of Horton Group. It's not your place as an outsider to instruct us. He had been respectful to Samuel because of Samuel's role as Drive South's assistant. It wasn't that he was actually afraid of Samuel. Horton Group is the most prestigious family business in Ocean Ion. Very few can even catch his eye. Samuel said, Actually, I am quite aware of this matter. Drive South didn't send an email to Isla. Jake scoffed. If Drive South didn't send it, then how did Isla get the solution? Samuel shrugged. Indeed. How did she get it? Jake was taken aback. What do you mean? It's quite obvious, Samuel pointed at Poppy. It was given by this lady. Wasn't it captured that she was copying something from a flash drive to Isla's computer? The crowd was dumbfounded. Seriously, was that even a valid interpretation? Everyone was left dumbfounded for a moment. Jake almost burst out laughing. Mr. Morgan, you mean that Kira's mother stole Kira's plan and gave it to Isla? Don't you think your words are rather ridiculous? What's so funny about it? Samuel suddenly shifted his focus. Mr. Horton, do you believe that what I said was correct? Upon hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned their gaze towards Lewis. Despite his silence, his strong presence was undeniably noticeable. Lewis pondered slightly, and his deep, pleasant voice echoed in the conference room. Indeed, such an interpretation is plausible. At his words, the faces of several people in the room changed. Jake, not daring to vent his anger toward Lewis, snapped at Samuel. So, are you saying that the plan belongs to Kira and not Drive South? Samuel chuckled. It belongs to Drive South too. Jake was confused. On the other hand, Isla came to an understanding. Mr. Morgan, are you suggesting that the plan of Kira and Drive South are coincidentally identical? Now, Jake was genuinely irritated. So that's what you're aiming for. Not only do you want to clear your suspicion, but you also want to take credit for others' work. That's a brilliant scheme indeed. He turned to look at Lewis once again. Uncle, is that what you think as well? Lewis pursed his lips. His eyes were deep and perceptive, sensing that something was off. With Samuel's confident appearance and Kira's upright posture ever since she entered the room, their relationship wasn't what he thought it was. The idea he had once suppressed suddenly resurfaced. He suddenly turned his gaze to Kira, his pupils slightly contracted. Could it be? Seeing that he was silent, suggesting that he tacitly agreed, Jake felt justified. I disagree. Uncle, I know Kira was brought in here because of your connections, and that Kira and Samuel are very close. But Drive South came because of me, so I need to stand up for him. I absolutely disapprove of what you're doing. You're tarnishing the integrity of researchers. His words resonated with the others. Everyone turned their condemning gazes toward Lewis. That was too much. The guilty party who stole someone else's work. Not only would she escape punishment, but now she was trying to take credit for it. This news, if spread out, could incite public anger within the company. Tom was furious too. What on earth were Samuel and Kira up to? It would be good enough if they could shed the accusations, but now they wanted more. How greedy. Now, this situation had put his boss in the hot seat. But since Lewis didn't speak up, as his assistant, Tom couldn't say much either. He could only seethe in silence. Just as he was getting anxious, his phone buzzed, and he saw a link sent by someone from the secretary's office. It was the company's internal network where an anonymous person had been live blogging the contents of this meeting room. Under that post, a crowd of people was already commenting. Just because the intern is pretty, Mr. Horton is defending her. Is that it? This is really disappointing. I stand with Vice President Jake. He speaks for the researchers. I originally thought the company's atmosphere had improved after Mr. Horton came into position, but now it seems like I was mistaken. An intern's mother would help outsiders bully her own daughter? This mother is wrongfully accused. How tragic. I'm Drive South's fan, and it's unacceptable that someone stole his work. I'll be the first one to object. I have to say, I'm truly grateful that Vice President Jake was able to invite Dr. South to provide technical support. Working with Drive South is the greatest honor of my life. Now, look at Mr. Horton. Who did he bring into the company? An intern who's nothing more than just a pretty face. I have no words. If Drive South feels wronged and resigns because of this intern, I'm going to lose it. Tom, scared, quickly handed his phone to Lewis, hoping the latter would change his defensive attitude toward Kira. However, Lewis didn't even glance at the phone. Instead, his gaze was locked onto Kira with a complicated emotion in his eyes. Tom was dumbfounded. Boss, at this critical moment, can you not be blinded by her beauty? Just when Tom was growing anxious, the head of the administrative department stood up. Mr. Horton, I can't agree with this. It goes against my principles. The rest of the administrative department staff also stood up. I agree. Drive South is a respectable person. He should not be treated like this. The dean of Oceanion University also frowned deeply. He dared not scold Lewis and could only yell at Kira, Miss Olsen. You have truly disappointed your teacher. Drive South is a person whom we all respect. How could you do such a thing? The vice-chancellor also shook his head. Simultaneously, Poppy also took the opportunity to cry. Kira, we shouldn't make more mistakes. Isla looked down, and the corners of her mouth revealed a triumphant smile. Kira had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat. Jake's confidence surged, and he looked at Samuel. As Drive South's assistant, you're not defending Drive South's interests but scheming against her. Do you think you're being fair to Drive South? Instead of being angry at the accusation, Samuel simply smiled. Why don't we just ask her? After finishing his sentence, he strode to Kira amidst the astonished stares of the people and respectfully asked, Dr. South, how do you think I am doing as an assistant? The conference room was dead quiet. Everyone was stupefied, looking at Samuel incredulously. Their eyes were sliding back and forth between Kira and Samuel, feeling as if their brains had frozen. Why would Samuel call Kira Dr. South? Could Kira be Drive South? Jake shouted, Samuel, what are you messing around with? Drive South's identity isn't to be taken lightly. Samuel chuckled. I knew you'd all question this. He took out his patent proof from his bag and held it up for everyone to see. It was Drive South's identification, and the name written on it was clearly Kira. With the official seals, there was no way to forge this. Jake's pupils contracted, and he stood there in shock as though struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Kira, suddenly feeling like he was a joke. At first, he gave up on her to choose Isla, not only because of Kira's illegitimate status, but also because Isla could provide him with the connections of Drive South, helping him secure a strong footing in the Horton Group's R&D department. But now, he was being made a fool. He glared at Isla, his face twisted into fury. What is happening? Isla was shaking uncontrollably. Originally, implying that Poppy had stolen Kira's plan and claiming it was given by Dr. South was a risky move, but everything was going according to her. Everyone had assumed that it was Kira who had stolen the plan, and to avoid angering Drive South, they would certainly not bring it up in front of him. Even if Samuel showed up to testify on behalf of Kira, not many people would believe him. But she never expected that Kira would turn out to be Drive South. She bit her lip hard, trying to say something to appease Jake's fury, but she didn't know what to say. Poppy, seeing this, violently picked herself up from the ground and flung her hand toward Kira. Rascal, how can you be Drive South? You were always a poor student and barely scraped into college. This is impossible. Samuel must be lying for you. Tell everyone that you're a fraud, that you stole the plan from your sister. Where was the mother-daughter love from just a moment ago? Kira took a step back to dodge her attack, saying coldly, Have you forgotten why my grades were poor? Poppy was startled. When I first started school, my very first exam, I ranked first in the class. Who was it that made me kneel all night for trying to overshadow Isla? Who was it that made me leave all my exams blank and stop me from learning? Who threatened me, saying if I dared to do well in school, I would be sold to human traffickers? Kira looked down, her tone indifferent. I had to work harder than anyone else. After all, getting just low grades during an entrance exam was hard. She rarely mentioned her past, but now with Poppy painting a picture of a perfect mother, these words needed to be said to refute her accusations. Everyone was stunned and looked at Poppy in disbelief. Who would believe that such a mother existed in this world? The head of the administrative department was frozen in place. He originally thought that this mother he felt so sorry for was a pitiful person, but now he knew the truth. Louis stood up, his lips pressed tightly together as he looked at Kira somberly. Her words were light and seemed like she was talking about someone else's story, but he knew that every word she uttered tore at the wounds of her past, presenting to everyone a bloody truth. He remembered the things he had asked Tom to investigate. She left the Olsen family in middle school, worked while studying, and barely made it into Oceanion University. Oceanion University's tuition wasn't cheap, yet she never applied for financial aid. She worked countless jobs outside. When he saw Tom's investigation, he didn't feel sorry for her. But at this moment, as she let down all her pride and calmly revealed her dark past, he felt a constriction in his chest, so uncomfortable that it was suffocating. Poppy, listening to all this, showed no remorse and instead shouted angrily, "You faked your grades? Well, you're playing me, Kira. How dare you trick me at such a young age? I shouldn't have sent you to school. You're nothing but garbage. A rascal. You were so cunning to keep it hidden. You secretly set up this situation, deliberately framing Isla." Enough. Louis couldn't listen any further. He snorted and looked directly at Isla. "Miss Isla, do you have anything to say?" Poppy was Kira's mother. Louis didn't want to deal with her and looked directly at the mastermind. Immediately, Isla clenched her fists, her instincts making her look toward Jake. Jake's face was gloomy as he stared at her. "You better give me an explanation." Isla's eyes filled with tears, and she cried. I don't know. Jake, please believe me. Drive South really did send me an email." "Ant Hill, what the Hades is going?" Poppy scoffed. "I did all this. It has nothing to do with Isla." She looked at Kira. "You called the police on me the other day, got me arrested, and thrown in jail for 2 days. Since getting out of custody, I've been thinking of ways to take revenge on you. I heard from Isla in passing about the competition in your R&D department, and that's how I came up with this plan. When you visited Mrs. Olsen in the hospital that day, I stole your computer and stole the file. The video you guys saw just now, I wasn't stealing something from Isla's computer. I was delivering something to her. I was using Drive South to defeat you, an ungrateful daughter." She no longer looked helpless and pitiable as she did before, but instead like a shrew. With her hands on her hips, she stared at Kira. "I'm your mom. What can you do to me? Plus, I'm not an employee of the Horton Group, so you can't punish me." Kira found her ignorance laughable. Just as she was about to speak, Louis's voice once again rang out. "Jalen, take Drive South back first. I'll handle the matter here." Kira was slightly startled. She understood that Louis was worried that her position would complicate matters if Horton Group decided to hold Poppy accountable, so he deliberately asked her to leave. She thought for a moment and accepted this gesture of goodwill. She, Jalen, and Samuel left the conference room together. They took the elevator down to the R&D department. Jalen looked stunned, staring at Kira as if he was seeing a ghost. It wasn't until they got back to the office that he finally came back to his senses. The moment they returned to the office, their whole team swarmed over. "What happened? What was the final verdict? Jalen, why do you look so upset? Is Miss Olsen facing serious consequences?" Everyone was extremely worried, especially Luca, who was pacing nervously. "Kira, what should we do now? I heard that Drive South's assistant also came. We can go find him and ask Drive South to be lenient." "Right, as long as Drive South speaks for you, this matter will be over." Kira didn't know what to say. While everyone was talking, Jalen finally snapped back to reality. He pointed at Kira and stuttered. Are you really? Dr. South?" Everyone from the R&D department team was dazed upon hearing Jalen's words. "Jalen, what are you saying? Are you confused? Is Drive South here? Where is he? Can we meet him? Who is Drive South?" "Jalen, did you just say Miss Olsen is Drive South? You must be joking. Miss Olsen is so young." Just as everyone thought Jalen was joking, Kira looked at him, her expression serious. She extended a hand to him. "Nice to meet you. I'm Drive South." Instantly, the entire team fell silent. Luca was the first to utter a sharp cry. Kira, what did you say? Who are you? The rest were stupefied. Kira looked over the group. During the past few days, she had been protected in an unprecedented way. Even though these people had initially misunderstood her, they quickly cleared the misunderstanding. What they did afterward moved her. She smiled slightly. I want to thank you all for looking after me these past few days. If you have any technical issues in the future, feel free to message me. With her identity revealed, she could no longer stay here for the desk job. She only came back with Jalen to say goodbye. She already had the medical materials, so she could leave now. While the team members were still in a state of shock, she quietly stepped back and walked out with Samuel. Jalen watched her leave. He unconsciously took a step forward, but then suddenly stopped. He began to regret something. His reaction to learning that she was drive south was so rude. Had he left a bad impression on her? As Jalen was thinking about this, he turned to find the rest of the team bug-eyed, each sporting an unspoken expression. It was only when Kira entered the elevator that the team came back to their senses. Miss Olsen is actually drive south. Oh my God. I was actually working with drive south. She just said we could talk to her if we have any problems in the future. I've actually become friends with drive south. Then, thinking of something, the team rushed to where Kira used to work, and all the stationery on her desk was swiftly taken. These are the pins used by drive south. This is a draft paper of drive south. This is a paper cup drive south drank from. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange. Jalen watched them, and for once, he didn't reprimand them. He suddenly felt at ease. In comparison to them, he was very normal. In the administrative department's conference room, after Kira left, Lewis told the head of the administrative department, "Call the police." These words scared the recently arrogant Poppy Hill, who had been released only 2 days ago. The head of the administrative department pondered for a moment before hesitantly speaking. "Mr. Horton, if we call the police, it'll cause a big fuss and impact our company negatively. Actually, we never intended to call the police today. Even if Kira was proven guilty, they would handle it internally within the Horton Group and not make it public knowledge." Lewis glanced at her indifferently. The head of the administrative department's heart jumped, and she immediately lowered her head. "Yes, sir." Poppy shouted, "Mr. Horton, I just wanted to teach my daughter a lesson. What I stole was my own biological daughter's stuff, and that's not against the law, right? The victim didn't say anything, so why should the police be involved?" Lewis looked at her coldly. His penetrating gaze made Poppy feel as if she were in an ice cellar. Then she heard the man's deep voice. "What you stole is the core technology of Horton Group, and you're suspected of stealing company secrets, which is a crime. Even if she doesn't pursue the matter, the company cannot allow it." Poppy froze and swallowed. What secrets? Will I be sentenced?" Mr. Horton said in a deep voice. "According to Article 219 of the criminal law regarding the behavior of infringing trade secrets, if the circumstances are serious, the perpetrator shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Poppy was stunned. Is it that serious?" The head of the administrative department gave Mr. Horton a strange look. Today's incident wasn't serious, and it didn't cause any loss to the company. Why was Mr. Horton trying to scare her? While thinking, Lewis spoke again. "Of course, if you were instructed or deceived, a lighter sentence may be imposed. So, were you prompted by someone to steal the information?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted to Isla. Everyone could think, how would a 50-year-old woman who was detached from society know about a concept like renewable energy? It was clear that Isla lured and directed her. The administrative department head saw light. Any normal person in Poppy Hill's situation would now point at Isla to get themselves off the hook. But just as she was about to speak up, she heard Poppy shout, "No, Isla knows nothing about this matter. I did everything, and it has nothing to do with her." Isla was next to her, her eyes red. She looked at Poppy and said, "Aunt Hill, even if you hate Kira and want revenge, you shouldn't implicate me." She lowered her head to wipe non-existent tears from the corner of her eyes. Despite her grievous expression, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. She wasn't stupid. This simple act of entrapment was so easy to expose. Therefore, from the very start, all she gave Poppy were suggestive statements. After all, from Poppy's point of view, Isla knew nothing about her real mother. Isla just wanted to pick Poppy up from jail herself, and on the way, she acted scared and elaborately told Poppy about Kira and Jake's bet. In the end, she remorsefully said, "Aunt Hill, why am I even saying these things? I've just been worried lately. Drive South hasn't been replying, and it seems like Kira's solution is done. Jake wants to break our engagement. What should I do?" "Forget it. Everyone has their own fate." Poppy, her biological mother, then took it upon herself to steal Kira's solution and even found a way to send it to Isla's computer. Isla wasn't involved in the process at all. Even if the police came, as long as Poppy didn't implicate her, she would be in the clear. As expected, the police arrived quickly, and after asking for details, they only took Poppy away. Isla didn't breathe a sigh of relief because she wasn't concerned about Poppy but about Jake. Sure enough, Jake's expression darkened. Even though Isla wasn't taken away, everyone knew what was going on. The head of the administrative department gave Jake a strange look, and the suspicion in her eyes seemed to suggest that he and Isla were in on it together. He had no way to explain himself. Jake didn't even look at Isla and stepped out. Isla hurriedly followed him. "Jake, let me explain." After the two left the meeting room, Lewis watched the direction they went. Why did Poppy protect Isla so much? He suddenly said to Tom, "I think Isla seems more like Poppy's daughter." At this moment, Tom had a dazed look on his face, and he was still in shock. He didn't know much about R&D, but he was aware of the significance of Drive South to that team. He was looking at a post on the company's internal network with his mobile phone. Indeed, the situation had reversed. People had been berating Lewis for favoring a beautiful intern, but their sentiments had shifted. Wow, Drive South is actually the beautiful intern? So, it was Mr. Horton who invited Drive South to the company, not Vice President Jake? Still talking about the Vice President? Isn't he embarrassed? He got promoted to Vice President because he seemed to have brought Drive South in as the technical support for the company, right? He could only recommend someone for technical support, but Mr. Horton has already invited her to the company. When comparing the two, suddenly Mr. Horton seems so mysterious and powerful. "I just asked Group 1 in R&D. Drive South has already left. Why did Vice President Horton have to do this? If he hadn't slandered the beautiful intern, wouldn't Drive South still be helping the company anonymously?" Tom was very satisfied, wishing he could drop down on his knees in front of Kira. Only when Lewis's voice rang did Tom hastily put down his phone, respectfully asking, "Boss, what you said made sense. After all, which mother would be so cruel to her own child? Throwing the child out and completely ignoring the child when she's only in middle school." As soon as he finished speaking, Lewis's face darkened, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Some mothers are like that." Tom was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize he had said the wrong thing. Lewis's mother was exactly like that. He hurriedly changed the topic. "Boss, you made an appointment to discuss the project with Mr. Allen." "I know." Lewis didn't continue the previous topic and started preparing to go to the top floor with Tom. At the elevator entrance, Isla was clinging to Jake's arm and pleading desperately, "Jake, I really don't know what's going on. Kira must have intentionally hidden her identity from me." Jake pushed her away and scornfully said, "Isla, she's not that kind of person. I've known her for 4 years as a classmate. I guess Drive South never promised to come to Horton Group as a technology consultant, did she?" Isla was stunned. Jake said angrily, "My proposal to you was a mistake." Isla cried out in shock. "Jake." Jake continued, "Tomorrow, I'll formally cancel our engagement." Isla clenched her fists. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Frankie strode out with his secretary. Seeing him, Jake's face changed. "Mr. Allen?" The elegant and amiable Frankie paused. Jake smiled and said, "I'm Jake Horton. My uncle mentioned that our two families are going to work together." Frankie slightly nodded. His attitude was polite but distant. "So you are young Mr. Horton. I am here to meet with Mr. Lewis Horton." Upon hearing this, Jake awkwardly stepped aside. Then, "Please." Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. "You are Mr. Frankie?" Both men turned to see Isla looking shocked. She didn't expect that the older brother of the girl she met at the hospital would turn out to be Frankie. Frankie didn't quite remember her and asked politely, "And who might this be?" He gave off an approachable vibe, yet his words showed a sense of distance. Isla's eyes flickered as she laughed. Mr. Allen, have you forgotten me? Ocean Ion First Hospital, your sister, the phone call. Frankie was taken aback. Are you the Good Samaritan who made the call? Isla smiled slightly, holding onto Jake's arm as she implicitly admitted, Mr. Allen, this is my fiancé. Only then did Frankie seriously look at Jake. Young Mr. Horton, what a coincidence. His gaze grazed past Isla and suddenly suggested, Mr. Horton and I have some business to discuss. Would young Mr. Horton like to join us? Frankie, of course, knew about the situation of the Horton family, and so he had no intention of having any entanglement with the main branch of the Horton family. But if Jake is the fiancé of his sister's lifesaver, he couldn't refuse to help out. After all, the Allen family owed a life debt to their savior. Jake was stunned by the adulation he was receiving. Without Drive South as his connection, his status was quite awkward in the research and development department. The Allen family is a renowned and powerful clan in the capital city, and Frankie specifically named him to participate in the collaboration of the two groups. His status in the company would continue to rise. He glanced at Isla and patted her hand, hinting at his intentions. Isla, I have to get back to business now. I'll take you to buy our engagement ring tomorrow. Isla sighed in relief. Okay, she must marry Jake. A while after Frankie left, he suddenly took out his mobile phone, found the contact of the savior of his sister, and sent her a message. Miss Olsen, when are you free? Could we invite you and your fiancé for dinner? When Kira's cell phone rang, she was engaged in a conversation downstairs in the lobby with the vice-chancellor and the dean of Ocean Ion University. She glanced at it and saw it was a message from a familiar number. Being sensitive to numbers, she quickly remembered that this was the number of Rebecca's brother. Kira was also curious about the events that followed that day, so she responded to the message, "How about this weekend?" After replying to the message, she realized something was wrong. When did she get a fiancé? Drive South. You are also a graduate of Ocean Ion University and should understand our educational philosophy. We sincerely invite you to come back to teach. The Vice-Chancellor of Ocean Ion University was very sincere. We hope you will consider it. Kira looked up, skipped the pleasantries, and said bluntly, I was originally planning to accept your invitation. After all, I was taught by Professor Miller. But now that Professor Miller is on leave, I heard that his postgraduate students are being treated unfairly. The dean's face froze. Drive South. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were Drive South. The vice-chancellor interrupted him. Shut up. Even if she's an ordinary student, she shouldn't be expelled without a proper trial. Drive South. We'll handle it seriously and hold someone responsible. As for Professor Miller, he has served for so many years and has taught many excellent talents for the school. I think he's very suitable for the position of Dean of the Institute of New Energy Science. What do you think? Kira was very satisfied. She quickly reached an agreement with the vice-chancellor. Isla came downstairs to find them talking joyfully. She clenched her fists in anger. Seeing the respect the vice-chancellor showed to Drive South, a wave of jealousy welled up from within her. After they spoke for a while, the vice-chancellor and the dean departed. Samuel went to get the car, and Kira waited at the gate. Isla quickly walked over, unable to hide the acrid contempt on her face. Kira, do you know why I hate you? Kira didn't bother to respond to her. Still, Isla continued to say, Aunt Hill told me, your computer password is my mom's birthday. Kira slowly looked down. So, Poppy knew her so well that she could easily unlock the laptop. Isla took a step forward, her voice accusing and vicious. Don't you have a mother of your own? Why did you use my mother's birthday as your password? Don't think I don't know your little tricks with my mother. Coveting someone else's mother is disgusting. She emphasized word by word. Don't you always dream of taking my place? Dream on. My mother will always be mine and has nothing to do with you. Stop your wishful thinking. Kira stood dumbfounded. An overwhelming feeling of panic suddenly filled her heart. Her deepest desire was exposed, and there was a moment when she felt utterly humiliated. Kira sat in Samuel's sports car. The cold wind messed up her hair, but it didn't disperse her thoughts. She had always been envious that Isla had such a gentle and loving mother. As a child, She dreamed countless times that she had become Isla, with Mrs. Olsen combing her hair and telling her stories while she nestled in Mrs. Olsen's arms, lingering for her gentleness. She carefully restrained and suppressed her yearning for Mrs. Olsen and never met her after leaving the Olsen family, but still set that password like a pervert. Watching the scenery on the roadside gradually recede, she gave a bitter smile, picked up her phone to change the password, and entered a new 1:12:34. When the screen showed that the password change was successful, she felt an emptiness deep in her heart. She shouldn't have yearned for Mrs. Olsen's maternal love, even less deserved to disturb her life. Her eyes felt a bit sour. Kira gently raised her head to hide the tears in her eyes. Just then, Samuel's phone rang. He picked it up, and a voice came from the other side. Samuel, I found out the secret about her uncle, Finley Hill, that the boss asked me to investigate. At those words, Samuel cast a careful glance at Kira. From the moment his boss got in the car, she wore an unapproachable demeanor, which kept him on edge, despite being just her driver. He cleared his throat. My boss is next to me. Go ahead. The tone on the other end of the line became more respectful. Boss, we found out that Finley Hill has been gambling all these years, losing over $15,000 each month. A few days ago, he was set up and lost $30,000. The people at the casino were about to break his legs when he shouted something, and they let him go. Guess what he shouted? What? He said his niece was Miss Olsen. Kira was slightly taken aback, but she didn't take it much to heart. In the past, whenever Finley sought money from her, he would say things like, "You're Miss Olsen as well. Why don't you ask your dad for money?" Boss, did he come to you for the money afterward? Kira responded nonchalantly, Isla must have given it to him. She has. I checked his bank transactions. It was deposited 2 days ago. Plus, I found out that since 10 years ago, Isla has been transferring him $20,000 monthly. Over the years, Isla has given him almost $3 million. What kind of leverage does he have on her to extort so much money? Kira coldly replied, Isn't that what I asked you to investigate? Boss, don't get angry. Let me finish. The other person replied with a playful tone. I've checked everyone surrounding Finley Hill. It turns out he has a pretty tight lip. He hasn't told anyone. But now, I have an opportunity to pry open his mouth. All I need is a little cooperation from you, boss. How can I help? Yesterday, Finley Hill was cheated in the casino and lost over $500,000. He's desperate. After all, that's not a small amount. It'll probably take Isla some time to gather the amount. In the meantime, Finley Hill will have no choice but to turn to you, and that's when we can squeeze out the secret. Kira frowned. Were you behind this? Ahem, just some minor scheme. Don't worry, boss. I remember you strictly forbidden partaking in any illegal activities, and I've been a law-abiding citizen who never touches drugs or gambling. I see. After hanging up the phone, Kira looked up. She needs to uncover the secret between Isla and Finley Hill to prevent any harm to Mrs. Olsen. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Mrs. Olsen to Drive South. Drive South, are you busy right now? I've been thinking. I have a favor to ask of you. Kira replied. I'm free at the moment. What's the matter? Mrs. Olsen immediately sent over a voice message. Drive South, here's the situation. Your design plans for Horton Group were stolen by a young girl named Kira. I would like you to convey to Horton Group that they should not hold her accountable for this. Kira stared at the voice message for a while. She never expected Mrs. Olsen to contact her about this matter. Perhaps noticing that Kira didn't respond, Mrs. Olsen sent another voice message. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but Kira is like a daughter to me. I've watched her grow up since she was little. She's not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Do you have some free time? Why don't we meet and talk about it? A daughter. Kira's eyes welled up with tears again. She pressed her lips together and replied, I'm on my way to your house. Having sent the message, she told Samuel, drive me to the Olsens. Olsen residence. After sending the message, Mrs. Olsen took a deep breath, feeling nervous. Drive South said he would come here now. Aunt South couldn't help but interject, Mrs. Olsen, you're not fond of socializing, and you have seldom met with outsiders over the years. And yet, for that girl's sake, you're voluntarily arranging to meet Drive South. You are being too meddlesome. Mrs. Olsen's health was weak, and she lacked the energy, so Aunt South had a soft spot for her. Why do you have to be so concerned about that woman's daughter? Mrs. Olsen lowered her head. Isla and Taylor weren't at home, so the two could have a heart-to-heart talk. Mrs. Olsen suddenly said, Aunt South, honestly, even I don't know. Aunt South was startled. Jody South stared blankly ahead. As you know, I've never been the selfless type, but strangely enough, from the moment I first saw her as a child, I found her adorable. There was this indescribable liking for her in my heart and an uncontrollable desire to protect her. It's as if she were my own daughter. Aunt South also remembered the young Kira, recalling the worn-out clothes she wore and how she was scolded and beaten by Poppy. Aunt South let out a sigh. She was indeed pitiful. The poor girl got stuck with such an irresponsible mother. However, she quickly changed the subject. But, ma'am, she's an outsider after all. Moreover, her mother was so wicked, and she has never come to visit you since she left. She's an ungrateful wretch. Mrs. Olsen retorted, there must be some misunderstanding. Remember, it was Kira who asked Mr. Horton to help get me a room in the hospital and that medicine. Aunt South let out a snort of disapproval. If she doesn't even help with that, she really has a cold heart. Mrs. Olsen, don't let such small kindness sway you. You were also. Before she could finish, Mrs. Olsen turned to look at her. Aunt South abruptly stopped. What I mean is that you have surely experienced everything and should understand that all these earthly possessions are external wealth, and it is the companionship that matters most. Think about Drive South. He has taken care of you meticulously. How much effort has he spent on you? He sends you gifts every year on your birthday and never skips any festival, just like a real son. If Drive South doesn't want to let Kira off the hook, don't put him in a difficult position. In this case, Drive South is the real victim. Hearing this, Mrs. Olsen let out a quiet sigh. I understand. On one side was Kira, whom she had raised since childhood, and on the other was Drive South, who had sacrificed so much for her. Mrs. Olsen also didn't want to make Drive South sad. After some time, there was a noise from the entrance. Isla had returned home. Mrs. Olsen hurriedly stood up, walked over to her, and asked, Isla, how did Horton Group handle the matter with Kira? Upon seeing Mrs. Olsen's state, Isla's fists clenched. Didn't you ask her? No, I was afraid that if I asked her directly, it would put pressure on her and make her upset. Isla looked even more upset. She's fine. Jake didn't hold her accountable. Mrs. Olsen sighed in relief. That's a relief. Isla, invite Jake over for dinner someday. I would like to thank him properly. Isla's face tightened. Okay. Horton Group had issued an order not to disclose Drive South's identity to the public. Within the company, only the beautiful intern from the R&D division was known as Drive South, but her real name was not known. Just as Isla was pondering over it, the doorbell rang. After the nanny opened the door, Kira walked in. Mrs. Olsen was surprised and delighted when she saw her. Kira, what brought you here? Kira responded with a smile. Didn't you invite me here? Mrs. Olsen was perplexed. While she still looked puzzled, Kira opened Drive South's WhatsApp chat and held it out for Mrs. Olsen to see. Upon seeing the chat messages on the WhatsApp screen, Mrs. Olsen was surprised, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Aunt South didn't quite understand and hurriedly stepped forward to vocalize her concern. Mrs. Olsen, isn't Drive South supposed to come? Miss Kira has had some conflicts with Drive South. It may not be suitable for them to meet, right? The implication was that Kira should leave right away. Aunt South had devoted all her attention to Mrs. Olsen over the years. She saw that Mrs. Olsen missed her, but Kira never came home, which made Aunt South feel that Kira came across as cold-hearted and didn't deserve Mrs. Olsen's affection for her. As such, her tone was quite rude. But as soon as these words left her mouth, Mrs. Olsen grabbed her wrist. Aunt South, Kira is Drive South. Aunt South was taken aback. What? She looked at Kira in surprise, her initial objections and dislikes pulverized in an instant. Isla glared angrily at Kira, believing the latter had come to show off. Fearing that her mother would delve into the matter too deeply, she turned to run upstairs. Mrs. Olsen noticed her actions, frowned slightly, then lightly tapped Kira's shoulder and complained. My child, I've done so much for this family behind my back. Why are you hiding this from me? Kira had a smile on her face, but her nose was tingling. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You've always been smart, but I didn't expect you to achieve this much in your professional field, said Mrs. Olsen as she took Kira's hand and led her toward the sofa. Kira, tell me, what exactly happened with the theft of the plan incident? Was it Isla who framed you? Kira helped her sit on the sofa and played down the situation. It's just a misunderstanding. Mrs. Olsen's health wasn't good, so she hadn't been managing the company and house affairs for years. She was upright and generous, teaching her children to always act with a clear conscience. If she knew that her own daughter had set someone up, she would definitely be heartbroken, which would eventually harm her body. Kira didn't want to disturb her and gently changed the subject. I came here today because I want you to help me with something. Mrs. Olsen immediately asked, what is it? Kira contemplated for a moment. I have a friend who received some information. In the near future, the price of a stock is going to rise. She wanted me to invest in it. However, my company is about to go public, and I don't have enough liquid assets. Mrs. Olsen understood and cut her off. How much do you need? Having kept a close eye on the Olsen's assets, Kira was well aware of what the company and the family had at their disposal. She carefully cited a figure 15 million. Assessing Isla's situation, if she borrowed most of the Olsen family's money, Isla wouldn't be able to gather the 5 million for Finley Hill. Mrs. Olsen thought for a moment and said, one have a total of 17,030,000 in the house and at the company. How about I lend you 17 million? Will that be enough? Warmth flickered in Kira's heart. Yes. She hoped that the secret between Isla and Finley Hill would not affect Mrs. Olsen. In this way, out of respect for Mrs. Olsen, she might consider helping cover for Isla. But if Isla hurt Mrs. Olsen, Kira would act ruthlessly. After leaving the house, Samuel dropped her off at the hospital. At that moment, a luxury car parked in the parking lot. Louis got out of the Bentley, and his sleek black suit accentuated his slender figure, intensifying his inherently remarkable face's compelling allure. Tom saw Kira and hastily greeted her with a kicked-up level of respect. Miss Olsen, you are back. Louis instinctively looked up. Kira usually had such a defiant look, but she was deep in thought with a hint of melancholy on her face. Upon hearing Tom's voice, she turned to look at him, stalling her steps as if waiting for them. Louis stepped up instinctively to join her, and they walked side by side. He glanced at her unchanged expression, seemingly contemplating something, and initiated a casual conversation. Miss Olsen, are you upset because of your mother? Kira looked at him. Louis looked straight ahead, his deep voice gradually lowering as he said, in truth, some familial bonds don't need to be forced. Some people aren't fit to be mothers. It's perfectly okay that you treat them as strangers. Kira opened her mouth, wanting to say that she wasn't upset about this, but seeing the usually inarticulate man looking serious, she paused momentarily. There was a tree-lined pathway from the parking lot to the inpatient department. Sunshine filtered through the leaves, speckling his profile and adding a touch of loneliness to his handsome face. He had just said them. Remembering old Mrs. Horton's garrulousness, Kira realized that the old lady never mentioned Louis's mother. Did that mean they shared the same misfortune? Suddenly, Kira gave him a big smile. You're right. Her laughter was infectious, as if all her worries dissipated with her smile, which lifted Louis's mood as well. He awkwardly shifted his gaze and changed the subject. Don't worry, I've already instructed the R&D department not to reveal your identity. Kira's eyes lit up gently. Thank you. She wasn't ready to reveal her identity to avoid unnecessary disturbances from the industry. Louis replied indifferently, You're welcome. Kira suddenly remembered something. You said earlier today that you had some news about Samuel to tell me. What is it? Upon hearing this, Louis's expression tensed slightly. Tom, who was trailing the two, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, feeling embarrassed. Originally, he thought Samuel was Kira's boyfriend, so the boss wanted to warn her that Samuel was a womanizer. But to his surprise, Samuel was actually working for Kira. How could he convey this now? While Tom was thinking, he heard Louis casually say, Well, I think Samuel is indeed a steady, hardworking, and reliable asset. He's a great employee. Tom twitched at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Kira was confused. Why did that sound so familiar? As she was about to ask further, Lewis's phone rang. He breathed a sigh of relief. He quickened his pace to put some distance between them and then answered the call. Whatever was said at the other end quickly darkened his face. Seeing this, Tom whispered, "It must be regarding the collaboration with the Allen family again. I don't know what got into Frankie Allen. He suddenly pulled Jake Horton into the project and insisted on discussing the details of future cooperation with Jake. Upon saying this, he couldn't help adding, originally, you made Jake lose face today, but now he's back on his feet and is even more arrogant than before. I have no idea how he got involved with the Allen family." While talking, the three of them entered the inpatient department. Kira was about to go to the third floor when a familiar figure caught her eye. Rebecca Allen and a middle-aged couple were sitting in the lobby, seemingly waiting for someone. When they saw her, they stood upright, eyes gleaming with recognition, and Rebecca called out, "My life saver." Lewis walked faster and had already gone up the stairs. Kira walked over to Rebecca. She was wearing a patient's uniform and sitting in a wheelchair. An older woman by her side quickly helped her sit down when she tried to stand up in excitement. "You should sit down." Rebecca, after sitting, introduced the two people beside her to Kira. "Miss, these are my parents." As soon as she finished, Rebecca's mother, Mrs. Allen, grabbed Kira's hand, eyes red with gratitude. "Good girl, thank you for saving our Rebecca. I asked the nurses about the situation afterward. Without you, Rebecca wouldn't have made it." Kira was unsure how to react to such a show of sentiment. She simply said, "Don't worry about it." Seeing Kira's discomfort, Mr. Allen stepped in. "Miss Olsen, the Allen family is indebted to you. In the future, should you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Kira said, "Mr. Allen, you're too kind." It was nothing more than a fortuitous act. She turned to Rebecca. "Have you had your surgery?" "Yes, I'll need to go through physical rehabilitation from now on." "Miss, I'll be staying in the rehab building. Would you come and visit me when you're free?" "Sure." Rebecca wasn't well enough to stay outside for long, so the two of them exchanged WhatsApp contacts before parting ways. As Mrs. Allen pushed Rebecca back to her ward, she commented, "Miss Olsen has such clear eyes. She seems to be a good person." "Honey, are you listening? What are you thinking about?" Mr. Allen came back to his senses. Miss Olsen looks familiar." "Familiar how?" Frankie's voice came from the ward, interrupting them. They didn't realize that Frankie and a stranger were sitting on the couch in the room. The stranger immediately stood up and greeted them when he saw them. "Hello, Mr. Allen, Mrs. Allen, Miss Allen." Mr. Allen wasn't pleased. He felt that his son had disturbed Rebecca. Rebecca also didn't want to see outsiders. Just as everyone was feeling a bit resistant, Frankie spoke up. "This is Miss Olsen's fiancé, Mr. Jake Horton. He's come to visit Rebecca." The three of them immediately changed their expressions after hearing this. Rebecca curiously looked at Jake. Mr. and Mrs. Allen exchanged a few words with him. After Jake left, Mr. and Mrs. Allen shared a glance and said in a low voice, "Miss Olsen seems so elegant and refined. It's a shame her fiancé is so. Well, we can't judge others' choices." "Elegant and refined?" Frankie thought of Isla, brow furrowing. "Mom, Dad, you guys can really misjudge someone. What Miss Olsen wants is far more than you think." Mr. Allen was taken aback. "She hasn't made any requests." Frankie scoffed. "She introduced her fiancé to me, clearly asking me to support him. If our cooperation with the Horton Group is successful, we'll be supporting the main branch of the Horton family. Lewis isn't easy to handle. She's been roping us into this dispute. Isn't that enough? At least she's sensible enough not to make any other requests." Mr. Allen frowned. "I didn't expect Miss Olsen to be that kind of person." Mrs. Allen also sighed. "She saved Rebecca. We should try to return this favor as much as we can. It's a pity, though. I thought Rebecca could have gained a close friend." Upon hearing this, Frankie looked displeased at Rebecca. "In the future, try to avoid Miss Olsen and her fiancé. They're not good people. We're lucky we could return their favor with money this time." Rebecca's expression changed. "Miss Olsen isn't that kind of person." Frankie sighed. "Rebecca, haven't you learned your lesson? You can't judge a book by its cover." Rebecca was adamantly silent. Miss Olsen was the person who gave her hope in the last moment of her life. She didn't believe that Miss Olsen was that kind of person. Although old Mrs. Horton had mentioned before that she didn't want other members of the Horton family to visit her, Jake still headed toward her ward after arriving at the hospital. He arrived at the door and through the glass window. He saw Louis and Kira sitting on the couch, both working on their laptops. They weren't talking, but the harmonious scene still stung his eyes. He walked in, greeted old Mrs. Horton, and then left. As he was passing by Louis, he suddenly halted. In the past, the person he was most afraid of was his young uncle. However, Kira ignored Jake the whole time today, not even giving him a glance, which made Jake feel as if she was high above and untouchable. An unidentifiable rage welled up in his chest, giving him a bit more courage. He said, "Uncle, Mr. Allen values me greatly. He said to let me take charge of this project, but it seems my title as vice president of the R&D department isn't enough. Maybe the position of director of the project department should be given to me?" The moment he voiced this, the atmosphere in the entire ward suddenly turned strange. Kira didn't respond, but only looked at Louis. By demanding power and status directly, was Jake using the backing of the Allen family to brazenly challenge Louis? It was difficult to say if Louis would compromise. Louis looked up, his dark eyes sweeping past Jake. Then, he nonchalantly said, "You think the position of the director of the project department is enough?" Those words. Jake's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the Allen family did put pressure on his uncle. But just as he was digesting this, Louis' low voice resonated again. "What about my position then?" Jake's breath hitched, and he felt an invisible pressure hit him head-on. Of course, he wanted the position of the person in charge of the family. But his uncle seemed to put it so lightly, yet his voice carried an undercurrent of rage, especially the icy depths of his black eyes. Jake felt a shiver down his spine. He felt out of his depth, and his heart was pounding. He swallowed and finally bowed his head. "I wouldn't dare." Even though he didn't look up, he could still feel the gaze that seemed to have turned tangible. Jake felt a chill creep down his spine. After a long pause, he heard Louis in different voice. "In the future, if there's nothing important, don't come to Grandma's place." Jake let out a huge sigh of relief and left. Once he'd left the ward, he was filled with regret and shame, feeling that he had lost face in front of Kira. Inside the ward, after seeing Jake leave in a huff, Tom snorted. "The project hasn't even started yet, and he wants a promotion. I've never seen someone so arrogant. However, boss, wouldn't your blatant rejection upset things with the Allen family?" Louis was silent. Tom quietly sighed. Seeing this, Kira cautiously asked, "Is there something I can help with?" Tom immediately replied, "The cooperation project with the Allens isn't about new energy, so you can't help. Besides, you don't even know anyone in the Allen family." Kira didn't say anything more. The room remained silent throughout the night. The next morning, Tom brought news. Turns out that Boss Alien's sister is hospitalized in this very hospital. "Boss, you should visit her, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also to improve our relationship with the Allen family." Louis frowned. "It's inappropriate." Tom thought for a moment. Indeed, it's inappropriate as she's a lady. He suddenly looked toward Kira. "Miss Olsen, you're Mr. Horton's wife in name. Perhaps you can accompany Mr. Horton for a visit?" Hearing this, Louis paused while he was tying his tie but didn't object. Seeing this, Kira nodded. "Okay." Upon hearing their conversation, old Mrs. Horton asked curiously, "Which Allen family?" Tom instinctively glanced at Louis, not daring to respond. Louis, however, explained, "The Allen family from glance." The moment these words escaped his lips, a semblance of shock washed over old Mrs. Horton's face. Kira, who was acutely perceptive, sensed that the atmosphere in the room had become slightly tense. Her doe-like eyes subtly surveyed Louis before discreetly observing Tom. Tom discreetly signaled her to avoid speaking recklessly. At this moment, the nurse came in with breakfast. Kira assisted old Mrs. Horton towards the table where the food had been arranged. The three of them usually refrained from talking while they were dining. However, today, after old Mrs. Horton finished half her bowl of milk, she set her spoon down. "Brat, isn't it better for you not to work with the Allen family?" Kira glanced at Louis. The man lowered his gaze. His long eyelashes veiled his thoughts, making them inscrutable. Seeing this, Tom immediately suggested, "Miss Olsen, if it's all right, shall we go and ask the doctor about old Mrs. Horton's health status?" Kira deduced from these words that Tom was trying to clear the room. The rest of the conversation, she surmised, wasn't meant for them to hear. She picked up the half-eaten sandwich and was about to leave the room with Tom, when old Mrs. Horton grabbed her arm. "My dear, you don't need to leave. You're one of us, not an outsider. Sooner or later, you'll know about the mess in this family." Tom instinctively looked toward Louis. Louis knitted his brows, looking slightly displeased. He opened his mouth but eventually said nothing. Tom left the room quietly, closing the door behind him. He stood guard outside to prevent anyone from barging in and to avert any eavesdropping. Seeing this, Kira understood that she was about to learn some of the Horton family's secrets. She felt awkward, not knowing whether to stay or to leave. After all, she wasn't Louis's real wife or lover. Was it appropriate for her to listen to their conversation? Just as she was caught in this dilemma, old Mrs. Horton began addressing her. "My dear, I've never spoken to you about my spoiled brat's mother, have I?" Kira cautiously glanced at Louis and noticed that he was casually eating his bread without any intention of interrupting their conversation. She went ahead and asked, "Was Mr. Horton's mother related to the Allen family?" Old Mrs. Horton let out a sigh without really noticing their subtle interaction and confessed, "She has no connection with the Allen family but with Mrs. Allen. In fact, the brat's mother is Mrs. Alien's sister." She went on about the past. "Years ago, we wanted to establish a marital alliance with the Davis family from Clance. My unsuccessful son had divorced once in his youth. When he was just over 40, he married a girl in her 20s from the Davis family. After she became pregnant, we discovered that his ex-wife had secretly raised a son, Louis's older brother." Kira was mentally sorting these relationships. That Miss Davis would have been Louis's mother. Her father-in-law, Nathan Horton, had a son with his ex-wife. That child was Louis's older brother, Oliver Horton, who was also Jake Horton's father. Oliver and Louis were half-brothers. No wonder they were at odds. Old Mrs. Horton continued. Marrying a man nearly twice her age was hardly an attractive prospect for the young Miss Davis. It was solely a business alliance. She was fairly reluctant, and upon discovering the deceit, she was furious. She was a hot-tempered woman and chose a C-section while she was 7 months pregnant. After giving birth to the brat, she sought a drastic divorce and went back to the Davises. Rightfully so, the Davis family grew to resent the Horton family, and all communications between the two families were severed. Old Mrs. Horton looked somewhat distressed after recounting this. Kira pursed her lips, looking toward Louis. Whether Louis's father, Nathan Horton, knew about the existence of his son, and whether he had truly deceived Louis's mother had now become a topic of irrelevance. Regardless, there was no arguing that Miss Davis had every right to demand a divorce. But how could she be so heartless as to abandon her child, born prematurely at 7 months, with the Horton family? Couldn't she have waited till after the divorce to have the child, or waited just 2 more months until he was fully ready for birthing? He was already a 7-month fetus. He was alive. She recollected something old Mrs. Horton had once mentioned, that Louis, as a newborn, was only around 1.5 pounds. He had been placed in a neonatal intensive care unit for 3 months, with tubes fitted across his body. His condition had been so severe that several times he had nearly failed to survive, which was why the old lady ended up nicknaming him Puppy. So that was how it happened. She was reminded of what Louis had said to comfort her. Some people don't deserve to be mothers. You can simply treat them as strangers. Kira drew a deep breath. She felt her chest tighten. The truth was, Louis was just like her. He was also abandoned by his biological mother. She looked at Louis, who was drinking milk with his head lowered. His handsome features looked as tough as iron, making him seem distant. That aloof demeanor seemed to carry a sense of brokenness. Kira felt a tug at her heartstrings. She felt a sudden urge to hold him. Old Mrs. Horton sighed, knitting her brows. I heard that Mrs. Allen and the brat's biological mother were extremely close sisters. This led to the Allen family's disapproval of the Horton family all these years. Everyone had perspectives of their own, and none was right or wrong. If this is going to strain your relationship, Is it necessary to force this partnership? Louis put down his glass of milk, gracefully wiped his mouth with a napkin, and finally looked up. We are all adults, and business always boils down to interests. We don't bring up past grudges. He got up. Grandma, don't worry. I won't let myself be wronged. Kira followed behind Louis as they walked from the hospital ward toward the rehabilitation department. However, they were stopped at the entrance of the rehab department. Frankie's secretary apologized with a grim expression. Mr. Horton, Miss Allen isn't in good condition. It's not convenient for her to entertain visitors. Upon hearing this, Tom lashed out furiously. It's an honor for the Allen family that our Mr. Horton has deigned to visit. They dare to drive us away? The secretary quickly clarified. No offense, she really isn't doing well. Before Tom could retort, Louis intervened. Let's go. The trio began heading back the way they came. En route, Tom was infuriated. That's an outrage. Do they really think we're afraid of them? We're simply trying to avoid causing trouble. The day before, Jake paid a visit to the patient, but they were stopped today. Should this leak? Wouldn't it make their boss look weak? Louis, however, calmly remarked, Frankie Allen isn't one to be arrogant. His sister must be truly unwell. Only then did Tom stop complaining. Louis was due at the company. Therefore, he parted ways with Tom at the parking area. Kira let out a sigh, preparing to return to old Mrs. Horton's ward. Just then, her phone beeped. It was a message from Rebecca's brother. Miss Olsen, could you please come by the hospital? Rebecca's not doing well, and she insists on seeing you. Kira looked puzzled. Rebecca's brother? His name was Frankie Allen, wasn't it? Kira gazed at the text message, offering a dry smile. She had always had a good memory. That day when she called Rebecca's brother, he introduced himself as Frankie Allen. She hadn't paid much attention then. Now, putting all the coincidences together, she could confirm that Mr. Allen, who worked with Horton Group, had a sister named Rebecca Allen. What a coincidence. She replied to the message. All right, on my way now. The atmosphere in Rebecca's hospital room was tense at this moment. Frankie Allen held his mobile phone and saw the reply from the other party. Only then did he turn his head toward his sister, who was still lying on the hospital bed without moving a muscle. Her little face was pale, and she was curled up on the bed. Mr. Allen and Mrs. Allen were anxiously pacing around the room. Rebecca, how will you get better if you refuse to cooperate in therapy? Please accept the treatment, will you? Rebecca, however, was stubborn. Unless you allow me to see Miss Olsen, I won't undergo any treatment. Frankie frowned. He knew that his sister had been overly protected since childhood, which resulted in her becoming headstrong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have eloped with her boyfriend back then. A pure-hearted person like his sister would be safe her whole life if she was surrounded by good friends. But if surrounded by bad people, like her ex-husband, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Frankie would forcefully interfere with her friendships and wouldn't let her meet Miss Olsen again. Mr. Allen, being a doting father, looked directly at Frankie. Did you call Miss Olsen? Frankie had just been forced to reply to his sister's message. Fuming, he responded to his father, Yes, I called her. Mr. Allen then hurriedly inquired, Will she come? Rebecca also looked at him with anticipation. Frankie took a deep breath. With an opportunity to grant favors like this, how could she possibly not come? She says she'll arrive soon. Rebecca's eyes twinkled upon hearing his words. Mr. Allen also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that his son wasn't pleased, he took the initiative to scold Rebecca. Rebecca, you really are stubborn this time. Your brother is never wrong in judging people. After all, we all want what's best for you. Mrs. Allen also chimed in. Rebecca, you indeed went too far. Our family's relationship with the Horton family is complicated. If it weren't for the fact that we were exclusively working with the Horton family on this project, I would have never wanted to associate ourselves with them again. The Horton family has humiliated your aunt in the past. Our relationship with them has always been complicated, especially with the main branch, which is at odds with Louis Horton. She took a deep breath. Even if the relationship is terrible, Louis is still your aunt's biological son. Now we are helping the main branch of the Hortons to repay this favor. It simply doesn't make sense. Don't blame your brother for being callous. Miss Olsen is invited to accompany you. All these are favors that he has to repay. But Rebecca looked at them. Miss Olsen isn't that kind of person. As my brother said, she simply introduced her fiancé to my brother. Maybe that was all to it. Her parents and brother couldn't understand the feeling she had. She was saved on the brink of death, and Miss Olsen was like a savior. She had suffered the betrayal of her husband and was going through the stages of confusion, shock, and fear. Although her parents were there to accompany her, they were elders, and there would naturally be a gap in their thinking. Moreover, Rebecca had her own pride. She didn't want her parents to see her weakness because it reminded her of how errant her decision was back then. She also had the desire to confide, to find someone she thought she could rely on to pour out the pain in her heart. The person she trusted the most at the moment was Miss Olsen. Listening to her naive words, Frankie scowled. In business, people don't express their intentions directly. Having interacted with so many people, it's clear to me what her intentions were. That blatant scheming expression on her face was downright tacky. At that time, Isla almost had her intentions pasted on her face. Rebecca became agitated. You must have misunderstood. Miss Olsen isn't that kind of person. Brother, I don't want to hear you badmouth my savior anymore. Mr. Allen quickly added. All right, your brother was just warning you. J.E. did invite her over, didn't he? Mrs. Allen also didn't say anything more. After all, their daughter's health was the most important. Frankie had been forced by his parents to send the message. At this moment, he felt nothing but anger. He turned and walked out of the room. Mrs. Allen asked, Where are you going? Work. Frankie walked straight out of the door. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid his recalcitrant sister might enrage him to death. Moreover, he had just prevented Lewis Horton from visiting the room. He had to go explain to Lewis Horton himself. Lewis wasn't someone easy to deal with. The collaboration with Horton Group was beneficial to both parties, and Frankie merely proposed Jake C. to this project, so the request wasn't outrageous, and Lewis Horton was willing to comply. However, Frankie wouldn't dare to be excessive, and Lewis Horton wouldn't allow it either. Although the two might not have a cordial relationship because of their elders, when it came to project collaboration, they had a mutual understanding. With a gloomy face, Frankie strode to the elevator. Ding! As the elevator door opened, a stunning woman came out. Even though Frankie wasn't in a good mood, he couldn't help but glance at her. Upon looking at her, he paused a little. This woman looked somewhat familiar. On the night when Miss Olsen saved Rebecca, her hair was disheveled and covered her face, so Frankie didn't get a good look at her. He only had a vague impression of her. When Isla claimed to be that person, he unwittingly merged the vague image in his mind with her. Therefore, upon seeing Kira, apart from feeling familiar, he had no other thoughts. He brushed past Kira, stepped into the elevator, and headed for the ground floor. Kira did glance at him but didn't say anything. Thinking of him siding with Jake inside the Horton Group, she found it quite annoying. Kira entered the ward. After seeing her, Rebecca's mood improved greatly. After chatting with Kira briefly, she agreed to undergo rehabilitation training. Mr. Allen and Mrs. Allen looked at her from the side and quietly discussed among themselves. Miss Olsen's eyes are clear. She doesn't look like those flatterers, right? I also think so. Does Frankie have issues judging people? No way. Our son has been accurate all these years. Or maybe she's too good at hiding. Kira then received a call, and the person on the other end mentioned that they were from the police station. They stated that Rebecca's husband and mother-in-law were part of a murder case, so they needed to double-check the statement. They wanted her to go to the police station to give a more detailed statement. Kira said, No problem. I'll be on my way. Meanwhile, not long after leaving the hospital, Frankie received a call from the police station. Mr. Allen, we need you to handle some formalities for your sister's case. Do you have time to come over now? Frankie answered with an icy voice, I'm on my way. Isla also received a call from the police station. As a witness who saw the whole incident, when she discovered that Rebecca's brother was no ordinary person, she cooperated with the police to provide her statement and didn't dare to lie. She was more than happy to oblige, so she happily agreed. By testifying for Rebecca, she could make Frankie indebted to her again. Just as she was feeling triumphant, her phone suddenly rang again. She glanced at the caller ID. Her face darkened. It was Finley Hill. While she wanted to hang up, she didn't dare to. Finally, She reluctantly picked up. What? Dear niece, you have to help me. If I can't pay back the money this time, I'll be beaten to death. Finley Hill's voice made Isla frown and irritated. She clenched her fist. How much? 5 million. How much? Isla's voice suddenly rose, feeling like she must have heard him wrong. Although the Olsen family was wealthy and gave her an allowance of 150,000 every month since middle school, Olsen's current cash deposit was only a few million. Along with the company's working capital, it didn't even reach 20 million. She thought that the 2 million from last time would keep Finley Hill occupied for a while, but it had only been a few days, and Finley Hill needed 5 million more. However, Finley Hill wasn't at all intimidated. Can you afford it or not? If you can't, they'll kill me, then I'll have to talk to Kira. Isla's pupils contracted. You have 2 days. If the money isn't in my account by then, don't blame me for revealing your and Kira's origins. After all, one's life is the most important, right? After leaving these words, Finley Hill hung up. The infuriated Isla threw her cell phone to the ground. She took a deep breath. To come up with such a large sum of 5 million, she could only ask her family for help. While thinking of this, Isla began to hesitate and falter. Although Kira didn't expose her for stealing Drive South's emails, Mrs. Olsen seemed to have guessed something. Starting from yesterday, she wasn't in a good mood toward Isla. Isla frowned and went to Mrs. Olsen's room. As she got close, she heard Mrs. Olsen asking, "Where's Poppy Hill?" She seemed to have disappeared for a few days. Taylor answered, "Who cares what she's doing? Maybe she went back to her brother's place. She'd better not come back at all. I get annoyed every time I see her." Outside, Isla's eyes flickered. She collected her emotions, walked in with red eyes, and choked out, "Mom, Dad." Mrs. Olsen got up to comfort her but hesitated and sat back down on the sofa. Taylor frowned and asked, "Isla, did you upset your mother?" Isla began to cry. "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed Kira. I was just jealous of the attention you gave her." Her tears seemed genuine. "Mom, Kira is so capable now. She's Drive South and can arrange hospital rooms for you. But I am not as good as her. I am a bit scared that your love for her will surpass your love for me. When I was studying with her, classmates teased me, saying that my parents were getting a divorce and you were buying clothes and food for her. They also said that you didn't want me anymore and wanted her as a daughter. That's why I was always more concerned about her." Mrs. Olsen's expression softened visibly. She stepped toward Isla and sighed. "How can you be so narrow-minded?" Moreover, Kira kept her distance because she was aware of this. "She hasn't come home in years. She's not trying to take me away from you, and I won't love her more than you either. Stop thinking too much from now on." Isla sobbed. "Really?" Mrs. Olsen chuckled. "You're all grown up. How can I lie to you?" Isla chuckled through her tears. "Then tell me you love me the most." Mrs. Olsen said in resignation. "Okay, I love you the most." Isla's smile grew more genuine, but then she heard Mrs. Olsen mention something else. "You should stop seeing Kira as your imagined enemy." Her smile faltered, and a shadow crossed her eyes. Isla lowered her head. "I won't anymore. I'm sorry for what I did." After placating Mrs. Olsen, Isla finally spoke up. "Mom, I'm going to buy a wedding ring with Jake today. I thought I should buy a gift for him as well." Mrs. Olsen nodded in approval. "Good. We shouldn't take advantage of him." Isla, who had a job now, had a monthly living expense of 300,000. She lived at home and didn't usually spend too much money. Mrs. Olsen assumed that Isla would have accumulated millions in her private coffers and hence didn't perceive any subtext in Isla's words. Isla's expression froze momentarily. She gritted her teeth and decided to be candid. "After one got together with Jake, my expenses have increased somewhat. I'm a bit short off cash now." Only then did Mrs. Olsen understand. "I still have over 300,000 here. I'll transfer it to you later." Isla choked on her words. "Only over 300,000? Mrs. Olsen sighed. "Yes, I lent my money to Kira. She wanted to buy some stocks." Before Isla could express her dissatisfaction, Taylor got in first. "Buying stocks? The stock market is doing so badly now. Who would join it this time? It's utter nonsense. What if we lose that money?" But Mrs. Olsen waved him off. She said a friend gave her a tip, so we won't lose money. Besides, Even if we lose money, just consider it as a gift for her. Over the years, she has brought billions of profits to the company. Giving her over 10 million isn't enough to thank her. Taylor frowned, clearly not satisfied. But Isla felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that she couldn't get her hands on 5 million in a short time. She walked downstairs in a daze and got in Jake Horton's car. Jake seemed rather lively. Isla, my father was very happy to hear that you saved Mr. Allen's sister. He transferred some money this morning and asked me to buy some nice jewelry for you as a gift from him. Isla's eyes flickered with guilt. Let's go to the police station first. They need me to make a record for Mr. Alien's sister's case. Jake smiled. Sure, I'll drop you off. When they arrived, they ran into Frankie Allen in the parking lot. Seeing Isla, Frankie understood why she was there. Thinking of her coming here to testify, his resentment toward her lessened. Miss Olsen, thank you for making this trip. Isla smiled. No problem. The three of them exchanged greetings and were about to enter the police station when they ran into Kira, who was coming out. Kira was the first to arrive at the police station. She recounted again the events of that day from start to end, confirmed that the statement was accurate, and signed and sealed the statement. She then headed out. The police officer who saw her out was still speaking to her. Miss Olsen, you decided on the spot to save someone. We are preparing to issue a public announcement. When she heard that an announcement was to be made, Kira hastily said, There's no need for such an announcement. Yes, there is, the officer replied with a smile. We need to promote good deeds, and those who perform them so that others can be inspired. That's our public relations department's job. Kira resignedly said, All right. When they reached the entrance, they bumped into Frankie and Isla. They were registering. Once the officer in charge of reception saw the two next to Kira, he called out, Officer Cohen, these two are here about Rebecca Alien's murder case too. You might as well take them in. Frankie and Isla turned around when they heard his words. Isla's pupils contracted slightly when she saw Kira. Frankie had perceived something. His eyebrows knitted together in thought. This woman was also here for his sister's case? Kira scanned them with a quick glance, then looked away. Feeling no inclination to get involved with these people, she proceeded to exit the building. Please wait a moment. Frankie nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. He looked toward Isla and asked, Was that young lady also present when what happened to my sister occurred? Jake also looked at Isla. He knew about how Isla and Frankie became acquainted, but if Kira had also saved Rebecca Allen, how was he going to win over Frankie? Isla's eyes cooled a fraction, and she gave a bitter, rueful smile. Mr. Allen, that's my sister. We were indeed together at the time. It was actually her who Rebecca first asked for help, but Kira's always been rather aloof. She didn't mean to turn Rebecca away. Jake, you know about her personality. Jake frowned. She is indeed cold-hearted and aloof. She doesn't enjoy socializing with others. Isla sighed. She stopped me from calling you, saying that those who are lost in love all deserve to die. As she said that, she seemed to realize what she had implied and quickly covered her mouth. Don't be angry, Mr. Allen. I don't think Rebecca took it to heart. Frankie's face had already become as dark as storm clouds. He thought of when Rebecca came to after her surgery after he had rescued her. The first words she had spoken were, Brother, do people as foolish as me deserve to live? At the time, he had thought it was because she was lovesick, but it was actually because of someone else's insults. Jake couldn't help but frown. She's indeed sensible. Despite having so many pursuers in university, she never agreed to date anyone. I suppose such a person might never develop feelings for anyone else in her lifetime. Maybe in her eyes, love is synonymous with foolishness. He clenched his fists. Had she seen him in this way in the past too? He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He looked at Isla. You two go ahead with the deposition. I'll wait for you outside. After he left them with these words, he rushed out the door. Frankie's gaze fell on Jake, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Isla casually asked, When do you plan to return to Clance, Mr. Allen? How is your sister doing? I'm sure that the hospitals there are better than here in Ocean Ion. Frankie averted his gaze. Yes, we'll be signing the contracts today, and I'm planning to take Rebecca back to Clance for her recovery the day after tomorrow. We don't wish to impose on you, Miss Olsen. Given Kira's determined nature, Frankie would feel safer if Rebecca were further away from her. Isla breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that if Frankie stayed in Oceanion for too long, he would discover the truth. It would be best if he left soon. Outside the police station, Kira was standing by the roadside waiting for her ride. As she stood there, a shadow fell beside her, and Jake's voice drifted into her ears. Kira, I never would have guessed that you were Dr. South. But don't you realize that without strong financial backing, launching a business is no easy task? In the commercial world, connections often matter more than actual capability. Kira's expression was aloof and cold as she glanced at him but said nothing. Jake felt like he was being suffocated. He remembers when she had this indifferent attitude toward everyone but him in university. He never imagined that one day, her coldness would be targeted at him. Exasperated, he burst out, Kira, you're so cold. You're always so indifferent toward others. You deserve to lose this great opportunity. Kira tilted her head, puzzled. What chance had she missed? At that moment, her ride arrived. She ignored Jake's rambling, got into the car, and drove off. Watching her leave, Jake knew he had completely lost her. But he had no regrets. Even after realizing she was drive south, he had no regrets. He could never marry an illegitimate daughter. Only after he had spent a lot of time convincing himself did he finally calm down. As Isla and Frankie completed their deposition and left the police station, Jake promptly went over to welcome them. Frankie said, apologies for delaying Miss Olsen and Mr. Horton's date. Isla laughed. Don't be so formal. It was my responsibility after all. Mr. Allen, where are you off to now? Frankie looked at the time. I have an agreement to sign with Mr. Horton today. After signing the contract, the cooperation between the two companies will be established. Upon hearing this, Jake immediately chimed in. It's a pity that I'm not in a higher position. Otherwise, I would have been the one signing the agreement with Mr. Allen today. Frankie's gaze froze, and then he heard Isla's words. Jake, have you not been promoted yet? If you were the vice director, it would indeed be inconvenient to negotiate cooperation with Mr. Allen. Jake replied. My uncle said he would promote me after we signed the contract, but he's been so busy lately, and I'm afraid he might forget. Isla then looked at Frankie. Mr. Allen, could you remind Mr. Horton when you signed the contract? Frankie stopped to think. He was a seasoned businessman. How could he not understand the hidden meaning behind her words? But he hadn't expected that Jake wouldn't even have the patience to climb the corporate ladder slowly and steadily. Jake was trampling on Frankie's goodwill in a rush to get to the top. Frankie took a deep breath and looked at Isla. All right. After parting ways with the two, Frankie went to the Horton Group. The signing ceremony was a significant event for both companies and was conducted in a very formal manner. In the enormous conference room, the two of them sat across from each other at the conference table. When Lewis completed the paperwork, he handed the documents to Frankie only to realize that Frankie hadn't signed his part of the agreement. Lewis narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from him. Mr. Allen, do you have any doubts about the contract? There is no issue with the contract, Frankie said calmly. But it was agreed that young Mr. Horton would be in charge of this project, yet his position still appears to be that of a vice president. Lewis's face hardened. Mr. Allen, are you trying to interfere with the Horton Group's appointment? Of course not. I simply find young Mr. Horton to be quite agreeable, and I believe Mr. Horton would grant me this favor. Frankie put up an appearance suggesting he wouldn't sign the contract without an agreeable response. Tom was on the verge of exploding with anger. Jake had done nothing, and yet he was appointed as the director? Based on what? But he understood that at this crucial stage of cooperation, such a request for the Horton Group was just a small matter. With so many executives watching, such a minor job transfer would inevitably be agreed to by Lewis. How frustrating. What was wrong with this Frankie Allen? Even if the Davis family harbored resentment against the Horton family back then, shouldn't it be aimed at the first branch of the family? Why was he always against Lewis? Lewis's expression was calm. He had always been cool-minded, and his piercing gaze fixed on Frankie Allen. Slowly he said, if I don't agree, won't Mr. Allen sign the deal? His interrogatory statement quieted the room instantly. Lewis looked indifferent. There were many people from the Horton Group in the conference room, all of whom could bring pressure on Lewis. But there were also plenty of people from the Allen family. If the cooperation was canceled because of the unreasonable requirement proposed by Frankie Allen, he would face the company's pressure too. Now it was merely a test of each side's patience. The one who couldn't hold out would lose. After a long while, Lewis still appeared calm. Frankie Allen was left with no choice but to speak up. Of course not, Mr. Horton. Maybe you misunderstood. This is just my personal proposal. The chill around Lewis seemed to fade a bit. Let's sign the contract first. Jake will be responsible for the future cooperation. Once Jake got things done, there would be a reason for his promotion to director. This was a verbal promise that Lewis gave to Frankie Allen. Both sides were large corporate groups. Frankie Allen took a step back, and Lewis didn't want to be overly aggressive. Frankie nodded, signed the two contracts, and stamped them. Thus, the cooperation officially took effect. Frankie stood up and extended a hand to Lewis. Mr. Horton, happy working with you. Lewis looked at him indifferently without saying a word, showing that he was still dissatisfied with the commotion that Frankie had recently stirred up. Seeing this, Frankie Allen waved his hand to dismiss the assistants in the conference room. After the room was left with two people, he turned to Lewis, trying to explain. Don't get me wrong. My actions weren't instigated by my aunt. I owed Isla Olsen a favor. I just had to fight for some benefits for Jake. Upon hearing this, Lewis stood up. No need to explain. I'm not interested in her. Frankie frowned. My sister was humiliated in the hospital and almost lost her life. Isla Olsen protected her and called me, saving my sister. I have to repay this debt. Lewis's eyes narrowed, colder than before. Without another word, he walked out the door. Tom followed him. Boss, we just discussed with the people from the Allen family. There will be a celebratory banquet tomorrow night. I inquired just now, and Frankie Allen will come. I heard that his parents have also arrived in Oceanion and will attend then. Upon hearing this, Lewis narrowed his eyes. I see. Frankie Allen's mother was that woman's younger sister, his own aunt. Tom continued. There's one problem, your date. Should we find one from the Secretariat? Or should we ask Miss Olsen? Lewis expressed plainly, she probably doesn't like such events, forget it. It meant that he didn't need a date. Tom nodded in acknowledgement, but he was taken aback shortly after. If it were in the past, the boss would have reprimanded him for being too talkative as soon as he heard the name Miss Olsen. Now he was saying that she didn't like the occasion. It seems like the boss's attitude toward Miss Olsen has changed. Kira didn't feel any change. After all, when Lewis returned from work, he was still wearing a gloomy face as if someone owed him a fortune. Even when the puppy raised its head and wagged its tail to greet him, the man didn't even give it a glance. Kira pretended she didn't see it and continued with her work, wrapping up her drug research. These days, she had thoroughly understood the neurology data borrowed from the Horton Group. The problem she encountered in her research now had a solution, so she could now create the clinical drug for Alzheimer's disease soon. Old Mrs. Horton had been very anxious since Kira wasn't going to work anymore. She wanted the couple to foster their relationship more and initially intended to talk to Lewis after work to take his wife out to see a concert or have a meal or something. But looking at his face, she couldn't help but comment, he must have had a tough day at work. She turned to Tom and asked, did he encounter any difficulty? When Lewis went to wash his hands in the bathroom, Tom couldn't help but say, it's still that Frankie Allen. I don't know what's wrong with him. He is always against the boss and tries to promote young Mr. Horton. Kira raised her eyebrows. Had Tom forgotten that old Mrs. Horton was also Jake's great-grandmother? He was talking like this in front of the old lady. But to her surprise, old Mrs. Horton snorted. How come I didn't know that there was a relationship between the Allen family and Jake? How did they connect? Doesn't Jake really know that the Allen family has reservations about his uncle? Wait, shouldn't the Allen family hate the first branch? Her expression clearly showed that she was unhesitatingly standing on Lewis's side. Tom snorted. Who knows what's going on? It's a shame that the Allen family doesn't have a proper relationship with us, but is getting all cozy with the first branch. Old Mrs. Horton pursed her lips. Didn't you go to see Alien's younger daughter at the hospital today? Wasn't the relationship reconciled a bit? Seeing her own nephew, didn't Mrs. Allen show any emotions? Tom sighed. We didn't meet them. They said the patient wasn't well. Old Mrs. Horton was very dissatisfied. Even if her condition isn't good, Shouldn't they let us see her? Once you think about it, they aren't close to us and haven't tried to make an effort. Actually, some relatives are easy to get along with once the ice is broken. The old lady had thought it through. After all, it was her son who failed Lewis's mother back then, so it was natural for the Davis family to hate them. She resented them previously because Lewis's mother had a C-section when she was 7 months pregnant, putting Lewis in critical condition several times, which the old lady felt was too ruthless. But now, the Horton family and her grandson weren't close. The old lady was no longer as strong, and if the Davis family could release some goodwill to fill the gap in the feelings of her grandson. So, she was actually hoping that through this cooperation, Lewis could get closer to the Allen family. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Old Mrs. Horton was filled with worry. What's wrong with the Allen family? Seeing that she was mumbling to herself, Kira suddenly suggested, "Grandma, why don't I introduce the two families to each other?" After all, she was Rebecca Allen's savior, and felt that Mr. and Mrs. Allen were good people when she met them. Once the relationship thawed, they would be able to get along slowly. Lewis, who had just washed his hands, came out of the bathroom and heard this. His gaze grew cold, but he immediately followed up with a question. "Do you know the Allen family?" Kira nodded. "Yes, I did them a small favor earlier." A small favor. Lewis suddenly realized something. "So, it was you who saved his sister?" Kira was surprised. "How do you know?" Having heard their dialogue, old Mrs. Horton also realized something. "Granddaughter-in-law, the person you said you visited today, is it the younger sister of the Allen family?" After Kira came back from the police station, she made a visit to Rebecca and came back only after seeing that she had finished her rehabilitation training. She gave a simple explanation to old Mrs. Horton, and surprisingly the old lady remembered it. Looking at Mrs. Horton, Kira found her health hadn't declined recently. Instead, it seemed to have improved somewhat. The medicine had to be developed soon. It would be best if it could help the old lady remember the truth about her marriage to Lewis. Lewis, who was listening to their conversation, raised the corner of his lips, and a mocking look flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Frankie had mistaken someone else for her. He suddenly spoke up, "Miss Olsen, the day after tomorrow, there's a celebration banquet for the collaboration between Horton Group and the Allen family. I'm still missing a female companion. Are you interested?" Kira didn't raise her head. "No." Lewis choked for a moment, his deep eyes flickering. Didn't Miss Olsen say that she wanted to introduce the two families? Only then did Kira look at him, her amorous eyes twinkling, and she reluctantly agreed. "All right." Old Mrs. Horton looked surprised. "Are you willing to reconcile with the Allen family, you brat?" Lewis responded vaguely before changing the topic. "What did you eat for lunch today?" "I had rice, chicken soup, and celery." Tom, sitting next to them, couldn't help but glance at his boss. The boss had never shown a bit of intention to reconcile with his mother, whom he had never met. This time, he made it a point to keep everything professional, and thus the news of his disagreement with Frankie spread. But in fact, during this collaboration, Frankie had extended his goodwill multiple times, and the boss had never reciprocated, making it clear that he didn't want to have any relations beyond business with them. So, was his proposal just to make Kira his companion for the party? Tom showed a thoughtful expression. After dinner, Kira wanted to take her dog for a walk. She put the leash on the puppy and walked out the door. Tom was going downstairs to get some files, so he took the elevator with her. As they walked side by side, Tom suddenly smiled and asked, "Miss Olsen, what sort of man do you like?" Although Miss Olsen had a boyfriend who was anxious to get married, as long as they weren't married, the boss still had a chance. Upon hearing his words, Kira seemed slightly taken aback. Having watched Poppy, who was love-struck, refused to leave the Olsen family since childhood, she was somewhat repulsed by the idea of love and marriage. That was why she chose to reject the pursuits of boys. She was afraid that after falling in love, she would lose herself. She had never thought about what her future partner might look like. But when Tom asked that question, the handsome face of Lewis was the first thing that came to her mind. Without thinking, she answered, "Handsome. About 6 feet tall, 75 kilograms in weight, with a deep and attractive voice, thoughtful, and particularly good at scolding people." Tom's eyes grew brighter as he listened. She might as well have just said his boss's name. Did Miss Olsen and the boss have mutual feelings for each other? Noticing the expression on his face, Kira suddenly realized what she had said. Changing the direction of the conversation, she hastily added, amiable and warm, good at telling jokes, a kind man. Tom was dumbfounded. A warm, gentle man? That had nothing to do with his boss at all, right? He had always been known for being cold with a gloomy face. Seeing the change in his expression, Kira finally breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks slightly flushed. Annoyed at the slow pace of the puppy, she bent down to pick it up and descended the stairs quickly. Tom sighed, feeling that Louis had no hope. He turned around to go back to the ward but froze when he saw Louis standing behind him. The corridor lights were somewhat dim, and half of the man's face was in shadow, making him look rather lonely. Apparently, he had heard all of the conversation between Tom and Kira. Tom cleared his throat and innocently scratched his head. Well, boss, you could try smiling more at Miss Olsen. You talk too much. Louis scolded as he passed Tom, descending the stairs quickly. It was already dark outside. Under the streetlight, Kira was crouching and caressing the dog. She bent her head, looking at the puppy. Her usual sharpness was gone, replaced by a touch of tenderness. Louis slowly walked over to her. Feeling his shadow, she raised her head. The moment she looked his way, Louis moved the corner of his mouth, raising a smile he believed was gentle. However, Kira got up and looked at him warily. Mr. Horton, is your mouth twitching? Louis was speechless. Slowly withdrawing his smile, he saw her obviously relieved expression. He was rather embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, Grandma asked me to accompany you to walk the dog. Okay. The clumsy puppy ran toward the park, with them closely following behind. A cold wind blew, and Kira shivered. The temperature had dropped sharply that day, and she wasn't prepared for it. Just as she was rubbing her arms and thinking about returning to the room soon, a large warm coat was suddenly placed on her shoulders. Kira stiffened. She slowly turned her head to see Louis standing there, wearing a shirt. His gaze was fixed elsewhere, looking somewhat awkward. Kira smiled. Thanks. You're welcome, Louis said indifferently. I'm mainly afraid that if you catch a cold, you'll infect Grandma. Kira couldn't help but laugh quietly. She thought this man was really tough. Just as they stood there awkwardly, a voice suddenly came. Mr. Horton? When Kira turned her head, she saw Frankie standing in the park, looking gloomy at her sight. Kira was perplexed. Louis stepped forward, blocking Kira. What's the matter? Can we talk in private? Frankie took another long look at Kira and walked to the side. He didn't look too happy. Just after returning to the ward, he heard that his sister was quite concerned about the first time she asked for help and was told by a passerby that an infatuated woman should die. Even during the surgery, his sister had lost the will to live because of this. He was very angry. When Louis came over, Frankie asked with a frown, What's your relationship with this Miss Olsen? Louis coldly replied, Mr. Allen, this has nothing to do with you. Frankie took a deep breath. Anyway, you're my aunt's son. Seeing that you and her seem to be more than casual acquaintances, I felt I should remind you to keep your eyes open. This woman is not a good person. There's no relation between our two families. Mr. Allen, you don't need to worry about me. The tone of Louis's voice had grown even colder as he said, word by word, moreover, I think the one who should keep their eyes open should be you. Frankie paused. What do you mean? Louis didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Frankie frowned and said, Louis, how could you be so ungrateful? You. Before he could finish his sentence, Louis abruptly halted and whipped his head around. His gaze revealed a glimmer of sullen anger. His expression was dark and terrifying, like a fiend crawling out from Hades, making Frankie choke on his words. Louis stared at him, his voice low yet ominous in the evening air. Mr. Allen, our relationship is purely business. You've crossed the line. Having left these words behind, he briskly walked away. Frankie stood rooted in shock, his face taut. In this collaboration, Louis was seen as cold but gentlemanly, and the latter quality made Frankie forget that once upon a time, Louis had a reputation for being ruthlessly malevolent and aggressive. Frankie had thought it was all rumors, but Louis's fierce countenance just now made Frankie realize he wasn't one to be trifled with. As Frankie kept his eyes on Louis, He saw the aggression that threatened to overflow from Lewis fading away as he approached Kira. By the time Lewis returned to her side, he was just that slightly cold-hearted normal man once more. Draped in Lewis's jacket, Kira was no longer feeling the chill. The well-tailored black suit was warm from his body heat. It enveloped her and subtly gave off a masculine scent of vanilla. Her heart became tender. Seeing that Lewis was only wearing a black shirt, she picked up the little puppy. "Let's go." "Okay." It was the following morning. Lewis had gone to work. Kira was basking in the warmth of the sunlight from her spot on the sofa, finally wrapping up the research on Alzheimer's disease. After sending the email to the overseas biopharmaceutical research base, she stood up and stretched. She picked up her phone, only to find a WhatsApp message from Rebecca. "Miss Olsen, do you have time tomorrow night? Can you come to see me?" Kira replied, "I'll be attending the celebration dinner of the Horton and Allen family tomorrow evening." Just as she finished sending the message, a call came in from Samuel. "Boss, we've encountered a bit of trouble with our project." Kira asked calmly what happened. Samuel responded angrily, "We've always purchased our hydrogen energy materials from the Allen family. I intended to purchase more today, but they're suddenly not selling it to us. With the burgeoning development of new energy, production can't keep up with demand. Even if we want to buy from other suppliers, it'll take time. The problem is, we've agreed on delivery dates with our customers, and if something stalls us, we'd be breaching the contract." Kira frowned. The Allen family in Clance? She had always entrusted her company's matters to Samuel to manage, whereas she was only responsible for technical issues, so she never expected her company to have dealings with the Allen family. Samuel replied, "Yes, them. I've always bought from them. I tried prying for information from their sales manager. They haven't lined up another buyer, but someone from the top apparently ordered not to sell to us." Kira lowered her gaze. "I understand. I'll go ask." After hanging up, she got up and headed toward the rehabilitation ward. She was friends with Rebecca and on good terms with her parents, so she decided to ask them directly, in case someone was stirring up trouble. Not long after reaching the hospital ward, she ran into Frankie by chance. It seemed he had just returned and was about to go upstairs. Kira quickened her pace and called out, "Mr. Allen, hello?" Frankie halted and turned his head. His gentle demeanor turned noticeably frosty upon seeing her. Kira asked in confusion, "I'm Drive South. My company has been continuously purchasing hydrogen energy materials from your company. However, your company suddenly announced this month that it would no longer sell to us. Is there a misunderstanding?" "No misunderstanding." Frankie's face was cold, his eyes filled with disdain. "It was my order. We won't sell anything to you." Kira was taken aback. "Why?" Frankie frowned. "Miss Olsen, have you already forgotten what you casually said?" Kira was confused. Did she accidentally say something wrong when she was accompanying Rebecca? But she had no recollection of such an incident. Moreover, every time Rebecca ended their conversation, she seemed quite cheerful, and even just now she was messaging her. Kira couldn't recall anything and said, "Even if I did say something wrong, Rebecca probably doesn't hold a grudge. So, in consideration of the little favor I did for Rebecca, can you not be petty, Mr. Allen? A little favor." At those words, Frankie mistakenly assumed she was referring to helping out with witness testimony at the police station, given that making a call to save someone was worth merit. Frankie reprimanded, "How dare you mention Rebecca? You ought to help her with the testimony. That's the duty of every citizen." Kira was displeased. Her voice turned cold. "Mr. Allen, nothing should be taken for granted." Frankie was even angrier. "You're right. So the Allen family also doesn't have to sell the hydrogen energy materials to you." Kira took a deep breath. Initially, when she met him for the first time at the hospital, she thought Rebecca's brother wasn't half bad, but she didn't expect him to turn on her so cold-heartedly. Before she could say anything else, Frankie had already strode into the rehabilitation department, with his assistant stationed at the entrance. "Miss, please keep your voice down and avoid disturbing the patient's rest." Kira was shocked. The fury welled up within her, and she turned around to leave. Forget it. She would properly address the issue with Mr. and Mrs. Allen at the dinner tomorrow. Time soon came to the next evening. Both the Horton Group and the Allen family's new project were major billion-dollar deals, hence it was quite a grand celebration. They had organized a large celebration dinner at the Imperial Hotel. A considerable number of employees from the Horton Group attended, and some people also flew in from clients on behalf of the Allen family. Back in the hospital, Rebecca got dressed up and was lifted into a wheelchair by Frankie. Mr. Allen sighed. You always hated these kinds of events. Why are you insisting on going today? Mrs. Allen also advised, don't go if you don't want to. If you don't want to be alone, I will stay with you. Rebecca seemed dispirited. Her expression was quite downcast. Looking at her phone, she said, since yesterday, Miss Olsen has been distant with me. When I asked her to come to see me, she made an excuse to decline. So I have to go to the banquet to find her. Let's go now. Frankie pushed her out of the room and to the parking lot. Just as he was about to lift her from the wheelchair into the car, a Bentley drove by. The Allen family turned to look and saw Kira and Louis sitting in the back seat of the Bentley. Rebecca brightened up and said, Miss Olsen? At Rebecca's words, Mr. Allen and Mrs. Allen also looked carefully, seeming to catch a glimpse of Kira's lovely face. They also wanted to greet her, but the Bentley never stopped and directly drove past them. Mr. Allen was taken aback. Seems like it was indeed Miss Olsen? Mrs. Allen also agreed. I think I saw her as well. Frankie frowned. The one sitting in Louis's car could only be Kira, not Isla. He looked at Rebecca. Was that Miss Olsen? The one who has helped you? Yes. Rebecca said excitedly. Hurry up and catch up with her. I want to attend the banquet with her. Frankie clenched his jaw. Could it really be Isla in the car? As the whole family got into the car and chased after the Bentley, it was already out of sight. Rebecca instructed the driver, drive faster. We might run into Miss Olsen before entering the banquet. The driver sped up and indeed saw the Bentley again before entering the Imperial Hotel. Unfortunately, the Bentley went directly into the employees' parking lot, while their car was stopped outside. Frankie consoled Rebecca. We can meet her at the banquet. Rebecca appeared disappointed. I guess that's the only choice. The Imperial Hotel was also part of the Horton Group, so Louis's car was parked directly in the employee area. After Kira got out, she followed Louis. She noticed something wasn't right as they walked on. It didn't seem to be the way to the banquet, but to a hotel suite. She paused slightly. Louis seemed to have sensed it and turned to look at her as if asking her what was wrong. Kira hesitated. Where are we going? The suite, Louis answered simply. Kira's heartbeat accelerated. What for? Before Louis could speak, Tom, who was following them, replied instinctively, of course, it's for your makeup and dress for the evening. It was inconvenient in the hospital, so we booked a suite. Kira was speechless. Only then did she realize she had been overthinking. She cleared her throat to conceal her embarrassment. I see. Seeing this, Louis glanced at her as if seeing through her thoughts, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Kira felt hot, and her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly diverted her gaze. She felt she was rather wishful thinking. The two of them had agreed to divorce sooner or later, so what was she thinking just now? Tom even asked back, what did Miss Olsen think we were going to do? Kira lowered her eyes, her cheeks redder, feeling extremely embarrassed. Just as she was trying to pretend to be calm, Louis had already changed the subject. Has the makeup artist arrived? How are the preparations for the dress? Tom quickly replied, they arrived early. As for the dress, since we didn't know what Miss Olsen would like, we prepared over a dozen for her to choose from. Kira breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The three of them soon arrived at the presidential suite on the top floor. The makeup artist respectfully asked, Miss Olsen, which dress do you prefer? Kira frowned slightly. In front of her were rows of luxurious dresses in all kinds of colors and styles, making it a dazzling array. When she was living with the Olsen family, she was never allowed to attend banquet events. After moving out, she focused on working to make money, so she didn't have much experience in this area. But she was not at all flustered. She calmly asked the makeup artist, do you have any suggestions? The makeup artist brought out a simple, silk contour dress. Miss Olsen, you might want to try this one. Although you look thin, you have a great figure. Wearing this one will surely make you the center of attention. Kira nodded. Let's go with this one. She followed the makeup artist into the bedroom of the suite to change clothes and returned quickly. Louis was sitting on the sofa silently. Hearing the door open, he instinctively looked over. Just one glance and his eyes flashed with amazement. When the makeup artist commented earlier on her good figure, he hadn't paid much attention. After all, this woman usually wore casual and comfortable clothes, hiding her curves. But the green silk long dress was so fitted. It delicately clung to her body, outlining her slender figure. Her slender waist exuded a sense of strength. Her skin was fair, and her black hair cascaded freely down her back, swaying with the movement of her dress. This outfit would make an ordinary woman look charming, but on her, it exuded a wild aspect, triggering the most primitive desire in men. Louis swallowed slightly, knowing that he should politely shift his gaze away, but his eyes were as if captured by something. He couldn't look away at all. Kira felt his heated gaze, and her cheeks felt slightly warm. It was the first time she wore such an alluring dress. She was initially somewhat hesitant, but his reaction made her more at ease. What does Mr. Horton think? It's okay. Louis picked up the cup next to him and took a sip of water, soothing the heat in his chest. Kira walked forward, intending to take a look at herself in the mirror. But as someone who had never worn high heels before, she lost her balance as soon as she lifted her foot, tipping over to her right. Careful. Louis surged up from his seat, instinctively wrapping an arm around her waist. After Kira regained her balance, she felt his large hand at her waist. The heat from his palm seeped through the thin silk of her dress onto her skin, making her feel as if she had been burned. She instinctively pushed him away and took 2 steps back. The temperature in the room seemed to rise by several degrees, making the room stifling and lacking oxygen. Kira felt a little flustered, so she took a deep breath and decisively kicked off her high heels. These high heels are a bit difficult to manage. I think I'll just wear flat shoes. There was no rule that ceremonial dresses must be matched with high heels anyway. Miss Olsen is tall and has a straight posture. Flat shoes would work as well. The makeup artist smiled. I didn't think much about it earlier, but I only realized now that the color of your dress matches Mr. Horton perfectly. You two look like a match made in heaven. Kira didn't say anything. She thought Louis would refute, but until they left the room, he didn't say much. Something stirred in Kira's heart, and her eyes flickered. Even though she had never been in a relationship, she wasn't so slow as not to notice the change in a man's attitude toward her. If it were before, she would have kept her distance immediately. But this time, she found it rather sweet. Kira didn't want to delve into why, and just let things develop naturally. The two of them walked into the banquet hall, entering through the main entrance. Rebecca, who had been in the banquet all along, sat in her wheelchair in a corner, eating pastries. Frankie, standing beside her, held a glass of champagne. Rebecca looked around. Where's Miss Olsen? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Just as she finished her sentence, there was a commotion at the entrance. Oceanion is the home ground of the Horton Group. Thus, as soon as Louis entered, the executives swarmed toward him. Louis exchanged pleasantries with them, his peripheral vision darting to Kira, who had slipped away quietly and distanced herself from him as soon as they entered. Kira had slid through the crowd like an eel and hidden herself in the snack area nearby, where she finally stood upright and began to help herself to some food. She thought she was hidden in the corner, oblivious to the fact that she had become the center of attention. Louis was lost in his thought. His hanging hand seemed to still feel the smooth and soft texture of her waist. He loosened his tie, only to hear the flattering remark from the person in front of him. Mr. Horton, didn't Mrs. Horton come along? You're hiding her too well. We should meet our First Lady at least one time. Someone nearby quickly pulled the speaker aside. Normally, Louis dislikes people talking too much about his wife. This person had just been reassigned from another city and wasn't aware of Mr. Horton's preferences. Would Mr. Horton be angry now? Unexpectedly, Louis simply responded noncommittally, "You'll get an opportunity someday." Everyone was dumbfounded. Mr. Horton's attitude had changed. Rebecca, seeing Louis entering without Kira, felt a little disappointed. She continued to look around. Frankie said, "I have something good to tell you." "What is it?" "Do you remember the incident when Miss Olsen, the person you first sought help from, not only refused to lend you a hand but also insulted you?" Rebecca's pupils contracted slightly, and she lowered her head, responding with a touch of sadness. "I remember. When in a dilemma, The anger and accusations from a stranger could potentially cause a person's mental state to collapse. Being scolded back then indeed made her feel desperate. Frankie slowly said, "I took revenge for you." "What?" "Her company needs to purchase raw materials from us. I cut off her supply chain. She won't be able to procure the materials she needs anytime soon." Frankie's voice carried a hint of darkness. Those involved in business were all cruel. Rebecca bit her lip. It wouldn't go that far, right? She might have been impulsive at the moment. Even if she was impulsive, she shouldn't have insulted anyone at will. Jake suddenly emerged from the side, fuming. "I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. I just happened to pass by and overhear your conversation. I couldn't help but add my 2 cents. He looked at Rebecca. Everyone has to pay for their actions. Even if she is naturally cold and doesn't want to help, she shouldn't have said such words to a person in a predicament. I think Mr. Allen is too kind. This little punishment is too lenient for her." Frankie also gently patted her head. "We should thank young Mr. Horton for this. He informed me about the collaboration between our two families. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about this small project." Jake laughed. "It's nothing." Rebecca nodded her head in agreement. She asked, "Where's Miss Olsen?" Jake chuckled. "She went to the restroom to touch up her makeup." Rebecca's eyes lit up. "Mom, let's go and find her." Feeling uneasy among strangers, Mrs. Allen didn't refuse and pushed Rebecca toward the direction of the restroom. As the two arrived at the restroom, they caught Isla just as she was coming out after touching up her makeup. When they brushed past each other, Rebecca turned her head abruptly to look at her. Mrs. Allen asked, "What's wrong?" Rebecca clenched her fists tightly. She had initially thought that her brother had acted too harshly, thinking that she didn't hate this woman, but at that instant, she realized how deeply Isla had hurt her. It almost caused her a mental breakdown. Isla's comment made her feel as if there was no hope for her future, and there was no point in living. She clenched her fists tightly, took out her phone, and sent a WhatsApp message to Frankie. "Frankie, that woman is also here. Can you get her to leave? I don't want to see her." By the time Frankie read this message, Isla had walked over to them. She affectionately folded her hands around Jake's arm and was about to greet Frankie when she saw him lift his gaze, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. "Has the other Miss Olsen also arrived?" Jake and Isla both frowned. The three of them looked around the room, searching for Kira, but the convention hall was quite large and filled with people coming and going, so they didn't see her right away. Isla inquired, "What's the matter?" Frankie's face darkened with anger. "Rumor has it that she also came to the feast. What does this mean, young Mr. Horton? Is the Horton Group looking to embarrass the Allen family?" Jake replied, "I'll handle it now." Kira was relatively quiet in her corner. Even though she drew a lot of attention, her chilly demeanor and the coldness in her eyes held people at bay, with only a few daring to approach her. A couple who attempted to engage her had been turned away after a few exchanges. After a while, Jalen came over with an excited yet aloof expression. "What are you doing here alone? Who did you come with?" The last part was said with a sense of blame, obviously assuming that whoever invited her had been neglectful. Kira smiled. "Being alone is wonderful. There are no disturbances." Indeed, Jalen seemed to want to say something, but a group of people approached, surrounding Jake. "Young Mr. Horton, you'll have to guide us more in the future." Jake responded with a light smile. "There's no need to be so formal. I'm just the deputy head of the development department. You are too humble. We have heard insider news that plans are underway to promote you to director." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately started congratulating him. Young Mr. Horton is so young and has already done so much for the group. Mr. Horton and Mr. Allen don't get along very well. They say this collaboration almost didn't happen. Thankfully, young Mr. Horton acted as the mediator. We just saw Mr. Allen and young Mr. Horton talking happily. Jake enjoyed this kind of atmosphere, raising the champagne glass in his hand. "Don't say that. The project was initiated by my uncle. Mr. Horton indeed has abilities, but he's somewhat aloof. If he could be half as amiable as you, all discussions would be smoother." Yes, our group and the enterprises and clans have always been unable to establish a connection. If Mr. Allen could introduce us, the future development scope of our group could be broader. Hearing their words, Jalen sneered. This Jake, I don't know what he used to win over Mr. Allen's favor. He's been acting all high and mighty in the company these past few days. After that, he said in frustration, my cousin is the most stubborn person. Although it's him who has some connections with the Allen family, he refuses to talk properly. It would be great if I could meet someone from the Allen family. If he doesn't want to establish a relationship, I can do it for him, to prevent Jake from slandering him behind his back. Listening to his words, Kira glanced around and caught sight of Mr. Allen, who was talking to Frankie. She said, let's go. I'll introduce you to the Allen family. Kira came to this banquet intending to reconcile Lewis and the Allen family. But now, after some serious thought, she realized that the possibility was quite small. Lewis, who seemed cool and gentlemanly, was actually very considerate and gentle. Whether it was during their time in the hospital or just now when they were changing into banquet attire, he always managed to make her feel comfortable with his attention to detail. If a man like him wanted to reconcile with the Allen family, he would subtly ensure that they had a good impression of him. So, in truth, it wasn't that he wouldn't reconcile with the Allen family, but rather that he wouldn't reconcile with his biological mother. Although Kira didn't understand why he tricked her into coming to the banquet, if Lewis was unwilling to let go, helping Jalen to connect with the Allen family would at least improve their situation within the company. Of course, Lewis might not care about any of this at all. Jalen was taken aback by her words. You know the Allen family? Yes, I've done them a small favor. As Kira said this, she prepared to walk toward the Allens, who were standing in another corner of the banquet hall, but suddenly music filled the venue. The celebratory banquet's classic event, the dance, had begun. The attendees standing in the middle of the hall consciously moved to the sides, clearing the dance floor. Kira stopped in her tracks, deciding to wait till the dance was over. People began to look for dance partners. Someone approached her. Miss, may I have this dance? Tutu not far away, Lewis was sitting on a sofa, chatting with a few corporate executives. Someone tentatively asked, Mr. Horton, the dance has begun. Aren't you going to join? Lewis declined casually. I'd rather not. Mr. Horton, you're so faithful to Mrs. Horton. How upright of you. What an example you set for us. Everyone teased him in good humor. Hearing the mention of Mrs. Horton, Lewis's gaze shifted toward Kira's corner, and on seeing what was going on there, his face stiffened. He noticed several men surrounding her, inviting her to dance. More men were hungrily watching from afar. Most of them were promising, unmarried employees from the Horton Group. Lewis suddenly stood up and, after a brief apology, strode toward Kira. As he approached, he heard her repeatedly declining invitations. I'm sorry, I don't dance. Some men, perceiving a soft refusal, would depart gracefully while others. The thick-skinned ones would press on. That's all right. I can teach you. Not interested. Are you uninterested in dancing? Or are you uninterested in me? You need to choose someone out of all of us to avoid a constant stream of invitations. Tutu Kira was getting annoyed by the harassment and simply said, I already have a dance partner. The man wouldn't back off. Who? Me. A low, magnetic voice suddenly came from behind, making everyone turn to look. Lewis was standing there. Those men were taken aback. Mr. Horton. Lewis didn't acknowledge them but walked directly to Kira. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Once they saw Lewis approach Kira, the men surrounding her immediately dispersed, leaving the corner quiet again. Then, an excited cheer resonated through the hall. Kira turned to look and saw Jake holding Isla's hand, leading her onto the stage. Jake, having recently graduated, had an infectious youthful energy about him. Isla was wearing a pink evening gown, blushing bashfully. After they stepped onto the stage, instead of starting to dance, Jake stepped back and took a microphone. Isla, I'd like to tell you something with so many witnesses here today. Isla's eyes sparkled tenderly, and her sweet smile made her glow. Jake said, to be honest, I was blindsided by some distractions during university, and I never noticed you. But after spending time with you recently, I've discovered your kindness and cuteness, as well as your gentle and considerate way of treating others. Your hard work bridged the gap between Mr. Allen and me, and our relationship has improved and this pleasant collaboration has happened. Once he finished speaking, those around them started talking. I knew there was a good reason for the close relationship between young Mr. Horton and Mr. Allen. Turns out it's thanks to Miss Olsen's efforts. That's how we should do business. We should be broad-minded and moving beyond the grudges from older generations that are frankly unnecessary. I heard Miss Olsen's mother, Mrs. Olsen, is from Clance. I bet Miss Olsen couldn't only connect us with Mr. Allen, but could also create a partnership with the Davis family from Clance in the future. All these compliments reached Isla's ears, which made her look pleasantly surprised. She knew that Jake was doing this to raise her social standing. After all, the Olsen family wasn't too wealthy, and her marrying Jake was a step up, but now she had gained new confidence. Of course, this wasn't because Jake loved her so much, but because honoring his wife meant honoring himself, since high society held that husband and wife were one. With a smile on her face, Isla said, "Jake, this is what I ought to do." Jake then took a small, exquisite box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a 3-carat diamond ring. He knelt on one knee and held up the ring. "Isla, will you marry me?" Isla instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears. "Marry him. Marry him." Miss Olsen and young Mr. Horton are truly a match made in heaven. A divine marriage. They're indeed a perfect pair. With everyone's encouragement, Isla, overjoyed, extended her hand, and the 3-carat ring was finally on her finger. What a satisfactory sight. Once the ring was on, the couple embraced and initiated the first dance of the evening. Although many more people joined in the dance later on, the spotlight of the banquet had already been taken by Jake and Isla. Kira arched her eyebrow at Lewis. Maybe we should skip the dance, so as not to seem like Lewis was envious of his nephew's popularity. Jalen, who had been standing to one side, grumbled unhappily. Jake certainly knows how to pick his moments. Now, who remembers that you and the Allen family negotiated this cooperation? Everyone will think it's all due to his and his fiancée's efforts. Lewis didn't care about this at all. He took out his vibrating phone and said to Kira, "I have to take a call." "All right." With Lewis gone, Jalen watched him from behind and confided to Kira, "Something about my cousin's behavior toward you seems off." Kira raised her eyebrow. "How so?" Jalen said, "Why does he need to tell you that he's taking a call? Since when did his cousin need to inform others about his activities?" Kira didn't think anything of it when her phone vibrated, and she saw a message from Rebecca. "Miss Olsen, I'm at the banquet too. I couldn't find you in the restroom. Where are you now? I'll come to see you." Kira replied, "I'm in the northeast corner." Rebecca said, "Okay, be right there." When Kira put down her phone, she realized that the first dance was over. Jake and Isla walked over from the dance floor, once again surrounded by a crowd of congratulations. At that point, someone came over. It was Jake's sidekick, Arian O'Neill, who was feeling smug. He said to Kira, "I know you are drive south, but what does that matter? You are just a researcher. Can you compare to young Mr. Horton's fiancée? She has connections in Clance. In this circle, it's all about who you know." Kira didn't know what to say. She completely ignored Arian. Looking into the distance, she saw Mrs. Allen pushing Rebecca out and met Mr. Allen and Frankie Allen. The four seemed to talk about something, and Rebecca looked a bit emotional. She was a little worried and prepared to go over to check, but she didn't expect that the moment she stepped forward, Isla, who just got off stage, stopped her. "Kira, are you going to see Mr. Allen?" Isla had noticed her earlier, and seeing Kira going to talk to Frankie now, she was a bit nervous and stepped in front of her. She didn't know that Rebecca was also at the banquet. She only knew that she couldn't let Kira talk to Frankie, in case she let slip. Frankie could tell the real from the fake with one phone call. Fortunately, Frankie had just asked for the person to be sent away, which gave her an excuse. As long as they could safely get through today, once the Allen family left, no one could expose her again. As soon as she started talking, Jake turned his head and saw Kira. He was stunned by her appearance. Isla was planning to let him drive Kira away, but seeing Jake infatuated with Kira and not speaking, she clenched her fists in anger. Isla took a deep breath and spoke again. "I think this is really inappropriate. Mr. Allen seems to not want to see you." Kira gave her a cold glance. "Who do you think you are? You can make decisions for Mr. Allen?" Isla lowered her head, looking wronged. She definitely couldn't break her innocent image right now. She particularly missed Poppy at this moment for her accurate and useful advice. Fortunately, Jake finally came back to his senses. He stepped forward, shielding Isla behind him, and said angrily, "Kira, how can you speak like that? What do you mean by who is Isla?" "She is my fiancée." People around them immediately started talking. Yes, Miss Olsen is like half the hostess. Among all the female guests here today, her status should be the highest. Who is this person? She dares to speak to Miss Olsen like that. Doesn't she understand the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do? I seem to see Mr. Horton talking to her just now. Could she be the lady brought by Mr. Horton? She's just some woman, not Mrs. Horton. How could she possibly surpass Miss Isla's esteemed status? Kira frowned, too lazy to listen to them speak further. She maneuvered around them and prepared to leave. But Isla took a step forward and grabbed her hand. "Kira, it's a celebration today. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Mr. Allen. Don't bother him. You man disturbed the cooperation between the Horton Group and the Allen family." Kira shook off Isla's hand. "None of your business." She didn't use much force, but Isla's eyes flashed, and she intentionally took a step back and fell. Jake immediately glared at Kira. "Kira, how could you hit her?" "Apologize to Isla now." Isla was his fiancée, and in such a setting, he felt embarrassed. Kira looked amusingly at Isla and said, "I didn't hit her. I saw it, and you're still trying to deny it? So many people are watching." Jake took a deep breath. "Kira, do you think you can do whatever you want just because my uncle and grandmother spoil you? This is the Horton Group, not your home. You can't cause a scene here. You need to apologize to Isla today and leave immediately. Don't upset Mr. Allen." There were a lot of implications hidden in those words. Arian purposefully asked, "Young Mr. Horton, what's going on? Does Mr. Allen dislike her? Why?" Kira also wanted to know why, so she didn't refute but looked directly at Jake. Jake chuckled. "Of course, it's because when she was at the hospital." Before he could finish speaking, his arm was grabbed by Isla. When Jake looked at her, Isla shook her head slightly and sighed. Kira was impulsive and offended Mr. Allen, but the exact reason is personal and shouldn't be discussed. Jake thought Isla was talking about Rebecca's issues, which definitely weren't glorious and weren't suitable for public discussion. Isla continued, "Jake, it was just that Kira used a little too much force when she pushed me, but she didn't do it on purpose. I don't need her to apologize." Jake frowned. "Isla, you're just too kind." He glared at Kira. "Isla has dropped the issue without blaming you. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, I'll call security." Isla quickly said, "Kira, Mr. Allen said earlier that he didn't want to see you here. For the sake of the Horton Group, it's better for you to leave." The conversations between the two triggered the surrounding people. The Allen family is the guest today after all. We should definitely put their preferences first. This young lady should hurry up and leave. Exactly, hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. She looks quite pretty, but how thick-skinned is she? Jalen, listening to these words, immediately stepped in front of Kira and shouted in anger, "Kira, Miss Olsen was invited by Mr. Horton. I'd like to see who dares to drive her away." With his words, the crowd became silent. "I dare." Jake stepped forward and stood in front of Jalen. "I've made my decision. I'll kick out this person today. Even if my uncle blames me, I'll still kick her out to avoid hindering our cooperation with the Allen family." As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd echoed, "Young Mr. Horton is so decisive. Beauty is indeed a disaster." There is discord between Mr. Horton and Mr. Allen. Does the woman beside him not know how to absorb tensions? She's even adding fuel to the fire. Marry an understanding woman. Look at her, and then look at Miss Olsen, who is so knowledgeable and understanding, and most importantly, she can handle the relationship with the Allen family. She's a virtuous helper indeed. The raised voices of the argument attracted the attention of the entire banquet hall. Rebecca, who had just met with Frankie and Mr. Allen and was annoyed because she was told by Frankie not to have too much contact with Kira, noticed the commotion over here. She didn't want to join, but she suddenly noticed something. "Isn't that the northeast corner?" Mr. Allen replied, "Yes." Rebecca was worried. Let's go and see if something happened to Miss Olsen. Mr. Allen unconsciously looked at Frankie's expression. Frankie took a deep breath. Seeing Rebecca's anxious look, he eventually nodded. And so, the four of them walked in this direction. Frankie was pushing Rebecca's wheelchair personally as the family of four arrived at the edge of the crowd. They didn't get too close, afraid that someone might accidentally bump into Rebecca, so they stopped a short distance away, where they could vaguely hear the conversation taking place. Kira was surrounded by a few people from the Horton Group, blocking her from their view. Everyone was in suits, and the women were in formal attire, so they couldn't immediately spot her. Only through the conversation of the surrounding people did they get a vague understanding of the details. Frankie said, "It seems Miss Olsen is helping to drive that woman away. Rebecca, you should stay hidden for now." "That woman?" Rebecca nodded, but she wasn't willing to move further away. She said to Frankie, "Brother, go and see what's happening quickly. That woman is very fierce. Don't let Miss Olsen get bullied. I'll wait for you here." Frankie then left his parents to look after Rebecca as he squeezed through the crowd, walking toward Jake and Kira. As the surrounding people saw him, they respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Allen." Jake also said immediately, "Mr. Allen, don't worry. I'll drive this woman away immediately, so you guys won't be bothered." He stopped being polite and directly commanded Arian, "Go call security." Frankie, keeping in mind his sister's instructions, first looked at Isla. Seeing her holding her own wrist, he frowned immediately. "Miss Olsen, are you hurt?" Once his sister saw this, she would definitely feel upset. When Isla saw him showing such concern for her, she was overjoyed but still replied modestly, "Just a minor injury." Kira didn't mean it. However, Frankie's frown deepened. That woman dared to hit someone? He gave Kira a disgusted look and harshly said, "Don't you want to purchase raw materials from the Allen family? I can sell it to you, provided that you kneel and apologize to Miss Olsen immediately, knocking your head on the ground 3 times. Frankie didn't like Isla, so he obviously wouldn't stand up for her over such a minor incident. But he didn't want the situation to escalate and become widely known since he couldn't hold this woman accountable for her slanders against his sister in the past. Now that he had finally caught hold of an opportunity, he used this as an excuse to ruthlessly punish her on his sister's behalf. It was to make her pay the price for her malicious words. Kira narrowed her eyes. This Frankie was pushing his luck. Jalen was also enraged. "Mr. Allen, whatever grudges you hold, to resort to such humiliation is too much." Jake also felt it was a bit over the top, so he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Allen, Isla has already let it go. After all, they're sisters." But Frankie wasn't backing down. "I'm a person that places importance on the principle of the matter, and I don't have as generous a heart as Miss Olsen." He was staring directly at Kira, his face expressionless. "Believe it or not, if you can't satisfy me, I can make it so you can't buy raw materials within the country. Your little company will go bankrupt." Originally, he wanted to stall for time and delay their delivery, causing them to lose some compensation money. But now, he wanted to go all out. It would be a matter of minutes for a large corporation like the Allen family, which had existed for several generations, to crush Kira's small company. It would be too easy. Kira stared at him. Allen was very gentle and polite to her when they first met. She really couldn't understand why his attitude suddenly changed drastically. Did this man think she could only purchase raw materials domestically? Kira tensed her jaw, sneering, and just as she was about to say something, the frosty voice of Lewis rang out. "Is Mr. Allen really that capable?" He had gone out to make a call and was finally back. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw Frankie and Kira confronting each other. So he strode over to Kira and stood between her and Frankie. Frankie stared at him. "Mr. Horton, kindly refrain from interfering in the matter between us." But Lewis replied indifferently, "What if I insist on interfering?" Frankie wouldn't back off, and his expression darkened. "In that case, I need to reconsider the partnership between the Horton and Allen families." When these words came out, it alarmed the people from the Horton Group. Jake quickly added, "Uncle, you can't switch the company's interests for a woman." Arian echoed, "Right, Mr. Horton. Jake and his fiancée have put in a lot of effort to maintain a good relationship with the Allen family. Even if you don't want to improve the relationship, how could you pull us down?" Hearing this, The other executives of the Horton Group murmured in agreement, although they dared not speak out loud. Seeing this, Frankie calmly explained, "This woman has once caused my sister unbearable pain with a few sentences, so I have to teach her a lesson. Mr. Horton, are you determined to be enemies with the Allen family?" Frankie never wanted to confront Lewis. Given Isla's intervention, he had even been considerate toward Jake by not breaching Lewis's bottom line. But for his sister, he could disregard any consequences. Even if he would be reprimanded by his aunt when he went back to Clance, he wouldn't hesitate. The executives present couldn't resist starting to voice their opinions. "Mr. Horton, since this lady was the first to hurt Miss Allen, then if Mr. Allen wants to vent his anger, he has the right. Right? We are guests after all. Mr. Horton, can't you consider the group's best interests?" Tom, who was following Lewis, was getting a little anxious at this point. He muttered quietly, "Boss, everyone is siding with Jake right now. If you keep up the strong attitude, I'm afraid you might provoke everyone's anger." Kira, who was standing behind Lewis and had been listening to their conversation all along, felt perplexed. She stepped forward and said, "Mr. Allen, I really can't figure out how I actually hurt Rebecca. Why not ask her to come over? Whatever the issue is, we can discuss it face to face." Isla immediately replied, "Kira, Miss Allen is a patient now, and it's inconvenient for her to be moved about. How can you ask her to come over? Isn't this just making things difficult for Mr. Allen?" However, Lewis responded steadily, "Indeed, we should invite Miss Allen over to clarify the issue." Frankie frowned. She's not very comfortable. His sister didn't want to face this woman who had bullied her. But just as he finished speaking, his father's voice echoed from the crowd. "Frankie, let your sister spell it out to avoid misunderstanding. They may think we, the Allen family, are bullying people." With that, he pushed Rebecca's wheelchair toward them from the back of the crowd. Being watched by so many people, Rebecca tilted her head and seemed a little shy to lift her head. Seeing his sister like this, Frankie was heartbroken. He glared at Lewis. "Mr. Horton, after my sister explains the situation, I hope you'll keep your eyes open." He squatted down, pointing at Kira. "Rebecca, don't be scared. Look at her and tell everyone what this woman has done to you." Isla was completely dumbfounded and stood there in shock. Miss Allen, why was she here? She clenched her fingers in panic, wanting to escape this very moment. Rebecca seemed a bit afraid. The betrayal from her husband and mother-in-law had shattered her confidence. Yet under the gentle guidance of her brother's voice, she looked up and followed Frankie's pointing finger. She thought she would see that detestable woman, but she saw the cold face of her life saver instead. For a moment, she was dumbfounded. Kira looked at her. "Rebecca, I must have offended you somehow, or perhaps said something wrong, which made you hate me so much." Rebecca was dumbfounded. She waved her hands in confusion. "No, I, Frankie comforted her. "Rebecca, don't be afraid. You can speak up if you have anything to say." As soon as he finished speaking, his father smacked him on his head. "Frankie, have you pointed out the wrong person? She's Miss Olsen, the young lady who has saved Rebecca." Rebecca nodded immediately. "What?" Frankie was slightly stunned. He looked at Kira to see her face full of anger. Her clear and cold eyes were watching them. He then looked at Isla. Sure enough, her eyes were flickering, and her whole body was trembling. Frankie suddenly realized something. He pointed to Isla, asking Rebecca, "Rebecca, tell me, who is she?" Rebecca looked at Isla and immediately withdrew her gaze. She waved her hand. "Brother, please help me get rid of her. I don't want to see her." Her attitude needed no more explanation. Frankie's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "So, Kira is the person who saved you, and Isla is the evil woman who didn't help you and added insult to injury?" Rebecca nodded immediately. The conversation between the two clearly reached the ears of all the onlookers. Everyone understood what was going on and immediately looked at Isla and Jake in shock. Jake widened his eyes and turned his head to Isla in disbelief, only to see her face turn pale, completely colorless. The whole scene fell silent for a while, and those executives who had just accused Kira and Lewis were now silent as scared chickens. A cold and deep voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Allen, who exactly fails to see people for who they are?" Lewis was indifferent and sarcastic. You should go to the hospital to get your eyes checked. Frankie's mouth moved, and he dared not say anything. Jalen also mocked him. In the future, we can't do kind things like helping people, lest someone gets fooled, and we'll be cut off from resources. By the way, Mr. Allen, you just said that you would make sure Miss Olsen wouldn't get any supply in the country. Is this the Allen family's attitude toward their benefactors? Frankie immediately looked at Kira with a sincere, apologetic look on his face. He had been displeased with Isla because she had made various demands on him, but the real Miss Olsen had never asked for any reward for her help. He said, Miss Olsen, I was blind. I'll make sure that your raw materials are delivered as promised. Right. Good. The anger on Kira's face had disappeared. When she saw the truth, she even felt a bit dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Isla to be shameless enough to steal credit. She wasn't all that angry either. Frankie had just been fooled, but it showed that he wasn't all that clever or had good judgment. It would be better to work with him less in the future. After Frankie apologized, he remembered the culprit and immediately looked angrily in the direction where Isla was. He was about to settle accounts with her, but when he looked over, he found that Isla was gone. He frowned and asked in a gloomy tone, Where is Isla Olsen? She ran away. Frankie could only glare at Jake. Young Mr. Horton, I need an explanation for this. Jalen seized the opportunity and said, Young Mr. Horton, you are too impatient. You have just graduated, and you're eager to establish a foothold in the Horton Group. But we should rely on real skills, right? Why are you always using tactics that aren't above board? As soon as he said this, the crowd began to discuss. The incident with Drive South was the same. He was promoted to the position of deputy head of the research department by relying on Drive South. But in the end, Drive South turned out to be Mr. Horton's contact. Now I see it. He was planning to get promoted to general manager by the excuse of saving someone's life this time. That's too shameless. It turns out that Isla has always been stealing other people's credit. However, Miss Kira Olsen, who is humble and unassuming, has really helped us so much. Mr. Allen must be embarrassed in front of Mr. Horton. He didn't dare to refute when Mr. Horton just said he should go check his eyesight. It'll be easier for them to cooperate in the future. FL2 The surrounding discussions and glances made Jake feel like pins and needles. He explained, I didn't know what really happened until now. It was all Isla's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I was fooled by her too. Unfortunately, no one would believe him. After all, husband and wife were one, and they had just announced their engagement so proudly. Frankie took a deep breath and looked at Lewis. Mr. Horton, I withdraw the suggestion I gave you when signing the contract and demand that the project cooperation between the Allen and Horton families exclude young Mr. Horton. Lewis remained unperturbed. Okay. He glanced at the people around him and said, the proposal to promote Jake to the director of the project department will be canceled, and his position as deputy general manager of the R&D department will be revoked. Any objections? The crowd shook their heads. Jake felt as if he was slapped fiercely on his face. He clenched his fist, wished to dig a hole and hide in it, and finally left in humiliation. Miss Olsen, Rebecca quietly called out and came to Kira. Tears were welling up in her eyes. My brother is so stupid. He even mistook you for that woman. He also said that he had avenged me. Did he do something bad to you? Kira glanced at Frankie and saw that even though he was pretending to be calm, his restless hands didn't know where to place, revealing his nervousness. She smiled faintly and said, No. Rebecca immediately sighed with relief. That's really great then. Frankie was slightly stunned, and the look in his eyes toward Kira had some gratitude. Immediately, his eyes flashed with a touch of grimness. He looked toward Lewis. Mr. Horton, where is that Isla Olsen staying? She did something wrong, and she has to pay the price. Lewis narrowed his eyes and nodded to Tom behind him. Help Mr. Allen out. Sure. On the other side, Kira lowered her head and was whispering with Rebecca. Mr. Allen was staring at Kira without blinking. Mrs. Allen nudged him. Hey, what are you doing? Mr. Alien's eyes lit up. I see. No wonder I always felt that Miss Olsen looked familiar. I know whose daughter she is. With that, he walked straight toward Kira. Miss Olsen, is your mother's surname South? Kira looked surprised, shaking her head. No, what's wrong? Mrs. Olsen's surname was South. Mr. Allen looked surprised. No? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Her eyes, face, and even her expression were identical to a woman he knew. She looked exactly like that woman did when she was young. Kira said, No, I'm not. Mr. Allen frowned, looking disappointed. Well, maybe I am just imagining things. Kira didn't take it to heart. Mrs. Allen couldn't help but poke Mr. Allen quietly. Who does Miss Olsen look like? By the look on your face, is she your old flame? Mr. Allen immediately begged for mercy and replied in a low voice, Easy now, don't say such things. She's of an older generation. Her surname is South, and her daughter's surname is South too. Upon seeing Miss Olsen's face, I thought that the elderly woman was her grandmother. Hearing this, Mrs. Allen realized she had misspoken and said, Your disappointed look led me astray. How could I not overthink it? Mr. Allen said awkwardly, I had seen that elderly woman when I was young. The impression she left was unforgettable. If you had seen her, you would have felt the same. Mrs. Allen was curious. Who is it? Someone from Clance? She used to live in Clance, but who knows where she is now? Mr. Allen waved his hand. I haven't heard from her for years. After getting news about the Olsen family from Tom, Frankie came over and said, Dad, I'm going to visit the Olsens. Their daughter deceived and played me. I need to talk to them. Mr. Allen mocked him. Our perceptive Frankie actually got tricked. He looked at Kira and asked, What kind of person do you see Miss Olsen as? Should we let Rebecca befriend her? Frankie turned red and didn't reply. Mrs. Allen, however, quietly looked at Louis standing in the distance, sighed softly, and said nothing. The banquet soon came to an end, and people started leaving. Louis personally saw the Allen family off. Frankie had regained his composure. After exchanging a few words with Louis, the group said their goodbyes at the parking lot. Kira also came to say goodbye to Rebecca. Even after getting married and divorced, Rebecca was still clinging to Kira's hand like a child. After going back to the hospital, You must come to see me. I am leaving tomorrow. Mrs. Allen was both frustrated and amused. After going back to Clance, you need to go through your treatment. Once you are fully recovered, you can come to see Miss Olsen. We can get around so easily nowadays, but you make it sound like it's a matter of life and death. Rebecca was somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Kira also couldn't help but smile. As a matter of fact, she quite liked Rebecca. Raised carefully by her family, she was innocent and kind, clearly a happy child who had grown up in a caring environment. It was the kind of life Kira envied the most. Kira lowered her gaze. I'll see you off tomorrow. Only with this promise did Rebecca seem satisfied. She was hoisted into the car by Frankie. Mr. Allen told Mrs. Allen, You take Rebecca home. I am going to the Olsens with Frankie. Kira immediately furrowed her eyebrows. The Allens wouldn't be taking Isla's deception lightly, and it was reasonable for them to want to confront the Olsens. She thought for a moment, then decided to speak up. Uncle Allen, I'll go with you. It wasn't because she wanted to prevent the Allen family from causing trouble for Isla. After all, she too was a victim and didn't feel the need to play the saint. She was more worried about Mrs. Olsen's health. Of course, Mr. Allen agreed. Sure. Upon hearing this, Louis approached Kira and said, I will drop you off. But before he could continue, Tom reminded him gingerly, Boss, you have an international conference later. Louis pursed his lip as if intending to insist. Kira quickly said, Don't worry about me. Frankie also said, Just ride with us. It's on the way to the hospital too. He glanced at Kira, then quickly looked away. Louis's eyes dimmed as he looked at Kira. She was simply stunning today. He scoffed. Never mind. Mr. Allen's sight isn't too good. I'm afraid you may not see the road clearly when driving. Frankie was speechless. Even in his calm demeanor, some part of him was indignant. His expression hardened. The Allen family isn't too poor to afford a chauffeur. Mr. Horton, you must be making fun of me. Louis was about to retort when Jalen jumped in. I can take Miss Olsen. It's on my way. The relationship between Louis and the Allens was easing, and Jalen didn't want to worsen it again. All the senior executives of the Horton Group were watching. Louis nodded, seeming to reluctantly agree. Kira followed Jalen to his car and sat in the back seat. Once the car started, Jalen looked at Lewis through the rearview mirror and then glanced at Kira. He cleared his throat, suddenly asking, "What exactly is your relationship with my cousin?" Kira raised her eyebrows. Jalen hastily added, "I should warn you. My cousin is married. Even though I haven't met his wife, they have been married for 2 years and have always been close. You should be careful not to end up as the other woman." Kira didn't know what to say. She rubbed her chin, her face a blend of smile and seriousness. "So, do you know who his legal wife is?" "Who?" Kira blinked. "Me." Jalen laughed awkwardly. "Drive south. Don't joke with me. His wife is studying abroad. It can't possibly be you." Kira didn't say anything more. They and the Allen family drove to the Olsen residence. Upon getting out of the car, Kira stepped in first, hoping to give Mrs. Olsen a heads-up and prevent her from being taken aback by the Allen family's abrupt arrival. She hastened her steps, and as soon as she entered the living room, she was greeted with a slap across her face. Slap. Kira turned her head to the side, feeling a burning pain on her cheek. Her mouth was filled with a strong taste of rust as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Taylor stood angrily before her. "You ungrateful creature. Why did you steal your sister's credits? Are you jealous of her and want her to be divorced by the Horton family?" The surprise in Kira's eyes slowly faded. She licked the blood at the corner of her mouth and swallowed the remaining blood, a cold feeling spreading through her chest. She looked behind Taylor to see Isla sobbing with red eyes on the couch. The gentle and gracious Mrs. Olsen came over and seemed just as shocked. "Taylor, what are you doing? How dare you lay hands on Kira just based on Isla's side of the story?" Taylor replied, "Surely, I don't care about the truth. All I know is that Isla is our daughter. As the Olsen's illegitimate daughter, she should uphold Isla's reputation." Just as he finished his sentence, Mr. Allen along with his son and bodyguards barged in. Upon seeing them, Taylor instinctively shielded Mrs. Olsen. "Who are you? How dare you barge into our house?" Frankie was about to say something, but was interrupted by Mr. Allen, who exclaimed in surprise, "Jody South? Are you Jody South?" Frankie came here to confront Isla, so he brought many bodyguards with him, all of whom had stern faces. As soon as they entered, they blocked the way and looked very menacing. Isla was terrified, her face white as a sheet. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare to cry. Taylor had never seen such a scene before and was fiercely protecting Mrs. Olsen, looking flustered. Mrs. Olsen was usually in poor health, but she was the most composed at this moment. She frowned at the people in front of her, remaining unruffled throughout. After Mr. Allen called out her name, Mrs. Olsen was slightly startled. She looked at Mr. Allen and hesitated for a while before speaking. "Mr. Allen?" Mr. Allen nodded. "Yes, it's me." He frowned and looked around. The Olsen family's background wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Back then, you and your sisters were sought after by many suitors and clans. How did you end up marrying into?" Although he didn't finish the sentence, his disapproval was apparent. Taylor's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of resentment. Mrs. Olsen, however, changed the topic by clearing her throat. "Mr. Allen, what brings you to our place?" Upon hearing this, Frankie angrily said, "I'm here to hold Miss Isla accountable." Mr. Allen immediately reminded him, "Frankie, Ms. South is your elder. Please be more respectful." Choked by his words, Frankie could only calmly recount the events. After hearing that not only did Isla fail to help a girl in distress, but she also spewed out vicious words and hammered the nail on the girl's downfall, Jody immediately changed her demeanor. Upon hearing further that Isla impersonated Kira and claimed her credits, she clenched her fists tightly. She was slightly trembling with anger, and the medicine she took could no longer suppress her coughs. She covered her chest and began to cough violently. Taylor quickly held her shoulder and gently patted her back. "Surely, don't worry. Don't get upset." Seeing this, Frankie found it inappropriate to say anything else. Mr. Allen also hurriedly said, "Ms. South, don't worry. Since Isla is your daughter, let's forget this matter, and we won't pursue it." Frankie frowned. "Dad." Mr. Allen gave him a stern look. Frankie had to remain silent. With one hand on her chest, Mrs. Olsen looked up at him. Mr. Allen. Cough. Cough. About this matter. Cough. I'll punish her accordingly and give you an explanation. Seeing her like this, Mr. Allen repeatedly waved his hands. No, have some rest. My son and I will take our leave. Having said that, he pulled the reluctant Frankie out the door. Before leaving, Frankie glanced at Kira. Seeing her swollen cheeks and her eyes fixed on Mrs. Olsen, he could only leave first as she made no movement. Once in the car, he frowned. Dad, what relationship do you have with Miss South? Why did you help her so much? You haven't done anything to betray my mother, have you? Mr. Allen slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Back then, she did our family a great favor. Only then did Frankie relax. However, Mr. Allen frowned. I always feel like I have forgotten something. Never mind. I don't want to think about it. He then sighed for Jody South, the once famous woman. How did she fall to this state? In the room, everyone was oblivious to their conversation. At this moment, the living room was filled with Mrs. Olsen's coughing. Taylor was at a loss for what to do, and his red-rimmed eyes were full of distress. Shirley, what's wrong with you? How can we stop the coughing? Let's go to the hospital. Kira moved forward, handing Mrs. Olsen a cup of water, and picked up her medication from the table. About 2 minutes later, Mrs. Olsen's coughing finally subsided. She appeared abnormally flushed and looked at Isla. Neil. Isla couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Mom? I said Neil. Mrs. Olsen's emotions ran high, causing her to cough once more. Taylor couldn't help but interject, Shirley, don't be angry. It's not such a big deal. Mrs. Olsen said angrily, the most important thing about a person is their character. She first pretended to be Drive South and now, she's stealing Kira's credit. How can I not be angry? Seeing her getting irate and about to cough, Kira quickly said, Ma'am, getting angry is bad for your health. Upon hearing this, Taylor looked directly at her and cursed, You knew Shirley's condition? So why did you bring them here? Do you want to kill her? Kira clenched her fists and said, It wasn't me who brought them here. She was explaining to Mrs. Olsen. As for the others, she didn't care at all. Mrs. Olsen nodded. I know. You came in ahead of them to send a warning, right? Kira lowered her head, her eyes getting a little teary. Mrs. Olsen understood her. She had never been one to give unilaterally. Taylor, however, sneered. Shirley, don't be fooled by her. If she really cared for you, she would have said it was her and her sister who made the phone call together. The Allen family would surely let it go. Mrs. Olsen suddenly looked at him. How can you be so shameless in your deeds? We've been too indulgent of Isla, and that's why she turns out this way. Taylor was speechless. Isla suddenly stood up from the sofa and said, Turn into what? She glared at Mrs. Olsen and yelled, I've turned out this way because of your pressure, haven't I? Just ask around. Which family will value an illegitimate child as much as you do? In your heart, am I always inferior to her? Her tears rolled down. Since I was little, I've always had to be better than Kira because I was afraid you would like her and not me. This became more pronounced as we grew up. What did I marry Jake for? It was to gain your attention. I wanted you to know that your daughter is the best. Kira Olsen, do you feel proud? Your mom interfered in my parents' marriage, and you took my mom from me. What are you pretending to be upset about? Even after you left the Olsen family, you're still lingering with my mom through Drive South's identity. I worked so hard in college, but I'm still outdone by her. If I hadn't stolen her identity this time, Jake would have called off the engagement. I did all this just to impress you, Mom. After yelling this out, she ran upstairs and slammed her bedroom door shut. Mrs. Olsen stood there in shock. She looked up at the stairs in disbelief. Am I really like that? She felt there was some truth in it, but couldn't point out where she was wrong. Deep down, she truly favored Kira more. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't control it. Taylor sighed. Surely, Isla is our own daughter, and Kira is an outsider. You really? But he didn't finish his sentence. He glared at Kira. You troublemaker. The years you were gone were so peaceful for us. But the moment you show up, our home is in chaos. From now on, you're not allowed to step foot in the Olsen house anymore. Kira clenched her jaw. When Mrs. Olsen was about to say something, Taylor held her arm. Surely, there should be a line between close relatives and distant ones. Don't confuse yourself. Mrs. Olsen was stunned, feeling a rush of guilt in her heart. Toward Isla and to Kira. Kira felt a heavy weight on her chest. She knew what she had to do and was already used to it. Lowering her eyes, she took a step back. Ma'am, please take care of your health and don't worry about me. Then, she turned around and strode away. Her steps were firm, and her back was straight. But the moment she stepped out of the door, a tear rolled down her cheek. She had never deserved to stand by Mrs. Olsen's side. She raised her hand and gently brushed the corner of her eye to wipe away the tear stain. At that moment, her cell phone rang. It was her uncle, Finley Hill. His voice was weary and panicked. Niece, I'll sell the secret to you for $5 million. Do you want it? Yes. Kira didn't care about those $5 million. After all, the money that Finley owed was all thanks to her schemes. This money, eventually, would end up back in her hands. Finley lowered his voice. Then send me the money now. Kira narrowed her eyes. Tell me the secret first. No way. Give me the money first. Kira Olsen knew very well about her uncle's character. He dared to ask for $5 million from Isla for a single secret, which meant the secret was worth much more than that. Kira remembered the last time when she gave a deposit of $200,000. If she sent the money now, he wouldn't tell her the truth. Kira sneered. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. Having said that, she waited quietly. As expected, Finley panicked. I'll sell it. I'll sell it. Kira, please help me. I can't repay their money, and they are about to kill me. I'm hiding in the suburbs, and I dare not show my face. Kira stayed calm. Didn't you try to get help from Isla? Of course I did. There was anger in Finley's voice. But she said she couldn't give me that much money. The Olsen family is worth billions. So how could she not have $5 million? She has climbed that high branch and doesn't need the Olsen family anymore. So she's gambling with her luck and isn't afraid of me revealing the truth. That's why she refuses to help me. Finley was pleading. Niece, please help me. You won't regret this. This secret is worth even $10 million. Kira's voice remained calm and casual. Are you saying it's worth $10 million? I still need to assess whether this secret of yours is worth the money. The more indifferent she was, the more information Finley would disclose, out of fear that she might not come. Kira was playing a psychological game with him. Being on the run for the past few days had left Finley neurotic and tense. Upon hearing her words, he exclaimed, "It is worth it. This matter involves you and the Olsen family. What does it have to do with me and the Olsen family? I have nothing to do with the Olsen family." Kira continued to coax information from him. Defending himself, Finley said, "I can't say more unless you give me the money." Kira understood. Finley was no fool. With his street smarts, she wouldn't be able to squeeze any more information out of him. She asked, "Where are you? I'll send you my location on WhatsApp. Come here with the money." Okay. After hanging up, Finley sent her a location on WhatsApp. Kira had already left the villa complex and was standing on the roadside. She touched her swollen cheek and was about to order a cab online when a familiar black Bentley suddenly stopped in front of her. Kira was slightly stunned, then saw the back door of the car slowly open. Louis sat there looking at his computer, participating in an international conference call. He was speaking French, his deep voice sounding incredibly pleasant. He glanced at Kira before quickly turning his head and looking at her cheek. He paused in his speech, and his voice turned cold when he spoke again. "Je quelque chose. Continuez. I have something to do. You carry on." He took off his headphones, closed the laptop, and pointed to the seat, instructing her to get in. Then he opened the car refrigerator, took out an ice bag wrapped in a towel, and handed it to her. "Apply this first." Kira looked at him blankly. "Why do you have it in your car?" Louis's gaze was indifferent, and he said casually, "Tom often gets injured, so we keep these things handy." Tom, who was driving, was dumbfounded. As Louis's personal assistant, why was he not aware that he often got injured? The truth was, after Kira came here, Louis felt uneasy and followed her. While holding a meeting and looking outside, he ran into Frankie and heard that Kira had been hit. Immediately, he asked Frankie to find a supermarket and buy these things. But Tom didn't dare to expose the truth. Instead, Kira said, I see. She got into the car, took the ice pack, and applied it to her face. The burning sensation eased somewhat, clearing her head a bit. However, her gaze fell on a supermarket receipt. Even though she merely glanced at it, she noticed that the items were just bought. For some reason, the sense of grievance she had just suppressed suddenly welled up again, making her want to cry. Kira remembered as a child when her deskmate was injured at school. He appeared strong when questioned by teachers and classmates, but the moment school was over and he saw his mother at the school gate, he would cry his eyes out despite his minor injury. She had always found it confusing, but at this moment, she suddenly understood that feeling. How pathetic she was, getting weaker as she got older. Kira turned her head and pressed the towel against her swollen cheek. Her eyes stung. She tried hard to control herself, but the grievances that had been buried deep in her heart for many years fermented, and in an instant, strong emotions welled up, and she couldn't suppress them. She took in a deep breath and suddenly said, Mr. Horton, can I borrow your shoulder for a minute? Louis stiffened, his face turning pale. Only then did Kira abruptly realize her blunder. She wanted to say something to smooth it over, but saw him cough a little. He leaned toward her, patted his shoulder, and said, You can have it for 5 minutes. Okay. Kira buried her head in his shoulder, and her tears finally overflowed. She never knew that someone could shed so many tears. After all, since she could remember, she never cried out loud. She knew that when others cried, someone would feel sorry for them, but she had no one. 5 minutes later, seeing a large stain on Louis's suit, Kira felt a bit embarrassed. Kira was dumbfounded. She didn't need them for such a minor injury, but she didn't want to ruin the mood, so she took them with a simple thank you. You're welcome. The car became quiet again. Kira straightened up. After shedding her tears, she felt much better. Only then did she realize that the car was heading for a hospital. Kira remembered the matter at hand and quickly took out her phone. Can we go here instead? Okay. The car changed direction swiftly, and they soon arrived in the suburbs. It was an abandoned hospital. In the dark night, the dim light from the street lamps made the dilapidated buildings seem a bit desolate. Kira took out her phone and texted Finley. I'm here. Where are you? Finley responded quickly. Room 303, come quickly. Kira headed straight for the 3rd floor. Louis was watching her with a furrowed brow, and he followed closely behind her out of worry. They soon arrived at 303. Kira knocked on the door. Uncle, it's me. Finley's voice rang out. Come in. Louis stepped forward, intending to go in first. But Kira didn't wait for him to speak. She quietly pushed open the door. She didn't trust her uncle very much, afraid that he would threaten or coerce her into some trap, so she was very vigilant. The room was dark, and the light was not turned on. Kira slowly entered, and as soon as she walked in, she saw a dark figure rushing toward her. Niece, if you don't give me money today, you won't leave. That threatening tone. Kira squinted, sneered, and swiftly raised her foot to give the figure a heavy kick. Thud. The figure fell to the ground. Hearing the noise, Louis hurriedly pushed the door and entered. He couldn't see what was happening and asked anxiously, Is everything okay? It's fine. As these words fell, Tom, who was following behind, took out a powerful flashlight and directed it toward Kira, illuminating half of the room. As Kira was alert for any movement from Finley, she glanced at Louis and noticed that he was staring hard at something behind her, his pupils slightly dilated, chin tense. Kira frowned and turned her head involuntarily. Louis instinctively took a step forward, trying to block her line of sight. But Kira shook her head slightly, avoiding his protection, and looked. The next moment, she stood rooted to the spot in shock. Finley lay there face up, his eyes wide open, his body twitching slightly. His chest was pierced through by an old steel bar. His clothes were soaked with blood, creating a horrifying sight. Kira's heart sank a little. She hurriedly went forward to check. Just then, an impatient voice came from outside the door. Dad, I am here. A man in his 20s, who bore a resemblance to Finley, rushed in. Kira recognized him. It was Finley's son, Connor. He was 1 year junior to Isla and Kira, currently studying at Oceanion University. Finley had once asked Kira for tuition fees when Connor got admitted into the university, but Kira refused. She knew that even if she gave him, it would just end up fueling his gambling addiction. Having such a father made Connor a rather gloomy person. He hardly socialized and even had a strained relationship with his family. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. I've borrowed $20,000 from a classmate. I have nothing else. If you push me any further, I'll go abroad and never concern myself with you again. Dad? Upon seeing Finley, Connor froze in shock, dropping the bag he was carrying. The $20,000 scattered out of the bag. Rushing to Finley's side, he trembled as he touched his father's nose. The next moment, he swiftly retreated and squatted on the floor. Then, looking at Kira, he shouted in terror, Did you kill him? He frantically groped on the floor for his phone, trembling as he dialed 911. Hello, I want to report a case. My father has been killed. The police arrived quickly. They located the power switch for the abandoned building. When they switched it on, the entire building lit up. Kira and the others were being interrogated by the police. Connor's eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. He looked somewhat relieved. My dad sent me a message, asking me to get $5 million for him, or else he'll be killed. But I'm only a student. Where can I get that money? I managed to borrow $20,000 from my friends, thinking it would be enough to tide him over for the time being. I didn't expect that when I arrived, my father was already dead. That's when I called the police. Tom was also giving his statement. Mr. Horton and I had accompanied Miss Olsen here to meet with someone. We decided to accompany her because the building was pitch dark. Miss Olsen entered the room first, then we heard a scuffle inside. Worried that Miss Olsen might be at a disadvantage, we went in. I opened my flashlight and saw him lying on the floor. The police asked, was he alive or dead before you guys entered the room? At this question, Tom subconsciously looked at Kira, feeling guilty. The police stated sternly, bear in mind that perjury is a crime. Tom remained silent. It was Lewis who spoke up. Before entering the room, Miss Olsen knocked on the door, and a man's voice was heard from inside, telling her to come in. The police asked, was it the victim's voice? Lewis stated honestly, I don't know. Eventually, the police turned to Kira. Miss Olsen, whose voice did you hear? What exactly happened here? It was his voice, Kira said, eyes fixated on Finley's body in deep thought. When I entered, I heard him threatening me and launching at me. I instinctively kicked him away, and then this happened. Before the police could speak, Connor immediately clenched his fists. So, you didn't do it intentionally? Was it self-defense gone wrong? Kira responded calmly, I don't know. The police were puzzled. What don't you know? Before Kira could respond, Lewis interjected, it was dark in the room. Miss Olsen merely kicked the person away. It's unclear how he died. Lewis then turned to Kira. Miss Olsen, think carefully. Did you hear the sound of a weapon penetrating a body, or a knife going through? Did you hear his scream? Kira, who had been reviewing every detail prior to the police's arrival, immediately shook her head when asked. No. Connor stood still. What do you mean? Kira looked at the police, her tone resolute. I did not kill him. The policeman hesitated for a moment. A young woman would have vomited in terror after witnessing such a ghastly murder scene. However, this woman not only maintained a straight face, but she was also incredibly logical in explaining her thoughts. It was quite impressive. He said straightforwardly, we have recorded all the evidence at the scene and your statements. Miss Olsen, as it stands, you're the prime suspect. Please wait here for the forensic doctor to arrive and conduct an examination. If no new evidence is found, we'll then let you leave. Kira nodded. Okay. She and Lewis were also looking for clues. The old factory was filled with dust, but Finley spent a day hiding there and touched many things, leaving traces of his presence everywhere. This actually made it difficult to discern any leads. Just then, a technical criminal police officer reported, his mobile phone has been unlocked. Kira immediately looked over to see the officer walk over and take the phone, scrolling through the chat content and call history. He appeared to have been pressing keys haphazardly and landed on a voice memo. Then, his eyes lit up. Just an hour ago, he saved a voice message. Upon finishing the sentence, the officer played the voice message. Coming from the phone was Finley's voice. "Dear niece, about that secret." Kira's heart leaped, and she quickly moved toward the police officer, wanting to hear clearly what he was saying. But in the next moment, a hand was extended from beside that police officer, hastily pressing the pause button. A cold rebuke rang out. "The case is unsolved, and no evidence can be revealed in front of the suspect. Have you learned nothing from the police academy?" The police officer cleared his throat hastily and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, Dr. Sims. I shouldn't have done that." The one who spoke was a female forensic doctor with a serious expression in her eyes that reflected the shroud of peace and security of the nation. She said coldly, "No more mistakes." "Yes." Only then did the forensic doctor turn her gaze to Kira. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she didn't say a word. She put on her gloves and carried her toolbox toward the corpse. Kira was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect it to be her. She was Kira's middle school classmate and her first female friend, Holly Sims. Holly's family had been forensic doctors for generations. From middle school, she already had a clear life plan, saying that she was born to uphold justice in the world. The naive words of that time became her lifelong goal. She attended a vocational school related to her field during high school, and at a young age, she had already become a respected forensic doctor. However, Kira looked down. Holly had some misunderstandings about Kira, and judging from her recent actions, it appeared that Holly still held a grudge. Kira sighed silently. A few minutes later, after Dr. Sims finished examining the body, she stood up and pronounced her verdict. The victim died instantly from a penetrating wound. There are signs of being hit in the chest. The time of death should be. She checked the time. Between 30 to 35 minutes ago. The police officer immediately said, "We received the emergency call exactly 30 minutes ago. So, the victim died just as Miss Olsen entered." He looked toward Kira. "At present, all evidence points to you, Miss Olsen. As for the voice you mentioned earlier, it could be that the heavy fall of the victim drowned out his cries. You just didn't hear it. Besides, there is a witness who proved that the victim did speak before you entered the room, so you are now the murder suspect. Please come with us to the police station for further investigation." Kira glanced at Holly and didn't resist. "Okay." Seeing her compliance, the police officer walked up to her, preparing to take her downstairs. But at that moment, Holly scoffed and said, "Is a murder suspect not supposed to be handcuffed to prevent escape? Don't you even have the basic training of a police officer?" The police officer was stunned and immediately gave a bitter laugh. The lady was very cooperative in their investigation, and even assuming that she really was the killer, it would still be classified as excessive self-defense. It wasn't intentional, and she wasn't a violent offender, so handcuffs weren't necessarily required. But he didn't refute her. After all, it seemed quite clear that Dr. Sims was unhappy with this woman, hence she was picking on her. He cleared his throat and looked apologetically at Kira. At this point, Lewis, who was standing beside them, immediately took a step forward, intending to speak. But Kira subtly shook her head at him and then complied by extending her hands out. After the cold handcuffs were put on her, that was when the police officer started escorting her down the stairs. Lewis followed her. "I'll hire a lawyer for you immediately. Until the lawyer arrives, you have the right to remain silent." Kira nodded. "Just tell Grandma I'm going home for a couple of days." "Understood." As they reached downstairs, Kira got into the police car, and then suddenly felt a heavy presence beside her. She turned her head to see Holly instead of the police officer from earlier. As the car started, Kira asked calmly, looking straight ahead, "How have you been these years?" Holly looked at her. Her eyes were cold and deep. "I've been doing very well. Sorry to disappoint you." Kira was taken aback and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Back then, I shut up." Holly blurted out coldly, "You're a liar. I don't believe a word you say." Kira was speechless. She heaved a sigh quietly. Holly, however, asked, "The man from just now, is he your boyfriend?" Kira didn't want to lie. "He's my husband, legally speaking." Holly looked noticeably startled. "You're married?" Kira felt as though she were a brute, so she said slowly, "My situation with him is a bit complicated." Holly turned her head away. "You did the right thing. Even if you'd sent me an invitation, I wouldn't have attended." Kira felt silent. Only then did she realize why Holly was angry. She assumed Kira had gotten married without letting her know. Kira shook her head and smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to say something, Holly's voice rose again. So, he's the boy you wanted to marry back then? Kira was taken aback for a moment. After a while, she said in a low voice, "No." Holly sneered. "You do get tired of the old and in with the new. You can even abandon that boy. So how could you possibly consider other friends?" Kira tried to explain. "Actually, back then, I said shut up." Holly's face flared up in anger. "Don't think that by bringing up our past friendship, I will help you. I have long seen your true color. You're nothing but a complete fraud." Kira was speechless. She didn't say anything else. However, Holly turned to look at her again. "Stop thinking about all these chaotic things. You should think more about your case. This case of yours is very complicated, and all the current evidence points to you. The traces on the body also point to you, and I won't help you conceal anything. Aren't you the least bit worried?" Kira smiled confidently. "Because you are here, I believe I'll be proven innocent. You once said that you wanted to uphold the justice of the world. You'll never let anyone be wronged under your charge, nor allow any criminals escape." Holly was slightly taken aback. She didn't know whether she was shocked by Kira's firm belief in her, or because she was reminded of her zealous words from the past. Her ears turned slightly red. But then she grumbled quietly again, "Don't sweet-talk me. I do not trust a single word you say. Kira, if you are the killer, I'll make sure justice is served." They soon arrived at the police station. Kira was suspected of murder and temporarily detained. Holly personally escorted her to the detention center and placed her in a single cell. Bishi stood outside the cell, looking steadily at Kira. "Are you sure you didn't kill him?" "Yes." Holly frowned. "Then what's the deal with his voice?" Kira replied, "Could it be a recording on the phone? Wasn't his phone found? Could you please check?" Holly scoffed. "The phone is in the police station. It won't be lost. It's important evidence." Having finished speaking, she looked steadily at Kira. "You brought up that phone. Don't you want to know what message he left for you?" Kira's eyes lit up. "Will you tell me?" "Of course." Determining what to say next, Holly was calm. Holly slowly said, "It is a voice message left for you, so it's your right to be informed." Kira asked, "What did he say?" Holly replied formally, "The department's regulations don't allow suspects to hear about the evidence, but don't worry, once the trial results come out, whether you are the murderer or not, I'll tell you." Kira was speechless. Holly the little stickler knew how to tease people now. Stepping back, Kira sighed. Holly warned her again, "Stay here and believe in us. We won't wrong any good people." Leaving these words, she turned around and left. Although she was already off work, Holly didn't leave, but went straight to the morgue of the forensic department. When a duty officer saw her, he immediately asked, "Dr. Sims, why are you here so late? Isn't the case not urgent? Why not dissect the body during the day tomorrow?" However, Holly said, "The earlier the cause of death is figured out, the sooner the suspect is cleared." The officer immediately said, "What you mean is, the suspect didn't kill this man?" In front of Kira, Holly always had a fierce image, but now she said, she's not that kind of person. Leaving this sentence behind, she went straight into the morgue. After all, the detention center was too plain, and it was uncomfortable to live in. The earlier she could clear Kira's name, the sooner she could be released. Holly yawned, took a glance at the body on the dissection table, and opened a drawer. She took out a small loaf of bread, took a few bites, and then started to work. She hadn't had time to eat dinner tonight. Sitting in a single cell of the detention center, Kira quietly pondered the events of the day. The death of Finley was indeed a surprise, catching her off guard. It couldn't have been any of her subordinates. They wouldn't set her up. Who was it? Kira furrowed her brows, suddenly thinking of a person. Isla. With Finley's secret, Isla could spend 150,000 each month to silence him. She failed to come up with this 5 million now, so she ended up taking the desperate measure of killing him. Was that it? Exactly what Finley had on Isla to make her so ruthless. No, that wasn't right. When Kira left the Olsen family house, Isla had already run up to the upstairs room and remained there. She must have had an accomplice. Kira's thoughts were very clear. However, she was confined here, and her cell phone was confiscated. so she couldn't contact someone outside. Her hope was on Holly. She didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly there were many footsteps approaching. Soon, several policemen stood outside her door. The young officer who arrested her today reported to another officer, Captain Lincoln, "This is the murder suspect, Kira Olsen." Captain Lincoln was a man in his 30s. His piercing eyes scanned her from top to bottom, and then he snapped at the young officer, with the evidence of this case already being so clear. "What are you doing not interrogating the suspect immediately? Bring her to the interrogation room." The young police officer hurriedly opened the door and asked Kira to step out. Just as she stepped out, Captain Lincoln immediately pushed her. "Stop dilly-dallying like this. Do you think you can escape the law?" Kira staggered a bit, slightly knit her brows. Then she looked at Captain Lincoln coldly. "What are you looking at? Move." Kira clenched her jaw, knowing better than to argue with him. She picked up her pace to the interrogation room. Captain Lincoln grabbed her arm, shoving her onto the interrogation chair, and then with a click, he secured the security buckle on her. At this point, he was treating her like a violent criminal. Kira clenched her fists. Captain Lincoln sat across from her and asked formally, "Name?" "Kira Olsen." "Age?" 22 years old. "Gender?" Kira took a deep breath, knowing that Captain Lincoln was insulting her. She wanted to get angry, but she held it back. "Female." Captain Lincoln took a look at her and continued to ask, "What is your relationship with the deceased?" Kira said, "He was my uncle." Captain Lincoln looked at the information in his hands. "The deceased has been asking you for $5 million to pay off his gambling debts. So, you resented him, and when he was close to you, you kicked him away?" Kira took a deep breath, feeling the malice from the other party. She looked at Captain Lincoln and slowly said, "Is that supposed to be a leading question?" Captain Lincoln immediately looked at her. "I am but stating facts. You just need to say yes or no." Kira lowered her gaze. "I have the right to remain silent until my lawyer arrives." "You have the rights, my ace." Captain Lincoln angrily slammed his notebook on the table and glared at her. "This is Kira. Every citizen has the duty to cooperate with us in our investigation, especially suspects like you. Answer my question now." He stood up. "We have all the material evidence, and there were no fingerprints other than yours at the scene. Finley was punctured from the back with a steel bar, so if you don't admit to accidental manslaughter, we will have to suspect you of premeditated murder." He came in front of Kira. "Tell me, do you hold a grudge against the deceased?" Kira gritted her jaw, raised her head, and looked at Captain Lincoln, saying, "No, you're lying." Captain Lincoln shouted, "If you didn't hold a grudge when he charged at you, the subconscious reaction should be to evade. Why did you kick him?" Kira clenched her fists. She moved out of the house when she was in middle school, so she had no sense of security and knew that no one would protect her. When others showed aggression, her intuitive action was not to evade but to attack. But she knew that whatever she said now, it would be useless, so she simply kept her mouth shut. Seeing her like this, Captain Lincoln sneered, "Well, you think you can get away with just staying silent?" He immediately walked over and suddenly turned on a bright light, shining it directly into Kira's eyes. The light was so bright, and it made one subconsciously want to shield their eyes, but Kira's hands were pinned to the interrogation chair, so she couldn't protect her eyes. She slightly tilted her head, but she couldn't avoid the piercing light. Even with her eyes closed, they were still getting red. Just after 5 minutes, her eyes started to dry and sting, and she unconsciously shed a tear. The voice of Captain Lincoln came. "Speak. Do you admit to accidental manslaughter or not?" Kira took a deep breath. "I didn't kill anyone." Captain Lincoln sneered. "Still playing tough? Then let's shine the light for 2 hours. If you still don't confess, then you can spend the night here." Kira's eyes hurt more and more. Tears uncontrollably streamed down, making her want to rub them. Only a dozen minutes had passed, and it was already like this. If it was really going to blare at her all night, her eyes might be ruined. Meanwhile, outside the police station, Lewis arrived with a lawyer. An hour later, after Holly had performed the autopsy, she found the cause of death was indeed from the puncture wound, with no discrepancy in the time of death. That was problematic. Indeed, all evidence pointed toward Kira. As she bit into a small bread roll, pondering over the evidence, she suddenly thought, has Kira had dinner tonight? She quickly submitted the autopsy report, took a few bread rolls, and headed downstairs. But as she arrived downstairs, she saw people in the interrogation room. She took a random glance and was surprised to see Kira on the monitor. Holly rushed over, spotting Kira's red and swollen eyes. Out of concern, she immediately rushed into the interrogation room and turned off the light. The room darkened, yet Kira's eyes still stung a bit. She looked up in a daze. Everything was white and blurry before her, and her ears caught Holly's angry query. "What are you doing? Who allowed you to interrogate her?" Captain Lincoln stood up. "I did." Holly glared at him. "Captain Lincoln, using torture is illegal." Captain Lincoln threw his cigarette on the floor and stomped on it with his shoe. "I just turned on the spotlight. It was because she wouldn't confess." Holly's face darkened. "There's no need to rush it. An overnight interrogation? Seriously?" Captain Lincoln scoffed. "If we don't interrogate her overnight, should we wait for them to conspire a story? Just to let you know, the person over there is a rich man, and I guess a lawyer has already arrived to handle her bail." Holly frowned. "You don't have to worry. She doesn't meet the conditions for bail." Captain Lincoln said, "How come? Don't these rich people love to have weird diseases? They can simply get a hospital certificate and everything is settled. You've seen this kind of case before. What happens if she runs off abroad? Then who will be held responsible for the deceased?" Holly replied firmly, "I will." Captain Lincoln sneered. "You will take responsibility? How?" Holly pointed to her uniform. "I'll take responsibility with this uniform I am wearing. Is that okay?" Captain Lincoln didn't expect her to say this, so he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, his phone made a noise. He glanced at it and looked up with a sneer. "Dr. Sims, you are too naive. Follow me." Holly frowned and followed Captain Lincoln. Once they left the interrogation room, she finally said, "Captain Lincoln, I'm aware of the previous case you've handled. That rich second generation used a heart disease as the reason for bail and then escaped abroad, making the case still unsolved. But you shouldn't generalize by stereotype. I don't know about others, but Kira Olsen is definitely not one of them." However, Captain Lincoln turned back and looked at her. "Really? Her lawyer is already in the front lobby. I just received information that they're applying for bail stating she's ill." In the front lobby, the lawyer was filling out the application for bail. Samuel followed behind Lewis, anxiously pacing around. Why did it have to be these today? It's that time of the month, and boss will be unwell. She must receive treatment. Lewis frowned. What kind of disease does she have? Samuel sighed. She has severe iron deficiency anemia. Iron deficiency? Lewis suddenly thought of Kira's WhatsApp name Need Iron. What that the reason? Samuel anxiously said, "Do you think iron deficiency anemia is a minor ailment? That you could just make it up by supplementing a bit during normal days? My boss's condition is different. Her disease is strange." Samuel sighed. "There isn't a known reason for her anemia in medical terms. It's just that her body strangely doesn't absorb any iron elements. Therefore, she must go through regulated monthly infusions of iron elements forcibly. She is due for infusion tomorrow." Lewis frowned. "What if she doesn't receive the infusion on time?" Samuel tensed his jaw. "At the very least, she'll shiver. Her face will turn pale, and she'll feel very weak and dizzy. At its worst, she might even go into shock. After going into shock, if she didn't receive timely treatment, her life could be endangered." Lewis's expression turned serious. He turned to the lawyer. "Do it as fast as possible." The lawyer made a bitter face. "Mr. Horton, the process of obtaining bail is somewhat troublesome. Now that it's midnight, all the regular departments aren't at work. I'm afraid we can only complete it tomorrow." Lewis looked at Samuel. Samuel Morgan nodded. "Tomorrow should be fine. Boss always has the iron transfusion 2 days in advance, as long as it doesn't exceed the day after tomorrow." Lewis let out a sigh of relief. The lawyer made another request, wanting to see Kira, but was also rejected on the grounds that it wasn't allowed in the middle of the night. He was told to come back tomorrow. Even though they were worried, they had no choice but to leave for now. Once they had left, Holly, with a stern face, walked over with Captain Lincoln. Captain Lincoln ordered, "Show Dr. Sims the bail application form for Kira Olsen." Once Holly received the form, Her eyes fell on the reason. It clearly stated, applying for bail due to severe iron deficiency anemia and the need for timely iron infusion to maintain her life. Holly clutched her fists tighter. Captain Lincoln glanced at her and sneered. See? Your trusted friend didn't even bother to use a serious illness like heart disease as an excuse. Instead, she's using something as ridiculous as anemia. Dr. Sims, you are truly naive. These rich second-generation people have no bottom line. Holly shivered slightly, feeling as if she had been deceived once again. The cunning girl indeed said she trusted her, but then turned around and tried to secure bail using a ridiculous excuse like anemia. Kira was completely making a fool out of her. She took a deep breath and abruptly turned around, striding toward the interrogation room. Captain Lincoln followed beside her. These rich second-generation people are all selfish. They commit all sorts of wrongdoing and find various excuses to avoid punishment. I carefully investigated the records, and it was clear that the only reason she attacked the man was to prevent him from asking her for money. Of course, it was indeed manslaughter, since no one would expect a steel bar to be lying on the ground. I've strictly followed the rules by conducting an overnight interrogation so that she wouldn't have time to think of an excuse. It's only because she's your classmate that you gave her a shortcut. Dr. Sims, both you and I know that the real rule breaker here is you. You are too soft-hearted and haven't been in this profession for long. Don't let her deceive you. Who knows whether you'll still be able to wear this uniform in the future. Holly tensed her chin, sped up, and entered the interrogation room. Kira's eyes had improved quite a bit by this time. Her hands were also released, and someone had poured her a cup of water. She took a sip just in time to moisten her dry lips right when Holly walked in with a stern expression. She asked, Kira Olsen, you never really trusted me from the beginning, did you? Kira was taken aback. I do trust you. You do? Holly Sims clenched her fists. Then what is this bail you're applying for? And you lied about having anemia. That's something we can easily verify. Only then did Kira realize it was time to get an iron infusion. That was something that Samuel always remembered for her, and she had almost forgotten about it. She lowered her eyes. I really do have anemia. You're still lying. Holly was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, she grabbed Kira's hand, took out a needle, pierced Kira's finger, and collected some capillary blood. After doing all this, she didn't forget to disinfect it with an alcohol sponge, then furiously let go of Kira's hand. She stood upright. I'm going for a check now. I hope you didn't lie to me. Kira hurriedly said, Before she could finish speaking, Holly had already turned around and left. Kira could only hear her speaking to Captain Lincoln outside the door. Her condition isn't very good. Even if we must interrogate her throughout the night, can we do it without using the light? All right, out of respect for Dr. Sims. Kira sighed quietly. Holly had vouched for her, saying that she wouldn't be released on bail. Samuel immediately rebutted Holly. It was no wonder she was so angry. Never mind. She should be able to keep up with the demands that her condition put on her body for another 2 days. If Holly could find evidence to prove her innocence within those 2 days, perhaps she shouldn't apply for bail after all. Upstairs, Holly entered the equipment room and placed the blood sample she had drawn from Kira's finger into the machine. Now all she could do was wait for the machine to analyze the various elements in the blood. This would take 20 minutes. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from a detention center. She picked up and heard a voice from the other side. Dr. Sims, we heard you're at the station and decided to give you a call. We have a patient here who isn't feeling well. Could you come and take a look? Holly immediately stood up. I'll be right there. Even though a forensic doctor and a medical doctor weren't the same, she could still diagnose minor illnesses. She put on her coat and left. She soon arrived at the detention center. This place held suspects who hadn't been tried by the court and some prisoners with sentences of less than 3 months. Kira had just been placed in a solitary cell here. Holly took a few steps forward and arrived at the cell door indicated by the guard who had called. She then put on a mask and gloves, stepped inside the cell, and coldly asked, "Who's not feeling well?" "It's me." An unfamiliar yet familiar voice made Holly slightly frown. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged woman in a prison uniform, sitting there with her hands on her belly and an expression of pain on her face. "Doctor, My belly hurts so bad. Can you help me? Holly was taken aback. Wasn't this woman Poppy Hill, Kira's mother? She had once attended a parents' meeting for Kira in middle school. Holly immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Auntie, what's the matter?" Poppy was suspected of perjury, but as the case wasn't severe, she had been sentenced to 15 days in detention. She grabbed Holly's hand and said, "My belly hurts so badly." Holly immediately reached out to touch her belly, not daring to underestimate the situation. "Is it here? I'll take you to the hospital." "Oh, don't touch me. It hurts so much." But Poppy looked around with a pained expression and said, "There's no need to go to the hospital. I just have a cold. Officer, can you take me to a solitary cell? My moaning and groaning here is disturbing everyone's rest." Holly immediately nodded. "Okay." Just as she was about to help Poppy out, someone else in the room suddenly yelled out, "Oh, my belly also hurts so bad. Officer, could you also take me to the solitary cell?" The rest of the inmates immediately laughed. "My belly hurts as well." "Hey, but I'm different. I have a headache. Can I go to the single ward, too?" Holly was speechless. She frowned, about to say something, when someone looked over at Poppy and said, "We all eat the same food, but how come you're the only one who got sick? It's been 5 days inside, but you've been sick for 4 of them. Are you more delicate than the rest of us? How come in our ward, you're in such pain, but the moment you get to a single cell, you're fine and snoring away?" Holly frowned, realizing what was going on. Instantly, she looked at Poppy. Poppy's face instantly turned stiff, and then she wailed in despair, "I really don't feel well." Holly clenched her jaw. 1 foot 11 inches take you to the hospital then. If the tests show that you're okay and it's all an act, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here a few more days. At these words, Poppy suddenly became nervous. She didn't want to be locked up here at all. And here the cellmates either farted or picked their feet every night. They also slept in all kinds of crazy positions. On her first night, she couldn't sleep at all due to the noise. So she thought of a solution. But wouldn't it expose her if she went to the hospital? Poppy gave Holly a pleading smile. "I don't need to go to the hospital. It's just a minor illness. I can take it. I'll live." Holly knew it. "Aunt, are you faking it?" Poppy ran to her bed, lifted the blanket, and crawled in. "Hey, what kind of language is that for a little cop? How was I pretending? I just had a stomachache, and now I'm better. What's wrong with that? You won't let me recover from an illness?" Holly was frustrated. The female prisoner next to her cursed, "You really have thick skin, you old rogue. You're tricking people." "However," Poppy retorted, "what was that compared to my daughter? I'm nothing compared to her. She'll die in misery." Just thinking of Kira made Poppy grind her teeth in hatred. Who would have thought that the girl she tried to turn into a good-for-nothing was Dr. South? Holly only found these words irritating. With her jaw set, she closed the jail door and quickly went upstairs. Soon, she had in her hands the latest blood test report. Upon seeing the data on it, her face darkened. The iron content was normal. Kira wasn't anemic at all. Liar. In that instant, Holly trembled in anger. She went straight to the interrogation room downstairs and threw the blood report at Kira. "Kira, do you enjoy tricking me time and time again?" Kira didn't look at the test results. Instead, she sighed. "I'm not anemic now, but give it a few days." She had wanted to say that earlier, but Holly left without even hearing her out. The anemia Kira experienced was strange. Each time her period came, a large amount of iron was lost, so iron supplements needed to be taken every month in advance. As long as she didn't bleed on a regular day, her iron content was normal. After visiting many hospitals, she was finally diagnosed with a rare genetic disease. Holly clearly hadn't heard of such a thing and found it laughable. "Kira, can't you at least come up with a better excuse when lying to me?" Kira tried to explain weakly. "That I didn't lie to you." "You didn't lie to me? I've studied medicine for years and never came across a case like yours." Kira clenched her jaw and fell silent. Her disease situation was indeed odd, and it was normal for Holly to be skeptical. Any further explanation would be pointless. Seeing that Kira had fallen silent, anger surged within Holly. Captain Lincoln by her side sighed. "Dr. Sims, she's been like this all night, not saying a word. Let it go." I'll have someone take her back to jail. Otherwise, our people will have to stay overnight, and we won't get anything out of her anyway." Before he'd even finished speaking, Holly yelled angrily, "You guys go. I'll stay up with her. I want to see how many more preposterous lies she will tell." Captain Lincoln fell silent. He cleared his throat. "All right, we'll go get some sleep. If she confesses to anything, call us immediately." After the group left, only Kira and Holly were left in the interrogation room. Holly sat across from her, staring at her. "Why did you lie? Why did you apply for bail? Is it because all those doubts you mentioned don't exist at all? You're just using me, hoping I testify that you're not the murderer." Kira said, "Don't worry. I won't agree to bail within the next 2 days. After that, she would need treatment." Holly was taken aback. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Do you think saying that will make me forgive you?" She turned away, wiping the corner of her eye. Kira didn't speak anymore. The night had deepened. Whether it was the impending menstrual period or the lack of rest late at night, Kira felt a dull ache in her head and a mild pain in her lower abdomen. She stayed up all night like this. By the next morning, Kira began to feel increasingly dizzy. Lack of rest accelerated her period, and she started to become anemic. Holly hadn't slept all night, and her mind was in chaos. As dawn broke, she glared fiercely at Kira. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Kira's pale face, devoid of any color. Holly stood up abruptly, panic-stricken. "Kira, what's wrong with you?" Kira felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen, but it was bearable. She grabbed Holly's wrist and said, "I need to go to the bathroom. I'll give you a hand, point one." Holly supported Kira's arm and guided her to the bathroom, quietly waiting outside. However, she couldn't help but feel worried. She noticed how pale Kira's face looked and her cold sweat. Could she really be anemic? Meanwhile, in the visitation room at the detention center, Poppy came over with a smile on her face and flattered her daughter. "Isla, how come you have time to see me?" After saying that, she added, "You shouldn't have come. This isn't a good place. It could bring bad luck." Despite her avid enthusiasm, she only received a faint smile from Isla, followed by a hesitating gesture. Poppy immediately expressed her concern. "What's wrong? You look so dreadful. Did something happen?" Her face darkened. "Is it Kira again? Did she disrespect you again?" Isla gave a bitter smile. "Yes, it's about Kira, but she hasn't been disrespectful. She has gotten into trouble." "Oh, that's nothing," Poppy scoffed. With her devil-may-care disposition, it's only a matter of time she gets herself into trouble. Who did she offend this time? Did she get a lesson? A smirk of delight came over her face at the thought of Kira's misfortune. Isla was choked and found Poppy more and more foolish. She had always been like this, wearing everything on her sleeve, completely oblivious to the need to conceal her emotions. Isla couldn't figure out how on earth Poppy had managed to swap her place with Kira. Isla cast her eyes down after a brief flicker in them. It's not that she offended someone. She committed murder and is now in police custody. What great news. Poppy immediately brightened up. Will that reprobate be sentenced to death? She won't bother you anymore. Isla was speechless. She glanced at Poppy with sympathy, then coughed slightly. She killed Finley Hill. Why should I care who she? Who? Isla, who did you say? Finley? Did I hear you wrong? Poppy lunged at the table, her emotional state drastically heightened. She only had one brother. Even though he used to mess things around, Poppy loved him dearly. Isla sighed. Actually, you can't really blame Kira. I heard that Finley demanded $5 million from her. When she refused, during the tug-of-war, Finley accidentally fell onto a steel bar and was pierced through the chest. He died on the spot. Aunt Hill, please don't get overexcited. Kira is, after all, drive south and your daughter. She should indeed be very rich, but $5 million is still no small sum. It's only normal for her to not want to give it. Nonetheless, Poppy's eyes bulged out, her eyeballs bloodshot. She stood up abruptly. That ungrateful creature. She killed Finley over $5 million? I shouldn't have raised her up. I should have drowned her as soon as she was born. Where is she? I am gonna kill her. I'll take revenge for Finley. Her excessive emotional reaction prompted an immediate warning from a nearby police officer. After a while, Poppy calmed down a bit, but the fury in her eyes showed no sign of abating. Isla said, Aunt Hill, the two involved are both your close relatives. I think you have the right to know, so I told you. Please don't do anything rash. Poppy appeared dazed, tears streaming down from her reddened eyes. She reassured Isla. Don't worry, Isla, I'm fine. I'm fine. Only then did Isla speak. All right, you should go back. H1 go and see Kira. Why bother visiting her? A death row inmate. I can't wait to see her executed. Poppy uttered venomously. Isla stared at her in disbelief. Aunt Hill, Kira is charged with manslaughter. The maximum sentence is 10 years. How could that be? That's letting her off too easily. Seeing how Poppy completely missed the point of her statement, Isla sighed. Aunt Hill, Kira didn't do it on purpose, and she must be scared as well. If you happen to see her in the detention center, remember to comfort her. Poppy finally processed what she had heard. She's also held here? Isla nodded. Yes, she hasn't been sentenced yet, so she's temporarily detained in a single room. It should be close to where you are, right? The multi-bed wards and single rooms were all in one place. Poppy narrowed her eyes, revealing a ferocious look. That's good. Isla stood up. Aunt Hill, it's about time. I need to go. Poppy was reluctant to see her leave. Isla, you should marry Jake and settle down with the Horton family happily. Take care of yourself, and don't concern yourself with me. But Isla had already left the visiting room, completely disregarding her words. She left the visiting room and was preparing to leave the police station when she saw her old classmate Holly anxiously standing near the restroom door. A policewoman nearby asked, Dr. Sims, the lawyer of the suspect, Kira, came early in the morning again, asking about our decision on her pre-trial release due to medical reasons. Judging by the suspect's looks just now, she seems to be really anemic. So, is it approved or not? Holly frowned upon hearing this. She anxiously looked into the restroom and remembered Kira's frailty. She was about to say I agree when Captain Lincoln walked over. Captain Lincoln had also heard the conversation, so he frowned at once. Already pretending to be ill? Holly retorted. She's not pretending. Captain Lincoln snorted coldly. Dr. Sims, have you forgotten how she fooled you yesterday? You believe this? I remember you made an oath last night that if she gets a pre-trial release, you would quit the police force. You didn't forget that, did you? Holly clenched her jaw. Captain Lincoln, she really isn't feeling well. But Captain Lincoln wasn't convinced. Very interesting. She's been detained for just 1 day, and she's already not feeling well. The delicate little miss can't take a bit of suffering, huh? As Holly was about to reply, Isla stepped forward. Hello, are you discussing my sister Kira? They all looked at her. Holly frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Isla looked somewhat anxious as she pulled Holly aside. Dr. Sims, about my sister's health. Holly immediately took on a serious expression. She knew that Isla was Kira's sister. In middle school, after Isla found out about their real identity, she started to behave smarter and stopped bullying Kira in school. Hence, Holly wasn't aware of the bad relationship between the two sisters. She moved aside with Isla and asked with concern, What's wrong with Kira? Isla sighed. She probably got her period. Every month during this time, she suffers, and it's natural for women. You understand. Holly immediately relaxed. As long as Kira wasn't ill. Right afterward, Isla grabbed her hand. Holly, we were classmates back in middle school. Can you help Kira? Agree to her pre-trial release, will you? Holly's face suddenly darkened. Isla didn't seem to notice but continued. We women all go through this every month. We look pale and anemic. We're all old classmates. Let's sign the papers. We promise not to leave. Holly abruptly pulled her hand away. You're dreaming. This is a law enforcement agency. You can't negotiate prices here. She looked at the restroom forcefully, then at Captain Lincoln. She doesn't qualify for pre-trial release. Send her straight back to the detention center. Only then did Captain Lincoln look satisfied. Good. You understand. Holly didn't want to stay any longer and immediately walked away, up the stairs toward the forensic department. When Kira emerged from the washroom, looking pale, there was a policewoman waiting for her. As soon as she saw Kira, she scoffed. Miss Olsen, is it just your period? We're all women here. Stop the act. Get back and wait for the next trial. Kira's legs seemed weak as she was hurried back to the single-person cell. The moment she entered, everything before her eyes turned black as she collapsed. Upstairs, Holly was getting more and more frustrated, but she still couldn't get over the image of Kira's pale, bloodless face from her mind. Unable to suppress her kindness, she poured a cup of honey water from her flask and walked to the detention center. Kira Olsen, wake up. What's wrong with you? The policewoman noticed Kira's condition and nudged her. Dazed, Kira opened her eyes. The usually strong-willed woman was trembling from weakness. Please help me to the bed. All right. The policewoman quickly assisted her to the bed and asked, How do you feel now? Kira was in poor condition, and she wouldn't pretend even for Holly's sake. She said, I'm anemic. Get Holly Sims to do another blood test. It should show up now. At her words, the policewoman frowned, scrutinizing Kira. Dr. Sims was angry. She probably won't come again. Kira pursed her lips. Then you can draw my blood and send it for testing. The policewoman said, Fine. I'll get someone from the forensic department. Having said that, she left the cell. As she was leaving, she was suddenly stopped by Poppy Hill. Excuse me, officer. The policewoman turned to her. What is it? Poppy pointed to the ward where Kira was. That's my daughter. Is she unwell? Can I go look after her? The policewoman was taken aback. She's your daughter? Were mothers and daughters sharing prison cells these days? Poppy nodded. Yes, that's my daughter. You can check our relationship. The policewoman took out her phone, logged into the system, and verified their identities. They were indeed mother and daughter. The policewoman thought for a moment, recalling Kira's condition, and said all right. Kira, lying on the single bed, had just closed her eyes when the door was opened again. Did the forensic doctor come so soon? She barely lifted her eyelids to see a figure walking in, followed by a chilling voice, Kira, don't be afraid. Mom is here. Kira stiffened. Perhaps due to her weakness, memories of when she was 5 years old flooded into her head. At such a young age, without enough warm clothes in winter, she often caught colds. Every time she got sick, Poppy would lock her away, not letting her go outside. Whenever Mrs. Olsen found out, she would always come to see her and give her medication. But the moment Mrs. Olsen left, Poppy would rush over to her, grab her throat, and force her to throw up the medicine she had just taken. While beating the defenseless 5-year-old child, she furiously berated her in her ear. You don't deserve medicine. Just live with your fever. Why don't you die? You deserve this, witch. Aren't you mighty? How dare you touch Isla? You've hit her several times, and you dared to defy me, throwing me into this jail. I'll choke you. The malicious voice from her memory overlapped with the real-time murmur from the woman, causing Kira to instinctively huddle, just like when she was a child, wishing she could reduce herself to as small as possible to fend off the outside pressure. It was like she was back to being a 5-year-old in that cold, dark basement. The room was dimly lit. She was suffering from extreme dizziness caused by anemia, which made her unable to distinguish between reality and memory, with pleas for mercy from her dreams escaping her lips. As a 5-year-old, she pleaded in a soft whisper, Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten sick. Please stop hitting me. But sharp pain still coursed through her body. The woman in front of her still pinched her arms, abdomen, and thighs mercilessly. Kira pressed her lips together tightly. By age 7, she understood that pleading was useless, and she could only endure. The pain persisted. The curses were unabated. Die. Die. You killed my brother. You'll pay with your life. When Kira was 9 years old, she learned to resist, even trying to push away the woman forcefully, but she wasn't strong enough, and it only brought more vicious beatings. Then there was the toleration at 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old, until she was 13 and had moved on to high school. Although she was still lean, she had surpassed Poppy's height. She pushed the woman away, saying, Since you despise me as your daughter, I'm leaving. She packed a few worn-out clothes and, without hesitation, left the Olsen family. There was no home for her in the world, but the outside was vast and boundless. Everywhere but the Olsen family could be her home. She grew up, and she could protect herself. Kira abruptly opened her eyes, waking up from her nightmare. She looked sharply at Poppy, who was right in front of her. Poppy, who was currently pinching her waist, faltered and immediately reached for Kira's throat. What are you looking at? You should die. You have to pay for killing my brother. Exhausting all her strength, Kira grabbed Poppy's wrist and forcefully pushed her away. Poppy retreated 2 steps, falling hard onto the ground. Just as she was about to charge again, a voice came from the doorway. What are you two doing? Poppy turned around to see Holly, wide-eyed, standing at the door. She then unhurriedly entered the room. Her gaze swept across Poppy and Kira, confused. Was she hallucinating? Were these 2 women fighting? Didn't they claim to be mother and daughter? Kira had exhausted all her strength. She was sprawled out on the bed again without the energy to even move a finger. She whispered, "You're just in time. I'm anemic. Even if you don't release me on bail, you must immediately take me for intravenous infusion and give me iron supplements." Before Holly could speak, Poppy sat down on the floor. "You're anemic? With the strength you've shown? You pushed me. I say you're faking it. You fought in here, and you'll be punished." Holly, who just entered, had seen Kira open her eyes and push Poppy away. The ruthlessness in Kira's eyes made Holly feel as if she didn't know her anymore. Remembering Isla's words, she clenched her fists and declared, "Kira, I won't be deceived by you this time." She turned and called over the prison guard. They were fighting. "Immediately take them to solitary confinement." At the entrance of the police station, the lawyer received the news that bail had been denied, and he said helplessly, "Mr. Horton, if we want to appeal, we would have to wait until tomorrow." Lewis frowned at this, looking at Samuel. Samuel said, "We can wait another day, but the day after is definitely the last chance." Lewis nodded, clearly feeling unsettled. Just then, the policewoman who was just inside came over and said to Captain Lincoln, "Captain Lincoln, I think Kira looks really unwell. Women do tend to get anemic during their period. Should we check again?" Hearing this, Samuel, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks, turning panicked. Did Kira's cycle start? We're doomed, doomed. Lewis's expression darkened. What's wrong? Samuel was pacing anxiously. If Kira doesn't get her iron supplements on time, she must have severe anemia now. But what do we do now without bail? What do we do? Without hesitation, Lewis turned and rushed towards the holding area. Samuel was stunned. When he regained his senses, he hurried to Lewis's side. "Mr. Horton, are you planning on breaking in?" Without saying a word, Lewis walked straight from the lobby to the detention center at the back, answering with his actions. Samuel said, "You are quite bold. Surely, this isn't acceptable?" Without pausing, Lewis asked coldly, "What else can I do? Can your boss wait until tomorrow?" "Definitely not." Samuel followed him. "She can't last until tomorrow. There was this time when iron wasn't administered in time, and she fell into shock. We barely managed to resuscitate her." Having said that, he got anxious and added angrily, "Her illness is indeed strange. Anyone else would think we're lying to them. We can't wait any longer. For her, let's risk it." As he spoke to himself, Lewis had already rushed toward the detention center. The prison guards blocked the entrance. "This is a prison. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Please leave immediately." Lewis ignored them and made his way inside. Having sensed something was wrong from the entrance, Captain Lincoln followed them and drew his gun at Lewis. "Mr. Horton, stop immediately, or I'll shoot." Lewis turned around and glanced at him, his expression calm. Samuel was trembling with fear. Looking at the dark entrance, he felt his legs shaking. It was so terrifying. Seeing the two of them halt, Captain Lincoln breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Lewis's position. The person in charge of the Horton family couldn't be arrested so lightly. He asked, "Mr. Horton, what brings you here?" Just as Samuel was about to say that he was here for Kira, Lewis stopped him. "I was looking for the bathroom, but I ended up here by mistake." Samuel was dumbfounded. He looked at Lewis in shock, his heart sinking. Indeed, the marriage of Kira and Lewis was like a joke. Faced with a gun, it made sense that Lewis didn't want to risk his life. But Samuel couldn't abandon his boss. As Lewis turned and began to walk away, Samuel stayed where he was. Captain Lincoln frowned at him. "Mr. Morgan, aren't you leaving with him?" Samuel was terrified, but he took a deep breath. I'm not. Before he could finish saying going, disaster struck. Lewis, who was standing next to Captain Lincoln, suddenly took action. He quickly moved to the captain, grasping the latter's trigger hand. The captain's hand went limp involuntarily, and the gun ended up in Lewis's hand. Captain Lincoln tried to strike back and reclaim his gun, but the next moment, he suddenly felt an icy sensation on his forehead. Lewis was pointing the gun at him. Captain Lincoln was shocked. He was completely dumbfounded. When dealing with vicious criminals, he would never make such a mistake. But Lewis and Samuel were notable businessmen from Ocean Ion. They were the type who were always accompanied by bodyguards when they were out. He never expected that Lewis would attack a police officer. Samuel was also stunned, watching Lewis in a daze. He was thinking that at worst, he could lie on the ground and refuse to move, forcing these people to draw blood from Kira. But he didn't expect Lewis to resort to this. This was against the law. Mr. Horton, if you put down the gun now, I won't hold you responsible. Captain Lincoln held up both hands. He was experienced and remained calm. Lewis's voice said, sorry, but I'm desperate to save someone. Without waiting for Captain Lincoln to respond, he commanded those in front of him. Get out of the way. The few individuals at the entrance of the detention center didn't dare to stop him and hastily moved out of the way. Holding Captain Lincoln hostage, Lewis walked straight inside. Samuel, Agape, followed behind him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt like he had been forced to participate in a criminal act. Now, if he said he wasn't an accomplice, these police officers certainly wouldn't believe him. Meanwhile, Kira was still lying on her threadbare bed. She looked at the two officers entering her cell. They were there to take her and Poppy to solitary confinement. She turned to Holly to explain once again, I really am anemic. Indeed, she looked pale. Holly hesitated once more. At that point, Poppy collapsed onto the floor. I'm the same. Oh my, I'm so dizzy. I'm about to die. Help me. Holly really couldn't tell who was faking it anymore. Poppy's performance was very convincing. Kira didn't seem to be pretending either. As she hesitated, footsteps and startled exclamations from the other officers rang out outside the door. Holly promptly turned her head, only to see Lewis holding Captain Lincoln hostage as he walked in. His gaze quickly locked onto the jail cell where Kira was held. His eyes pierced through the iron bars and fixated on Kira herself. Her face was as pale as a sheet, and she lay weakly on the bed, seemingly without the strength to even lift a finger. Lewis's pupils constricted. She always bravely stood tall, regardless of the circumstances. She never bowed her head. Yet now, she couldn't even sit up due to her frailty. Concerned, he said furiously, you're abusing a suspect. I'll hold you responsible for this. Holly retorted, we didn't. They fought with each other. Everything we've done is according to regulations. Samuel, following Lewis, saw how frail Kira was, and his eyes welled up with tears. Boss, we're here to help you. He glared at Holly. My boss is on her deathbed, and you still want to punish her? Do you even have humanity left? Captain Lincoln scoffed. I've never heard of a woman dying from her period. If you're pretending to be ill, at least choose another disease to fake. Holly took a deep breath, agonizing for them. She looked at Kira. Kira Olsen, there's no use running if you committed the murder. If you didn't kill the person, we'll restore your innocence. Even if you don't trust us, you should trust these officers. Why make such a fuss? She continued earnestly. Mr. Horton, please back down. I'll plead on your behalf, and Captain Lincoln won't pursue your responsibilities. But if you really break out of prison, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kira, stop pretending to be ill. Kira gave a bitter smile. Holly, you keep saying one don't trust you. But what about you? Do you trust me? Holly was taken aback. Kira says, you don't. But Holly's eyes went red. Why don't I trust you? It's because you continuously deceived me. It happened years ago, and it's happening again now. Haven't you tricked me enough? Kira didn't speak anymore. Lewis, still holding Captain Lincoln hostage, entered the infirmary. Can you walk? Let's leave. I can. Kira, trembling, tried to get up from the bed but found that she just couldn't muster the strength. Lewis immediately looked at Samuel. Come over here. Samuel walked to his side. Do you know how to use a gun? Yes. Lewis kept the gun pointing at Captain Lincoln while handing it to Samuel, who took over as Captain Lincoln's captor. Samuel was dumbfounded. As he marveled, he saw Lewis walk to the bed, bend over, and picked up Kira. Immediately after, he turned around without hesitation and left. Samuel, dragging Captain Lincoln with him, followed closely behind. Holly and the rest of the officers immediately trailed after them. The large group created a commotion as they arrived at the hospital. At this point, Kira was unconscious, and the doctor took her blood for an urgent test. Holly immediately followed the doctor and instructed the other officers. I'll watch the whole process to prevent them from bribing the doctor to tamper with the blood test report. With so many officers surrounding the hospital, all doctors were very nervous. So, the urgent blood test results came out in 10 minutes. The rest of the blood report was normal, but the iron level had dropped drastically to a terrifyingly low level. Holly had never seen such poor data in a living person before. With the report in her hand, she walked numbly back to the ward. The atmosphere was tense. Many police surrounded the ward, and Samuel held onto Captain Lincoln without letting go. On their way here, Captain Lincoln had tried countless times to escape from Samuel's hold, but this unreliable-looking guy didn't give him an opportunity. Seeing Holly approaching, Captain Lincoln said, "Samuel Morgan, the medical report is out. If you continue to hold me hostage, you'll no longer be forgiven. Our snipers are ready. As soon as it's confirmed that the suspect isn't sick, they can immediately kill you all. I advise you to put down your gun and surrender right now." Samuel scolded him. "Quit pretending." Captain Lincoln was furious. "Dr. Sims, since these people are stubborn, tell everyone what the medical results are. So, these people can stop pretending. Can anemia really cause death?" Everyone immediately looked at Holly. She tightened her jaw and said solemnly, "Kira's iron levels are abnormal, and her life is in danger. Captain Lincoln, we made a mistake." Captain Lincoln was stunned. "What?" Holly stepped forward and showed the report to Captain Lincoln. The normal level of iron in a female's blood is 7.832.2 gmol/L. However, Kira's iron level is just 1, which means she has a severe iron deficiency, and her life is in danger. Captain Lincoln was dumbfounded. Then, a reprimanding voice suddenly drowned in. "What's going on? Shouldn't she get a drip yesterday? Why is she only getting iron infusion now?" Everyone turned to look, and a gentle-looking man around 30 with gold-rimmed glasses walked toward them. He was wearing a white lab coat and looked at Samuel with a grim face. "She can't remember the time, but did you forget it too?" Feeling guilty when scolded, Samuel looked at Holly. "It's all because of this forensic doctor. She kept insisting that Kira was fine, even after Kira fainted." With growing anger, he said, "Do you need a person to die before agreeing that there is something wrong?" Being reproved, Holly clenched her fists, so embarrassed that she wished she could crawl into a hole. She looked into the ward. Kira was getting the drip. Her face was pale, and she looked lifeless. Holly felt like crying. Why didn't she trust Kira? She slapped herself out of anger, with tears welling up in her stubborn eyes. "It was my fault." Samuel didn't know what to say. He hadn't expected his words to bring the young woman to tears, which also stopped him from saying any more hurtful words. He then turned to Captain Lincoln. "Isn't it because you have a stereotype against rich kids? Just because some rich kids got away in past cases, does that mean all rich kids are bad people? Let me tell you this. Because we are rich, we haven't encountered any trouble since we were little, so we have even more principles when doing things." Captain Lincoln's mouth twitched. Samuel felt it was not enough. If that happened, he would fail to save his boss, and they would also be in danger of being thrown in jail. Therefore, he raised his voice even more. "If you hadn't refused to let her go, would we have done this? We are all lawful citizens. You still want to use snipers on us now? Here, aim at me." He handed the gun back to Captain Lincoln, pointing at his own chest, saying, "Kill me with one shot. Go ahead. Shoot. If my boss dies because of you, I don't want to live either." Captain Lincoln didn't know what to say. The officers around them were all dumbfounded. Looking at the gun in his hand, Captain Lincoln glanced at the situation in the ward, still somewhat puzzled. But how could someone be so severely anemic? The police officer following him was also confused. Yes, her blood report was normal just yesterday, and today she suddenly got worse. In games, health bars drop gradually. Why did her health suddenly plummet, just like a character with a tiny health bar? Samuel couldn't believe what he heard. He twitched his mouth and was about to reprimand the two when Holly spoke. What disease does she have? Her voice was full of worry, and Samuel felt bad about scolding them. Upon hearing that, Matthew, the doctor, frowned. Didn't I tell you already? She has genetic iron deficiency anemia. It's a rare condition. Her body doesn't absorb any iron. She has to solely rely on drips. Holly anxiously asked, how could she have such a condition? I haven't heard about it before. Matthew adjusted his glasses, and his nice-looking eyes were piercing behind the lenses. He calmly said, have you heard of all the diseases in the world? Even if you don't believe it, when she became ill, didn't she have all sorts of symptoms? You didn't notice? Holly lowered her head. I'm sorry. Matthew said, what use is your apology to me? You should apologize to the person inside. Holly tightened her jaw and looked into the ward, but she didn't dare to go in. She hesitated for a long time and finally just stood outside. Matthew had already entered the ward. As soon as he entered, he saw Lewis standing next to the bed. Lewis slowly turned his head. Their eyes met, and none of them spoke for a while. Lewis's deep gaze scanned Matthew, and he soon noticed the latter's special feeling toward Kira. He asked with a displeased tone, and you are? Her attending doctor. After Matthew said this, he added, and also her godbrother. Lewis's pupils abruptly contracted. After a while, he stood up and extended his hand to Matthew with a smirk on his face. Hello, godbrother. Matthew frowned. I'm her godbrother. And mine as well, Lewis said in a light tone. But his presence was overwhelming. We're husband and wife, after all. Husband and wife? Matthew stiffened suddenly. She didn't tell you? Then I apologize to you on her behalf, Lewis said in a deep voice. Matthew was shocked. Kira felt that she had slept for a very long time. In her dream, she became younger, returning to the way she was when she was 3 years old. She was looking out of a basement window, watching Isla running around outside in a beautiful dress, while Mrs. Olsen gently wiped off Isla's sweat. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Poppy walked in. Kira shivered. Poppy's vicious eyes landed on her. Following Kira's gaze, she saw the scene outside and walked over, grabbed Kira's hair, and brutally pushed her head into a basin of water next to her. Kira heard Poppy's voice in and out of the water as if it was coming from a far-off distance. What are you looking at? My daughter should live like a princess, and you're only fit for a sewer. You belong in the drainage. Kira shook her head, struggling. She didn't want to rot there forever. She didn't want to live in the filthy ditch either. So, with the little time she had, she studied hard, striving to work her way up. She was determined to change her own fate. At the age of 4, she had never been to kindergarten. She secretly observed Isla, learning a foreign language. When Isla stumbled over a word, Kira was quick to respond. She thought she would receive praise from her mother. However, she never ever expected that what was about to occur was almost a complete disaster. Poppy praised her and unexpectedly gave her a piece of cake. The sweet and rich cream in her mouth gave her a sense of satisfaction. She was reluctant to swallow it. She thought her life was going to change. Poppy held her hand with a smile and took her out, only to hand her over to a human trafficker. She didn't cry or make a fuss. After all, the human traffickers at least gave her tasty candy, showed her kindness, and smiled at her, until they locked her in a basement with a bunch of other children. There, she met an older boy. They spent a month together, having a good time. In the beginning, the boy didn't talk much. Later, he asked her, "Don't you want to escape?" She said happily, "I don't." Although there was no freedom, she got enough to eat, had warm clothes, and didn't have to see her mother. She felt that was the happiest time in her life. The boy was puzzled and asked, "Why?" She said, "Because no one hits me here." The boy pondered her words before asking, "What's your name?" She shook her head. It was a laughing matter. She, at the age of 4, still didn't have a name and didn't have a household registration number. All the other children would cry and make a fuss, while she smiled every day. The human trafficker was the least guarded against her. So in the end, the boy handed her a bag of sleeping drugs to put in the trafficker's food. She did it. As the children were running haphazardly away, she just stood there. The boy asked her, "Why don't you leave?" She shook her head. "I don't know where to go." "Then, come home with me." The boy extended a hand toward her, and she took his hand. She didn't go home with him in the end. Because they were so young, they were rescued by the police as soon as they descended the mountain. Her identity was confirmed, and she was sent back to the Olsen family. Before parting, she held onto the boy's leg and asked him in confusion, "Didn't you say you would take me home?" A police officer beside them chuckled. "Little girl, you aren't his kin. You can't go to his home." She had tears in her eyes. "But I don't want to go home. I want to be with him forever." The boy stroked her head and asked her, "Is it because you'll be beaten when you go home?" The police officer didn't take note of this. After all, children of their age often made a big fuss at home, and getting spanked was just a part of life. However, the boy took her seriously and said, "Wait for me. When we grow up, I'll come and marry you, and take you to my home." Kira woke up abruptly. The scenes from her dream passed by like a fast-forwarded slideshow, leaving her momentarily confused about what was real and what was a dream. She didn't know about others, but she remembered clearly everything that happened when she was 4. She remembered that the boy gave her a nickname, 11, because she was the 11th child who was trafficked there. She remembered the taste of chocolate. She remembered the sunlight pouring into the dark basement and the dust dancing in the light. That was the happiest time when she was a kid, and this year, she turned 22, yet that boy still hasn't come to marry her. A bitter smile emerged on Kira's face. It wasn't that she was really fond of him. For other children, their light was Ultraman. Her Ultraman was that boy. Unfortunately, the boy was only a kid. He must have long forgotten about her. Kira blinked and finally realized the strange atmosphere in the room. She turned her head and saw Louis sitting next to her, asking, "Do you want some water?" Before Kira could react, Matthew's voice came from the other side. "Irrelevant people should leave now. I have to examine the patient." He picked up the stethoscope and came to the bedside, looking at Louis. Louis's face was gloomy. "I'm not an irrelevant person," Matthew continued. "Apart from the patient and the doctor, everyone else is irrelevant. Moreover, I have to examine the patient, which requires removing her clothes. It's not appropriate for you to be here." Louis frowned. "It's appropriate for you to do it?" Matthew walked to Kira and lifted her blouse. "I'm a doctor. In my eyes, there is no distinction of gender." Louis wanted to say something more, but when he saw the segment of her slender waist beneath her blouse, he blushed and immediately left the room. After leaving the room, Tom, who was waiting outside, subconsciously peeked inside. Louis immediately blocked the doorway, shut the door, and scolded, "What are you looking at?" Tom was perplexed. He cleared his throat and said, "Boss, Miss Olsen's name is a trending topic." Then he handed over his mobile phone. Louis took it and saw the top trends showing a journalist conducting an interview. The interviewee was Finley Hill's son, Connor Hill, who was wearing his school uniform, his face characteristically filled with discomfort and caution. The journalist inquired, "About your father's murder case, what do you have to say?" Connor seemed somewhat not used to face the camera, so he faltered. "My cousin, she didn't do it intentionally. It was an accident. Your father was a gambler. Didn't you hate him too?" Connor hesitated for a moment. "Sometimes yes, but there's nothing much to do about it. You can't change who you were born to, but I would like to say one thing for my cousin. Over the years, my father has been constantly going to her for money, and what happened was indeed manslaughter. I'm ready to issue a letter of understanding for my cousin and hope that the police will deal with her leniently." This interview was initially unremarkable, but after these words, someone in the crowd shouted, "Did you know that your good cousin has been released on bail for a ridiculous reason? Anemia is said to have affected her health. Is she going to evade the crime?" With these words, the whole news suddenly heated up. Hashtags such as second-generation rich eligible for bail, rich brat get away with murder, and money buys innocence for the rich immediately went onto the trending list. Everyone questioned Kira's eligibility for bail. At a glance, it was clear someone was behind this and paid for the top trends. Lewis's face darkened. Go find out who paid for it. Yes. After that, Tom surveyed the surroundings. I just discovered that some reporters have sneaked in. Lewis's face suddenly turned cold. Find some people and secure the area. Kira was physically weak and shouldn't be disturbed now. Inside the ward. When Lewis left the room, Matthew put the stethoscope aside and sat next to Kira. Kira asked Matthew, "Why are you teasing him?" Matthew sneered. "You didn't even tell me you got married. Am I still your brother?" Kira said indifferently, "I didn't want to disturb you." Matthew seemed to perceive something and changed the topic. "What dream did you just have? You kept calling someone brother." Kira smiled. "I dreamt of when I was 3 or 4 years old. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have felt anything. But bringing it up like this, she suddenly remembered the conversation in the dream. Apart from being abducted by traffickers at the age of 4, she also remembered being beaten at 3. In reality, most children at the age of 3 should have little memory. She vaguely remembered being beaten at that age, but perhaps the memory was too profound that in her dreams, she could clearly hear Poppy's scolding. "Listen, my daughter should be living a life of luxury, and you only deserve to live forever in this filthy gutter, in the stinking sewer." Kira smiled bitterly. She didn't expect to have such a dream after so long. Perhaps dreams revealed one's thoughts. She often dreamed of being Isla and Mrs. Olsen being her mother. Matthew asked, "What about when you were 3 or 4? "Nothing." Kira didn't want to talk about the past. Her condition was peculiar. After iron was introduced into her system, all symptoms of anemia gradually disappeared, and she was fully revitalized. However, she still needed to store more iron, so she had to stay on N4 for a couple more days. Taking in too much in one day could overwhelm her body. She picked up her phone and found a message on her Twitter. Her Twitter username was Ms. S, and she was fairly well known in the reporter circle. The person who sent her the message was named Josh, who had been following her for over 2 years. Josh wrote, "Ms. S, I won't back down this time. I want to be like you, fearless in the face of authority, and brave enough to expose the truth to the public. If you can see this message, I hope you can give me your blessing." Kira was perplexed. As she was puzzling over it, there was a knock at her door. Holly walked in with Connor Hill. Connor kept his head down, looking as timid as ever. When he entered the ward, he first glanced at Kira and then immediately lowered his head again. "Hello, Kira." Kira wasn't close to the Hill family members, and Finley Hill had only sought her out for money over the years. This cousin of hers was quiet and studious. He managed to earn a spot at the prestigious Oceanion University through sheer effort. She was still courteous toward him. "What's up?" Connor then spoke. I came to deliver a letter of forgiveness." Kira was taken aback. Connor then looked at Captain Lincoln, who had come in with him, his eyes teary. "I consulted with a lawyer. By submitting a letter of forgiveness, even if you're sentenced, it can be reduced to within 10 years. He bowed his head. "Kira, I was terrified when I called the police. I didn't mean to. My father wasn't a good person. He got what he deserved. It was my fault that you ended up behind bars." Captain Lincoln frowned. Even if he was a bad person, he should have been punished by the law, not dealt with privately by you. Connor's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled, "I did report him. When he was gambling, I called the police, but after you arrested him, he was only detained for a month, and then released. He continued to gamble. We lost our house. My mom ran off with someone else, and I had no place to live. I had no choice but to work my hardest. He even took my scholarship money. Even his own son was treated like this, let alone his niece. You don't understand our suffering, so don't stand on your high moral ground and judge us." He tried to wipe away the tears. "I know I shouldn't say this, but when I saw he was dead, I was confused, but now I only feel relieved." After saying this, he covered his face and squatted down slowly. "I'm such a jerk. My dad's dead, and I can finally breathe. Even though I have to repay his debt of $5 million, I see hope. You wouldn't understand. When he was alive, he was greedy like a bottomless pit." His sobs choked his words. Captain Lincoln stiffened but remained silent. The only sound in the room was Connor's stifling sobs. Kira said nothing. Others might think she had lived a comfortable life, but the truth was, Her life hadn't been any better than Connor's. At least Finley Hill had never starved Connor. After a while, Connor finally stopped crying, wiped his tears, and stood up. "I'm sorry. I lost my composure." "It's okay," Captain Lincoln patted his shoulder. "We understand." Kira then slowly said, "Thank you for your letter of forgiveness, but I don't need it. As I said, I'm not the killer." Connor was stunned as if he didn't understand. "Kira, I asked about this. If you plead guilty and show remorse, you'll at most be sentenced to 3 years. But if you insist on being innocent, you might be sentenced to over 10 years. "I know, but I didn't kill him. If I didn't kill them, I can't admit to anything," said Kira flatly. Connor didn't say anything. After a moment, he turned toward Captain Lincoln to ask a stupid question. "As my father's son, can I choose not to pursue this matter?" Captain Lincoln said, "This is a criminal case. Even if you don't pursue it, we still will." Connor tightened his jaw and looked at Kira. "Then I can't help you." Kira shook her head. "That's all right." Again, Connor lowered his head. "Kira, get some rest. I have to leave now." "Okay." Connor took 2 steps away and suddenly turned to Captain Lincoln. "Captain Lincoln, about the money that was found at the scene, could you give it to me now? I borrowed it from my classmates." The money was scattered on the ground, and some of it was stained with blood, so it was used as evidence and kept at the police station. Captain Lincoln shook his head. "The police department has its rules. It's evidence, and we can't give it to you for now. Only after we have confirmed that there are no clues can it be returned to you." Connor then hung his head. "But that's next month's living expenses of my dorm mates. Promised them that I would return it as soon as possible." All of them had worked part-time before, and they knew that the students needed their every hard-earned penny. Suddenly losing 20,000 was bound to cause strain among these students. Kira narrowed her eyes. All of a sudden, she said, "Wait." Connor then turned back. Kira picked up her phone. "I'll have Samuel give you 20,000 for your emergency needs." Connor's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Kira. As soon as the money at the police station is returned, I'll give it back to you." Kira sent a message to Samuel. Not long after, Samuel walked in with 20,000 in cash and handed it to Connor. Connor's eyes stung. He took the money. "Kira, my father has borrowed a lot of money from you over the years. Don't worry. Once I start earning money, I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it. He is he, and you're you." Just as Kira finished saying that, there was a sudden click at the door. Everyone turned their heads to see a thin, unfamiliar man, nervously clutching his mobile phone, having captured the earlier moment. When everyone noticed him, the man immediately charged in. "Connor Hill, I knew there must be a financial transaction when you granted forgiveness to the murderer of your father. You are not worthy to be a son." After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Kira. Noticing her healthy complexion without any signs of anemia, he scoffed. "What's all this about being on bail pending trial due to a near-death condition? Is this what a near-death condition looks like?" He took out his phone and shot a video of Kira. "So, wealthy people have privileges, right? They can find a way to get bail, no matter what?" He turned to Captain Lincoln. "Is this how you guys uphold the law impartially?" Captain Lincoln frowned and declared sternly, "Journalists are not allowed in here. Please leave." "I'm not leaving." The journalist was very agitated as he directed his camera at them. "I'm live streaming. All these procedures are being broadcast live, and I'll expose you." Captain Lincoln immediately made a move to stop the man. "You are invading other people's privacy. When cases are not clear enough, many people are getting away with it. As a citizen, I have the right to know the truth of any case." The young journalist was fearless. Unfortunately, Captain Lincoln had already taken his mobile phone, cutting off his live streaming. Captain Lincoln was furious. "What's your name? Which newspaper are you from? I'll hold you responsible." The young journalist lifted his chin and sneered. "Don't try to scare me. My idol is Ms. S., who bravely reported on a certain company's pollution discharge despite the strong power at the time. I'm afraid of nothing but only seeking the truth." Hearing these words, Kira was perplexed. Suddenly recalling the message on her Twitter from earlier, she was greatly amazed. "Are you Josh Josh?" The young journalist was surprised. "How do you know that?" Kira opened her phone, found Twitter, clicked into Josh's homepage, and sure enough, she saw his photo. But Josh misunderstood her. I didn't expect you to know who I am, but even if you do know my work address and company, and try to use power to pressure the company to fire me, I won't compromise. He took a step forward and continued. Ms. S once said, if every journalist is looking out for their own safety, then many truths in this world will be covered up. Even if I can't be a journalist anymore, there are millions of journalists who will stand out. Don't think that you can hide what you've done forever. Kira didn't know what to say. Listening to his cliched speech, she chuckled. You just graduated from college, didn't you? Josh nodded. Yes, what about it? No wonder you're so naive. Josh was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Kira. It was as if she didn't realize he was talking about her. Captain Lincoln grabbed his arm. Enough. This is a hospital. Please leave. He threw Josh's phone back to him, then grabbed his arm and took him straight out the door. It wasn't until then that Kira turned to look at Holly. But when she did, Holly immediately avoided her gaze. Her pretty face was tense, and she seemed rather uncomfortable. Only then did she say, well, I have things to do. I'll step out for a moment. She quickly left the room. Kira chuckled. Still the same old stick in the mud. Holly was so straightforward in character and was remorseful after doing something wrong. But she didn't blame Holly. Iron deficiency anemia was indeed a rare condition. When she first mentioned it, hardly anyone would believe her. She looked perfectly fine when she said she had anemia, but Holly still ran a routine blood test for her, which was more than what the average person would do. As Kira was pondering, Samuel suddenly asked, Boss, do you know who the murderer is? Kira raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Samuel chuckled. Hey, Josh is live streaming again. Kira was startled and looked at Samuel's phone. Josh was live streaming on Twitter just now, and he was still on there. He was standing outside the hospital, talking to the camera. My live stream was interrupted earlier. I'm back to say hi to everyone. I'm okay. They haven't lost all conscience. They didn't kill me because I saw their transaction. People left comments below the video. The world hasn't collapsed because of the perseverance of people like you. I knew it. No matter how terrible one's father is, he's still family. How could a son provide a letter of forgiveness to a murderer? No surprise there was a financial transaction. The evil of capital. Can money disregard human life? Claiming anemia as grounds for bail. It's utterly shameless. Such people must be brought to justice. I don't understand. The evidence is clear. Why aren't they arresting anyone? Isn't this kind of case straightforward to solve? Just as Josh was making light of himself, and everyone was criticizing Kira, a voice rang out. Hello. Josh turned his head and saw Holly in her police uniform, walking toward him authoritatively. I can accept your live interview. Josh was delighted. Officer Sims, they told me earlier that you are a forensic doctor. Can you assure the fairness in front of the camera? I can. Holly looked at the camera. Josh said, then may I ask, is the murder suspect Miss Olsen really out on bail due to anemia? Isn't this excuse laughable? Holly adjusted her uniform and also straightened her hat. Then, she stood straight, looking at the camera, and said, I can verify that Miss Olsen is indeed suffering from severe anemia, which is threatening her life. I signed her bail application, and I assure you she's definitely not trying to escape punishment. Josh didn't expect her to say that and sneered. Officer Sims, how can you guarantee it for her? Holly paused. She clenched her jaw, her upright gaze fixed on the screen, and she said word by word, because of this uniform. She spoke forcefully. I can tell everyone here openly that if Miss Olsen's bail is to escape, I'll take off this uniform for good. Josh was stunned by her determination. Holly looked at Josh. Sometimes, the truth isn't what you see. The inherent impressions of human beings can be harmful. Who says anemia isn't life-threatening? Don't let short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness affect your judgment, thus making irreversible mistakes. She seemed to be talking to Josh and to herself at the same time. Having said that, Holly turned and left. Kira looked at her phone and was deeply moved. Holly valued her police uniform the most. But when they were at the police station, Captain Lincoln told Holly that Kira would apply for bail. Holly made a guarantee with her uniform. Even though Kira indeed applied for bail now, Holly was still willing to stand up and vouch for her. Your friend, although a bit stubborn, is good to you. Louis walked in at some point. His tall figure made the room seem rather small. He sat down beside her. Kira nodded. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Yes, although she's a bit silly. She looked at Louis. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of when she was at the police station. After Holly misunderstood her and thought she had fought Poppy, she was going to send Kira to solitary confinement. Kira was filled with despair. In the dark detention center, Louis arrived like a deity, holding Captain Lincoln hostage. Then, he even picked her up and took her to the hospital. Being held by him then, she could smell his fresh scent. His tall and burly figure gave her a sense of security like never before. Maybe it was because she was ill then. She felt extremely weak. Now that she thought about it, she felt he was so bold. What kind of place was that? Who did he take hostage? What if he was shot dead on the spot by the armed police trying to rescue Captain Lincoln? He was even more silly than Holly. Kira was lost in thought and suddenly said, "Thank you." Her politeness suddenly made Louis feel a bit uncomfortable. Without thinking, he wanted to say, "If anything happens to you, Granny will be heartbroken." But he swallowed the words in the end. He rubbed his nose, his face softening a little. "You're welcome." His reaction reminded Kira of something. In her memories, the boy she met when she was 4 would also rub his nose when embarrassed. Also, that boy was afraid of cats. Kira suddenly asked, "Were you kidnapped when you were little?" Louis paused, his eyes instantly darkening. Why would you ask that? The moment Kira asked the question, she felt she had been too abrupt. Nobody wanted to talk about their childhood, especially not things like that. Moreover, that boy wasn't from Ocean Ion back then. Otherwise, he would have been brought back by the police. What were the chances of such coincidences in the world? Kira cracked a smile and was just about to brush it off when the door to her room opened again. Holly walked in, and Kira and Louis quickly dropped the subject. Holly still looked a bit uncomfortable, but she approached Kira's bed, still looking rather nonchalant. She had a cup of honey water in hand which she handed to Kira, then averted her gaze and awkwardly said, "I misunderstand you. I apologize. I hope you won't file a complaint against Captain Lincoln and the others. Everything was due to my poor judgment." Kira sighed, looked at Louis, and after seeing him nod, she said, "Don't worry. Mr. Horton and I won't press any charges." Holly seemed taken aback. Why? After being wronged like that, no ordinary person would let them off the hook. The police station would definitely punish her and Captain Lincoln and might even compensate them for their emotional distress. Kira just smiled faintly but didn't answer. If it were someone else, she wouldn't have put up with it. But Holly, she fooled Holly back in junior high school. Holly seemed to understand something and held her lips tightly. "Don't worry. I'll help you catch the murderer and clear your name as soon as possible." After saying this, however, she noticed that Kira and Louis's expressions remained unchanged. There was no sign of surprise on their faces, which surprised her. "You know who the murderer is?" Kira raised her eyebrows and looked at Louis. She had her suspicions and had just confirmed them. Did Louis also know? She saw him nod. "I've already sent someone to follow Connor Hill." Holly had a sudden realization. So, Connor Hill is the murderer? Kira didn't respond to this but asked Louis instead, "How did you find out?" Louis began in a detached manner. His deep voice, especially when analyzing a case, had a unique charm to it. There were only 4 people on the scene that day. The victim was killed right then and there. Apart from you, me, and Tom, Connor was the only one left. I've always been wondering that if you killed Finley Hill, where did the voice answering the door come from? There's only one possibility, a recording. Holly didn't agree, but no recording device was found on the scene, and there were no relevant recordings in Finley Hill's phone. His phone fell out of his pocket, and there was no trace of anyone touching it. Kira said coolly, "It wasn't his phone that recorded the sound, it was Connor's." When he saw the victim lying on the ground, he deliberately scattered the things in his hand everywhere. Afterward, while making the emergency call, he picked up the phone from the floor. She didn't notice anything off at that moment. After all, it was common for a phone to drop to the ground after money had been spilled all over. It was only after using the process of elimination to determine that it was Connor that these details slowly came together. The only person who could convince Finley to record the sound in advance was someone he trusted. With Finley's character, the only person he could trust was Connor, his son. Connor somehow tricked him into recording those words, then left his own phone at the scene of the crime, creating the false impression that Finley was still alive. In this way, Lewis and Tom became indirect witnesses to Kira's alleged murder. The way Finley fell toward Kira when she entered the room wasn't because he was lunging at her. He was losing his balance and toppled over. Paired with that recording, anyone's natural reaction would be to push the other person away. If it were not for Kira's keen hearing and the cautious character of Lewis and Tom, all of them would have thought that Kira had accidentally killed Finley. The situation was nearly unsolvable. Holly was stunned by their explanation and then said solemnly, "Then I'll arrange for his arrest immediately. If he recorded it on his phone, even if he deleted it, we can still recover it. That would be direct evidence." But Kira shook her head. Not yet. This was unusual for Holly, and she was a little anxious. Why not? I need to clear your name as soon as possible. Don't you know that people are slandering you online right now? Even though she clarified it just now, netizens still wouldn't believe her. Lewis said calmly, "I think Miss Olsen probably has a plan in mind." Holly looked at Kira uncertainly. Kira just nodded and said, "Holly, I need you to do me a favor. Delay it for a few more days. Finley said before he died that he would tell me a secret about Isla Olsen. Coincidentally, the moment I went to meet him, Connor killed him. I don't believe for a second that this incident had nothing to do with Isla." Holly was stunned. "So, you're using Connor to draw Isla Olsen out?" She said with a bitter smile, "Kira, I remember now. The main reason I misunderstood you back then was because Isla asked me to plead for you. Looking back, she must have been using me. But even now, I still can't accuse her. She's such a cunning person, and even if she really did instruct Connor, she wouldn't have left any clues behind. The police department probably won't be able to find evidence to arrest her." Kira shook her head. Connor's intent to kill most likely existed long before. Isla was at best just a temptress in the whole matter. I didn't plan to put her in jail through this. Holly didn't understand. Then what is your plan? Kira wanted to say something, but her throat itched a little, and she coughed. Lewis quickly said, "Have some water first. I'll explain it for you." Kira paused and obediently took a sip of the honey water. Lewis continued, "I guess that what Miss Olsen really wanted to know was Isla's secret." Kira's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Lewis went on to add, Finley knew an important secret about Isla. Since he trusted his son so much, he would have definitely told Connor the secret. From what I've observed, Connor is a thoughtful and meticulous person. He wouldn't easily reveal Isla's secret. I think Miss Olsen wants to pit Connor against Isla and let him realize what Isla is really like so that when he's arrested later, he won't help Isla keep the secret. Kira felt a warmth spread through her body after finishing the cup of honey water. What Lewis had explained was exactly her plan. Did Isla think killing Finley could secure her secret forever? But Connor was still around. Upon hearing this explanation, Holly still seemed anxious. But netizens are slandering Connor, and you too. It's okay. Kira placed the cup on the bedside table, her voice full of powerful confidence. Rumors are like a tickle to me, but for him, they'll be a mighty calamity that can throw him into confusion. Her confidence left Holly at a loss for words. Holly seemed to remember something and said, "Kira, let me tell you now. The message Finley left for you on his phone is..." Kira hurriedly stopped her. "Don't say anything. Don't go against your professional ethics." Holly paused. Then she coughed to cover up her embarrassment. "Actually, it was okay to tell you about the recording. It had nothing to do with the case. I was just..." She fell silent before finally admitting it. "I just wanted to make things difficult for you." Kira didn't know what to say. She rubbed her brow in resignation. "Well, then tell me." Holly looked embarrassed. Her face was still serious as she spoke. The last words were, "Dear niece, Connor knows the secret too. Please make sure his tuition fee is covered." The room was quiet for a while. Kira frowned. Even though she had guessed that Finley wouldn't leave a message about any secrets and that Connor surely knew something, she still found the message strange. She had gone to Finley intending to pay $5 million to buy the secret. If she learned the secret from Finley, why would she still have to cover Connor's tuition? Or was it that Finley had never planned to sell her the secret? Kira shook her head, grateful for her arrangement. She didn't accuse Connor of being the murderer right after the crime. Otherwise, she might never be able to pry the truth out of him. However, Holly was a bit worried. Kira, don't overdo it. If he throws away his phone, you'll lose the most crucial piece of evidence, and you'll never turn this case around. At this, Kira frowned. After the incident, she was taken to the police station right away and didn't get a chance to tell Samuel what needed to be done. She wondered if Connor had changed his phone. No, he won't. Lewis suddenly interjected. He said calmly, after the incident, Connor threw away his original phone and switched to an identical one. I've already retrieved the first one. A spark flickered in Kira's eyes, and she smiled. Impressive, Mr. Horton. Since taking over the company, Lewis had heard countless compliments, but the straightforward praise from Kira made his cheeks slightly flushed. He smiled slightly. You flatter me, Miss Olsen. Holly looked from one to the other and suddenly said, You two are married, yet you call each other Mr. Horton and Miss Olsen. I first thought you weren't acquainted, but you actually seem to understand each other so well. Is this your form of displaying affection? The room fell quiet all of a sudden. Kira looked away from Lewis and seemed to be blushing. She felt fine when others addressed her as Miss Olsen, but Lewis's deep voice was like a feather lightly teasing her heart, bringing a tingling sensation. She didn't notice Lewis's ears turning red. Meanwhile, Connor had no idea what was coming for him. Shortly after leaving the hospital, he returned to his college campus. He happily repaid his roommates the $20,000 cash he borrowed. Some took $6,000 and snidely commented, I knew you seemed way too confident about being able to pay back the loan. So, someone was ready to pick up the tab for you. Connor didn't understand what they meant, but another rich second-generation student threw the money on the ground. Hades, no. I don't want your filthy money. You earned it by selling out your own father. Do you have no shame spending it? Connor was stunned. What do you mean? You want to know? The guy handed Connor his phone. Check this out. Connor took over the phone and saw the footage of Samuel giving him money, and the video was now spreading on the internet. Everyone was slamming him for being an ungrateful son who signed a letter of understanding for money. Connor waved his hands. No, that's not true. I didn't take her money. This $20,000 is what I borrowed from you guys. It was only an emergency fund she gave me because the police had seized. Heh. His roommates didn't believe him. If you say so, we'll take your word for it. Connor thought they believed his explanation and let out a sigh of relief. One of them picked up the cash left on the floor by the rich kid. Don't throw it away. You can buy us dinner with it. The rich kid sneered. Fine, let's go. As Connor followed them to the door, intending to join them, someone stopped him. Where are you going? Connor was taken aback. Aren't we going to have dinner? Oh no, we would rather not have you. If you come with us, we'll probably get interrupted by reporters. You'd better stay in the dorm. His roommates went out, leaving Connor alone in the room. He had a gloomy look in his eyes. He moistened his lips, trying not to give it much thought. After all, having a father like that, he was used to the strange looks from others. He pulled out his phone and called Isla. As soon as the call was connected, Isla's gentle voice came across. What's wrong? Connor remained silent. Isla sighed. I saw the comments online. Actually, it's a good thing. It can force Kira to confess sooner, and you'll be safe. Connor responded with a non-committal. Isla comforted him. Connor, you have to live with it. If you can't bear it, everything will be revealed. You can't go to jail. If you do, what will become of me? Connor's expression softened. Having a father like that was indeed painful. His neighbors and classmates all looked down on him. Only Isla was different. She was like a beam of light that shone into his world when they were in junior high school. She would bring him breakfast and tutor him when he didn't do well in his studies. She told him not to mind the looks other people threw his way. He only got into Oceanion University because of Isla. Her gentle demeanor and the image of the girl next door made him admire her ever since he was a teenager. So when she appeared in front of him and said that his father had threatened her and asked for $5 million, he became unusually enraged. His father could bully anyone in the world, except her. That was why Connor decided to kill Finley and frame Kira. Connor had always desired Isla, but the situation was different now. He had killed for her. So, Connor lowered his eyes and asked, "When can we be together?" Isla paused before replying softly, "Soon. The Horton family is going to break off the engagement with me. Once that happens, my parents should be able to accept you." "Really?" Connor's eyes lit up. "Can you come to see me now? I miss you." Isla said, "Connor, I'm busy. What could be more important than me?" Connor looked around his empty room, his eyes becoming darker. "Isla, just before father died, he told me your secret." Meanwhile, in the hospital, Kira and Lewis were listening to their conversation. Upon hearing this, Kira raised an eyebrow. Finley had indeed told Connor the truth. The next moment, she heard Isla say in disbelief, "Connor, stop talking nonsense. What kind of secret can be between your father and me?" Connor scoffed. "Of course, it's about you and Kira." Isla still stubbornly retorted, "What kind of secret could there possibly be between me and Kira?" Exactly. Kira also wanted to know what the secret had to do with her. A secret so significant it could let Isla be threatened by Finley for so many years. "Are you sure you want me to say it out loud?" The faint voice of Connor added a sense of pressure to Isla's reluctance. Isla immediately changed her tone. "I'm on my way to the hospital to visit Kira with my mother. I'll ask her to put some pressure on Kira so she'll confess her guilt as soon as possible. After I'm done with all this, I'll come to see you. Okay?" Connor finally smiled. "All right, I'll wait for you tonight." The call ended. However, Kira frowned and shuddered. She didn't expect Isla and Connor to have such a relationship. Wasn't Isla 2 years older than Connor? She felt a chill run down her spine. Lewis, standing by the window, said, "Mrs. Olsen is here." In the phone call, Isla had already mentioned that she would be coming to visit Kira with Mrs. Olsen, thus Kira wasn't surprised. She quickly freshened up and lightly patted her cheeks, adding some color to her face. Seeing her actions, Lewis paused slightly. "Are you afraid that Mrs. Olsen will worry?" "Yes." Kira rushed into the bathroom, changed herself out of the hospital gown, and came out looking radiant again. After all these preparations, there was a sound at the door. Mrs. Olsen walked in with Isla and Taylor Olsen. Upon entering, Mrs. Olsen's eyes were immediately on Kira. Seeing her looking as usual, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked over to her. "Kira, are you all right? Why didn't you tell me when such a big thing happened? If it wasn't for the news, when were you planning to inform me?" Kira felt a warmth in her chest. Just as she was about to answer, Taylor sneered. "By looking at her healthy appearance, where does she look sick? As it says on the internet, she just wants to apply for bail." Kira's smile froze on her face, and she slowly lowered her head. But Mrs. Olsen held her hand tightly. "Kira is not that kind of kid. Don't talk nonsense." Then she looked worriedly at Kira. "I didn't know you had anemia when you were living with the Olsen family before. Have you been too tired since you moved out? Did you not eat enough? We gave her living expenses every month. How could she have malnutrition?" Taylor scoffed. Kira frowned and immediately turned to him. "You gave me living expenses every month? How come I've never received it?" Hearing those words, Taylor was stunned. Mrs. Olsen frowned even more. "What? You didn't receive it? How have you been managing all these years?" Kira clenched her jaw. She really didn't know about the living expenses, and she hadn't received a single penny over these years. However, Taylor didn't believe her. "Surely, do you hear her talking nonsense here? She claims she didn't receive any money. How did she pay for her bills over the years then? She even went to college." Kira scoffed immediately. "Mr. Olsen, I haven't taken a penny from the Olsen family since I left the Olsen residence. Do you need me to show you my bank statement?" Taylor was taken aback. Mrs. Olsen turned to Isla. "Isla, didn't I ask you to send money to Kira every month? Didn't you send it?" Isla's eyes flickered, clearly flustered, but her soon head dropped. "Mom, I gave the money to Aunt Hill. Could she have kept it from Kira? How could she do this?" When Poppy was mentioned, Taylor's face was full of disgust. "She's such a selfish person. If you gave the money to her, it's no wonder she kept it to herself." Taylor looked at Kira again. "Did you hear that? It's not that we didn't give you money, but your mother embezzled it, That has nothing to do with the Olsen family. His manner clearly informed Kira that he, as her father, had provided enough money. Kira chuckled, but before she could retort, Mrs. Olsen intervened. Taylor, no matter what, Kira didn't receive the money. Therefore, she had to work hard, which ruined her health. This is where you, as a father, failed in your responsibilities. Surely, you are too kind-hearted. You're still worrying about her health. She's not sick at all. She's just pretending. Taylor didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he frowned at Kira. Before we came, we asked the lawyer. Your despicable uncle was the one who made a mistake first. You accidentally hurt him, so you won't be guilty of a major crime. Confess now so the news can be suppressed. Otherwise, if this continues and your identity is revealed, the Olsen family will also suffer because of you. Isla also piped up. Kira, Dad is right. If your relationship with the Olsen family is discovered, our family's stocks will plummet severely, and we need to control the remarks on the internet. Dad is thinking about what's best for you. If you confess, you can get a lighter sentence. If you refuse to confess, you'll face more years in prison. Kira didn't care about the two of them. She just looked at Mrs. Olsen. Do you agree with them? Mrs. Olsen patted her hand. Kira, did you really accidentally kill that person? No. Do you have any evidence? Kira glanced at Isla and noticed her nervousness, whereupon she slowly said, "Oh." Isla breathed a sigh of relief. But Mrs. Olsen looked troubled. But I just inquired from the police station, and the current evidence is very unfavorable to you. If you can't find strong evidence to discharge yourself, you'll likely lose this case. She bowed her head. Before we came, I consulted the lawyer, and his advice was for you to confess as soon as possible. Kira's heart sank a little when she heard this. But to her surprise, Mrs. Olsen held her hand the next moment. But you shouldn't confess to what you didn't do. Kira, stick to what you think is right and keep going. Kira's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. But Taylor reproached. Surely, don't let her fool you. They were in an abandoned hospital at the time. If she didn't murder him, was it a ghost that did? Now the whole internet is on a crusade against her. You're still supporting her now. You're spoiling the child too much. Isla also couldn't help saying, Mom, we agreed to come here to persuade Kira to plead guilty. Otherwise, the reputation of the Olsen family will be affected, and Jake will break off our engagement. Are you going to be unfair to me again? All because of an illegitimate daughter? Mrs. Olsen was taken aback by these comments. She was speechless for a moment. Tears started to flow from Isla's eyes. Mom, in the end, is she your biological daughter, or am I your biological daughter? After saying this, she ran out crying. Mrs. Olsen looked a bit panicked. She looked at Kira, then outside the door, obviously hesitating. But eventually, she stood up and went after Isla with Taylor. The room quickly returned to its quiet state. Kira stared at the door, laughing at herself. Louis, who had stayed in the corner of the room the whole time, watched Mrs. Olsen as she left. Did I ever mention to you that you and Mrs. Olsen seem more like real mother and daughter? Kira was slightly dazed upon hearing this. Then, she lowered her head. Actually, many people have said that. Louis didn't say anything and quietly listened to her explanation. Kira smiled. When we were little, Isla hated me so much simply because when I stood next to Mrs. Olsen, people always mistook me as Mrs. Olsen's daughter. Children didn't know how to hide their true feelings. Isla was very obviously targeting Kira back then. She would push Kira, hit her, and have a bunch of other kids curse her. Kira had been severely brainwashed by Poppy at the time, always thinking that she owed Isla and forever keeping her head low in front of Isla, not knowing how to resist. Kira's eyes gradually became brooding. In fact, I had thought that maybe the reason why Poppy was so bad to me was because I wasn't her biological child at all. Unfortunately, I did a DNA test with her, and indeed, I'm her daughter. She had been kidnapped and sold for several months at the time. Upon returning, the police station requested that she and Poppy undergo a DNA test to ascertain the child's parentage. She wished at the time that she wasn't Poppy's daughter. Unfortunately, there was no such if. That's indeed quite a pity. Louis's voice was low and soft. However, upon careful consideration, you and Mrs. Olsen don't really look alike. It's just that your temperaments are very similar. People who live together tend to develop similar habits over time. When she was little, Kira's favorite thing to do was to observe Mrs. Olsen and learn how to interact with people from her. It was also thanks to Mrs. Olsen that she was able to awaken and stop being manipulated by Poppy. She smiled. I know we don't look alike. Olsen is my mother. This self-deprecating remark made Louis chuckle slightly. He lowered his gaze and said lightly, maybe it's an intergenerational inheritance? Kira immediately looked at him. What was that? Nothing. Louis felt that it was better not to say anything about the things that were uncertain to avoid disappointing her. Mrs. Olsen and Taylor rushed after Isla, who stormed out. They saw Isla enter the parking lot, and knowing that Isla wouldn't run off somewhere, they heaved a sigh of relief. Mrs. Olsen showed a hint of hesitation. Taylor, am I really favoring Kira? Am I neglecting Isla? Am I playing blatant favorites? It's not that bad, Taylor. Always putting her first, replied objectively. You do like Kira very much, but you still have restraint. Isla is just a bit too jealous. Mrs. Olsen sighed. Why has Isla become like this? Neither you nor I are petty people. Taylor then held her arm. It's all my fault. In other families, without an illegitimate daughter, the children all grow up to be cheerful and positive. Our family is different. Plus, Kira is now drive south, and she outshines Isla, so Isla's jealousy is understandable. Mrs. Olsen was silent for a moment. The excellence of a person shouldn't only be defined by capability, especially seeing as everything in the family is given to Isla first, then Kira. Since she was little, Isla has had everything Kira may not have. But everything Kira had, Isla definitely had it as well. So, what right does Isla have to blame Kira? And you too, pressuring Kira to confess just now wasn't right. However, Taylor rubbed his forehead. Surely, you forgot that people have close and distant relationships. Kira is just Poppy's daughter. In my heart, only your daughter is my daughter. If Isla and Kira's lives lay before me and I could only choose one, I wouldn't hesitate to choose Isla, let alone make Kira confess her crime. He grabbed hold of Mrs. Olsen's shoulder. Surely, you have to remember, no matter how outstanding Kira is, she has nothing to do with our family. Isla is our daughter. If Isla goes astray because you like Kira, will you regret it in the future? Mrs. Olsen was stunned. Taylor slowly said, you might as well keep your distance from Kira in the future. The three of us will live a calm life. Mrs. Olsen clenched her fists and slowly lowered her gaze, yet she felt a void in her heart. When the two of them reached the car, Isla had regained her composure. The family of three set off for the hospital. Today, the Allen family planned to return to Clance, and Mrs. Olsen took Isla to apologize. Isla behaved herself very well. Only by obtaining the forgiveness of the Allen family would there possibly be hope that Jake won't call off the marriage. These days, Jake had completely ignored her, which made her anxious. The three of them arrived, and Mrs. Olsen apologized sincerely. The Allen family had prepared all their luggage and were waiting to go. Rebecca craned her neck to look outside, anticipating Kira's arrival. Kira had promised her that she would come to see her off, but the agreed time had already passed. Why hadn't Kira come yet? On the other hand, after Mrs. Olsen apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Allen, she came over to Rebecca, took out a property ownership certificate from her bag, and handed it to Rebecca. Miss Allen, Isla said something inappropriate that hurt you. I know that nothing can make up for the harm she's caused you. I know the Allen family has everything, but this is a token of my goodwill. Rebecca was dumbfounded and looked at her father. Mrs. Allen was also a bit upset, feeling that Mrs. Olsen was trying to get rid of people with money. She stepped forward to take the property certificate, intending to return it to Mrs. Olsen. However, she suddenly saw the information on the certificate and was completely stunned. Wasn't it the most famous Golden Glory mansion in Clance? The price of this residential area wasn't excessively high. Instead, the most valuable thing was the network of the homeowners in the residential area. The Golden Glory mansion was priceless. So many people wanted to buy property in that residential area but couldn't. Never did they expect Mrs. Olsen to possess property there. She wasn't just giving away a house, but a network of connections in Clance. Mrs. Allen was flabbergasted and looked at Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen also tried to turn it down. We can't accept it. However, Mrs. Olsen shook her head. I'm now settled in Ocean Ion and want nothing to do with the affairs in Clance. This is our apology, so please take it. Only then did Mr. Allen accept. After giving the apology gift, Mrs. Olsen left with Taylor and Isla. After they left, Mrs. Allen couldn't help but express her amazement. Mrs. Olsen indeed does things big. She could give away such a significant property. Mr. Allen sighed. You haven't seen Lady South. Her demeanor is even better than Mrs. Olsen's. Mrs. Allen frowned. It's just a pity. Despite the mother and daughter both being such promising individuals, Isla is such an embarrassment. Mentioning Isla, Mr. Allen frowned as well. He suddenly thought of Kira. Upon thinking, Kira indeed looked a lot like Mrs. Olsen's mother, Lady South. He even initially thought that Lady South was Kira's grandmother. Mr. Allen paused momentarily, and then suddenly asked, Where's Miss Olsen? Hasn't she come yet? She can't come anymore. Frankie held his phone and frowned, saying, It appears that Miss Olsen has encountered some troubles. Rebecca said firmly, I can't leave. Miss Olsen is in trouble. I can't leave her at such a time and return to Clance. Rebecca's words made Mr. and Mrs. Allen pause. Rebecca, this isn't time for tantrums. But Rebecca spoke up. She saved me when I was near death. Now that she's in trouble, how can I leave? The medical facilities in Ocean Ion are quite good. I'll stay in this hospital until Miss Olsen is safe. Mr. and Mrs. Allen looked at each other. What Miss Olsen really killed that person? Rebecca's eyes turned red. Then I'll wait. Miss Olsen doesn't have much family or friends, and I'll see her every visitation day. It would be so heartbreaking if everyone else has visitors, and only she doesn't. Mr. Allen couldn't help but chuckle. You're going to stay here forever? Rebecca lowered her head and fell silent, looking like the spoiled young lady she was again. Frankie looked at her and felt somewhat relieved. Ever since Rebecca's husband and mother-in-law betrayed her, she had lost a lot of confidence. Now that she was throwing tantrums again, it meant she was getting better. He pondered for a moment and then sighed. There are still matters in the company that need my attention in Clance. I'll head back first. Mom, Dad, please stay with Rebecca in Ocean Ion for her recovery. It's like taking a vacation here. Mr. Allen said in resignation, Fine. Isla didn't leave with Mrs. Olsen and Mr. Olsen but stayed in the hospital. When she arrived at old Mrs. Horton's room, she found the old lady humming a tune while watching a drama with her reading glasses on. After knocking on the door, she walked in. Seeing her, old Mrs. Horton seemed displeased. Why are you here? Isla smiled. Mrs. Horton, I came to tell you something. Old Mrs. Horton waved her hand dismissively. I don't want to hear you speak. Go away. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward, ready to grab Isla. Isla immediately shouted, Mrs. Horton, Kira is in trouble. Old Mrs. Horton paused, lowered her head, and shot a glance at her. What did you say? What happened to my granddaughter-in-law? Isla was taken aback. What granddaughter-in-law? Kira. What happened to her? Without thinking too much about it, Isla assumed that old Mrs. Horton's dementia was acting up again, so she continued. She killed someone and was arrested. She was locked up in the police station last night and released on bail today. The news has already reported it. Didn't you see it? The news. Old Mrs. Horton immediately whipped out her phone and saw the trending news. Rich second generation paying for a life. She clicked into it and saw the interview by Josh the journalist. Though Kira and Connor's faces were blurred, anyone familiar with them could recognize them at a glance. Old Mrs. Horton stared at the news report in shock. The entire social media was filled with criticism. You must reveal who this rich second generation is. She must face justice. My God, if it wasn't for the journalist who broke the news, would the deceased have died in vain? His son even signed a letter of understanding for money. Murder for life. These words are applicable in any era. Please reveal which family she comes from. We'll never support anything from their family again. What the Hades is this rich second generation, using our money to bully the poor? The more old Mrs. Horton read, the more shocked she was. Seeing her expression, Isla quickly added, Mrs. Horton, Kira's reputation is now thoroughly tarnished. Shouldn't you keep your distance from her to avoid affecting the Horton Group? Isla's eyes gleamed with fierce light. Wasn't Kira so arrogant and magnificent Because she was backed by old Mrs. Horton's love? If she lost old Mrs. Horton's favor, what would she be? Upon hearing these words, old Mrs. Horton indeed looked at her. Horton Group? Isla smiled. Yes, you should advise Mr. Horton to keep some distance from her. I saw Mr. Horton taking care of her in the hospital. If the journalists photographed it and misconstrued that Kira had some relationship with the Horton family, it would be a big mess. Old Mrs. Horton immediately frowned. Right. We can't let the journalists photograph it. She immediately took out her phone and dialed Lewis's number. The call was answered quickly, and Mrs. Horton shouted, "Are you still at the hospital? Are there still many journalists?" The rich, pleasing voice of Lewis came from the phone. "How did you know? You don't need to worry about how I knew. I'm telling you, you must protect your privacy and not let the journalists photograph." The corner of Isla's mouth curled up. As it involved the issue of reputation, old Mrs. Horton and Mr. Horton indeed began to maintain their distance. Just as she was thinking this, she heard old Mrs. Horton's following words. "Don't let the journalists photograph Kira. A young lady needs her reputation. Even if this matter is resolved, if she is photographed and becomes a trending topic, how can she face the people in Ocean Ion in the future?" Isla was shocked. She stared at old Mrs. Horton in astonishment and then heard her continue. "You brat. Such a big thing happened and you didn't tell me. How is Kira doing now? Does she need me to come and see her? She doesn't need me? Then don't go to work. You must stay in the hospital to protect her. If you can't protect her, don't come back home." This was the sentence that Isla heard as she was chased out of the room. She stomped her foot in anger, a vicious look in her eyes. Back in the hospital, Lewis calmly hung up. He rubbed his nose and looked at Kira. The words his grandma said echoed in his head. "You brat, this is your chance. By the way, where are you sleeping tonight? The sofa? How can you sleep on the sofa? Squeeze onto the bed with your wife." The bed. There was only a single bed in the ward. Indeed, two people could fit if they squeezed, but wouldn't they have to be very close to each other? Lewis felt his face become a bit hot just thinking about it. Clearing his throat, he spoke to Kira. "I'm going to handle some issues in the office." Kira was resting in bed, and she nodded when she heard him. "All right." As Lewis made his way to the door, he suddenly turned back. "I'll come back tonight to have dinner with you." Kira was perplexed. She wanted to tell him not to worry if he was busy, but she kept quiet when she saw the deep gaze in Lewis's eyes. She nodded. Okay. After Lewis left, Kira thought she'd be bored. But then Mr. and Mrs. Allen brought Rebecca over. As the three of them chatted with her, time quickly passed, and it was evening. Rebecca was whispering to Kira, and Mr. Allen and Mrs. Allen were sitting on the sofa beside them. Both of their phones beeped simultaneously. Mr. Allen took out his phone and saw it was a message from Frankie. "Dad, Mom, I've arrived home." Mr. Allen glanced at Kira. The more he looked at her face, the more he found her to resemble Lady South from his memories. All of a sudden, he sent a text to Frankie. "In my study, the second drawer, there's an album. I believe there's a picture of me and Lady South on the 18th page. Can you find it? Take a picture and send it to me?" Frankie texted back. "Okay." Mrs. Allen saw the group message and looked at Mr. Allen with a mixed feeling of laughter and tears. "You're unbelievable. Mrs. Olsen has raised her daughter for so many years. How could she mistake her for someone else? You must have remembered wrong. It's been so many years." Mr. Allen chuckled. "I indeed can't recall Lady South's appearance that well. After all, I haven't seen her for more than 20 years. As for whether Miss Olsen looks like her or not, we'll know after seeing the photo, won't we?" Mrs. Allen wanted to say something more, but a photo was sent over. Mr. Allen opened it right away, then seemed a bit disappointed. "This photo is way too old. It's not only distorted, but also blurred. I can't tell anything." Mrs. Allen also had a careful look. "It's indeed distorted. I think you're overthinking it." Mr. Allen sighed. At this moment, Frankie sent a message in the chat group. "There are photo restoration services available now. Dad, do you want me to take it there to have it restored?" Mr. Allen's eyes sparkled. "Sure." Mrs. Allen saw his persistence and was somewhat helpless. "Sure, but remember, photo restoration takes some time. Wait until the restored photo comes out, then you can observe it carefully." The couple shared a smile. At night, Rebecca reluctantly said goodbye to Kira. Are you sure you don't need me to have dinner with you? It's rather lonely eating alone. Kira gave a slight smile. That's all right. Someone said to her when he was leaving that he would come back to keep her company. After the Allen family left, this VIP ward finally became quiet again. Kira checked the time and saw it was already 6 in the evening. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and she looked up immediately. An expectation she didn't even notice was on her face. Creak. The door opened. Tom walked in, and Kira looked past him, trying to find that tall figure, but there was no one else. Kira was slightly stunned. Tom cleared his throat, then said, Miss Olsen, Mr. Horton is busy tonight and can't come, so he asked me to bring dinner for you. Kira's eyes dimmed a little, and she nodded. Okay, thank you. The next day, Kira prepared to be discharged from the hospital. She didn't bring much when she was hospitalized, so discharge was a simple affair. Looking out the window from the ward, she indeed saw a few stubborn journalists carrying their cameras, squatting outside. Kira raised her eyebrows. She didn't make a big deal, nor wait for Lewis to come. She just informed the bodyguards sent by the Horton family and left quietly through the back door. She took a taxi and returned to the rundown neighborhood where she had rented a place. After getting out of the car with a mask on, she arrived at her front door. Just as she was about to take out her key, someone suddenly sprung from the stairwell. Miss Olsen, are you completely cured? Why didn't you turn yourself into the police station then? Kira took a closer look and found it was Josh again. He was indeed persistent and clever. Knowing that it was hard to see her in the guarded hospital, he ran to her flat instead. Kira was displeased. How do you know my address? Josh pointed the camera at her and started talking. Miss Olsen, the internet nowadays is very advanced. Some good-hearted people have already exposed your address online, so don't think you can evade the law. Kira let out a cold laugh. The so-called good-hearted people must be Isla. Josh took another step forward. Looking at your complexion, you seem to be fine. Please answer my question. Kira said indifferently, the case hasn't been solved yet, so please trust the police's judgment. I don't have any more comments for the rest. After she finished, she opened the door. Josh immediately tried to stop her from entering. Kira warned him. Josh, trespassing is illegal. Even news gathering by journalists must follow legal procedures. Are you sure you want to block the doorway and stop me from going in? Josh was stunned. Kira turned elegantly and stepped into the door. Yet the next second, she halted. The room was a total mess, and all her belongings were stuffed into big boxes. The pot-bellied middle-aged landlord glared at her. You came just in time. Take your stuff and leave. I'm not renting out this house anymore. Kira was startled. Why? Why? The chubby landlord said impatiently, my home address has been exposed online. If I continue to rent this house to you, a murderer, how could I sell this house in the future? I'm afraid it'll become a haunted house. You're moving out now. His face was shaking as he spoke, looking quite fierce and intimidating. Kira's chin tightened, and she said coldly, the police haven't convicted me. How have I become a murderer? The chubby landlord sneered. Everyone on the internet knows what happened. You just want to evade punishment. I see. So netizens now have the final say on who is breaking the law and who isn't? Then what are the police and law for? Kira's sharp words left the chubby landlord speechless. Although he was at fault, he became furious. He picked up Kira's stuff from the floor and threw it out of the door. This is my house. I can decide not to rent it. Since you're so insensitive and refuse to leave, don't blame me for being rude. Bang! The cardboard box fell on the ground outside, and everything was scattered onto the ground. The chubby landlord blocked the doorway with his sturdy body. Take your stuff and get out. My house won't be rented to people like you. Kira's eyes flashed with a fierce light. She intended to make a move on the landlord, but suddenly, she caught sight of a photo of her and Mrs. Olsen among the things scattered on the ground. It was a photo taken on her 13th birthday when she and Mrs. Olsen were together. This photo had been with her for almost 10 years. Now, the frame was broken, and the shards of glass had punctured the photo. Kira immediately turned around, intending to pick it up. But then footsteps echoed in the corridor as 7 or 8 journalists suddenly appeared. They crowded the small stairwell, forcing Kira into a corner. Miss Olsen, why did you apply for bail? There's ample evidence. It's quite obvious that it was manslaughter. Why don't you admit your crime? Are you planning to flee abroad? The deceased was your uncle. He died right in front of you. Don't you feel any guilt at all? You gave the son of the deceased money. What's your motive? Guilt and compensation? Or buying forgiveness with money? Kira ignored their questions and tried to pick up the photo, but the journalists rushed forward like a swarm of bees, and one of them stomped heavily on the photo. A moment of intense fierceness flashed in Kira's eyes. She slowly raised her head, her eyes ruthless, and coldly spat out, "Out of my way." The reporter glanced down at what he had stepped on, but made no effort to move. Miss Olsen, the picture under my foot features you and your mother, correct? You have family, so you understand the pain of losing a loved one. Did you truly kill the victim by mistake? Your uncle just asked you for some money. Couldn't you simply have refused instead of resorting to murder? Josh, who had arrived first on the scene, was puzzled when he heard this. He frowned and said, "Let Miss Olsen pick up her family photo first. As a journalist, you shouldn't be threatening someone like this. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures." The reporter retorted harshly, glaring at Josh. "A reporter shouldn't act saintly like you. She's obviously a murderer. For people like her, special measures should be taken. And besides, how am I threatening? I'm just standing here asking Miss Olsen some questions." He looked back at Kira. "Miss Olsen, unless you answer my questions, I won't move." Before he could finish, someone had already grabbed his arm. A sudden force made him stumble back uncontrollably. Kira forcefully moved the reporter away and then bent down to pick up the photo. Upon seeing the black footprint on it, she gave off a ferocious aura. The reporter, having been pushed back, started shouting, "What was that? The killer is resorting to violence now." When he looked at Kira again, he was frightened by her demeanor.